millions of different, columns or cells, I guess, on a spreadsheet, and all that data is accumulated essentially, like painting a big picture of who you are. So like from all the way back from 1996 to all the way present, and they find all these common things between like, oh well, this person had an AOL account, and this person over here still uses the same email address. We can deduce that these two columns are the same person. So now we're going to merge that, and now we recognize this person that they used AOL, it used this name, and this person with this name had this other different account. So now we're going to merge this column now. That's all they're doing. It's just a slow and steady merger of data. And it's up to the highest bidder. That's all it is, man. That's all it is.
Yeah. I mean, there's like, oh, you're live on my TikTok right now, by the way, John Kitover. And it's amazing if you go on TikTok or, oh my God, bro, there's just so many fucking carnival circus freaks on TikTok with human deformities that are like, get tons of views. Human suffering and the carnival, the circus, or the freak show has always been popular on the internet. Like I see these little videos of this like little deformed girl who like her body could never grow, and she like does those dance videos and goes, you know what I'm talking about? Like the little midget girl who sings on the mic and she does these dance routines.
I think I might know. There's too many fucking freaks. I don't know.
Anyways, the only reason I bring it up is because so for some reason on TikTok I always see freak shows as opposed to like other platforms. TikTok seems to be like disability, algorithm. So anyways, I'm hoping it boosts me because like I have Down syndrome now and I identify with autism. So
oh, definitely you're on the spectrum.
Yep. I identify with the spectrum.
There is definitely some neurodivergency. Would I dare say that you have autism? I don't know, but you're definitely
Neurospice.
1000%.
If I could show you the insults that I get on my live streams, like some of them are so. I got called Rob Reiner yesterday.
This is not Edmund. This is John Kitover.
Oh, hey, Buttercup.
I thought you were John Kitover.
Yeah, that's who I am. I'm running for Congress in the 16th District. How are you? You're in a lot of my videos, Buttercup.
I am. Wow.
Yeah.
I'm not Buttercup. I'm Butter Nutter.
I try to talk to Buttercup about
Wait, let me confirm your new profile. Butter Nutter, huh? Butter Nutter.
I also,
oh, man. I could only imagine hearing all the other conversations with Butter Nutter instead of Buttercup, because Buttercup is a better neurolinguistic program for people because it's like such a sweet name, but like Butter Nutter is a little, more spicy. Anyways, congratulations on your new Butter Nutter.
Thank you. What happens is I friend all these people that I knew before, and they all think I'm like a troll because there were so many fake Buttercups.
Yeah.
And they all call me Butter Nutter or Butter Nuts or Butter Cunts. Like they have so many like nicknames for me that they just assume it's one of the imitators. No one believes it's me, and that way I get to keep a small circle.
John, can you tell her some good stories from back in the day? Like some really good, like some stuff that she's missed. She thinks that this app is amazing. It's like, oh my God, I'm like, if you think this is amazing now, like she completely missed the whole boat. So like it's so bad, like John doesn't even do anything anymore on this app.
John does a lot of stuff.
No. John, please tell her.
What are you talking about? I got 4 accounts going right now recording this room.
But back in the day, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, like.
Wait, are you recording this room right now?
Yeah.
It's always recording.
Okay, fuck. I just gave away that I'm Buttercup. Now everyone's gonna know. Damn it.
No, nobody will know. Like nobody wants to ever look at my stuff. Nobody cares, Butter Nutter.
Wait, you know that nobody looks at your stuff and you still do it?
Yeah, because what's the difference? Like, who cares? Like, I'm gonna do it anyways.
It's a lot of work, no?
Clicking a fucking button on a phone? You call that hard work?
How many phones do you have? You have like 6 phones? I want to see the operation. I've seen like videos of your operation with
Butter, I've seen it when it was Teach John Kitover over here.
It's the biggest it's ever gotten. Like my old setup doesn't even. Now I have so many. I just ordered 9 more tripods. Like I'm gonna record everything, and I've got recording studios. I'm gonna like run room to room all day long, literally in my house, and like record everything, all the good
You're
rooms.
manic though. You have like 16 different Twitters, 16 different YouTubes, 16 different.
Don't expose him. I love his neurodivergency. Let him flourish.
No, but how do you have time to run for Congress when you have?
I'm talking
16
about. I got
different-
16 phones running for Congress, as opposed to the one guy who's got one phone.
That's so smart. You're gonna split the vote though. You're gonna like ruin the.
No,
election.
they already removed me from the ballot, but I'm running as a
Oh.
writing candidate.
Did they remove all of you from the ballot?
Well, the thing is, they can't take away my credibility now as being a candidate. And I've created so much content that backs up my candidacy that the next campaign that I'm running in is in March. So I've just got the branding, totally built up. But the thing is, I spam so many people on X, like Cash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi. Like I spam real people with my real name, but it's not spam. It's my real political opinion.
Seymour,
Yes.
what are you doing?
Having conversations here, intellectual conversation.
Okay, well, you're gonna have the conversation in my room. Can you guys come there instead?
It's up to my other partners in crime here.
Yeah, can you guys come into the other room? Everyone is there.
Yeah,
Where's-
send us the
where's-
link.
I don't know the other. I don't see the other room.
Bad. Why are you trying to come in here? You didn't even answer the question yet. Do you suck dick or are you gay? Which one is it?
I raped your mom.
Did you tell me to wash my mouth?
I said I raped your mom.
You'll rape my mom.
Yeah.
All right, I'm reporting you. I'm screenshotting this room, and I'm reporting your account right now.
I raped your mom twice. Record that.
Okay, twice. So that makes it 3, right? Here we go. You're getting.
Okay, Seymour,
Let me show you how it works. Report an incident. They said something wrong. Harassment. Abusive language. Raped my mother. And raped my God.
Yeah.
A very vulgar,
Raped your mom too.
profane, abusive, and sick,
Yeah.
violent person.
Yeah, and your mom is a bitch.
Also, my mother is a bitch.
Yeah. And you're a
This is high art.
Okay, now I'm screenshotting this.
Actually, my mother is a bitch.
Now I'm
Seymour, are you
screenshotting
gonna act
this.
disabled or are you gonna join the room?
Oh, share the link. I don't know which one. What does it say? What's the room? What does the room say?
Nigga, the room is
Oh, hard R. Gotta update it. Gotta update it on that one.
What does the room say?
He had the tone in his voice.
What does the room say?
He had the tone in his voice.
Oh, he had a tone in his voice. Okay, I see it.
Okay, join it, bitch.
Woo.
Okay, no problem.
Okay,
Trigger.
bad. PTR.
Oh,
Nigga, I
Updated.
don't give a fuck. Report me. Like, what the fuck?
that's right, nigga.
I had to update it for the hard R bad.
What a bitch. Like, imagine talking to this nigga.
Damn. Well, all right. We outie.
Parker Memorial Homeless Ministry sued the city, arguing the law violated their religious duty to feed the hungry. 2013, a federal judge ruled that the ordinance did violate the Texas Religious Freedom Restoration Act. So the judge is permanently enjoining the city from enforcing these specific restrictions against the plaintiffs. The ordinances that were removed were the ones requiring running water and bathrooms. Current rules as of 2025. So it looks like everything stayed in place. So you got to give them 24-hour notice if the event is hosting more than 75 people. Fewer people can be provided within 48 hours. Safety requirements: servers must use hand sanitizer, disposable gloves, food kept at certain temperatures. So it just seemed like really the only ordinance issue they had was the running water in the toilets.
And I told you they had to go through the government in order for them.
Yeah, they sued.
No, it wasn't. It
I did send it. You didn't organize the event. You don't know what paperwork takes behind that happened.
Hold on. It was between 2018 and 2025. Obviously 2025, but it was between that. It was around that time. It was for a short time, and it was because we lived there. We were there walking around. Right? There were officers that were shutting down people for and it was explicitly for feeding the homeless people. That's what it was specifically.
That's a long time.
Right. Well, it obviously not 2025, not 2023, not 2022. It was between 2018 and 2020. It was
yeah, but the only thing that changed, like even I'm looking at the 2025 rules, everything's the same except for the toilets and the running water. So nothing changed besides those two. Those are the only things that were changed.
Oh my God! Listen.
That's just what I'm reading.
Yeah. Well, Google doesn't answer all of your questions. You know what I'm saying? But believe what you want. Believe what you want.
You haven't answered any question. Google's wrong. You're wrong. So I mean, who do we believe? You? And trust me, bro. That's your facts.
Yeah, I could get the guy who organized it, Patrick Smith. Yeah, Patrick Smith is the guy who organized it. He was a very close friend of mine who I can have come on this app, who I did bring to this app before. Okay, so he's the guy who organized it, and we can talk to him.
I know how protests in this nation work, okay? Once it gets over a certain amount of people that show up, right, you have to notify the fucking city.
It wasn't, we didn't, and I know for a fact none of us did. I know none of us did. No, I know none of us did because that's not what we do. We intentionally do forms of activism. We intentionally, Uncle Ruckus, that's against our philosophy. Do you hear what I'm saying though?
You guys just showed up.
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand what I'm saying?
Already had the event planned. They already planned to get out there.
Not other people. It wasn't other people. This was formed by Patrick Smith. Okay.
I know how it works.
Hold on. There's a group of us. Okay. It was a meeting of we meet right every 2 weeks. We have meetings. Right? We host events, right? We have annual get-togethers on top of big annual get-togethers, okay? People all over the nation come, right? In Dallas, Fort Worth, the group of us, the volunteers, that's how it formed. A bunch of us, a group of us. It wasn't just one person. Patrick Smith led it, and then the group of us decided this is what we were going to do. We formed Feed the Need, and that was one of the things that we did, okay? That's my point. I mean,
Well, there's the funny part. I'm reading this Reddit. So it's that, this is funny as hell. So it says Dallas, Texas. I put the link in the chat. Dallas, Texas made it illegal to feed and help the homeless. So every year for the past 7 years, a group of Texas provide aid and food to the homeless while armed to the teeth. And even in the Reddit thing, people are calling this idiotic. They're like, what are you going to do? You expect the police to show up and start a shootout? And, you need guns. They said it's not illegal. People in this Reddit chat are saying it's not illegal to serve food to the homeless. You just need to let the fucking city know. And they're like showing up with guns and shit. It's fucking retarded. Like, what was the point? So even on Reddit,
liking people that don't live there, right? Again.
Yeah, it just kind of sounds silly that you guys would show up just because there's a couple
maybe two and two aren't adding up. Maybe the internet doesn't give you all the answers that you would be wanting. Maybe there's a real life, in-life example of real shit that's not on Google. You guys are ridiculous.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem like something you'd get armed for. That doesn't. Yeah, I mean, come on. Notice it's not much to ask that. Hey, we want to feed the homeless, so we're giving you 48 hours notice. We're gonna have hand sanitizer, and the food's gonna be served at a proper temperature. As long as those things are met, you don't have any problems, Bima. So what's the point of the guns and shit?
Oh, because they want to be activists. They went from the armchair in the living room in the basement.
Because there's such ugly people on SSRIs. You get the glasses and everything. They're terrible people, and that's why they
couldn't afford to go to the range that day.
Exactly.
Not a gun that they never used, so they had to show up. They had to show it somewhere.
Horrible people.
Says the bootlicker.
No, I'm just saying though, man. From what unless you got something else, Beamer, but it does seem silly, man. That's a silly argument you brought up.
Of course it does.
Can I just say that
with guns, when clearly the city allows you to feed the homeless, they just got a couple provisions in place that aren't very hard to follow or attain.
Can I just say that, Check, you might want to check yourself for saying horrible and awful or terrible people. You know, I think I've heard you say that like 1,000 times today, and then 1,000 times yesterday,
Bro,
1,000 times.
what am I supposed to say? Yeah, it's the best thing ever in the whole entire world.
I don't try to go get you know what a thesaurus is, or like Grok. You can like do some large language model. Try to learn some new English words or something. I know English isn't your first.
It's terrible. Merry Christmas, bro. But what am I supposed to say? Yeah, this is the best woman in the whole entire world. Yeah, we're having a good time. If something is terrible, it's terrible. Like, what do you want me to say?
I don't know. Get some new words. You know, limit yourself to how many times you use terrible. Otherwise, you might end up becoming terrible.
Bro. English is my third language, bro.
Well, that's just horrible. You should try to learn more English. That's horrible that you don't know more. It's terrible. It's just horrible. It's just terrible, horrible that you don't know more English. It's horrible.
Yeah, I want to say something else. Yeah, tell me, John, what do you want me to say? Essentially,
I don't know. Just like you say horrible, terrible all the time, every day on this app. It just gets so tired. It's awful. It's horrible. It's terrible.
It's applicable.
Well, it's horrible. It's just so horrible that you have to use the word horrible all the time. It's horrible.
Like, what do you want me to say?
I don't know. It's kind of like me saying horrible over and over again. It's just horrible that you use the word horrible all the time. It's just terrible.
Don't come in here and be like, yeah.
Well, it's just horrible you use the word horrible all the time, and it's terrible that you use the word terrible. I've heard you say it horrible. It's horrible. You've said horrible 1,000 times today. It's horrible.
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Over the past 3 years on this app, Check, it's horrible how many times you've said horrible. And it's terrible how many times you've said terrible. It's horrible.
I'm dealing with scumbags. I'm dealing with people that are just...
I know, it's horrible.
What am I supposed to say to you?
I don't know, it's terrible, but it's horrible. I understand, it's horrible and it's terrible.
I feel like these people is just the worst of the worst. What do you want me to say?
Oh, they're just the worst.
Huh? You want? Do you have?
Glad we're making fun of
do you have? Wait a second.
Because we all know that we're not going to change.
Do you have a different definition of what I want to say to him? Like, what other word am I going to say? Huh? It's the best of the best. When I'm dealing with scumbags and all.
They're horrible.
Those people. Yeah, I was in Detroit. I was in downtown Detroit a couple months ago with my wife, and we had this obese lady pulling one of those like wagons.
Why
Like
restricted?
the kids' baseball games.
No. Submit
She had 3
feedback.
dogs in the wagon, and then she had 3 kids with her, and her kids were obese and fat. And she came up to me and my wife asking if we could give her some money to get a meal, get some food or whatever, because they didn't have any money to eat. And I'm looking, me and my wife look at each other like, wait a minute, you got fat ass kids, fat ass dogs, and your fat ass is begging for money for a meal, bro. And then I was like, yo, I don't have any cash. She was like, oh, I got Cash App, and pulls out a fucking $1,000 iPhone 5 Pro Max, bro. I was like, you can't make this shit up, man.
I'm from Los Angeles, dog. Being homeless is a hustle. A lot of the people who are homeless, believe it or not, are anarchists like Bima, right? They just they don't want to live by the rules of society.
You don't know what an anarchist is. Only what you've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe.
They don't want to do anything
from your public education system.
They've given up on the system. They're conspiracy theorists. You know, they're big weirdos a lot of times, right? They're drug addicts. They're alcoholics. They're lazy. They don't want to work, right? They just given up on everything, right? I've talked to these. I've said them. I mean, my uncle, he was one of those bleeding hearts, right? Okay, so every single weekend we had to pack lunches and go down there to downtown LA, right, and feed at least 30 to 40 homeless people, right? We'll go down there every weekend for years, right? And I'm not gonna lie to you, he met a lot of good people as far as homeless people goes, because he ended up needing a kidney, right? And Blackie, which is one of the homeless guys down there, a fat homeless guy, white guy named California, right? They volunteered their kidney potentially from uncle. Now, of course, they weren't donor matches at all, right? So he couldn't get it from him, right? But they did offer up their kidney after all these years of my uncle helping them, right? Okay? And I realized one fucking thing.
Your uncle just a kidney harvester, man. He running a kidney harvesting scam.
They were able-bodied adults, and they were sitting there fat and homeless in their tents with a whole bunch of shit. Right? They were enabled to be fat and homeless by the government.
I was in LA on a skate trip.
It was like 300 and...
Uncle Ruckus, are you fucking fat? Who the fuck are you to call these people fat? You fat.
They're fat homeless. They're fat and homeless, right? And they were fat and homeless for 4 years. They had California had a tent. He had a fuck ton of shit in his fucking tent. He was fat as hell. He had 3 cell phones.
Is this projection? Is this projection?
Boxes. He was living lavish in this little tent, right? And everybody was giving him shit all the time and everything. And that's how most of the homeless people were living. Like, come on, dog. Like, you went out there to...
You make it sound like it's so great because he has shit in his tent.
The moral of the story is it's not that bad.
It was useless because you're a status bootlicker, and I'll explain, okay? I'll explain how we can draw the comparison. You feel because you like to be a slave, right? I guess maybe it could be in your blood, I don't know. But apparently you like it, okay? Yeah. Hold on. No, I'm just saying. We already know the psychological trauma. Listen, the truth hurts. The truth hurts. And maybe you can come to the light. Maybe you'll be able to come to the light. Let me finish. Maybe you'll be able to come to the light. I'm trying to deprogram you. You think you want to be... Hold on. No. I'm saying deprogram you. I'm saying that you have been programmed. I'm saying that if you think... I'm more freedom-loving than you do. You are a statist. No. I'm not a statist, honey. No, I'm not a liberal. I don't believe in slavery. Clearly you do. Because how is it that a man that could have gone with his uncle and fed the homeless, okay? Fed the homeless for so many years, actually say that, oh, do you know what? It's, you guys didn't do anything. You should. Yeah, what we were doing is we weren't going to reduce ourselves to asking for allowances to show compassion. But apparently you want to do that. You don't mind jumping through the states because you are a slave. You like to jump through. You have no problem jumping through the state's silly hoops to pay for permission to feed homeless people who are largely, they have mental illness and all of the other large drug addiction, okay, right? So maybe you are okay with the slavery of having to jump through the hoops and pay permission to feed the homeless, but no, we, and it's interesting, it's very interesting that people like you who actually lived the life of going to feed homeless people would even say to be like, hold on, wait a second, to see that we're not even on the same side. That's the slavery mentality that you've been taught, trained, and indoctrinated to believe. It's sad, but it's the truth. Listen, I was too. I was born into the system of white supremacy. I was fooled by it too. I was fooled by the white supremacist system for a long time too. But once I open my eyes to it, I'll no longer go back. There's no way. You can't go back, Uncle Ruckus. Once you see the truth and you see the light, and we understand that we're not slaves, that we're free agents to live and to abide by our own consenting doctrine of non-aggression and just peaceful coexistence and voluntary exchange. We don't need the slave master to dictate our interactions anymore. So maybe someday you'll come around and you'll see that and admit that the white supremacist system got you. Yes, Kanye would say, gotcha. Gotcha. You were born and you put on those white supremacist glasses, and now you're upholding the white supremacist system, right? And ironically, you're looking at me and saying that I'm the problem, right? Because I'm saying, hey, look, we've exposed the white supremacist system. We're gonna shut it down. We don't need the slavery anymore.
Homeless encampment.
Go ahead.
Live in
Go
a
ahead.
single wide trailer.
Go ahead, Uncle Ruckus. Continue to lick the white man's boot.
You've never accomplished in your life, your whole bloodline.
Go ahead and continue to lick the white man's boot. Apparently you like it down there. You like, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it.
You didn't come from greatness. You didn't come from greatness.
Hold on. Whoever said that I did? I came from nothing. I'm no, but that is true. That's true. That two things could be true at once. Uncle Ruckus, two things can be true at once. But you know one thing I'm not? I'm not a white supremacist. And I'm not a man that's gonna participate in the system and uphold white supremacy. Okay, that's another thing I'm not gonna do. I'm gonna actually reject once I saw the light and saw systemic oppression. You can't go back to it. You're gonna have to be, you have to be, this is gonna be a long deprogramming.
White bitch up.
But Bima, this is the dumb shit we're talking about. You're upholding white supremacy by being on your cell phone right now. It was white people that went to those other countries and enslaved those that fucking guard the slave labor and the labor on the backs of poor, underprivileged people, Bima. So any technology used, any type of rechargeable batteries, you're upholding white supremacy by purchasing those products.
Yeah, that's a category,
It's black people fighting.
Stupid bitch.
She only likes the niggas that agree with her. Bima's a hypocrite. That's why I hate these
She's a dumb bitch, obviously, nigga.
liberal bitches.
I don't know why you keep saying liberal, Uncle Ruckus. I'm not a liberal. Why do you keep saying liberal?
I'm gonna save the world, but fuck you niggas that don't agree with me.
Tell me one position.
Why don't you
Listen,
agree with me,
I'm
nigga?
sorry that you have a slave mentality. I'm sorry that you like your slavery. I'm sorry that you like your slavery. There's nothing I can do about that.
Nobody has a fucking slave mentality. People like
You got an Android or an iPhone,
speak
Bima?
like this every single day. It's a horrible
Bima
thing.
got a dick in her pussy phone.
It's like
She needs to get a dick in her. That's why she's so tight.
Bima, you got an Android or an iPhone?
Literally things like she's like better
Because
than
if you got an
everybody else.
Android, Bima, 9 times
Nobody
out of
cares.
10,
You're
you're
overweight.
upholding Asian supremacy. And then if you got an iPhone, you're definitely upholding white supremacy.
Bro, she's like fucking overweight
Steve
and
Jobs
she's
and Tim
talking
Cook
like black supremacy.
are
Shut
two
the fuck
white
up.
guys that
Nobody
went
cares.
over to China
Horrible.
and have horrible working conditions. Pretty much those workers in that factory are enslaved, Bima. They don't have fair working conditions. They're working 14 hours a day, 7 days a week, forced to live on those little shitty apartments that you can barely you barely have room to turn around and breathe in. They're being forced to the tune, Bima, that those factory workers for the iPhone were hurling themselves off of the building to kill themselves because the conditions were.
I miss the old school white guys that would have bitches like Bima in a brothel somewhere. They would have that bitch pregnant in the kitchen somewhere, right? I like the old school white guys that didn't let this bitch vote. You feel me? Those white dudes were the shit, right? These new school white guys are weak as fuck, right?
You're confusing the white supremacism with global, with
like Ronald
potentially
Reagan did
poor
on one TV
and
show. When that
fucked
bitch
up
gave
labor.
him
You see what I'm saying? Right? It's not, listen, me owning an iPhone doesn't automatically mean that I'm upholding white supremacy or what you're implying. What it can mean is that I'm participating in a global economy where fucking supply chains, labor conditions, all of this other shit often, you know, hold on. All of this shit, that's bad, okay? But what I'm saying is participation isn't the same thing as endorsement, okay? I'm literally saying, oh, look, hold on, this is a problem. We shouldn't be doing this. And you guys are saying, no, it's okay. Everything's perfectly fine. Most people can't realistically opt out of modern tech without losing access to whatever the hell that they're doing. Work, education, healthcare, whatever. Hold on.
Yeah, but
so that's exactly what structural critique points to. The system is designed so that opting out is costly, okay? So if you want a serious argument, don't say to, oh, look, gotcha, moral theater, oh, look, you're using an iPhone, right? Why don't you ask the real questions? Who owns the platforms that are going to capture these profits? Who are the biggest players? Who are the lowest and into the supply chains, okay?
Okay, and it's white people.
Completely different.
Steve Jobs and Tim Cook are white, Bima, so whenever, and the only way they can do it is by people like you who keep paying for this shit and giving them more money to be able to do it. If you stopped if you stop buying the iPhone, then you wouldn't allow Tim Cook and Steve Jobs, who are both white, to take their company and go over to China and cruelly brutalize these people with unfair labor practices. Bima, that's the reason why they went over there to these countries, because they understood they can enslave these people and force them to work in unhuman-like conditions. They can't do that here in the United States. Those are two white people.
It's just like Bima want cheap goods on Temu, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Bima, you can't. Look, you got to pick one. Either your cause is so worthy that you truly believe in it, you'll sacrifice, Bima. But it sounds like you're not even willing to sacrifice.
See, that's a category, that's a logical fallacy, and that's exactly what I said. Being inside the participation. Hold on. No. You're frustrated. That's why you're not letting me talk, because participation, like I said, it's not. No, it's not. It isn't the same thing as it's not. I'm inside the system, and you're inside the system, right? We both are inside the system. The question is whether are you going to stand up and say, hey, look, this is bad, let's change it, or are you going to say, nothing matters, everything's fine, this is the system that we got, if you don't like it, leave.
What have you done to change it, Bima, besides fucking nothing?
Yeah, I showed you that, and you know what, that wasn't good enough for you.
Nothing.
Oh, look, you showed up with a bunch of things. The point was, again, feed the need, right? Nothing will ever be good for somebody like you because you're just dishonest. The reason, the principled reason why we do things like feed the need is because we don't believe... is because we believe that we don't need to pay other people and go through silly hoops and follow code by some arbitrary authority to participate in free exchange of free people, okay?
Doesn't believe in fighting.
Yeah, all that word salad.
It's word salad. It's only word salad if you don't understand what I'm talking about. That's what voluntarism is. That's what voluntarism is. They're not fancy words. Hold on. Listen, if you don't like how I said it, then maybe I mean, like, why is it fancy? How can I dumb down what I just said?
At the end of the day,
how can I dumb down what I just said for you?
At the end of the day.
Oh, now he's another dumb black guy.
No. He said that they're fancy words. So I'm assuming if they're not, how do I make unfancy? How can I unfancily say that free exchange, right? The free exchange of voluntary consenting individuals. How else can I say that unfancy?
Outside of all those fancy words and terminology.
That's what I'm saying. Fancy words.
Long drawn out word salad. At the end of the day, you are feeding the monster you claim to hate. That's what it comes down to. You're feeding the monster you claim to hate, but you can't claim you hate the monster and continue to
hate these bitches racial. These bitches.
You just can't do it. It's hypocrisy. Uncle Ruckus is right. It's hypocrisy.
These bitches will never shut the fuck up. They need to get slapped. These dumb bitches nowadays.
Bring back the old school white guys. Right? I'm tired of you modern white men.
Bitches straight out.
I'm tired of you guys. You guys no longer have a backbone.
Are you alright? Are you doing drugs? Are you alcohol? What's going on? You like being an ankle biter?
Bring that back, right? Like however it goes.
Yeah, we need to bring back that.
Oh my God, Brad, what's your issue? Who is this guy?
Bitch out.
I'm not even calling you all these names, right? But the fact is, right? This is how I'm gonna say it right here, right? Okay. If you stand on the side, if you stand and watch oppression happen and do nothing, you have chosen the side of the oppressor, right? Participation.
Which is what you're doing. You're saying that the system is fine. Nothing to see here. Let's maintain the white supremacist system in the United States because you don't like it. Right. That's what you're saying, Ruckus, not me.
You told me that it's in my blood to be a slave, right? So
no, I said that that's, hold on. I said that psychologically, that's whatever.
I don't know why you think you're separate from white supremacy. You are the white supremacists.
Stupid bitch. You dumb liberal bitch. You stupid cracker liberal hoe. What a dumb fucking white cracker liberal.
Let me ask you a question, Beamer. What would you think?
Fucking annoying.
Well, hold on, Brad.
Fucking white liberals that act like they for black empowerment.
I'm not a liberal, Brad. I'm not a liberal. Why does everybody think I'm a liberal? Why does everybody think I'm a liberal? Can we figure that out? Why does everybody keep saying I'm a liberal? Why?
That's like me being a pig. That's like me being a pig, right?
What are they talking about?
Hold on, Brad. That's like me being a pig, right? And I go ahead and put a wig on, right? And then
want
before,
this.
right? And I'm telling you,
Go
and
for the
then I walk outside and people are like, oh, that's a pig. How'd you know I'm a pig? Like, brother, that's you. That's you right now, Bima. Everything about you is liberal, except for you don't like the labels. Because you don't like labels. That's the liberal thing, not to like labels, Bima. You don't like being labeled. That's what liberals, that's liberals.
No. Okay, well then prove to me what positions that I have that are liberal. Go ahead.
You believe white supremacy is a thing, so that's number one. That's number one. Oh God.
Oh, okay. All right, sure.
You're anti the government, right?
Okay, that's okay.
Oh,
All right, go ahead.
I'm not talking about like
Libertarians are anti-government. Minarchists are anti-government.
You're
But they're the
anti-actual.
liberals.
You really want to bring down the whole nation. That's exactly what liberals want to do. You guys are Marxists.
Yeah. Voluntarists and minarchists and libertarians also true, but that doesn't make them liberals. Very different ideology. One wants more government, right? Liberals, textbook, right? Exactly. They want that exactly. No, that's what a liberal is. Textbook, and that you learn this in college. Liberals are someone who wants more
I didn't have
government.
time to explain it, but I kind of gave the caveat.
So show me where I want more government in anything that I'm talking about.
You guys are anti-ICE. You just order law enforcement to die.
Well, that would be aligned with not a liberal principle, right? I'm saying that I don't want more government, right? Liberals want more government for solutions. So explain to me what position I have that says I want any government. You could give me one position. Give me one position. No. I'm saying, no.
You only
You have
want
to
the government.
prove.
You
You
want
have
the
to
government
prove where I want government in
You
anything.
want the government to feed the homeless and take care of them. But at
No,
the same
that's
time,
not
you
true.
want
I do not.
law
I do not.
enforcement.
I absolutely do not. That's an assumption. So go on. That's okay. So I've corrected your course. I've corrected your bad assumption. Uncle Ruckus. I do not want the government. Uncle Ruckus, I do not want the government to feed the homeless. Uncle Ruckus, I do not want the government to feed the homeless. I do not want the government to give everybody universal health care. I do not want the government to do anything, to have any type of social system. I do not want the government to do any of that. What's your next point?
Yes, you do. It is what it is.
My next point is like.
Oh, okay. So now you're just going to be intellectually dishonest. All right, I did.
No, because what do you want? Okay, Dima. What do you want to happen to the homeless? What should happen?
My next one is like, why don't you just
No, let's go ahead and see what her big grand solution is for the homeless. What do you ultimately want the homeless? What do you want to happen to the homeless, Dima?
Free market solutions. Free market solutions. All free market solutions.
How do you propose
Free
that
market
the homeless
solutions.
can help?
Well, maybe feed the need. Feed the need can come out. They can feed. They can offer resources. They can assess people who have mental health issues, people who actually want jobs, separate the differences, people who have drug addictions, and then find free market solutions to help them out. Oh, wow.
And that's what I mean, Sid. She wants the government. You get what I'm saying? She's not going to say it, though.
Guess what? You'll never hear me say, Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry to bust your bubble. No, sorry, honey. I'm sorry you're going to be disappointed. Nobody on this app ever, nobody on this app has ever heard me endorse anything for government. And no, I've been on this app for 2 years. You find one person that's ever heard me say,
you just mentioned requires government.
No, free market does not require. The complete opposite. The complete opposite. Feed the need is free market. Feed the need is free market, okay? Nothing to do with government at all. Nothing. No redistribution of wealth.
She only gave that fucking answer just because she wanted to try to win an argument.
Uncle Ruckus, real quick. So no, she's actually right, Uncle Ruckus, because a lot of conservatives believe in community charity and the government not stepping in and not using taxpayer dollars, but putting that responsibility on the local communities to take care of their local problems. So one of the things that's been proposed is the homeless topic, that the government, because look at all the money that's been wasted on all these homeless prevention projects, like especially with Los Angeles. They've just wasted so much money, and the homeless problem has actually gotten worse with the more money they've dumped in to try to solve that problem. So people are saying, fuck using taxpayer money. The people in the local community can handle that problem, and they can fund it themselves by local fundraising and things like that without government intervention. But I had a question for you, Bima. What would you think if I went on a campaign saying I can't stand Walmart, how they open up these big box stores, shut down these mom and pop businesses, and then they close up the stores and move out as soon as the workers try to establish a union to get better wages and better working conditions. And then they leave these small towns desolate because that was the main employer in that small town. So all the mom and pop shops closed up. Walmart deployed a bunch of people, packed up shop, left, and now that town is destitute because of Walmart leaving, setting up and leaving. So I can't stand Walmart because of it, because it ruins communities. But every time I turn around, you see me at Walmart spending money and going shopping. What would you think about that?
Well, two things, right? Like I said earlier, that sometimes our time, circumstance, and location make it impossible or make it very difficult. We're coerced, things are unavoidable or bad options for us, cost benefit wise, right? But it doesn't mean that it's not something that we would want to shut down, because it's not as simple as not going to one Walmart and having it shut down. The issue with Walmart being able to be the conglomerate and the monopoly that it became was through the patent system and through what Walmart was able to do with government protections that allowed, nobody wants to hear this, but that's how Walmart became what it became. So if you have an issue with Walmart, you really don't have an issue with Walmart. You again have the issue with government once again. So my point is that it's the principle, what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but it's false, right? Because like I said, participation, sometimes, like I said, it's unavoidable, right? So it's a false dilemma. That's the best way I could say it, right? So like taxation and things, okay? I'm in a survival, I'm in what is it called? What is it called when you're, I forgot the name that starts with an S. If I have you at the end of my gun, what are you? What are you? You are what? You are my what? My you're in a survivalist position, but you're what?
At the end of your gun.
Yeah, like if I'm coercing you with my gun, right? What are you? I don't know the word. I can't think of the word. Fuck. But anyway, the point is that you're in a survivalist position. When the cops come and they do the things that they do to me, I don't say, okay, babe, let's just fucking strike out and get ourselves killed, right? It's because we have to survive, right? We're in a, what's the word? I can't even think of the word. I can't believe I can't think of the word. Hostage. You're in a hostage situation. So you comply, right? And there's going to be a time where, okay, yeah, for life, cost benefit. I mean, like, do we want to die right now for this? And it's not going to mean anything, because guess what? It's going to go on to the media, just like we've seen what happened to everybody else. And oh, look at Leonard Cure. People watch Leonard Cure and they still will think that it somehow Leonard Cure was the problem in that scenario. Oh, because he didn't comply. Okay, a guy got convicted, wrongly convicted, spent 15 years in prison, got pulled over for doing 100 on the highway, something that millions of people do every single day. Okay, and then a officer was going to arrest him. Okay, he even said, I haven't harmed anybody, just give me a ticket. Okay, and the officer still escalated that and murdered that man. But is that murder? No, because people don't want to. That's my point. And you know what? Everybody else looks, because you can't have the explanation, right? Leonard isn't there to defend himself now and to show everybody and to make awareness, right? Oh, look, Leonard is. So my point is that when we're in hostage situations, we have to start with the Socratic dialogue. It all comes back to the Socratic dialogue. But I do understand what you're saying. And a lot of time, because that was a lot of my vegan argument with a lot of people when I had gone ethical vegan years ago, right? The idea is was I more against animal agriculture and the way that we treat animal agriculture, or was I more policing people on how they ate, which could help them, physiologically with their cells, what foods interact with their body to make them function as a maximum human being, okay? And the idea is that, yeah, we were poor. You can't feed into the system. You can't continue to pay for more animals to be killed and then also stand up against animal agriculture. I mean, like, there is a contradiction, and I would be a fucking inconsistent hypocrite, but at the same time, the idea is to bring awareness so we can have the dialogue to change it. Like I said before,
Yeah, but I mean, in order to change it, though, like I said, the only way these entities exist is because we keep giving them money, Bima. So if like I said, the first place to start would be to stop feeding the monster, stop giving the monster monster money to keep it growing. And then you can have that conversation and people say, okay, well, if BMO found a way to stop, I can find a way to stop. And then
the biggest monster isn't the companies, though, in my opinion. The biggest, and that's where
how do these companies survive, BMO? The only way they survive is because we keep giving them
because
money.
of taxation, because of government, because of authority. That's my opinion. So I would say stop giving them money, remove yourself, and remove your productive ability from anything that's to do with government. Right? You're complicit in the system of governance. Right? And I understand your argument. I do understand your argument, true. But it's impossible. It's largely impossible, or at least it would be at a big detriment to me to not have things that could make my life better, unfortunately, right? Or at least not harm people around me, and then also continue to speak out, right? What's the point of that? You can't. I mean, sometimes I do understand what you're saying, though. It is a really good point, though. It is a good point.
But that's where I'm trying to, because that's the point Uncle Ruckus is making, and that's what he's saying. An armchair activist is all you're doing is talking, but your actions aren't conducive to what your speech is, and that's the problem people are gonna have. Like, and maybe
I sat here and listened long enough to everything, right? Okay, and again, she's dancing around it simply because I called her out on her bullshit, right? But if you believe in free market solutions, a true free market allows for monopolies. US gold rules, right? So therefore, without government stepping in, sometimes we would have a lot more fucking monopolies, right? Because if I have the money and I can corner a fucking market, I'm going to do so, right? I'm going to get, and if I want to keep on expanding that, and I have the money to do so, nobody else has the money to do so, I'm going to keep doing that, right? That's true free market. True free market that's unregulated is something you'd hate more than what we have now, right?
Yeah, look, do your research on Rockefeller. Right. He's the reason why antitrust laws came into effect. Do your research on the Rockefeller business model, man. Yeah, no, Uncle Ruckus is right. Yeah, government is useful in some ways because if government didn't step in, I mean, not that they did much the way Rockefeller structured his business. But I mean, they did step in to break up. Rockefeller would have everything you see today would have had Rockefeller's name on it if the government had stepped in and broke that shit up.
I mean, it's like this right here, right? Okay, when you look at the actual free market, like right now, right? Capitalism is private means of production. In simple terms, right? Socialism or communism is state means of control of production, right? That's the only big difference here, right? Okay, we live in a capitalistic society, right, which is why things are privately owned, right? Okay, so now when you have things that are privately owned by private people or a collection of private people, right? Okay, then they're going to do what the fuck they're going to petition these governments. They're going to lobby these governments to be able to get what the fuck they want out of them, right? Because that's what the government is for, to, you know, when you're doing business, right? 100%. So there's no way we're going to sit here and say that we're anti-capitalism while still benefiting off of capitalism. Makes no sense. And that's why I'm saying most of you said you're ethical vegan. That's liberal. Almost all your points are liberal, but you're going to sit here and say that you're not, and you're going to keep on. You even recognize the contradiction in your argument that you're trying to make right now, right? Because you knew that you were dancing around the shit because you knew that I was calling you out of your bullshit already. That's why I called you out on that. That's why everybody else calls you out on that. That's why I said you're a liberal, because you actually are, right? You're not anti-government, you're pro-government, but you're just trying to paint yourself as anti-government. Because if you're a true anarchist, which I know plenty of those guys, they've gotten a plot in the fucking woods somewhere and they live off grid. They don't pay taxes, they don't do none of that shit. There's a whole community of people in California that have done the same shit, right? They went out in the desert and said, fuck you to everybody, right? That's what they did. So therefore, don't sit there and try to tell me that you're an anarchist and against all this, because they live without all
you don't know me.
Right? They live without all these amenities that you like.
Yeah, he's got a point on that one. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's not true. That's not true.
It is true. The anarchists literally have separated themselves from society, and they said fuck.
Hold on. I know the biggest anarchist in the entire world. Okay, tell me one name one. Name one.
I don't know them by name, but I've seen the groups beam up.
I guarantee you, if you've seen the groups, the biggest anarchists, you absolutely have seen me. You've absolutely actually seen me, whether it's on YouTube or whether it was in the series on TV.
Do you live in an apartment or a house?
Okay,
guarantee. No, a serious question. Do you live in an apartment or a house? house right now?
I live in a house.
Living out. Do you own the house or are you renting?
Own the house outright.
You own the house outright, right?
Built it from the scratch. Yeah.
Pay taxes on
You
that
pay
house
taxes every year, correct?
every year.
Of course I have to. I'm forced. I'm coerced because if I
Nah,
don't,
you ain't
if I don't, hold on. That's not true. There's 3 very big, large anarchist communities, intentional anarchist communities in this country. 3. All 3 of them pay the land tax. We have to, okay? We have to, because if we don't, what happens? What happens? Does anybody know? What happens if you don't? No. What happens if year 1, if you don't pay taxes? What happens? No. What happens?
The government comes and takes your house, but a person.
Oh, what does the government do, Sig?
They take your house, but here's the thing.
Right.
You've had plenty of motherfuckers. Look at Kitover, for instance. Okay, that's a true anarchist. All right, that motherfucker went through with that bulldozer and leveled that fucking town and died doing it. So if you were truly stood by what you believed, you'd say, "Fuck you, I'm not paying taxes. Try to come and take my house. I'm gonna light all you motherfuckers up. I'm gonna die trying." That's a true anarchist, Bima.
Yeah, unfortunately, if I was by myself, I wouldn't have any problem doing that. And that's exactly what I eventually will probably get to. Okay, I don't know who you. I've already been and started this entire thing. I lived in an essential community. I created one in Lawrenceburg, Tennessee, in 2016 with a bunch of other anarchists and with a bunch of. Oh, because my mom and dad are dying and my grandmother needs help. That's why. I'm fucking taking care of a family that's literally dead and dying. That's why. That's fucking why, Sig. That's why. Okay, because I have to take care of my mom and my dad and my grandmother. What the fuck?
So Bima, why didn't you move them out there with you into that commune?
Because they don't want to go. They grew up here their entire life. This is where they want to be.
Do you have a job?
Yes, I have a job.
Okay, so you work. Do you work for a big corporation?
Absolutely not.
I mean, well, regardless of who you work for, like I'm pretty sure that they are somehow paying taxes to the government as well, right? They filed their paperwork.
This goes back to Sig knows. Tell him how I pay taxes, Sig. And you know what? I wouldn't even get into this details with you guys.
You don't even have to.
You know what? You guys are dangerous. You guys are dangerous because you know what? You guys are dangerous because you're such bootlickers. If I actually told you the truth and I actually let you know what happens, people are so sick that they'd go as far as finding my business and then make sure that they can fucking sit right. Oh yeah. And I'm just gonna fucking believe you. I'm gonna believe a bootleg.
I don't really care if you believe me or not.
Okay, whatever. Okay, well, I'm not gonna prove. I don't have to prove myself. I don't have to prove myself. The people who know me know me. Uncle Ruckus, I don't care. I don't care what you think. You're a bootlicker. You're telling me that I want government intervention. I don't want government intervention in anything. Okay? You don't even believe that the free market can exist without government. That's a sick mentality. That's a sick mentality.
The house that you own outright. You're going to work every day trading time for money, right? You feel me? To get those white faces that you hate so much that the government prints out, right? Okay, you're going to the supermarkets to buy your meats and your cheeses and your milks. And
why do you? It's such a bad idea to presume you know. It's such a bad idea to presume you know. Do you know you're just making up a story about my life? Do you understand how that's not rational?
Well, yet
do you understand how that's not rational?
Everybody else in society does, right?
Uncle Ruckus, do you understand how that's not rational? Because you don't know anything about how I really live. You don't know anything about what you don't know nothing. You're just filling in the gaps. I could do the same thing about you. It's not a rational position. You need to come back down. You need to come back down to the real world. You need to come back down to the real world. Your presumptions and assumptions, they're nothing, Uncle Ruckus. They're irrational. They're illogical. It's literally insanity. It's insanity to pretend like you know.
Did you make the stance? You just said free market can't exist without the government. C-A-N?
The free market can exist without government? Of course. What do you mean?
That I would be the new government if I was a free market. I would own everything and enslave people like you.
The only way that would happen, is if you decided to use a monopoly of force. Okay, if you had force, and you would have to right. So then you would have to use force. Then you'd have to enslave everybody. Okay, and in that case,
the free market is exactly what I do.
Okay, but first. Everybody else is going to have to put their dollars, like you said, the voting dollars. They're going to have to continue to participate to help you get. Hold on.
Yeah, are you
I'm
familiar
not saying ballot voting. I'm saying voting with your dollars. That's in a free market. You vote with your dollars. So you're saying that everybody is going to know that you're going to come and enslave us, and we're going to continue to buy from you. So you can. That doesn't make sense. That's it. It's a crazy economic principle violation.
You familiar with Rockefeller's empire and that whole ordeal? That's why I brought that up as an example, because that was an example of free market, and Rockefeller literally owned every single dollar, was in control of every single dollar, like the way he built his empire. So there was no voting with your dollar. Like, it was either Rockefeller's way or nobody's way, and that's why the government had to step in. He literally he literally started off refining oil, and then he bought the barrel making companies, and he bought the transportation companies, and he bought the fucking refineries. Like, he vertically scaled his company up to where he owned every fucking thing and pushed everybody out. You know, he literally owned everything. He owned every single fucking dollar. And that's why the government had to come in and bust him up, because he would have ended up owning everything. He would have been more powerful than the government, Bima. So they had to come in and fucking and cut that shit out, cut that shit down. That's a true free market without government. Literally everything would say Rockefeller on it right now if it wasn't for the government stepping in and breaking that up, because of how he scaled his business.
That's not true. Because that's not true. It's not true. It's not true, because everybody knows that in economics that you have a bell curve. There will be a peak. Just there has been in history of every type of company, right? You cannot, because there might have been a monopoly for a short time, but it would have fallen. There is no case there, because that's an economic principle. That is the bell curve principle of the bell curve.
Either the government or people take up arms and physically take over.
You're not listening to me.
That's what I'm asking you. How else? Because there's only two methods that we've seen in history. Either the government steps in and regulates, right? Or people get sick. Because once we've seen people get power like that, monopolize everything, and then they end up actually becoming the government entity because they become so powerful, they control literally everything. The people who are subjugated rise up. So now you either got the government stepping in and breaking it up, or there's going to be bloodshed to revolt. Those are the only two options you got, Bima. What other options do you have besides that?
People are not going to participate in their own slavery willingly. It just won't happen. Would you do that?
We've seen it happen time and time again with socialist countries, Bima. And the only option was the people revolted to break that shit up. But they were treated like shit, subjugated, and treated like slaves because you had one entity take control of everything. We've seen it. This is history, like literally repeating itself with almost every single fucking civilization that's existed. And the people on the bottom end up fucking revolting, and then that's how that monopoly gets brought back down. So there's only two ways. You have the government break it up, or there's going to be bloodshed. Those are the only two ways we've seen.
That's because you're still assuming that there's government participation. You immediately gave me an example of socialist societies where there's government intervention. I'm talking about free market, actual free market, where people are going to vote, where the economic principles say that it is impossible. There's been no time in history where any company has been able to be on top for forever. It's just because it just doesn't happen. Whoever builds the company, right? They're going to end up dying, and you learn all about this in economics. Then the vision changes, right? And then there's different entries. There's better entry into the market, into that competition, into that field of whatever it's going to be. Then so there's going to be new competitive levels, right? There's going to be all of the things.
There's not going to be any of that. It's going to be monopolized.
Like that's what I asked you about Rockefeller. That's one of the most contemporary examples we have. He bought the competition out, Bima. There was no competition. That's why the government had to step in. He literally
yes.
all the competition.
What I'm saying.
Bima, it's going to boil down to kings and warlords in a free fucking market. This is exactly how it's going to be. You feel me? Like, because you got to realize, right? respectfully, it's eat or be eaten in that type of society, right? It's predator and prey. And people like me, respectfully, I'm going to be the predator over the prey, right? I'd rather be the shooter than the one shot, right? So therefore, I'm pretty sure there's somebody that's more brutal than me, right? That's more capable than me, that's going to 100% monopolize the shit out of everything, control the means of production. And once you control the means of production and you have to go through me to get what you need, right? It's either you bend the fucking knee, right? Or we don't do business, or if I'm really brutal, I just get rid of you.
But you have to understand that Rockefeller still, he doesn't just, resources just don't come out of his ass and he just doesn't manifest them.
Yeah, I will take them.
Right, he would well, that's different. That's different than free market, because now we're getting back into not free market, now we're getting back into tyranny, right? Free market is
exactly what free market leads to.
Yeah, free market leads to tyranny. That's exactly what the Rockefeller story be.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. It was free market, and because he was able to strategize.
So Rockefeller was stealing? Rockefeller was stealing?
1,000,000%. He did a lot of fucking shady shit to do that. You think people just willingly handed over their...
Who was he stealing from? I haven't heard of this.
I'll give you an example. So when he was, he started off fucking digging up for the oil and realized, hey, there's more money to be made. Okay? So he said, hey, this oil, after we dig it up, has to go in the fucking barrels, right? And get shipped. So he says, fuck it, I'm going to make enough money and I'm going to buy the barreling company. That way it's going to be cheaper for me, and then I can charge all the other places that are digging up crude oil. I can charge them higher for the barreling, and it's going to be cheaper for me, and it's going to be higher for them. And he ran them out of business. So then he took over those, and then he got the transportation industry. He said, why am I paying these trucks to run this shit back and forth when I can just buy up all the trucking and logistics supplies? And then the other companies that were still in existence, he charged them crazy ass rates to drive them out of business, and he took over all that. That's literally how he scaled his company, by taking over and outpricing all the competition, and he became the number one dog as far as oil refineries. And then he bought up all the oil refineries after that.
So, but those people sold him. They voluntarily.
They had no choice, Bima. They were going to go out of business. They had no choice.
Okay, and so then that's just a testament that it wasn't harming society that much. And they weren't to that point where they had to say, hold on, we need to get together. You think that the world, or even a nation, came together and said, hey, look, this guy is starting to buy stuff up. We have to make sure we don't sell to him. Otherwise, he's going to, put us all out of business. That doesn't even make sense for them to say, no, we're going to continue to sell to him.
They had no choice. It was either that or pay the crazy ass rates to barrel and transport the shit, which they couldn't afford. That would eat up all their profits. So they're pretty much turning oil for nothing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that in their poor business models or whatever that they were doing didn't work at the time. Yeah, sure, probably. But I'm saying that overall cost benefit was still in their favor. If they were able to sell out, then it was still in their favor. You're not going to sell out if it's not in your favor.
You have no choice. If you and I are in competition, right? Let's say we're in the same thing. Both of us are digging up crude oil, right? And I'm paying another company to barrel it, and Bima Oil Inc. says, fuck it, I'm buying up the barreling company. So the only way you can barrel your oil that you dig up, Sig Oil Incorporated, is to go through me now, go through Bima, because Bima owns it. Bima, you're going to, instead of me paying what I was paying, maybe 20 cents a barrel, you're going to start charging me $2 a barrel. There goes all my profit. I'm not in business, so I got two options. Either run my business into the ground, not making a profit, and I lose everything, or I go ahead and just sell it outright to you and at least have a little bit of profit.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. It was a poor business model. These were people that couldn't figure out how to partner with other people that come together with a bunch of other little guys like that, and then and make sure that you cut out Rockefeller and you don't do business with him. It was in their favor to do it until they reached that point that it was not in their favor because they were individually and poor business models, and then that was it. But if it came to a societal level, of course, no, you're not going to pay into something that's destroying your society.
But that's the thing. It happened because people didn't realize that business model, Bima. Nobody had ever seen that business model before. He created it, and by the time they realized what had happened, it was too late. He bought up everything.
Right, yeah, and that's true because we didn't have technology, we didn't have the ability to network and to connect and show and have the possibilities that we have today. And that's what's also very important to consider. We have an ability now that we didn't have during Rockefeller's time to connect, to be able to explore and make sure that people aren't getting too much and becoming too big. And we all as individuals would be, okay, look, we're not going to make sure we...
AKA, we have a government.
Yeah,
Right.
you understand.
Yeah, but the problem with the government, Uncle
We have a
Ruckus,
governmental body that does that. Well,
right, but
wow.
Uncle Ruckus, that's the problem though, because the government they're an arbitrary power. The people that are in government are just our normal, fucking average dumb neighbors. Okay,
Oh, so like the people you're talking about. So you said we have people that would ensure that this doesn't happen, and those normal, regular people that you think would ensure that it doesn't happen now work in government.
Hold on, no. But the difference is that those normal people get to create the thresholds and the boundaries by which they want to operate, right? And then they would be able to do those exchanges there. With the government makes those decisions, and that's my point.
But
It's not representative. It's not representative.
In a democracy or a republic that we live in, the government is the people. We vote for and elect these people.
Right.
It starts at the local level, right? If people are interested in that, the local level. And then from there, people work their way up, and then eventually we vote on a national election, right? Right? 100%. But there's a lot of moving parts to go into it, and all those people are regular fucking people that you may have went to school with, that you may have went to church with, that you may have played football and basketball and water polo with, right? 100%. Those are the people, right? So therefore, what you're advocating for and not even wanting to admit is exactly what you have now, even though you may not like the way it's going.
No, not at all. And that's exactly what I was just trying to say. The difference is us as, and Alan, I see that you're trying to talk. I'll just get this out. The difference is that the representative government was one of the biggest scams ever in the history, to think that you're actually being represented by a person or a couple people at different levels. These are individuals. The best that you could do is, even if you were to explicitly say, I want this person, and to say that they win, okay, the person that you choose, to say, I want them to represent me because I generally like their principles. So their principles are probably going to align with everything that's going to happen across any type of legislation, any type of positions that they're going to take. They're generally we're going to be in alignment, right? That's like best case scenario. But the fact is that it comes down to a two-party system. Because the best that we've come up with is first past the post, which is whoever has the biggest gang gets to win. So the 51% of America is always going to be able to force their preferences on the other 49%. That's how. So 49% is always going to be unrepresented at any given time. Sometimes, where if you're in a situation or a location where there's a Democratic stronghold or a Republican stronghold, depending on what you believe, right? You're effed there are some cities and states that have voted like that forever, locally, whatever else. And even if you can get somebody that you personally want to get into office, there's no guarantee that they're going to make all the decisions that you want them to decide to make.
Why do you just like start and blackmail? Why do you do that? I think it's a horrible thing.
Hold on, Alan was gonna go. A-check. I'm sorry. I feel bad because I went a little. Wait, hold on. Alan was waiting. Please.
Horrible.
A-check. I apologize. Go ahead, Alan.
Well, you gotta be kidding me. You just did that.
He was waiting, A-check, and I felt bad because I went longer. Than I should have, and Alan has been clicking his mic. Please.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but A-check. Sadly, somebody gave
Trust me, I don't want to hear what this status ass has to say.
I'm going to try and inhabit my good mod habits. So I'll just say this. I heard the tail end of this. So if I missed a point, forgive me. I don't think there's anybody here who can go to the track and predict who the winner and losers are going to be every time. When it comes to businesses can turn on a dime. Suddenly they're up. The next thing you know, they're filing for bankruptcy. The government should not be involved in picking winners and losers. Period. Because the moment you allow the government to do that, guess what? You open up the doors of corruption. Well, gee, Bobby here donated $10 million to my campaign, and Bobby owns a car company. So we're going to put in legislation that favors him, and we're going to say that all the other car companies can't compete. That's the problem with it. As far as what you said about the government, I agree politicians are crappy people. The way you know a politician is lying is if his mouth is moving. Having said that, that's why we have the separation of powers. Because the founding fathers, who are also historians, looked back at history and said, yeah, people have a tendency to be corrupt. So therefore, we are going to have the separation of powers. Yeah, maybe democracy sucks. Maybe representative government sucks. It's still better than other forms of government. Do you want to go to communism, where you have no rights but what the state tells you can have? I don't think so. Considering I know people who've lived under Soviet rule, it sucks. Either that, or we go under a monarchy. By the way, Sweden, that wonderful model or is it Sweden or Switzerland, is still a monarchy. It's I forget what that parliamentary monarchy, whatever it's called, but it's still a monarchy. Yeah, so this is as good as it gets. I mean, unless we're going to have 350 million converge on Washington, D.C. and decide everything that has to be decided. No. And then as far as, you mentioned Rockefeller. He got rich because he provided a superior product that everybody wanted and everybody bought. Now, I'm not saying he was perfect, but he got really rich really quick because guess what? He was smarter than everybody else. Anyways, I've gone on a rant. I'm done. And now I've said my piece. Anybody can speak next, preferably Manfinity, because I like him.
I was going to say real quick, Beamer, too. You're talking about now we've got the technology and all that stuff. You understand Jeff Bezos is a modern day Rockefeller, and if you look up how many antitrust lawsuits they've been slapped with and lost because they've tried pulling that sneaky bullshit, and the government had to step in, bro, and slap Jeff Bezos around quite a few times to keep him out of that position. So, I mean, it's no way you cut it, Bima. We got so many examples, modern examples, that show government intervention did help. I'm not saying the government's an end-all, be-all, but you understand where we would be at if the antitrust laws of the FTC did not slap Jeff Bezos around when he needed to be slapped. We'd be fucked right now, Beamer.
Yeah, and I agree with that too. I'm not saying business is perfect either. Business will sell out your grandmother if they think they can get an extra buck out of it. But, the other opposite end is no good either.
Yeah, so just it's a healthy balance of government intervention and free market. But again, the people are the government. The way the system was set up, we control the government. It's just we've gotten so lazy, so preoccupied with dumb shit that doesn't matter. We forgot that it's our job to keep the government in line and keep the government in check. And this is why shit's falling apart. It's on us for feeding these corporations and not cutting off the money flow when it needs to be cut off, right? And then it's our fault for not keeping tabs on the government the way our forefathers designed the system to allow us to. So at the end of the day, it all comes back down to the citizens, Bima. It comes down to our laziness and complacency and prioritizing convenience over moral and principle and sustainment. That's just what it comes down to. But you need a healthy mix of both.
Hey, Sig, don't blame me. I blame you. personally.
Can't blame the black man, Alan. Yeah.
No. It has nothing
Can't blame black people, bro.
well, no, it has nothing to do with that. I blame you personally.
But I'm still black.
And everyone else should blame you. Now, as far as the black man, I don't want to go there, but yeah.
Well, I'm blaming white supremacy. Is everything?
There you go.
Every prophecy. I think
Definitely.
people agree with me on that one.
Yes.
I mean,
Are you white man, Alan? It's your fault.
it is
Sure,
my
Paul
fault.
Allen.
And the fact that all that secret free white man money that the government gives us that we don't tell you about, that we don't share it nicely. So yeah, I'm sorry. Forgive me. Let me throw myself upon the sword.
It's okay, Alan. Don't feel left out.
No.
Believe that me and my ancestors should go back to slavery. It's part of my bloodline.
You're already in slavery, Uncle Ruckus. I'm trying to get you out of it.
I could be wrong here, right? Sig, did she not say that me being a slave was in my blood? Right? Did she not say that, though? Right? So she is a white supremacist in everything that she said.
Why? Hold on. Wait, Uncle Ruckus, why did I say that, though? Hold on, but give it context. Do you remember why I said it?
She denied being a liberal, but all of her talking points are still liberal. Now, she's going to try to walk that one back because she got caught in it. See, Bima, you're excellent at trying to talk yourself out of shit, right? You probably trying to talk yourself out of a few tickets. Maybe it wasn't successful for you. Then you started hating the police when they wrote them for you. I get it. I know your personality type, right? So therefore, it's like you try to talk yourself out of shit because you talk yourself into a lot of shit, right? No issue. And I don't care, though. No problem. But you could be a white supremacist. You and Alan. Alan's not white supremacist. But anyway, however it goes, right? You and all the white supremacists that you believe are white supremacists, you guys are all in cahoots. You're the same boat. So don't try to sit there and give me some philosophical bullshit about how we're all slaves when you don't even understand how the system works clearly because we sat here and listened to you speak. So I mean, it's all good. It was a joke anyways, even though you were being a serious racist from me. So let's go ahead and leave it alone.
No, I was dead serious. I was dead serious. I was dead serious. But impress me, Uncle Ruckus. Listen, wait. I let you finish.
I don't want to hear your explanation of your racism.
I'm not trying. Trust me. I don't want to give you an explanation. I want you to impress me. I want you to impress me. I want you to impress me and prove to me that you remember why I said it. Impress me and prove to me why I said it. Impress me and tell us why I said it. Uncle Ruckus, do you remember why I said it? I guarantee you don't. Because you want to be intellectually dishonest. You want to be intellectually dishonest and you want to run with the victim card. Guess what? It ain't me, baby. I'm not going to give it to you. I'm not going to give it to you, and I'm not going to let you escape either. I'm not going to let you escape. Go ahead. Go.
Beeman, how do you feel about these allegations of racism?
She's a horrible person.
The allegations of racism. I've been called a racist before. It's not the first and not the last. Oh yeah, of course I've been called a racist before.
You're gonna be kidding me.
Yes.
You have like a psychological problem.
It's normal to
like me. I like darker than you. Or what do you call them?
Well, if you understand, like the different types of racism, structural racism, interpersonal racism. There's all these different races. If you're born white into a system of white supremacy, you are by definition an agent of racism, right? Okay. But anyway, that's not my point. I'm not going to deflect. Beaver, to answer your question, I would love for Uncle Ruckus to be an intellectually honest person and tell us why I said that. Why did I say that to you, Uncle Ruckus?
Because I pissed you off and you wanted
No. Be specific. Be specific. Be specific.
The reason why.
Be specific. Be specific, Uncle Ruckus. Let's be honest.
Be Pacific.
That was specifically.
Be Pacific. Did I say Pacific?
I'm telling you, you need to say Pacific.
I pissed you because I'm black. I'm ignorant, right? So however it goes, right?
I do hold black men accountable that want to participate in the white supremacy.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest with you. I do have a trigger for black men. Hold on. I'm being honest. I
I particularly have a pet peeve
The whole
with
kid.
black men that have no problem saying, "Oh, everything's fine."
Right.
Inside of the white supremacist,
Right.
yes, I have an issue with
So
it.
a white
Yes, I
woman
do.
is telling me that
I
white
absolutely do.
I
I absolutely do.
Crazy.
People, specifically black men that want to perpetuate the system of white supremacy, I do have an issue with you. You are one of my biggest. You are one of my biggest pet peeves. I'll never understand it. Picking up the tool of the oppressor. Picking up the tool of the oppressor. And oh
to
yeah.
learn something from her white ass.
And Ruckus.
I don't listen to you, cracker bitches.
Uncle Ruckus, can I send you a book?
Okay, you know
No, I
what?
can't read.
Guys,
Does anyone have Uncle Ruckus? Uncle Ruckus, no, I'm dead
Yeah,
serious. Can I
wait,
send you a
wait.
book?
No, I can't read.
can't read either.
No, I'm dead serious. I'm dead
I'm dead
serious.
serious, I can't read.
It's a book by Larkin Rose. I can send it to if someone else has your address in here. I can send it to them and they can forward it to you. And look in my bio, Uncle Ruckus. I want you to look at something in my bio. There's a link, and it's called the Jones Plantation Film. These are this is my network of my people. This is the Jones Plantation Film. I would pay. I can give you. I'll cash up you the money right now if you watch that film. It's like $10. If you watch that, and tell me what you think about it. All I want, I'll do it right now. If you promise to watch it, I'll cash up you the 10 right now, and all you gotta do is watch it, and then we just talk about it. That's it. That's all that I'll ask.
Uncle, don't
And I'll send you a book. It's by Larkin Rose, okay? Because I have a lot of them. I want boxes of them, and I give them out to people I care about. Okay? I will send you a brand new book, right? And send you this book. I'll put it in the mail tomorrow.
All right. We heard that.
I don't care about none of y'all. I'm talking to Uncle Ruckus.
Speaking.
Uncle
Yeah,
Ruckus.
now I'm speaking to everybody, including Uncle Ruckus. I'm going to embody my 1990s, early 2000s left-wing hippie, new age self right now. And Uncle Ruckus, I'm sorry, but if slavery is in your DNA, you need to embrace your authentic self, which is a real thing. Because as you know, being authentic is the most truthful thing you can be. So if slavery
December 18th at 2:30 in the fucking morning, I never thought I'd see the day where white people are trying to lecture me about black racism and slavery.
That's right.
This is fucking
Wake
crazy.
it up.
Yes.
This is
Wait, well, maybe
absolutely
you're not doing a good enough job,
This
Uncle
is
Ruckus.
absolutely
The
nuts.
system
You know
is
what I mean?
fine.
Absolutely nuts. I'm going to tell Alan and Bima the same shit. I don't need any lectures from you guys about anything to do with my
Yeah, but we're different because I'm not a statist.
Thank you.
I'm not a
You
statist.
guys can be quiet about the subject.
Uncle Ruckus, will you watch the film?
Yo, Alan's trying to talk. Let Alan finish it.
Yeah, thank you. I can't yell over you guys.
I'm not going to sit here and let this fucking white man try to tell me about embracing slavery. No, dog.
Let
I understand that we
Uncle,
free speech and shit, but you can't cool all the way out, dog. You got to stand for something.
Uncle Ruckus, chill, man. Let Alan go, and then Incel's been waiting.
Yeah, but can Alan stop speaking to me about anything? To tell Alan
You
stop
can't
talking.
control people speaking to you. Just mute up and don't respond.
Uncle.
I'm gonna go ahead and keep speaking to him. So
Turn
they
your
have to
volume
kick me out the
down.
fucking room or I'll leave. They come out.
Uncle.
Big man tell me about fucking racism.
Uncle.
I don't give a fuck what you gotta say, Alan. Just please leave it alone. Be mature enough to do that. I don't need to hear it. Everything else says, keep me out the fucking room then. I don't give a fuck. I'm not gonna listen to this guy. I will not give him the opportunity to speak to me. So I'm gonna be interrupted.
Okay, there's your opportunity, Alan. You got it, and then Incel goes next.
Thank you. Uncle, you didn't let me finish to put the cap of sarcasm and irony on what I was saying. Okay? The idea, that Dima's trying to tell you to embrace your slavery DNA, in my opinion, is pretty ridiculous. And I was using that as an example to point out the idiocy of that idea. Now, maybe you agree with her, I don't know. But no, I'm not trying to lecture you. I'm trying to pretend to be someone on the left who has the audacity to lecture you about that. So that's what I was saying. Now, maybe there's still something wrong in what I said. Please come up and let me know what you think. Okay, I'm going to try. All right, well, now, there you go, invite to speak, okay? I hope I didn't offend you.
All right, and so you got the mic, man. Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
What's up, Skull? Merry Christmas, yo. Merry Christmas, everybody in the group. Merry Christmas.
Hello, Christmas. Beautiful. Hello, Christmas.
Yeah, I think government intervention is better. And actually, I'm a big proponent of like UBI. I think it's way better than believing in the free market, because we're never gonna really have a free market. And if we do, it's gonna get dominated by a few players. So it's like, why play this game of like trying to always push for a free market? Just let's get our $3,000 of UBI, and if you want to work more and you earn less than 80K, then yeah, go for it. But once you make up over 80K, I don't feel like you deserve government help. Because only 20% of people, in my opinion, are productive in the economy. So let's just automate shit fast and let's collect our welfare checks, and let's actually enjoy life and work on our passion.
Yeah, but what if I don't want to pay for other people's income, bro? I don't want my money taken away from me and paying for other people who can't cut it, can't figure out a way to make more money. And so, what do you gotta say to that?
The reality is the most productive people in the economy are like 20%. So most people think they actually are, giving out their money to the government. A lot of people actually get their money back. Like the government doesn't use the money of like 50% of Americans. Like the other 50%, yeah, there is some they use, but it's mainly just 20% that's like funding the taxable. So it's like, let's fund and support our most productive. Let's give them government help as much as possible. Let's let them get their freaking corporate welfare, and let's collect that $3,000 welfare, and let's acknowledge it, because it's already happening. Why try to be delusional to the reality? Like, if you think your money shouldn't go there, so what? It already does go there. Like, what's next?
Yeah, but how much of it goes there? That's the point. That, I mean, I can be generous to a point, and I believe, there but for the grace of God go I. But at the same time, nobody likes being told what they are supposed to do, period. And maybe there are some who justify it, that, oh yes, I want to give to charity, and I want the government to do it. Great. You can do that. But most of us don't, and most people, if they earn $1, they want to keep $1. And they don't like being told, well, you have to give up 85% of it because Bobby and Billy over there don't want to work, as one example. So yeah, we're already doing it, but to what degree? That's the degree is the argument that we are having in the debate that is going on in government right now.
Yeah, the thing is, we're gonna have oligarchs, and moving forward, we're gonna have even bigger oligarchs. So let's actually fund them, put money into them, let them get corporate welfare. And most normies are just useless. They already work like useless mid-tier jobs. When a lot of jobs get automated, you might as well just pay people. Like there's a lot of people in the economy right now that get gifts. It's not just baristas. There's guys in the military that get gifts. A lot of guys in the military don't deserve the paychecks they're getting, but they get gifts, through like a Patriot network. Their dad probably hooked them up. Like a lot of people get gifts in different places of the economy. So let's acknowledge that, dude. Like, why are we LARPing? Like, what do you mean my tax money? You're not that important. Most of the money you put into the government, they give it back to your state. Like,
yeah, but I'm important enough for you to take money that I've worked hard for to earn, so I must be important enough. And so where you want to use my money, you know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah,
you can't take my money and then call me not important.
Now we're getting cut. We're basically like we're not getting the good end of the straw. Like, if we're already gonna have corporate welfare, we are gonna bail out major corporations. There's nothing we can do about it. It's a reality.
But people have a problem with that, though. That's one of the.
Okay, what's your solution that you think is better? That other countries are doing.
Let's just have an honest system where the weak sink and the strong survive. And if you want to come up, you have to work your ass off and figure a way to do it. That's how it used to be in this country before government got involved and all this debt, this system built on debt and all this bullshit, man. It used to be straight dollar for dollar.
What year is this?
shit before the 1930s.
Do you know what type of America, like, dude, like, you're talking about a time where people were getting exploited. Like, we're talking about freaking robber barons, and even like the biggest free market proponents are putting regulations on these dudes. Like, it doesn't work. You have to acknowledge the reality. We're gonna have these big techno oligarchs, and they have to exist for us to live a first world quality of life. We're not gonna have a dog eat dog world. We don't need that. How is it fun to have a dog eat dog world? We don't have the same IQ.
That's not my problem. You having a low IQ, you not being able to figure out how to put food on your table is not my problem. It's just not.
The reality it is, bro.
Okay, then cash at me $100 right now. Cash at me $100 right now so I can get groceries for me and my wife. Actually, $150. I got the baby now.
Dude, I make like $2,000. I don't have a lot of money. Like,
no. I don't care. No. Based on what you said, cash at me $150 right now. And if it's not that big,
that's not what you're taking. That's not what I said.
Okay, then what are you trying to advocate?
I'm saying
all I hear you advocating is robbing one person, taking money out of their paycheck that they worked hard for, and helping somebody else out.
Yeah, but alright. I think you misunderstood what I said.
No, well, restate it then so I can understand, because I want to try to understand your point.
I don't think it's going to happen right now, but in like 20 to 25 years, I think most jobs are going to be automated, and most people are going to be already on UBI, or the government has to create new jobs for these people to work in. And I feel like instead of trying to just push people to work jobs that they don't like and aren't that productive, I think people getting $3,000 a month is better, and then the rest of the money investing that into major corporations that can push us forward and our country forward. Let's give corporate welfare to our major corporations. They need it. That's the only way you can compete in the global economy. China does it for their companies. We already do it for our companies. Let's just give them a little bit more and let us get our welfare. And for the dudes that want to work, go work.
You understand China's economy is a house of cards, bro. You understand their economy is failing right now. They got the big boost. They got the big boost from they got the big boost from overseas trading and commerce, and now they're running themselves into a rut. China has a horrible fucking economy right now.
Like they have issues in real estate, but they're still doing like an era growth.
Wait, something slipped by that we all didn't catch, except for me. Why does the government have to do that? Can't businesses? It seems to me that, this may be a simplistic example, but when the automobile came along, there were a crap load of people working in stables who lost jobs, but then other jobs were created. Now we're sitting on the beginning of this AI revolution. We don't know what jobs are going to be created, but let's not, just have this knee-jerk reaction. The government has to save us. The government has to save us. No, maybe we can save ourselves, and maybe in the process of that changing economy and changing technology, corporations, individuals using their creative abilities and incentivized by the promise of profit will discover other avenues of income for all of those useless people you're talking about. And the problem will be solved, not by some government dictating from the top down, but by individuals and dare I say it, diversity that individuals bring to the United States or any other country for that matter. Oh God, I can't believe I just said that. I feel like I need to take a shower. Feel so unclean. But I think this is the problem with the left. It always wants the government to solve all our social and financial ills. And the government sometimes is equipped to do that, but often is the worst entity in which to solve those problems, especially when it comes to social ills. It has helped some. But remember, I grew up, and I'm sorry, I'll land on this. I grew up in the 60s. the wave of liberalism was supposed to solve it. It gave the promise of solving all of our social problems. And yet here we are 60 years later. And the same people who push this narrative are now saying that life is horrible, that 77 million people who voted for Trump are racist, and you have people like, is she even here? You have people saying that black people are still slaves in this day and age. Well, if that is true, if we accept that, then I think it's time to stop using government solutions and the solutions that liberalism proposed in the 1960s, because by their own admission, they failed. It's time for government to get out of all of it.
Alan, you know,
No, actually, it's actually true. Like when you see it and stuff, like, well, you're like, these people, horrible what they're doing. Like, I think a lot of people don't understand. I think that maybe this will come up in the next 20, 30 years or something like that. Have you ever seen women and men with those SSRI eyes? They look demonic. They look terrible. Look, Rob Reiner's son. He looks like horrible. He looks like a demon, you know. About to stab his own father. I think people like that need to wake up to whatever the hell is happening. These people look demonic, and they're sick people, and that's what happens. And every time I've like met a woman before that was like on this medication and all these pills, you know, they have those hands. I call them the crocodile hands, you know. They put their hands together when they're like doing it in front of their fucking car, like the video that they do. It's horrible. Like, these chicks are like overweight, clearly, fat, clearly. Nobody wants them. And they like put their hands together in front of their cars. It's like ridiculous. And it's like they do it like in front of TikTok and everything, and they were like, well, yeah, this guy didn't want anything to do with me. And I'm like, clearly, because she's overweight. And people don't understand, this is a mental illness epidemic that's going on everywhere in the whole entire world, not even the United States. It's here in Australia, it's in the United Kingdom where I went to, it's in Norway, it's everywhere. It's just a hellhole, what's going on. So they will sit in their car and they will record their videos having a mental breakdown. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Horrible people. But it happens, you know. And I wish it's gonna change, but it's terrible. And no government can introduce this and everything else like that. I just think it's the first step. I think Rush Limbaugh said it the best way. He said it true, like I want to say it again. Feminism was the best way to getting fat, ugly women to become into the mainstream. And he was correct, and it's absolutely true, especially with TikTok. 100% true. It's true. And these people, they come into the mainstream so ugly, so overweight, and now they can have people watching their videos and everything else like that. It's true. Because before that, nobody gave it.
Just horrible.
Because you cannot be like 400 pounds as a woman. It's horrible. Terrible people.
True.
And it's true, yeah. 100%.
It's a correlation on like fat women and what we're talking about.
And now they just go on TikTok and they're like, well, yeah, I'm in my car and everything else. I'm like, yeah, that's not how it works. So these are horrible people.
200 pounds, 300 pounds.
You guys hate fat girls more than like pedophilia. Like, I don't get.
Bro, fat chicks are such horrible people. I mean, how are you supposed? How are you fat? You know, like why?
How tall are you, by the way?
6'4".
6'4". You're probably ugly too. I don't believe you're
100%.
handsome.
I'm 100% ugly and 6'4".
Yeah, look, you can get body shamed yourself. Like, why are you gonna body shame fat people? We're talking about. Like,
bro, fat people are disgusting.
Fat people body shame themselves.
Stop eating, bro. Like, it's not a big deal. Like, I hate.
No,
this.
but they.
You know what I hate the most? Like, incel. You know what I hate the most? Because these people are like, well, yeah. If you're fat, stop eating. It's a simple solution. Stop eating.
But what have they done? Fat chicks are pretty nice. They're not even the root things.
Stop eating, bro. Stop eating, bro. We're sick of these people. These people are disgusting. They're horrible people. They're disgusting. They're just bad.
They're not disgusting.
And
they're
stop eating. Like
They're demonic.
my generation, bro.
Some people are
You
demonic.
remember our generation?
They're not horrible. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Have you ever sat
No, I'm
next
just
to him on
talking
an airplane?
But do you remember our generation? These women used to claim like, yeah, I'm 324 pounds and I'm
What
just
city do you
beautiful
live in?
and everything else like that before Ozempic and everything else like, and I'm like, fuck off. Nobody likes it because you're fat. You just think like that because of like body positivity and all that bullshit. Nobody likes fat chicks. Nobody likes fat men. It's a whole lie that was
city do you
gave
live
to
in?
them since they were kids. It's horrible. I don't understand why people do this to different people. Horrible thing you guys do.
What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
I'm telling you because like you people fell for it, and your generation should have been like, if a girl is weighing more than 300 pounds, you should have been like, you're fat, you're
Dude, I
overweight,
can't buy a
go
house
to the
and
gym.
talk about
But your generation of men were like, well,
Those
you
days,
know,
people
like,
able to own houses.
it's not the worst thing at all
We're
whatsoever.
talking
Like,
about liberalism
maybe
and
like,
buying a house.
There's a lot of fat girls.
Wait a
who
second.
can't make money.
No,
Like,
your
It's about
generation of men
liberalism
failed us
and buying
because
a house. What is he talking about?
no. Your generation of men failed us because your generation of men gave these fat chicks confidence.
I
If
can
a
tell you have a
woman is
listener
more than
what you thought,
300 pounds, just
Yeah,
tell
do
them it's
you
fine.
have a wife
Probably
or a
a-
You
girlfriend?
failed us. You men were like, well,
Do
yeah, you're
you
okay.
have a
Now,
girlfriend?
wait a second. Now you have women that are like
It's
300 pounds
either
and then
yes
things
or
are like
no.
fucking like Queen Bee and everything else like that. You failed us. You should have told us she was fat from the get go, but you
This
were
is a
like,
guy that doesn't have a woman.
you were cocked. You were cocked by the woke generation of women that you have. So I don't respect. You know, horrible people. You should have just told them straight away. You have women that like -10. They think
Wow.
they're like 10. Horrible. Just tell them the truth. Should have done the truth. Now we have to tell the truth, and now they start crying. You know, horrible thing
He
you guys
sounds
did.
real single.
Yeah. He is.
I'm not single. See, this is the
A-check,
stereotype because
I
you
can't.
guys are such bitch ass
A-
pussies. And you're like,
A-check,
well,
I
you sound
cannot-
single. Bro, your generation of
A-check.
men fucked up so much. You're like,
Dude,
yeah,
someone
you
fucked
sound
husband,
single.
what
I'm
are
like,
you talking
yeah,
about?
no, we're not.
So,
The
This
reason why we're not single because we're not going to settle. Wait a second.
A-check.
The
you
reason
sound
why
like a fucking social worker.
Wait,
Settle down.
But
He does sound like a social worker.
let me reply to this, brother.
I can't.
The reason why-
I
the
can't.
reason why we're not
A-check.
single because
A-check. I can't let this heresy continue. You're
I
not
have
going
to
to get.
reply to this.
I cannot let it continue.
Horrible.
You are not going to get the G, H, I, and J cup titties on a woman that only weighs 110 pounds. You just can't. We need those big women for those big titties. So stop your heresy. This is an abomination. I just cannot take it. We got to have them big titties. Okay? All right? That's just the way it is. Thank you. Thank you, A-check.
Liberalism didn't fail, by the way, Alan.
You have a Democratic Party saying that if you voted for Trump, you're a racist. Did it solve? In this day and age, that's the message. How many times did Hillary Clinton say that conservative voters, not the politicians, the voters themselves, were terrible, deplorable? How many times did Joe Biden
So
attack MAGA?
you're switching from the person in 1600 Pennsylvania to the voters?
No, they did. They're the ones.
Wait, Alan, let's not act like MAGA is
They're
like.
the ones who called MAGA people, the MAGA voters, terrible people.
But dude, let's not act like they're not racist though. Like, you have Elon talking about the great replacement. Like, come on. It isn't some conspiracy theory.
Catalyst. No. I was on the left in 2016. I remember distinctly the call was anybody who voted for Trump had to be a racist. That was the message going out throughout the Democratic Party.
Well, Alan, if you look at what's taken place since January, we have the assault on the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the assault on the 1965
No, that's
Voting
fake
Rights Act.
news. Don't come here like with
the
the bullshit.
1968 Fair Housing Act. You have right now Roberts toying with kicking off the last stand of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act.
Bro, that's such fake news, bro. Don't you stop lying for a good girl.
I don't lie.
Such a liar. People like you can't listen to horrible people. You can't even stop lying to horrible people. You don't even know what
I got it, A-check. I got it.
Have right now on the court.
Right now, you're a bullshit.
You have Louisiana. You have Alabama, Louisiana case going on right now.
Cares.
Yeah, I know.
I care. Because my parents fought for this in the '60s, so I care.
Yeah, no, they didn't
you know
fight for this. They didn't fight for you to be a retard.
As an American,
and make some money. They
probably
didn't
just
fight for
got
you to be a
here.
retard.
As an American,
Yeah, so A-check, bro, you gotta let Catalyst finish, man. I know you disagree.
He's such a fucking liar. All
Yeah,
people
as an American,
horrible people.
A-check, don't do that to me, bro. Like, seriously, man, you gotta chill, bro. You gotta let people get their shit out, and then you can rebut it, man. But you gotta give people a chance to speak what they gotta speak. Go ahead, Catalyst.
Yeah,
as an American
Catalyst.
And United States veteran
Jeez,
of
am
this
I
country.
not heard? And Catalyst, 1 second. And A-check. I really don't like when Catalyst is speaking, he's making a point. I really don't like when people just respond with an insult or ad hominem attack. I would like to respond to him as well. But if you're going to respond, say something, don't just attack him personally. Anyways, go ahead, Catalyst.
My points were military veteran who's laid on the line for this country from my parents who I grew up, was born in the 60s, I think in the 80s, fought under Reagan and then a few incidents afterwards. When I hear right, left, center, the lines of what a political party is using its propaganda to vote is actually not what it is. The reasons why I don't like the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania is because he is a criminal felon and his actions have shown it this year. Before I looked at his actions when he was a private citizen, what he's done all my lifetime. So it's not. And do I think he is anti-black, racist? I think he is pro for him, and anything that doesn't look like him, he is not for. But both parties have the exact same anti-blackness. But what I see is taking place right now with the current occupant of 1600 Pennsylvania is he's directly knocking off the underpinnings of the things that my parents were arrested for: dog bites, water hose, Jim Crow, the things they fought for. So my siblings and I could be a part of a more perfect union. And I see it directly taking place at warp speed with the acolytes that he's put around him, to the point where voting, civil, economic, the underpinnings are being kicked out all over the place. So now where my grandchildren will have I do well, so they'll be fine economically, but other children will have a more challenging time. And there seems to be a massive silence from the other side of the aisle that seems to be just simply okay with this as an American who is a vet.
Yeah, I think Alan's he's kind of older. I don't think he's on Twitter. We're not talking about regular, it's not even 2017 MAGA. We're talking about people that want to repeal the Hart-Stiller Act and deport 100 million people. That's literally big ideas right now that are popular.
Yeah, I am older, which means I've seen a lot more than anybody else on this stage. So, Catalyst, first, let me say, I am if I say anything, I am not discounting your perception and your viewpoint. I also recognize I doubt anything I could say is going to change your mind. So, first of all, I don't want to get into a heated debate. Though, if Sig, you want us to, because it'll bring in more people, I'm glad to do it as long as Catalyst is going on. But I think I've had enough of that lately. So, joking aside, you know, yes, your parents fought for all of those things. And what happened to your parents was wrong. But other people fought for it too. Now, maybe they didn't experience the same thing you did or your parents did, but it was the rest of the country who said, yes, those things are wrong. So we are also going to work to try and stop those injustices. Now, I'm not putting any extra virtue on myself, but I think we can acknowledge that with black people and being a minority in this country, that it took the rest of the country or a majority of the country to co-sign into what the civil rights was fighting for.
Yeah, that wasn't Alan. That's bullshit.
Okay.
Slaves
All right.
fought for their
No,
own
it isn't
freedom.
bullshit.
No white man fought. No, the North and the South, they fought over economics and over whether the South was going to see the civil rights. Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that what happened. Slaves fought for their own freedom. No.
Okay.
North and South were a bunch of white supremacists.
You're saying
born
no
into the white
man.
supremacist system, and they fought for their
So you're
own
saying
freedom.
no
The
white
South
man
and the
fought
North were
for the
bullshit.
blacks' freedom.
They never had
So
freedom and
not a
justice in
single
mind.
white man. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, sure, there might be one. There might be one or two sprinkled in, but it wasn't largely. Yeah, it wasn't. That wasn't largely what the civil rights war, the Civil War was about, and it's not what happened. It was over economics. It was over whether the South was going to see. It was over whether the Union was going to be dismantled because the South wanted slavery and the North wanted to maintain
you're
it. That's the
grandstanding now.
truth.
Like we got your
Okay,
point.
well that's it. That's all I wanted to say.
Good.
Everything that our family, our black family fought for, they fought for the damn selves.
I'm sorry. What was the percentage
Freed themselves.
of black Americans in the United
Yeah, I'm right.
States
They did.
in 1965? What was the percentage of black Americans in the United States in 1965? 10%, 11, 13, 14%? If every black American voted for civil rights in 1965 and every white person was against it, it never would have passed. So let's deal with reality. Say thank you to the white man for giving you, for supporting you, and recognizing, because the majority of white people
For seeing you as a human being. Thank you for seeing me as a human being.
Yes.
Alan, what the fuck?
Say thank you.
Luckily, every white man didn't get their head fucking blown off. I would have fucking Malcolm X that motherfucker all day.
Okay. In any event.
Hey, Alan.
In any event.
You're
welcome. Yes.
Alan, you want to go back to, so if you recall, from 1619 to 1776, when this place formed, it was very different. From 1776 to 1865 was the Holocaust of African enslavement in this country. From 1865 to about 1877, during Reconstruction and whatnot, that's when the number of the first Civil Rights Act of 1865, Section 81 was put in effect. We had from 1877 years of Jim Crow, of forced segregation, of forced what took place. Going back to 1865. I mean, the whole war, the North and the South. The reason why Lincoln, people get this mixed up. It was about economics, Alan. If you remember history, the South, Jefferson Davis wanted to sell its vegetables and its plants to France because France
Okay,
was poor.
okay,
If you remember,
What I remember
if
is
you remember,
Lincoln.
if Lincoln said to the Jefferson Davis, "No, you can't do that. We want to sell our cattle and our beef," and Jefferson Davis said no, and Lincoln said, "If you do that, we're going to take away your workers that are enslaved." It was about economics, Alan, never about altruism of white people. It was 100% about economics in 1865.
Yeah.
Like, we're like, have you guys gone to college?
He's right. He's right. He was about economics.
It was about economics. It was
Do some research on why.
about
Do some research on why Great Britain ended slavery, and the United States was following that same model.
And then if you get to if you get to 1964, that's a totally different time. But remember, it was 100 years of Jim Crow from 1877 to 1964.
That's right. It is a different time, and
Where you
so
had
we
black
enacted.
codes, and you
Thank
had
you,
folks,
thank you.
and so
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
a lot going
all
on.
of those things. All of those things.
And
yes.
you talked
so
about
those
how many black
laws
people
were
were
okay.
being
I think
sentenced in
my
1965.
Yeah, I think my mic is low. But yes, we had all of those things. So civil rights and other laws were created to right the wrongs and injustices that happened to black people. That's it.
You know what happened after
Yeah,
the
so
civil
no,
rights?
I'm
Do
still
you know what happened
talking.
after the civil
I'm
rights?
still talking.
Again, all
I'm
white
still
economic.
talking.
It was all
I'm still
propaganda.
talking.
Do
I'm
you know
still
how many
talking.
thousands
I
of
am
black
still
Americans
talking.
lost their jobs?
I am still talking. Okay. Now, where was I? Yes, okay. Now, how long does that need to go on for? Because I remember affirmative action. I remember college professors of mine who said, yes, I am a product of affirmative action. And you know what? That was a good thing. I think that was a good thing. What I also think is a good thing is that it not go on forever. That's what I think. And what metric are we going to use to decide whether or not those things continue? I don't know. But I don't think we should use racism is prejudice plus power and redefine it, because it seems like every 5 years or so, the left is redefining what racism is, what prejudice is, what all of these things are. And I think maybe we can have a discussion if we're not being overly emotional about when these things should end. Because we're also looking at a country, forgive me, but I remember seeing the graphic. It's like the total length of slavery in the world, and it's like a line, say 10 inches long, and then the amount of slavery in the United States, and it's a line less than an inch long.
It's about retressing. You got the Indian land grab. You got President Andrew Jackson's Indian Removal Act. You got the Dawes Act of 1870.
Okay.
You got the Holocaust of enslavement of the Africans. You got the Jim Crow laws.
Look, I suddenly centered myself in this.
You got the white terrorism, the Klan. You got the Hamitic myth. Sharecropping. You got compromise of 1877.
I know.
So when you ask how long should it end, it has never ended. You got the Homestead Act of 1865. You got the labor union movement.
Are those laws legal today?
Yeah, you got the Asian Exclusion Act of 1890.
Yeah, and
you got Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896.
You have fair housing laws that erase all of anything having to do with housing.
It did not, because things are still redlined in 2025, sir.
Yeah. Guess what?
But they're redlined in the opposite direction. What city? I was just looking at an article about that. There's a city being sued right now. I forgot what city. I'll look it up real quick. But yeah, they actually the housing, they actually were approving blacks and denying whites for.
Sir, in 2001, I worked as a software developer for a company that actually dictates what the rules of lending are going to be based on ethnicity. And B of A, about 12 top banks all use the same software to put in redlining depending on ethnicity, still taking place in 2025.
Can I
What are we talking about?
The code accounted for slavery, like in the code, it was actually written on the line that.
Can you all hear me?
Oh yeah, but I was talking. Hold on a second.
Can
you were saying the code in the software was?
Yes, I hear you.
Are you saying the code in the software was literally doing an if condition of the ethnicity to then approve the loan? Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And it never was broadcast in all the major media markets?
Never broadcasted. Still not broadcasted.
Wow.
Only black person in the entire company. Company called Capital Strength.
Man, you could have blown that whole thing wide open if you had just gotten
that creates software for loan and leasing for large banks for the decisioning as to who they're going to loan money to for housing and for commercial properties. It still takes place today in 2025.
And is underwriting done by automatic means?
No.
So you still have a person there who makes the decision.
There are human beings that are making decisions to economically bankrupt a whole class of individuals. And you mentioned something, Alan. Black Americans are not minorities in the United States. There are, 13, 14%? I think in America, there are only 3% Jews, so not minorities. I'm talking about, but as far as economic, there's an entire playbook to make sure Black Americans stay economically depressed in perpetuity. That's the redress I'm talking about. That needs to be addressed.
I wanna ask a question.
No.
Like,
This guy
just
Check. Let Christian go. Let Christian go. He's new to the stage.
Okay. So there was something that was said that was just totally factually incorrect. And I don't know where that ideology came from about why the Ohio Republicans, who were the authors of the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, which were all Lincoln disciples, what was the reason that they ended slavery? It was not about profit. I mean, this whole premise is just so factually wrong. It was a moral opposition. It was because of religious and humanitarian beliefs. It was because of abolitionist communities. It was also political strategy, and then the dynamics of the Civil War, and it was more so about the positioning of the country. And if you do any history about the authors, the actual authors of the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, you will find that these men were vehemently against slavery, and so much as being vehemently against slavery, but they actually added enforcement against the states from continuing slavery even after the end of slavery, which is the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, which today is Section 1983, which is what all these ridiculous groups, from the LGBTQs to the unions and all the aliens who claim that their civil rights are being violated, it was intended for black people. That's what it was intended for. But even today, they walk into federal court and even state courts alleging that their civil rights have been violated. It's total abomination. But again, you can thank the Democrats for that. But then the other piece of this is that the Democrats, who historically not only voted against the 13th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 15th Amendment, voted against the Civil Rights Acts.
Those aren't the same
The
Democrats.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are.
The Dixie
Yes,
Democrats,
they are.
the whole thing changed.
I don't need your help. I don't need your help.
I'm giving you history.
I don't need your help.
Because you're factually incorrect.
Can you mute
That was the Dixie Democrats.
Can you mute up?
Talking about people. Things changed after LBJ.
Can you mute up?
You don't understand that, right?
Can you mute up?
Do you know things change?
Can you mute up?
Can you apply the
Can
change?
you mute up? Thank you. The premise of all of the nonsense that we've heard for decades about how the quote parties switched, end quote, when you start dissecting all of these so-called political parties that switched or that got into a room in a back door or private conference to officially switch or change parties, it never happened. There was no switching of parties. You had not even more than a handful of politicians, such as people like Strom Thurmond, who were racist, that were playing, dirty games with trying to appear that they were switching parties or switching sides. So there was no switching of parties. And when you start digging deeper into folks' political leanings, you begin to find out what the real reason was for one or two or three or four people switching parties. So I mean, it is that is another once again fallacy that people continue to say, even to the year 2025, after we have seen so much of the media, the perpetuation of I mean, which the Democrats even admit that their media blitzes from the 1960s was propaganda and illusion and fantasy. I mean, so it's just it's getting to a point where when you continue to hear these lies over and over and over, it starts to become like it's like a conundrum, because you're like, it's like you know that historically that people who listen to these lies, which they've actually come out and admitted that they were sorry for putting out these lies in things like the Cosmopolitan and the abortion movement, the Roe from Roe v. Wade. I mean, it really, to me, it's just ironic that in 2025 we have to listen to the same exact lies about what happened in history, knowing the fact that the same people who were lying about abortion, who were about the benefits of immigration, who were lying about the criminal justice system, lying about the Violence Against Women Act, all these people lying about the LGBTQ, lying about the base of marriage, lying about and then go further back, lying about the Second the Second Amendment. The same people lying to the public.
All right, enough with the filibustering.
It's not filibustering.
It's total filibustering. Let's get some facts here.
Outright lying.
The Dixiecrat movement was very huge. If you recall, Strom Thurmond in 1948, a Dixiecrat presidential candidate, switched his party to the Republican Party in '64 as a direct opposition to the Civil Rights Act. So I have no idea what you're talking about. The passage of the Civil Rights Act in '64, signed into law by Democrat President Lyndon Baines Johnson, was the primary catalyst, while many Southern Democrats felt betrayed by the National Party's embrace of civil rights. The Southern strategy, Republican strategist, notably Richard Nixon in '68 and '72 campaigns, implemented a Southern strategy that used coded language, dog whistling, and policies to appeal to white Southern voters disaffected by racial integration and the Democratic Party's leftward swing on social issues. I have no idea what you've read or who taught you or what you listened to, sir.
Yeah,
but it's just simply inaccurate.
Not only that, but also if morality was sufficient, we wouldn't have required a war to happen between the North and the South. We wouldn't have required to have Jim Crow laws last for nearly a century. We wouldn't have required Civil Rights Act movements. If morality was sufficient, things would have happened and changed a long time ago. There was arguments that were being made in regards to the abolishment of slavery and humanity of the black community and stuff like that significantly much prior to any actual change manifesting in the laws of the country. So to sit here and argue that economics was not the major factor that played a role in that, just look at how the country just developed from an economy that depended on human labor to industrializing and just having machines carry the whole thing. It just became the human cost of just having slave in and of itself became just costly to carry out. Not only that, but also you had a significant period of time from the moment of the industrialization of that or the abolishment of slavery per se, all the way down to the early 80s and 90s and up until 2000 until today, where we have remnants of many laws and things that were passed around that carried out till this day. We have settlements that happened as recent as 2011, 2012 in regards to certain banks like Bank of America that had to settle out with $300+ million where they were clear and explicitly discriminating against black people who have applied for mortgages and loans and things like that.
With Wells Fargo last year.
Yeah. So and
why did they have to settle? Why did they have to settle?
Go read it, brother. Go do a Google search.
I'll tell you why. Because there is a law by which it is illegal to do what they did. So therefore, like any other thing that is illegal, from murder to theft to larceny to extortion to rape to sexual assault, people are going to do it.
I agree.
Congratulations.
No, Alan, I agree.
Congratulations.
I agree with you, but you're missing the point.
No, no, you're missing the point.
I'll tell you what I brought
You expect people to somehow, the government and laws are going to make people perfect.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
They never
Here's
will.
why I brought that up.
Name the law that says I can go in, that a black man can go in, and it is legal for me to discriminate against that.
Okay, Alan, the people's proclivity. No problem about people's proclivity.
And we're not talking about these shadowy, amorphous.
No problem. I'll tell you. Just give me a second. People's proclivity towards racism and discrimination against different groups is not contingent on laws that support these proclivities.
That's right. That's right.
So the reason
in 2008,
let me clarify.
95% of the country did not think race was an issue in the election.
No problem. But hear me out.
Are you shooting for 3%?
No. The issue here isn't nada. The main reason why I even brought these settlements up, Carlos, just 1 second, bro. The reason why I even brought these settlements up in the first place is because of the question that was being asked earlier. People were saying, what is name a law that is racist against black? You do not need a law to have a manifestation of racism on an institutional level. I don't need a law. You could just have people in power who will use their power to discriminate against people, and you do need regulations and things in place to check for those things. But when you have an administration like the current one, which literally is going out of their way to take out certain incentives and things put in place because of the Civil Rights Act to numerically put things into number in regards to disparities and things like that, and they say, well, these things are not really that important, and they passed these laws already. They patched laws that have existed to look out for disparities in regards to how things manifest. You cannot say there's I need a racist law for racism to exist. That's the two are not mutually exclusive. You can have racism and have racist laws.
You can have individual companies who break the law. Yes, I'm old. I come from a time where we didn't bother trying to change how people thought. We worried about how they acted and their behaviors and their actions. If a company is breaking the law and discriminating against a person because of their ethnic or racial background, then they will be prosecuted against the law.
Yeah,
but
we
when
agree.
we talk about incentives, I got 2 points. I'll talk about incentives and then Lincoln. Because when you talk about incentives, again, how long are those incentives going to be in place? And at what point I know nobody likes to stand on pull you up by the bootstraps, but how long are we going to leave the training wheels on the bike? That's the question I ask. The second thing is, I'm sorry, but for the man who took a fucking bullet in his head, who gave numerous speeches about abolition and the horrors of slavery, yet one time he says, well, if I could end this country, are you all housewives who no matter what your husband does, all you remember is that one time he didn't buy you flowers for your birthday? Please, I'm sorry. It is sickening to hear those kind of arguments from the president who, guess what? He's the president of the entire country. He needs to worry about a lot of things, not just that black people are enslaved. He has to worry about keeping the country together. He has to be a politician. He has to try and appease everyone. So yeah, he's going to say a lot of crap that you don't like, just like every other president. Yet, being the tactician he did, he waited until the opportune moment to bring slavery as an issue into the Civil War in order to ensure that when the North wanted, that slavery would be abolished. So I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings that he was concerned about economic factors as president of the United States. Okay. But that's it. And number one, Catalyst, call him President Trump or I will move you to the audience. He is not the current occupant of the White House. He is not 45 and 47. He is President Trump.
All right, movie. As a vet, he is not. He's not the occupant of the White House.
Yeah, well, as a vet, you serve the citizens of this country, and we elected President Trump.
America. So to rebut what you said, what specifically has taken place over the past 11-ish months is the civil rights and non-discrimination protections, the rollback of disparate impact rules that this president has done. It's weakened the enforcement. It's revocation of fair housing rules as far as affirmative action, banning those programs and training that LBJ put in effect to actually form a racist union. ending affirmative action in federal contracting, a decades-old executive order from Johnson that required federal contractors to take active steps to prevent discrimination. It was revoked. Challenging private sector equity programs, education and economics, proposed cuts to HBCU funding, redistricting pathways to federal jobs, criminal justice and law enforcement, increased federal law enforcement presence, the deployment of federal law enforcement units to primarily black cities, and establishing the policies of ending cash bail. Racial profiling concerns, Supreme Court decisions influence administration's actions in some immigration contexts. That's nothing to do with that's nothing to do with black people.
Words.
That's other people.
You're just saying words, Catalyst.
Okay, well, Catalyst.
Question.
Hold on, Alan. Can I jump in, Alan?
I gave you a list of civil rights, affirmative action, economic education, and criminal justice and law enforcement. I'm not just
and affirmative action is not too racist.
Yeah,
Alan, can I jump in here?
To echo the Me Too movement, time's up. Okay, at some point, you as a black man have to compete like every other man on this planet. Period. And the color of your skin is not a pathway to Easy Street.
Unlike white
I'm
men.
sorry. And especially, I'm sorry, I don't have all the statistics, but it seems to me that during Jim Crow, you had, and let someone else, Christian, you can talk about the marriage rate, the black-owned housing
He's got to go.
et cetera, et
Oh my
cetera,
gosh.
et cetera.
He's
Alan, can I jump in, buddy?
delusional.
Yeah, I need to stop talking because
Alan,
You're
I
just
don't
delusional.
Please,
Yeah,
please.
yeah.
What
Right, go ahead.
Thank you. Alan, you're going about it wrong. What Alan's basically saying is, like he's saying enough's enough, right? Affirmative action was needed at the time, but now it's gone so far to where, okay, well, now it's equal now, right? If it's 30,
It is not. It is not
come
equal.
on, man.
It's not equal.
brother. One sentence.
Affirmative action benefited white bitches.
Christ almighty, you guys.
Let's be realistic.
That's what I'm saying. So now affirmative action, Alan's basically saying now to keep implementing affirmative action stuff, it's now going the other way. It's now actually discriminatory against the people that were being discriminated, that were doing discriminating in the first place. So now it's turning out that people are not, like, it's going the other way now. So now technically affirmative action would be a racist action because it's discriminating against another group of people. So that's what Alan's kind of basically saying. Enough's kind of thing. But hold on, Catalyst, real quick. We got off topic because Link kind of got us somewhere else. I want to go back to this whole great switch thing. And I'm going to say it like this, Catalyst, and I hope you hear me out, and I'm going to explain it if you want to hear it. The whole great switch is not about politicians switching sides. That's not what it's about. The great switch is about when the South went red. That's all it's about. Because the South was all blue. The South was blue. Every single state that you see in the South that's all red, the whole South, they were all blue. All of them, up until like the 60s. All of them, every single one of them. And when the South went red was when the South stopped being racist. And you have to understand that. You mentioned the Civil Rights Act.
Goldwater for that, Mike Allen. Thank Barry Goldwater for that.
You mentioned the Civil Rights Act. Go look at the Civil Rights Act. Yeah, Lyndon Johnson was Democratic president. Yes, the Democrats had the Senate when that happened. But you know how many senators were in the Democratic Party in that time? There was like 70 something of them. And only like 30 of them voted for it. The only way the Civil Rights Act got passed is because every single Republican senator voted for it. The Democrats, like, I think it was like, I forget what it was like 40 of them only voted for it, and like 26 of them voted against it. But the Republicans, every single senator voted for it. Once that happened, the South started to go red. So now you start seeing politicians like Christian mentioned, Strom Thurmond. Thurmond was that one who famously did the filibuster against the Civil Rights Act. And then the Civil Rights Act passed, and he's like, oh, I guess I'll be a Republican now. And that's when he went off into obscurity. The switch is about when the South went non-racist, when they became red.
Sir, you're inaccurate. My father's from Birmingham, Alabama. My uncle was killed by white cops. My grandfather was killed by white cops in Birmingham, Alabama, in '64 and in '65 because he was a black man. So when I hear this nonsense about people not being racist in the South,
Catalyst
completely
Catalyst,
have no idea.
It's not Catalyst.
You're not listening.
Yeah, you're not listening.
I know. I've heard countless stories of uncles and
Catalyst,
aunts
I've
and
seen
people
racism
in the South, in Alabama, in Kentucky, in Mississippi. God damn Mississippi.
I'm from Arkansas, Catalyst. Can you hear me out for a second?
So I've seen and been taught this by parents and grandparents.
You've been taught it. I've seen it. Now, here's how I experienced racism. When I was little, there was a baseball tournament for All Stars baseball for like the Little League World Series, right? You got to go to you do your sectionals, you do the regionals, then you go to like the Little League World Series. The regionals were held in a place called Harrison, Arkansas. Now, if anybody knows about Harrison, Arkansas, like even to today, there's like the KKK thing there at Harrison, Arkansas. Harrison, Arkansas. It's considered one of the most racist places in the country, right? I was a kid, and the tournament was there. Teams from Mississippi, all over the southeast region. That's where they had the tournament. Now, the deal with the Bambino, those like the Bambino League or whatever they called it back then, the people from the community would house 3 players from each team. That's how it worked, right? That's how all of them worked. There's an all-black team from New Orleans. Nobody in the community wanted to have the kids in their house. Not a single person. Nobody. They didn't want them in their house. They were going to be the only team that had to get a hotel, right? So my father, who was one of the assistant coaches, was Coach Butler, was the head coach. So they went to the main people or whatever. And they were asking what the whole thing's all about. What's going on here? This isn't right or whatever. Our team ended up staying in the Holiday Inn with that team. Actually, it was one of the best times of our lives because we had a pool. We were playing baseball in the parking lot and shit, bro. It was fucking fun as fuck, right? But looking back, so I experienced this. And now looking back on it, you know what pisses me off the most, Catalyst? Is the fact that when Coach Butler and my father went to them, they were just like, you can go stay in the hotel too then.
I'm talking
like it's fucking
2025.
nuts, bro.
The modern
You
Jim
bring up
Crow.
that there's racist people doesn't change the fact that the
Project
Democrats
2025.
are the most destructive party to the black Americans in the history of any political party on the planet, and it's not even close.
Project 2025
completely black Americans. Like let's not pick one side is the hero, one side is the fucking.
It's about
the whole party sucked for it.
Even Jim Clyburn said it's completely reversing decades of civil rights progress. You have civil rights, the elimination of affirmative action and black rights across federal agencies, using the Department of Justice, the anti-white discrimination claims, effectively inverting the original purpose of civil rights laws. You have voter suppression going on right now.
Wait, why does an anti-white discrimination claim hold merit? Like if someone made an anti-black discrimination claim, would it hold merit?
The majority cannot be discriminated. Brother.
Okay, black Americans are a certain percentage of the population. When you look
We're talking about voter suppression.
When you look at jobs across America,
look at the gerrymandering.
So now affirmative action is actually discriminating against other groups of people.
So look at the gerrymandering that's taking place in Texas, Wisconsin.
That's why they're getting rid of it.
Look at the criminal justice. Look at the mass incarceration and felony disenfranchisement.
I was going to say gerrymandering has worked both ways, Catalyst. Democrats use gerrymandering when it's to their benefit as well.
It's worse. Gerrymandering is worse than the Democratic Party.
And it's not. It is not. Voting Rights Act, Section 5, Section 4, that was dismantled under the Republicans when Obama was in office. Roberts has specifically been going after this when he was a Reagan lawyer in the 80s. And now he's up in Section 2 of the Rights Act.
Just a quick update. It might be changed now, but I think when you look at the entire if you look at the entire Congress and you look at the number of black people, it's I think it's like 12% or 12.5% of the Congress is made up of black people, and there's about 13% of the country. So maybe if we elect one or two black people, we will have representation. So you're claiming that all of these things are happening and that it's negatively affecting the representation, what ultimately is the representation of black people in the government, so that they are so they are adequately represented. The result is that they are within 1%, they're being adequately represented. So whatever you're worried about, it would appear that it's not affecting what you're saying.
Directly is Project 2025 and the civil rights and DI rollbacks directly eliminate.
Catalyst, let somebody else speak.
Project 2025 is not a law.
So
They're using it as a roadmap.
The other part of this is that the majority of elected black members of United States Congress are Democrats. So the Democrats are choosing their own path when they get elected by their constituents in their states and their respective districts. And then this, I keep hearing all this crap about black people getting homes and FHA and redlining. Redlining was started by a racist Democrat from Mississippi. I mean,
Jim Crow was a Democrat.
And then when you look at the current status of FHA loans, which give loans to people who otherwise cannot afford them, the program itself is really failing because the cost of housing is sky high because you have all these homes that end up in default, and the homes can't go back to the market. So the program is having the reverse effect. Same thing with HUD sections. You have all of these homes that are supposedly government housing that can't go to the market. They have to be subsidized by the government, and that also causes the cost of housing to rise because the government is subsidizing it. So again, these are examples of how Democrat policies have a demonstrative effect on the country as a whole. We can even talk about the supplemental nutritional assistance, which has been an absolute failure. 42 million people on SNAP.
Well, Christian, before you do that,
wait, one second.
No, but the schools.
So the supplemental nutritional assistance program is an absolute failure.
Yeah.
But people once again want to flog it. You have states that don't even want to turn over the identification of the recipients of the program. And then you want to talk about people are sitting up talking about voting rights. You have states that refuse to cooperate to ensure that people who are not supposed to vote in elections, they refuse to turn over that information. When there's an investigation to be had, there was, and then I'll close here. In Arizona, they found over, because at first it was 100,000 voters who were not supposed to be on the rolls that were registered to vote.
Oh, that's Maricopa, right?
Yeah, Maricopa County.
Yep.
But then they went to court and they said, well, we had about 50% that showed proof of citizenship, so or proof of their ability to cast a ballot. But you basically had over 50,000 people in the 2024 election who casted a ballot to vote that were not
to be casting ballots. I don't ever want to hear anybody. As long as I live, I don't ever want to hear anybody complaining about voting rights, the so-called gerrymandering. It's bull crap. Because at the end of the day, many people like to pick and choose what they think is voter suppression or gerrymandering or some so-called injustice in voting. You all don't even want to look at signatures from mail-in ballots fairly. So it's bull crap. I'll mute up.
Well, then, like, real quick, even you mentioned the government housing. Property taxes pay for schools. So if you allow fucking the Democrats to build a bunch of fucking low-income government fucking bullshit housing, then you want to bitch about your schools are no good. Well, hello, quit allowing the government to put this bullshit housing. It's fucking nonsense. Just a big racket. It's all a racket. But going back to gerrymandering, it was very kind of serendipitous of you. I wanted to get back to that. And I hate that Catalyst left. Catalyst is actually a good dude. I like Catalyst. But if you click on my PTR now, if my PTR hasn't changed, and you just refresh, look at this shit, bro. Like, just look at this. Now, people talk about the Republican gerrymandering. Now, the top 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 states. 9 states, right? And you look at those percentages. I mean, some are 46%, 48%, 42%. There's 0 seats. Republicans have 0 seats.
You're
now
conflating
again,
things, Mike. You're conflating things with that image. That image is extremely misleading. You're conflating outcome with intent. Not every single disproportionate result is not gerrymandering.
Link, please listen to me. This is not misleading. This is a picture. Hold up, Link.
Sounds good. Yeah, good.
This is a picture of the facts. People say that Texas is gerrymandered because...
Yeah, but it's omitting a lot of information, but go ahead.
Link, it's omitting literally nothing.
I'll explain why, but go ahead.
That'll be great. So Texas, which everybody's like, well, Texas was 44% Democrat and only 56% Republican, but in Congress, the Democrats have like 30-something% in the seats or whatever. So technically, the Texas is gerrymandered because in a 40%, 45% Democratic state, they should have 45% of the seats, right? Blah blah blah. They only have 30%. Now look, dude, these are just numbers, bro. You can look these numbers up. This is not misleading. These are the numbers. So again, where I got interrupted here, those top states, which again, this is how they voted in the presidential election. New Hampshire voted 48% Republican in the presidential election, but they got 0 seats. 0 seats. Okay, now listen. The top 9 states, they're really, I mean, some of those states have like 2 seats, right? 3 seats, 5 seats. Of those top 9 states, you're talking like maybe 15, 16, 20 seats, right? That's not a big deal. But it still stands to reason. 0 fucking seats in a state that's 47% Republican. But look at the bottom, bro. Look at California. California is 38% Republican. They only had 9 fucking seats out of 52. 9 out of 50 fucking 2. And California just went and did it worse. Look at Illinois. Illinois is 44%. The Republicans only have 3 out of 17, bro. You know, look at New York. 43% Republican state. The Republicans only have 7 out of 26 seats. And you're talking about we gerrymander?
Can I explain? Can I respond now?
Now go ahead and tell me how this is misleading, because these are just numbers. You can look up every one of those.
Yeah, no problem. I don't disagree with the numbers, by the way. I believe your numbers are factual. I don't disagree with them. But there's 2 different things we need to clarify. Gerrymandering is one thing. Disproportionality in population, spread is also another thing. Gerrymandering, it deals with intent. You intentionally draw lines to enrich power. Whereas disproportionality is a naturally occurring. It's called natural packing, right? Blue states like Massachusetts, Vermont, and stuff like that generally just have fewer districts. They have significantly more urbanized Democratic voters, and the Republican base is significantly weaker. And for the states that you mentioned, like New York, California, places like that, believe it or not, blue states like those use independent and sometimes bipartisan commissions to actually do redistricting. So it's not like these guys are getting themselves and saying, hey, listen, we're blue. We're gonna like draw these things to make sure that we intentionally just have significant higher number of blue voters and everything. So that's just not true. And you can fact check me on this and look it up, right? Those states like California, New York, and a bunch of other ones, they literally use bipartisan and independent parties to do the commission for them. As a matter of fact,
not anymore. Not anymore in California.
And a lot of the sure, the California just voted in literally this year. But the other
go ahead and refresh. I have the California map. Look at what they drew in California. Go ahead.
Yeah, but California just voted on this literally this summer. They voted on it literally this summer.
Yeah, I have the old map and the new map.
And here's the funny part. A lot of the red states literally use partisan legislature, like Texas and Florida and these guys. They literally use partisan. That's no. You could literally look this up, bro. You can literally fix this up.
What you're describing, the Democrats have
brother. I was on mute. Please just let me finish my sentence. I promise I'll go back on mute. Texas was literally criticized by the entire country for literally intentionally, explicitly engineering to dilute urban and minority voting bases. They were criticized for this, and this is documented. So I don't disagree with the numbers. The numbers are factual, but the numbers you have in your picture are omitting a lot of the backstory behind it. Literally look up natural packing. There's literally it's many states like Massachusetts and Vermont. There's a natural lower number of Republican base. That's just a fact. Fewer districts is just a fact.
Mike, you sound like a racist.
Yeah, Mike.
You believe that black voters should have their own district and they shouldn't be in the
but Mike, I got it. Yeah, I understand your distinction, but the point is we want ideally we want a system, and we want districts that accurately represent the people. And so, yes, and look, the Supreme Court has decided this issue. When it comes to political gerrymandering, they've begged off on the question. They said it's a political question, not a legal question. We are not going to rule on it. And in fact, both parties have done it for so long. For one party to claim the other party is doing something unfairly at this point is ridiculous.
Yes, the
yes, they did. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that yes, we see gerrymandering in red states. Yes, we see gerrymandering in blue states. The thing is, racial gerrymandering, which was once protected, no longer is. And that's the case that's coming up, that's currently being considered by the Supreme Court. And the reason is, and the lawyer defending the racial gerrymandering said, well, white Democrats in I forget if it's Louisiana or Alabama, consistently do not vote for black candidates. Well, I guess those Southern whites, I guess they don't like black candidates. But the problem is you can't draw district lines along race, because if you allow it in Alabama or Louisiana, guess what? You can allow it in Texas or in any other red state. So you got to take your pick. You want to take the I'm trying to express. You want to start using that. Well, I don't think you're going to be happy either. But yeah, California, which, thank you, Arnold Schwarzenegger set up the commission, or it happened under his term as governor, set up the independent commission. And now Gavin Newsom, in the supermajority controlled state Senate and state assembly, with a majority of liberal appointed judges, has now decided, well, we're going to gerrymander the whole state. So, yeah, good for them.
Alan, did you refresh and look at my PTR, Alan? Look at the new map he drew. Go ahead.
And the other piece of this, these commissions that they put together, see, you have to remember that these commissions have lawyers. Now, what do you think the political leanings
are of lawyers by majority. It's liberal. It's liberal doctrine. Because when they do these bipartisan commissions, in quote, where they so-called have 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and an independent. The independent is always leaning towards left.
Every fucking time.
Yeah, and then every single time they go into secret session where they're discussing some issue that's legal, who do you think they're consulting? A liberal, doctrine-oriented, left-wing lawyer in a back room. So it's bull crap. And to me, those commissions, in my opinion, it almost circumvents the process because you don't even, because again, they get to go in secret executive session and discuss things without the public knowing what it is that they're discussing. And then you end up with, a so-called bipartisan map that always increases for Democrats. So I think the commissions do more harm than good because it doesn't allow the people to be involved in the process of drawing the maps, and I think that if people, because our public is so disengaged. I mean, the public is only getting heavily involved in major presidential election years. So to have these commissions that essentially draw these maps and literally certify the maps in a secret room where things are being discussed with lawyers, I think is unfair for the public overall, in my opinion.
Double-edged sword too. Mister, do you want to say something, Mister? Are you talking on the chat? I just want to see if you want to. We're talking over you, buddy. I know you're new to the stage. Do you want to jump in there? Nope. Mister.
Just I'm eating some chicken wings right now. I might chime in later.
Nice. All flats, I hope.
Yeah.
Buffalo. Ranch or blue cheese?
Blue cheese, obviously.
Oh, I'm a ranch guy. Go ahead, Link.
Yeah, no, Alan earlier made a point. It's very interesting because the gerrymandering stuff, no problem. We can go back and forth on whether it's like right or wrong, and should independent commissioners and people like that do whatever, should the actual citizens, no problem. My thing is this: Alan earlier referred to the idea of having actual like systems and things in place to check for discrimination and things like that, as having training wheels, right? And earlier, I think if I'm not mistaken, he said, for how long are we going to have these training wheels until the system, until people just get up and lift themselves up by the bootstraps and stuff? Okay, cool. So what you're proposing is like getting rid of a check that was put in a particular system to control for particular outcomes. And gerrymandering is the same concept follows. If we look at the essence of what the comparison between these two variables, when you look at the gerrymandering laws and stuff like that, and how whether it's independent commissioners or partisan commissions are doing it, your issue is not with the result. Your issue is with the system itself and how it's being run. You're saying the way it's currently being drawn is flawed and wrong and all that kind of stuff. And I can go back and forth with you all day on whether it's right or wrong, and no problem on that. But you're proposing a change to that particular system, but then you were against a change to a system that resulted in discrimination against Black people earlier. And so I'm confused now. Do you want to have your cake and eat it too? Because on one hand, you're saying we shouldn't have these tricks in a particular system that result in discrimination against Black people when it comes to hiring, like requirements and education, all that kind of stuff, because those are training wheels. But then you do want to enter an intervention in the gerrymandering and how districts are redrawn, and that's not training wheels. I just want to understand the logic between the two. What's the distinction?
I mean, a bit of a false equivalence there, I would say, but I don't know how gerrymandering equates to the affirmative action thing. It's a different topic. I think all Alan was saying is that, yes, affirmative action, and that was needed at the time. No one's going to dispute that. All of us would agree. It was needed. There was disparities. But I think what Alan is saying is that at some point in time, when the disparities are non-existent anymore, now it's now shifted to go the other way.
Mike, I can answer this one.
Yeah,
it's pretty simple, and I put it in the chat. You could just take a minute and read Justice O'Connor's opinion when she ruled on the Michigan case, which was 2003, and she specifically gave it a shelf life of 25 years. I mean, it's there in the majority opinion of the court, so I don't think there's any ambiguity in it. And the ruling in the Harvard case, which also combined the North Carolina case, was very clear that it had run its course. And what you're talking about in the implementation of it was that it highly discriminated against Asians and other minorities that then couldn't get into college, that had much greater academic records and merit, but they were discriminated against. And so it had a counter. It ended up discriminating against other minorities.
Right. That's what I was saying.
And so the choice to have that as part of our law was written by SCOTUS with a shelf life. I mean, it wasn't for perpetuity.
Like
and it shouldn't have been. And the same holds true when you have these laws with respect to the gerrymandering, and I put this in the chat, the Louisiana case. Listen to the oral arguments. Listen to what Kavanaugh was saying when he was questioning this. First of all, these are they're racial lines that were drawn, and there's just a point where I also put this in the chat. The percentage of members of Congress, there's 67 black members of Congress. If you do the math and you look at the black population in the United States, you have more members of Congress than you do by proportion of population in the country. That's of just of the House. I didn't put in the Senate, and I didn't look at the numbers there. But I mean, there's just a point where it evens out, and the concept was not in perpetuity. And I think that's what Alan was saying when he was drawing, he's distinguishing the two, but he's also making the comparison of the two, because they were both systems that were correcting something, but it's the training wheels are off. And definitely with respect to the Harvard case. I mean, just read that opinion or listen to the arguments in it. I'm done. Thanks.
I think it's the training wheels part that gets people. And look, Alan's old school. And we all know what we're talking. I think we're all. I don't know how old everybody is here, but I was born in the '80s. We should all talk like we're in the '90s here. You know what he's saying. When he says training wheels, it doesn't mean like training wheels. Oh, now it's time to walk. No, it's like once something that needs to be corrected gets corrected, at some point now it's going to do the opposite, right? And the way that I find it is so frustrating is everyone's like, oh, Trump got rid of it because of because he's racist and he hates blacks and wants white people to do this and wants the whites to do this. No, it became discriminatory against Asians. It had nothing to do with it. Like, it actually became a discriminatory practice.
It wasn't just Asians, by the way.
What do you mean?
The Asians filed the lawsuit, but they were not the only group that got discriminated against. I mean,
you're saying it was farther reaching than that.
I mean, the Asians filed the suit, but there are other minorities, there are other groups that stopped getting into some of these schools that had better academic qualifications, much more qualified academic resumes and CVs. Yeah, but the Asians took the lead on filing the suit.
They're the one that filed the suit, right?
Yeah.
Well, you know what's funny, Link, is quite honestly, to me, it actually made it worse. To be quite honest with you, I believe, like now at this point in time, because again, we're talking like this thing was in place for like 50 something years. It's almost 60 years, I guess maybe 6 years. What it actually did is that if you had like, let's say you had a black dude that went to Yale, and you had another guy who went to Yale, whatever. And the black dude's like, yeah, man, I graduated from Yale, and I got my whatever, my degrees and shit. Naturally, now people are gonna be like, oh, are you affirmative action? Or even sometimes you hear the black guy who's like, I got a degree from Yale, but I wasn't affirmative action. Like they have to say that. It almost diminishes it. If the dude went to Yale and got his degree, he fucking earned it. There should never be a question that he got it maybe because of this or he got it maybe because of that. No, the motherfucker busted his ass. He went to Yale and he got his fucking degree. Boom. Like affirmative action actually plants the seed that, well, maybe the black guy got it because of affirmative action. No. From now on, if a black dude goes and does some shit, he got it because he fucking earned it. You see what I'm saying? Like, it actually was harmful.
Yeah, no, I agree. You cannot. I'm not advocating, by the way, just to be clear, I'm not advocating for things like that to be in place in perpetuity. That's what I'm saying. My whole point, when to even bring the juxtaposition between the two things, was just on how he conceptualized the implementation of particular systems or adjustments to certain systems that resulted in unfavorable consequences or results. Because the idea here, because the subject wasn't really about affirmative action earlier. I think we spoke about that prior, but it was on gerrymandering and stuff like that. But even with that, like I said before, there's a lot of natural packing that is difficult to control for. What kind of system are we going to have in place that's going to result in always making sure that everything is represented evenly without controlling the population? Yeah,
some of these prepositions just don't hold up in reality. So something like the voter ID issue that everyone argues is a discriminatory practice. Who doesn't have identification today in 2025 going into 2026?
I agree.
Who walks around and they've gone into places that what you could argue, but if they walk through Harlem and they asked every person, do they have some kind of ID? They have an ID. People have identification.
Like, do you know what the DMV is? Like, yeah, it's over there on 56th Street.
I mean, so some of these, just the presumption that no ID, or requiring ID is discriminatory. Explain who are you discriminating against? Everyone has IDs.
Well, no, like you said, the only people that don't are illegal immigrants.
Okay,
but
thank you.
But Link, this is what we also try to point out with the Democratic Party, and this is what I just want to open your eyes to it. Think about how racist these motherfuckers are. Like, think about what Abby just said, the voter ID stuff. Do you remember what the Democratic Party were saying? They were saying that black people didn't even know how to use computers. They were like, well, black people don't have IDs. Black people don't know where to go to the DMV. They don't know this. They don't know that. But that's not what the Democratic Party was saying. They were trying to use racism. In reality, they just wanted illegal immigrants to vote. But they're trying to make it to seem like if the Republicans went against voter ID, all of a sudden they were racist because black people can't get IDs. Hey, Link, name a black American who doesn't have a fucking ID. Like, what are we talking about, bro?
Yeah, but
the Democrats are so racist. They think black people don't even have IDs.
I believe both parties are ridiculously racist. That's why I've never really gone on here. I didn't get on here. No problem. You can say all you want. I didn't come on here to defend the Democrats. My issue, and when we came in here earlier, we were talking about particular systems being in place and people amending those systems or introducing particular laws or amendment to laws and stuff like that. My issue is with systems. If we can have particular systems that doesn't result in intentional, unintentional discrimination against any group, I'm content. I don't really care about. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm an advocate for the Democrat Party and I'm wholeheartedly an avid supporter of it and everything that they do is divine law. That's not my position. I'll be honest.
I want to provide one correction though, because there is a difference between a registered Republican voter versus a Republican politician or elected politician, because there is a clear distinction. The problem of all of this is that as long as people, somebody has a hot mic, as long as people allow or they sit back in their chair and think that the government is going to take control of everything, or I don't have to worry about it, I'm too busy, I got a job, or I got kids, or whatever excuse that a lot of times we come up with, it's an excuse to allow the politicians to have their way with whatever they want. So, and then someone's asking about the question about the distinction. A registered voter is not the same thing as a elected politician or previously elected politician. Those are two different things. It is certainly possible to have racist Republicans inside the GOP while the voters never know, because as I said earlier, and even now, the voters don't participate in the process, so they have no idea where a politician is on anything, because they're waiting, 5 seconds before the election to make a decision. When you're supposed to be watching the government and politicians on a regular basis, on a consistent basis, but that's the reason why you have all this dysfunction, and bad judges that end up on a bench ruling in a case, or making incorrect rulings, and only for it to be constantly reversed or overruled by a higher court, because of the fact that voters just they just think that, well, I don't have to worry about it, and then 5 seconds before the election, oh, here's my ballot. Democrat, 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 Democrat. I'm done. Here you go. Same thing on the other side. Oh, here's my ballot. Republican, 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 Republican. Oh, here you go. Here's my ballot. That's the issue. And I don't think that
Christian,
will ever.
can I chime in?
I don't think that will ever change, because again, just because historically, a lot of our older adults that that raised a lot of the younger adults, that's been the voting pattern, or the voting behavior, just to vote down ballot and then just throw your ballot in. That's basically where we're at.
Okay, Tim Scott, let's calm down a little bit. What I was gonna say is that, did you not see what happened when when the government shutdown started to happen and food stamps started to get threatened? Do you not see all the TikToks and the Instagram videos about the black women saying, I'm going to go to Walmart, I'm going to steal, I don't care, I'm going to steal, I'm going to be belligerent, I'm going to take all this stuff, I'm getting $500 off food stamps.
Oh, you're talking about those women in Baltimore, right after Obama got elected? Those ladies?
No, not those ladies. I'm talking about right when the government shutdown happened.
Oh, because what you're talking about was actually what you heard right after Obama got elected. Those ladies in Baltimore. I don't know if you ever heard them. What I'm talking about is
It's probably the same stuff.
There's a famous video of these women bragging about all the stuff they're going to get free and take from the government once he got elected.
No, he's talking about
Baltimore. I'll find the video.
All the people
They were saying,
go ahead.
we are going to not get anything from the government, so we're going to go to Walmart and we're going to fill up our baskets and we're just going to walk out.
Everybody heard about that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
So, okay, so we understand that, right? So, I do agree with your point, right? Black people only vote based off the fact they're going to get $1, right? They're going to get more food stamps, they're going to get more child care credits, whatever. And that's the issue, right? They're only voting based off of what they're going to get. In the meanwhile, the entire community is getting gentrified, the entire community is getting absolutely raped by drugs. It's okay, as long as the black women are getting their food stamps, their baby daddy is in jail, okay, whatever. But as long as they're getting their money, 5 kids, no job, but they're getting $500 off of each kid every tax season, right? So how do you get black people to get off of that? That's like telling a cat to get off the mom's milk. It's impossible.
And it's not only nearly impossible, but it creates a permanent dependency as LBJ and
FDR intended. They intended for a permanent dependency on their vote, and and the other thing that I am now saying to other groups that are not in necessarily political spaces is I say, look, okay, with the advancement of automation, artificial intelligence, and machine learning, many of the folks who are in some of these clerical, administrative, healthcare support jobs, retail, a lot of those jobs are going to be eliminated. And so what you're going to have, because it's mostly women that are in those positions, you are going to have a lot of homeless women. And most of them are single, unmarried. A lot of homeless women with no place to go, and they're going to end up asking politicians to come to society or go to the media or the airwaves and ask people to pay more taxes because Social Security is running out of money. The requirements on SNAP have tightened. The requirements on HUD sections have tightened. So they're going to be coming to the public, asking the public to pay more taxes because they can't afford
100%.
the current cost of living. They can't afford their rent, or they can't afford this, or they can't get a job because they're not in critical infrastructure. That is real. So I'm already telling people now, look, I'm gonna be honest. My answer is gonna be no. I'm gonna say no because you decided that you did not need to pair bond or find a husband. You decided to continue to vote for these terrible policies. You didn't want to roll back any of these programs. You wanted to continue them on. More SNAP, more WIC, more HUD sections, more FHA loans. You didn't want to make any changes. You wanted to keep voting for open borders, more work visas, diluting the wages, lowering the wages. So,
but Christian, who allowed that? Who allowed that?
What do you mean who allowed it?
Which president said we're gonna have these niggas vote in 100 years?
LBJ.
Yep. Who was he? A
Democrats.
Exactly.
So that was never actually said by him.
So
rumor, it's a myth.
No, that's 100%. It's 100%.
They tend to be the most educated. Right?
I really hold on.
Say bad name.
No, black women are not the most educated. That's like saying
these crackers are always quoting shit that never was said or never fucking happened.
And then the other. One second. Now mute up. The other issue that I have is a lot of these folks who vote for Democrats, and they're mostly women. Okay, they want to have their cake and eat it too. They want all the government programs, all of the benefits, while then saying, "Oh, I want a man that makes $300,000 to $500,000 a year." You're even hearing some women in states like New York and California asking for a man to make $1 million a year. This is not going to end well.
Bro,
it's going to end very bad. And I'm sorry for crossing over into some of that dating relationship talk, but these two things, the politics of these government programs, along with that dating relationship talk, they're on a constant collision course because all you hear all the time is the talk about the economic viability of a man, and you can't talk about the economic viability of a man without talking about politics. I'll mute up now. Thank you.
God damn, that took forever.
Like, Brad, did you want to
long-winded.
I don't want to. I think Brad wanted to go. I'll let him go.
Nah, I was just like, dang, homie was taking forever. He was preaching.
Well, he is black, after all. But like, what I want to say is like, black women being the most educated is like, yes, we had this initiative that essentially, it's all going on today. You see it with Candace Owens. Everyone wants to worship Candace Owens, Lizzo. We have initiatives that essentially propel black women into these positions of power until they destroy a company and they say dumb shit. I'm not going to use that as a metric because obviously it's overinflated. It's like saying white people in the 1920s, they were good basketball players. Yeah, well, black people weren't allowed in the National Basketball Association. So we're not going to use that metric. But what I want to say is that it's absolutely clear that black women, minorities, they've been used as a pawn.
Black people, not good.
I'm not saying that because I'm black too. I'm half black. But this is the issue that I think Christian is pointing out as well. We have these unqualified black people that are essentially being used to promote bullshit agendas like Candace Owens. Now she's chilling for Israel. At the end of the day, we know what's going on. We can't trust any politician at this point. We cannot trust anyone that is trying to distill information because they're all actors, right? They're all Freemasons. This blue versus red paradigm is absolutely cooked. If you still believe in it, if you still believe you actually have a choice, if you actually believe you can elect politicians that are going to make a difference, you're dumb. You're retarded. They're all controlled.
Wait, you don't think Trump is doing stuff that Democrats don't like?
Thank you, sir.
Trump? Oh, Mark Levin? Oh, you mean Trump, the one who Mark Levin a couple of days ago went on stage and said this is the first Jewish president. Oh, this is the first Jewish president that served consecutive terms.
What the fuck are you talking about? I'm asking you.
So no.
You said that you're saying they're the feathers of the same bird, but I'm asking you: is Trump? Do the Democrats love everything Trump's doing?
Absolutely not. But
so then clearly, a Republican president can fuck some shit up.
Fuck shit up for who?
For the good of the people. He can throw a wrench in the whole system.
Yeah, for the people, but who is he actually affecting? He's affecting us, right? He's not affecting what actually matters at the end of the day. He's making you argue with the dumbass libtard, right? That's what you're doing. Meanwhile, he's just chilling for Israel. Meanwhile, Candace Owens is just chilling for Israel. Erica Kirk, Charlie Kirk, it doesn't matter. Nick Fuentes, they're all chilling for Israel, right? So it doesn't matter at the end of the day because you're picking a side, right? You're picking a side and you're saying, oh, well, oh, yeah, Candace Owens, she's dispelling the truth, isn't she? Erica Kirk, she's snake eyes, all that bullshit.
Fuck yeah.
But at the end of the day, yeah, fuck her, fuck Candace Owens, fuck Trump, fuck all of them. Right?
Yeah, maybe
Can we say fuck all of them?
Well, maybe they're shilling for Israel, but the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is that I don't have to worry about some school teacher trying to cut off boys' dicks or girls' tits because they've convinced them that they're actually a girl even though they were born a boy. So I think between those two, I think I'm okay with that. So, but having said that, I'd say, there's still enough mods on the stage. You know, the thing is that people have talked about the systems that are currently in use in this country, and that there are certain systems that are systematically discriminating against black people. This country wasn't built on systems, and the laws are designed to protect individuals. So you look at Supreme Court cases, it always starts with if it gets to the Supreme Court, it always starts with an individual. And so trying to perfect systems, I think, is a fool's errand. The second, though there are things that can be done, like clearly, if a company is discriminating against individuals and there is a pattern there, then we can address that pattern. But when it comes to systems, the problem is this discussion now all falls under the specter of critical theory and critical race theory. And specifically when it comes to critical race theory seeks to explain the racial disparities between various racial or ethnic groups. The problem is, number one, that lived experience, not statistical data, is the metric by which they use to judge whether racism occurs. And second of all, they always assume that racism has occurred and then seek to prove and find the mechanisms by which it has occurred. So the problem with that in California and the overturning of the affirmative action at Harvard are good examples why. In California, and I think it was in California, California specifically, Asian students are killing it when it comes to their test scores and how they perform in school. So how does California respond? Well, math must be racist. And literally they said that when they revised the math frameworks for the state. That is how students are going to be taught math. The only problem is that this statistic, which they choose to overlook, which shows that Asian students on average do 13 hours of homework per week, where everyone else, including white people and white students and black students, only do 5 hours of homework per week. So no, it isn't racism as much as the Democrats and progressives and people who adhere to critical race theory would like you to believe. It is in fact the fact that individuals are performing at a higher rate. There's no system that is evilly making black people fail, black students fail, or white students fail in comparison to Asian students. It's just they're putting in more work. So if you want to solve that problem, how about you imitate what the successful people are doing? So that's yeah.
I wouldn't say that's necessarily the solution. I mean, these communities also have a high suicide rate due to the pressure of overachievement that they have in Asian communities as well. So I think there's a more balanced approach that needs to be had here.
What, 12 hours a week?
12 hours a week of studying. If you don't become a doctor, I'm going to disown you type of.
Well, you know what? That may be true, but that is secondary to the fact that the belief and effort by the left to portray school systems and teaching methods as racist is in fact false.
Yeah, that's a bigger issue.
Yeah, that's because I don't think that you studied it. Like Alan, what have you even done to look into it? What do you know about your own systems? Like it sounds like crap to me. It sounds like a bunch of bullshit. Like these equivalencies, like you just have to study. Oh, well, you just have to study more, and you just have to. Well, the whole thing is that there's an entire system. There is an entire system.
Mima, you're exactly right. Some groups are just born with a higher capacity, brain power. You're exactly correct.
Yeah, that's one of the okay. That's not scientifically proven at all.
You
There's no
walked right
science.
into that one.
There's no science. There's no science that's going to prove that. Okay, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the systems that were put in place are intentionally made to do exactly what they're doing now, right? And the de jure to de facto is what we're looking at right now. That's what CRT looks at. It says, hey, look, yeah, there's no on the law, the books on written in legislation that says let's discriminate against these people, but the system was still in place. They got sophisticated. White men got sophisticated about their racism, and now you could claim plausible deniability because they people like Alan coming up, kowtowing and pretending like there's no fucking system to put in place. And Ramon was completely right, Mr. Ramon, sir. I appreciate you and I love you. Right? The left and the right being the same exact. They absolutely are. You think that because exactly what you said. It's all just a shit show, Alan. It's the clown show. You think these systems oppose each other? They're exactly the same two parts of the machine designed to control you. The left wants to control one aspect, the right wants to control the other. The left wants to control, who makes money, redistribute, wealth, regulate your free speech. Why did I get muted?
I didn't do it.
Regulate your speech. The right wants to control your body, wants to morality, borders, who can and can't, whatever. So they argue over what should be controlled. It's still the same core premise. It's who keeps muting me?
Wait, what was wrong with anything you said the right wants to do?
The right wants to control your body? I said the design is meant to control you, train your morality, control.
I disagree with a lot of things she has to say.
I'm sorry, the
I
Democrats
didn't get to land. Why?
Wait, let her finish. She didn't finish.
She's rambling on and she's making multiple points.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm
Okay.
rambling on.
Now
Sure. So
I will address
no, Alan. So
one
were you
point.
the fucker that was muting
Were
me?
you getting fired for
Were you muting me, Alan?
Yeah, I am muting
Okay,
you.
all right.
Made multiple points.
All right, a
I
fucking
will address
statist,
one,
fucking bootlicking
and
white supremacist. Go ahead, sir.
He's not a white supremacist.
Okay,
Yeah, the fuck he is. What are you talking about? He hasn't even looked at the institutions. He doesn't even understand how education was
This is the last fucking
intentionally
time.
brought to create machines into the United States. This is all facts.
I said I would move you after 3 times. I moved you after 5. I said I will address one point and then you will continue. If you would shut up, you would have heard me say that. When I am done, I will bring you back up. I cannot yell. I cannot over-talk people with louder mics.
What did you do to Bima, Alan? Why does she not like you?
Because she wants to ramble on and I'm not letting her. She's not addressing the point. Asian people are a minority too. If white people were really, really trying to oppress minorities, they're doing a really crappy job. That's number one. Number two, none of that. You take the system that is there. If it was racist against minorities, Asian people would not succeed. She's ignoring the fact that a person, no matter what their color, if they study if they do 13 hours of homework per week, they will succeed, including black people. Forgive me. I'm sorry, Beaver. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Beaver, if I don't believe that black people are inherently less able to succeed than other classes. I guess I'm not racist enough, but I hope you can forgive me, Beaver. In any event, yes, well.
No, the Democrats believe that. That's what Beaver was saying. The Democrats.
I know they do.
Did you see Baltimore? They lowered the standards for graduation because it affected black people.
Yes, I know.
Wait, are you guys saying
I
that
was
black
being,
people can't
I'm being sarcastic.
No, I know, but the Democrats.
Okay, now I made my point. Okay, so that system is not racist. The fact that people can succeed over white people and we know why they do it, means it is not racist. Now I got to bring it.
Well, let me go real quick.
Yeah, it's not racist.
I mean, Alan, I'll be honest with you. I'll say what people are afraid to say. I do believe that is part of it. There are inherent differences. I do believe that 13 hours is also equally as important, if not more important. There's a culture problem. So the Asians, they care about what their parents. They're going to be shamed if they don't study and become a doctor, like somebody else said. Or
Exactly.
yeah, there's a huge shit. Like they feel the pressure to succeed. I didn't feel that pressure, so I mean, I didn't really just go home and do homework. I didn't do it that wasn't me. But it's all about the culture, and they push it big time. I tried to bring
why not look at this in multiple different angles, though? I'm not saying that I give credence to the idea that certain groups are inherently superior and therefore we must lower the standards so other people can do better. I'm not arguing for that, but I'm saying it is the case that yes, it's very true. Asians tend to value education and stuff like that significantly more than other groups do. But granted, even more than white people. But also, in the same breath, Asians are also significantly wealthier than most groups, including white people. They do very well financially, which results in people having significantly higher times to dedicate to these things. They also have a lot of different variables that play a role. The California revision on their math framework and stuff like that was not racially based. You could honestly look this up and read it. I don't know why this polemic language is being used.
Because they're Asian.
I looked it up.
It doesn't be very polemical. The
They
language.
said it was racist.
Nobody said that. Nobody said that.
Yeah,
But
they did.
we're saying
They
they're not
did.
successful.
Where?
I've
Alan,
read the
point to
whole
it.
thing.
Point to it. Where was the word racist used?
Yeah. They specifically said it in the first draft that math, the way math is being taught, is racist. Now that's the first thing. The second thing is
Where was that
we
said,
should look at this from a whole bunch of different angles. Critical race theory is one metric by which we can look at these things, but it is not the only one. The problem is when you read critical race theory, it believes it is the final way in which we can view racial disparities. It is the only way that a person can view racial disparities. That is part of the belief system of critical race theory. I'm sorry, but it just isn't. It's a theory, and there are many. But it seems to me, it's funny how if you say, well, if you're a basketball player and you practice 40 hours a week, that we can expect that player to play better than someone who practices only 5 hours a week. I mean, there's no debate there. There is the issue of talent,
Yeah, but they're not going to make the NBA. Like one group has a much better chance. of making
That's
the NBA.
right. That's right.
No,
It's not all of it.
But
But
I think
the fact is that 50-hour-a-week player is still going to do better than the 5 hours, generally speaking.
Yeah, Link, I think
Somehow
you're
with
5'6".
studies, it's not the same.
Well, Link said that I thought was interesting. Link, you're like, oh, well, Asians are also more successful. They make more money. That's not because they're Asian, though. That's what I think Beaver and I are trying to point out. They put it in.
It's not because they're Asian. Yeah.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with it. Right. So having any type of system in place. What Alan is saying is there are zero systems in place that allow Alan to go do something as a white man, and then don't allow a black guy. I don't know, Link, you're a black guy? I don't know if you're, whatever, Christian. There is no system in place that allows Alan to go do something, and that doesn't allow Christian to go do something. Nothing. And that's what Alan's talking about when he gets to the systems. Right? There's nothing. Zero. That's it. That's what Alan's saying.
We're talking about America, right? Or the West in general.
Yeah, there's zero systems in place that
absolutely.
Right. That's what Alan's saying. Like, he hates the systemic racism thing because Alan doesn't believe there's. I mean, and he's right. There are no systems in place that allow me to do something and doesn't allow Christian. Christian can do whatever the fuck he wants as long as he puts his mind to it, makes good decisions, and does it. Now, if I want to go fuck around and do some dumb shit, I'm going to go fuck around and I'm not going to do anything. Christian wants to go fuck around, he's not going to do anything.
The only systemic racism that has ever been created in the United States has been by Democrats both led by LBJ and FDR. All of what you see in terms of the immigration, where Democrats allow an open border for people to come into the country and get on government benefits, and eventually hoping for votes, allowing work visas to dilute and pollute the U.S. jobs economy sector. I mean, every alphabet work visa that it destroys income inside the United States. That's systemic. I mean, but again, I just think that every single time that we get into these discussions, there's always some liberal in the room that makes a claim about education or how they're educated. They aren't educated about anything. They're educated about lies, fantasy, and illusion, and that all of that propaganda that they're fed when they go into these schools is the only reason that they come out that way, believing the propaganda that they've been told versus reading and looking at history objectively.
Mike, it goes on and on and on and on. Go ahead, Mr. Lake. Sorry.
Yeah, all good, bro. I can give some credence to your point, like in a general, like big picture kind of point. But at the same time, it goes back to the earlier point we made earlier when we said that for you to have, from an outcome standpoint, a discrimination occur in some system does not necessitate that you must have a law that discriminates against a particular group. The two are not mutually exclusive at all. You can have no racism in laws, but produce a lot of racist outcomes. And the criminal justice system is an easiest one to point to, where black people are significantly are disproportionately present when it comes to risk cases, but at the same time, and a lot of right wingers and far right people use this to say, oh, black people just are criminally more inclined than other people, and they're just a violent gene in black people and stuff like that, which is unequivocally false. And at the same time, they make up 50-60% of the exoneration numbers. Clearly we can point, there's no law that says, hey guys, arrest black people more. No law says that, but we do have systems and things in place that result in some level of racism. Monitoring that and paying attention to that does not say that, does not really take anything away from the points you guys made earlier. I just don't think the two are mutually exclusive.
And even this criminal justice issue that you're pointing out, which to your credit, there are people on the right who are total politicians who have no clue what is going on in the criminal justice system. And I even think that some of them, which are lawyers, pun intended, I think they do know what's going on, but they sit on their hands doing nothing. The most major minor crime bill since the 1970s, from the 86 crack laws into the 1994 infamous Clinton crime bills, those bills were written by Joe Biden. He took credit for every major minor crime bill since the 1970s, the RICO Act included. So, I mean, again, the only systems that are systemically racist, which pun intended, the 1994 Clinton crime bill actually has a provision in the bill that says that states get over $10 billion in exchange for maintaining 85% prison sentences served per prisoner. So, I mean, it's nonsense. What I constantly hear about what's systemic and it's just ridiculous. And then when the conversation goes over to reparations, okay, they make all these arguments about how they deserve money or they should get money. They're not even realizing that
Is your family from the Caribbean or Africa?
Hold on, excuse me.
No, are you Black American?
I'm not done. they're not even realizing that by the time you pan out cash, which is proportionate to inflation, and by the time you are handing out resources while the border is wide open, and by the time you get to a point of even attempting to allow people in, or allowing people the ability to get good paying jobs, it's only going to be diluted by the bad trade policy that you have and the bad policy on work visas and all of the other terrible policies that cause the cost of living to go up. Property taxes, state income taxes, federal income taxes, and then the ridiculous school bond elections where people vote to raise their own freaking taxes. I'm done.
Christian, I got a question for you real quick. I'll be brief. Right? Is your family historically from America?
Yes.
Prior to 1865?
I don't
Yes
know.
or no?
I don't know. I don't care.
No, yes or no? Is your family from America prior to 1865?
Let me tell you something.
Is it yes or no? Now get off the mic. That's it.
Well, no, I'm answering your question.
So is it yes or no?
He said he doesn't know.
That's a no.
I don't freaking care because I'm sick and tired of
listening. We can move on. I asked you soliloquy.
Listening to people make claims about FBA and all this.
Nobody asked for that.
The people inside, some of the people inside FBA literally advocate for the very policies that destroy the black community. So I don't want to hear it about no FBA.
Asked and answered. We got it. Shut up.
So he doesn't know, but why would it matter? Is my question to you. What does it matter if he was or wasn't?
Oh, I mean, I just wanted to make sure, and he confirmed it. So there it is.
Sorry, go ahead.
What does it matter? Like, what's his favorite color?
It had to be in reference to the reparations thing because he jumped off. He wanted to jump in and ask that right when Christian mentioned reparations.
I was just gonna ask Christian a very quick question. If you could answer, why do you feel the need to make everything partisan? Like even when I made that point about discrimination, stuff like that occurring in a particular system, you immediately said, yeah, I can give some credence to that, and some Republicans do not pay attention to that. But Democrats why do you feel the need to make everything partisan? We can point at particular systems and things being faulty and say, hey, this needs fixing, and it could be done from either one of the two parties. I don't really care. But why do you feel the need to the second we point something bad out to say, oh, Democrats did it? Why? Why does your brain think in blue and red?
Because number one, we live in political branches of government, and the reality is, Article 1 is elected due to, it's literally elected by the maps of the congressional districts. Article 2 is elected by the Electoral College, and then Article 3 is appointed by Article 2, and then confirmed by Article 1. So our system that we live is by design a Republican form of government, which is by the people and for the people. So everything is political. Even the Fortune 500 or lower level companies are political. They have board of directors and boards of governors. So I mean, everything, education, school boards, that's political. Anything you could think of. When you walk into a court, a federal court or a state court, it is based on the public interest or the reliance interest, which is political. You cannot even breathe in the freaking country without something being political. It is political by design. So you're not going to get away from that. And when people say that I'm independent, bull crap. You have a philosophy, lens, values, or the way that you view the world, and it goes in one direction. You can't have two one foot going in one direction and the other foot going in the other direction. You make a decision, and whether you vote or not, you're making a decision. Whether you have kids or not, you're making a decision. Whether you work or not, you're making a decision. You make political decisions
Mr.
in
Christian.
the United States.
I do agree with that. Everything is political. I believe what Link is asking you is not why you're political. He's asking you why you're so partisan, right? That's the issue.
I just said it.
No. Why are you so partisan? And the reason why you're so partisan is because you're a Republican politician, right?
No, that has nothing to do with it. I mean, because I'm no different than any of you who've just been sitting back on the internet, sitting in rooms and talking about politics. So,
but you are a registered Republican, right?
Yeah, I'm a registered Republican. I'm no different than any other registered Republican or registered Democrat, registered Independent.
Are you sure about that?
I'm sure about that. I'm a registered Republican. I've been a registered Republican since 2016. I've been a registered Republican. I voted for Obama twice because Obama lied about who he was. He lied about not supporting gay marriage. I would have never voted for Obama had he come out in 2007 or 2008 and said, I am pro-gay marriage, LGBTQ, pro-transgenders. No way in hell would have ever voted for Obama.
Okay, so that's good. So you're saying there's something within the Republican Party that they can do that would get you to vote for the Democrats, right?
No, I mean the Democrats are. I mean, I've laid out all the issues and problems with Democrats. The issue that I have with the Republicans at this point is there are a certain number of politicians or elected officials who essentially just squat in the party doing nothing. But that does not reflect. That doesn't reflect the Ohio Republicans, as I explained earlier, in the 1860s and 1870s. That does not reflect Abraham Lincoln. That does not reflect even Donald Trump at this point.
So you're saying you're satisfied with Trump currently as a Republican?
I'm 90. I would say I'm about 95% satisfied. The only portion I'm not satisfied with is that he hasn't done an executive order suspending work visas as he did in 2020 twice, suspending work visas because of the disproportionate impact on low-wage workers, which would be black workers and other people who are U.S. citizens inside the United States. He has not done an executive order to stop the work visas. He has the power to do that right now, and I'm dissatisfied that he hasn't done that.
All right, I rest my case.
So now that Alan left because that bitch was muting me, the fucker, he didn't even say anything either. He just kept muting me, just throwing me off. What I wanted to say was to get back to the education system thing, and whether math is racist. Okay, this is all that I'll ask you to do. I'll invite you to read a book by John Taylor Gatto. It's called Weapons of Mass Instruction. Okay, he doesn't ever mention critical race theory. He doesn't mention racism at all. Okay, he just talks about where the education. So he was a teacher. Okay, a New York teacher. He was awarded the best teacher of the year award multiple times, and then he was producing like these crazy outcomes. The people that were the kids that were performing the absolute lowest, that were in remedial classes, all this stuff, they ended up going to and then they're just having like this, doing great things, performing nationwide. And so they asked, like, what are you doing? And he basically said, I'm doing everything that the public education taught me not to do. So the point is if you look and you understand that even if it's not about neutrality anymore, it's not about whether
something is written in discrimination, like I said before, like de jure. It doesn't happen that way anymore. It's embedded in the systems. It's in the institutions, okay? And now everyone pretends like it's colorblind. That's just not the case. And Link was talking about it before about the outcomes, okay? So if you could separate the two, but if you have any type of system that's going to suppress autonomy, that's going to enforce obedience, that's going to punish deviation, okay, because we understand that IQ functions different. IQ doesn't account for a lot of things, including wisdom, including art, including all these things. And that's exactly what John Taylor Gatto was showing. He was showing that the way that the public education, this Prussian system that we adopted, it was meant to do one thing, and it was meant to create, to teach, to train, to indoctrinate.
We don't give a fuck, bitch. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Go out the
teach, train, and indoctrinate people so they could become mechanisms of the system, okay? So if we understand that the education system already does that, is intentionally meant to do that, okay? It's intentionally designed to suppress autonomy and to make sure that you are obedient and to put a number over you, okay? When you see that system exists, okay, within a racialized society, it's going to function in racially oppressive ways, even if it appears neutral to us right now. And that's exactly what Link was talking about, was that the consequence, the outcomes, you can still have policies and the outcomes that doesn't say, because you know the right, and well, no, I'm going to say any white supremacist, okay? And it's just take a look at yourself when they say, look at the statistics, or show me any law that is a racist law on the books. Yeah, okay, fucker, we already know that that's a trick question. That's not going to work. Civil Rights Act says we can't do it. So they taught us they taught Americans how to be sophisticated with their racism, right? And make us to believe it, plausible deniability, whatever else. Point is, if you support the system, you're fucked.
Well, this is the issue as well. We're talking more about classism versus racism, right? If you're talking about systems that disadvantage people, we can talk about NIMBYs, not in my backyard. You go to San Francisco. How did Nancy Pelosi make so much money? She got in early on these projects, right? On these rural projects, she knew where these public transport networks were being developed. She brought properties on them, and she became a homeowner in an association that disallowed development along those lines, and those properties increased in value, right? So this was a democratic problem. Nancy Pelosi got rich off of classism. It wasn't racism, right? And this is where people get confused. The systems that disadvantage people, that politicians are taking advantage of, is not based off of race. It's based off of class. And that's where you're getting confused.
Well, I think that's your biggest misconception. The system, when I say our system, I'm saying the United States. I don't claim it, okay? I'm saying the United States system, when it was first put into place, this was a white supremacist system. Everything about it was classist, but then they added the element of racism, okay? Where they completely dehumanized and devalued our brothers, right? And brothers and sisters are completely people, human beings. And that system has continued. You think that the Civil Rights Act happened, then all of a sudden a bunch of people woke up and said, "Oh, look," or even the Civil War. It didn't happen that way. So when we look at the education system, it's still, these are all of these things that we already know that happened, right? Redlining, the HOLC mapping, the hazardous zones, how fucking businesses intentionally went to the communities, our inner cities and communities where black people were redlined to be, and put these hazardous zones, right? The mortgage, hold on, the reverse redlining, you know about that, right? Then hold on, no, because we could keep going. We could talk about the predatory lending. We could talk about adjustable rate mortgages. We could get into that. What about blockbusting? What about that? Have you heard about blockbusting? Look it up. Look at white flight. Look at the real estate manipulation. Look at equity stripping. Look at that. You could go and let's forget Jim Crow laws and the black codes and the housing segregation and the urban renewal bullshit bullshit. Okay, yeah, okay, my fucking fat ass, eminent domain, slum clearance. Have you heard? You know about the highway construction? You know about that? You know about that racist ass shit? Look it fucking up. Highway segregation. Look up highway segregation. Look up how the route replaced the route placement. Look up all this. Hold on, wait. No. They did this specifically. Look up pollution corridors. Wait, this is the crazy thing. This is all documented. I'm not making this shit up. Same thing with the school to prison pipeline. Hold on, wait. I'm gonna keep going. You could keep going, and we still have sentencing disparities. This is shit that we're still happening today. We have fucking the crack versus the powder cocaine bullshit. Okay, we have we have cash bail disparities where people that people aren't going to have money or they're into the bail schedules, plea courts, all of this shit happens. You have the over policing. You have the incarceration. Hold on, wait. So this is my point. Let me connect it all back to education. Let me connect it all to hold on. No.
All right, let's give Bima 30 more seconds to wrap it up.
She's just whining.
Not one highway. No, I'm bringing it back to how Mr. Ramon made the claim that it's a classist system. It's not racist. I said no, it's bullshit. Of course it's racist because we're forgetting. Everyone's forgetting plausible deniability bullshit. Because if you look back, the whole education system. Why do you think that we have people that are underperforming? Where can you afford to live? Right? Does where you can afford to live, does that decide what school you go to? And then when you have poorer neighborhoods, do you usually have schools with a less capacity? They have fewer supports. They have fewer all these options. And then when you have schools that have less capacity, what happens? They shift from helping kids with education to managing behavior. All this other bullshit. And then you have more suspensions and removals. This is the school to prison pipeline. Hold on. This is the whole point. And this is the whole system. The over police. It's just it's bullshit. And all of you fucking white supremacists, I hate you.
What a fucking how do you use white flight and gentrification?
She was addressing me.
Go ahead.
I'll respond in 30 seconds.
Because y'all, instead of looking this shit up and educating yourself, you guys are just gonna fucking.
Wait, let Mr. respond.
I choose pussy.
Yeah, just 30 seconds.
Neither
I'm just gonna
morality
say,
nor
black
economics.
people are the only demographic to get absolutely demolished by a highway. I-95 absolutely destroyed the black community. What are you talking about? A highway destroyed an entire demographic, your financial success. A highway? Really? That's your argument? A highway destroyed the black community to the point that they couldn't make any money and they were dependent on government assistance. That's the type of argument that you're making. It makes zero sense. Again, Asian people, they were in internment camps in World War II, right? They still recovered after that. Indians, they were discriminated against. Irish people were discriminated against. Italians, they still recovered. But the blacks, they got destroyed by a highway system.
And let me jump in here for a quick 30 seconds. I already went over all the historical systemic racism created by Democrats and Democrat politicians in regards to the criminal justice system. And I didn't mention earlier about how the ABA is 80% Democrat, which includes the state bars as well. 80% donations go to Democrats. And then, as far as what happens with property and real estate, when you look at the HOAs are mostly left-leaning memberships. Because they never allow anything to come from the right to even get any kind of positioning at all inside of those groups, wherever they may be inside of the country. So every time I hear some of this systemic stuff, it always goes back to Democrats and the left.
Well, I want to respond to Bima like this. And Bima, look, I appreciate what you said. I've talked to you a couple times. I think you're a good person. But I just think you're so off base here, right? Like, think about the stuff you were saying. the education system, the education system, the education system, the education system. But you'll also be the person who's mad at Trump for trying to revamp the education system, right? You mentioned, where you live shouldn't be defined. Hold on. You mentioned where you live. Hold on.
Don't presuppose my positions, Mike.
I've talked to you before.
I've never proposed. I have never offered any type of government intervention to be in any type of system. So if the reason that I would deny it is because I say government should be out of everything. That's my consistent position. Everybody on this politically,
that's where I stand. Than I
stand.
thought, because you just mentioned that where you live shouldn't define where you go to school, which is exactly what we believe in, school choice. Your zip code shouldn't define your school. We agree with that also. I mean, all this stuff like Christian's pointing out, this has been, for decades. This is like, what Christian's pointing out is not something that's like new. This is like decades and decades and decades and decades of Democrat leadership hoarding people into cities, building low-income housing that ends up having bad schools around it and just keeping people there and having them rely on the government. Give them this, give them this, give them this, give them this. It's where they can't do anything else. It shouldn't be a career choice. Like, this is not how it's supposed to be. And I'm not saying you're saying this, Bima, but like in your rant, you used gentrification and white flight. So like,
you don't see how that's connected to education?
No. You were saying that you're saying stuff that's being used against black people. Isn't gentrification like when white people move into a black neighborhood?
Yes, but you understand.
And then isn't white flight when white people leave a black neighborhood? So how are you going to use gentrification and white flight to make your argument?
Because they're all byproducts of the same thing. It was a handoff. It's a domino effect, and then the constant proclaim corrections only cause bigger problems. The urban renewal was a bunch of trash. The Civil Rights Act was a bunch of trash. Look at how many Black Americans with the highest level of education teachers in this during the Civil Rights Act. Okay, we never had. It was so high, and we've never reached those numbers again. Because what happened was then the white people were able to come into the black schools, right? Because that's what it really comes down to. It really comes down to the white people being terrified to know that Black Americans can succeed and do just as much, if not better, as they can, and they were just terrified of that. And so they wanted to destroy it. That was the whole point. They didn't want Black Americans to continue to pool, to say, okay, well, fuck you guys. We're going to remove our productive ability, and we're going to work on ourselves. You don't want us here? No problem. White people couldn't handle that. Black Wall Street, all the other type of shit that happened. But look up the Civil Rights Act. Look at all the shit that happened to teachers and Black Americans and schooling and employment during that time. Yeah, it's fucked up. Same thing with urban renewal, and you could just keep going. The point is that
we have a question.
This is hold on, and I'll land 20 seconds.
Is that what you're upset about? That you just didn't have to go through this?
What?
The shit you're mentioning, like you understand, like Black Wall Street. First of all, it didn't get called Black Wall Street till after it was burnt down. When they built it back up, that's when it got the name Black Wall Street. But it's like we're talking like almost 100 years ago. The stuff you're talking about with the civil rights stuff. I mean, it's like 50, 60 years ago.
And that's right. And that's my point.
Have to deal with
that's my point. That's my point. That people think that those things.
Now.
Hold on. That's my entire point. That all created a legacy. You understand? It's literally referred to as the legacy of slavery. That's why white people are so scared to even allow a bill of reparations to study reparations, to study whether it should be happening. It won't even allow that to come out of committee. Okay? This is shit that the country principally needs to correct and keep the government out of shit. But the point is to fucking correct the oppression. Where there is oppression, it has to fucking stop.
Beam, I have a question for you. In your heart of hearts, do you really believe that the majority of white people are afraid of Black people becoming more successful than them? Do you really believe that?
Absolutely. Look at the Black Americans, after, how quick they fucking bounced back from slavery, boy. They came in.
He's talking about now.
Better family. No, this is my point. And white America wanted to destroy it. And that's exactly what white America did. And now us, right, in 2025, because we're not connected to it, because we don't talk to our elders, and we don't talk to the people that we get taught the whitewashed history. We don't know the truth. This isn't the shit that you could find. This isn't the shit that you're educated in. You gotta talk. You gotta fucking go and talk to people who've lived through this shit, right? And then they educate you, and then, oh, really? That really fucking happened? And then, oh no, we think that everything's neutral, everything's fine. Black Americans, they're not oppressed. It's bullshit. We still have an entire system right now, every single day, that's oppressing. That's oppressed.
Next question. Do you believe if America poured in all its resources into getting more white boys into the NBA and NFL, you think the blacks would be worried?
I don't know what dumbass question that is. What do you mean?
Like, do you really think that people... well, it's not a good analogy, but that if you think whites are afraid of, oh no, these black people, they're going to take our spots and be more successful than us. You're right. That is asinine to think.
Really? Okay, well then explain to me how white people can vote for something like the New Deal to have millions and millions and billions of dollars fed into white man's hands, right? Loan, all of that shit. But then when we say, hey, look, we left out an entire group of the population. It's the principled thing to do. Forget whether they're saying they deserve it or not, right? Forget that. Just look at a principled position. The principled thing to fucking do, and everybody in this room knows it, is to fix that. Now you pour the millions of business in the same way, in those same elements into that community. That's what needs to be done first, okay? But white people won't do that because they say, well, I wasn't handed everything, or I don't have white privilege, or I had to work for everything I had. Yeah, it's much different.
Do you think if you had all your wishes and you had complete 100% control and you could pour everything into the black community, do you think in 50 years time, or do you think eventually everything would be equity outcome?
Outcome, I'm not concerned with outcome. I'm concerned with oppression. I want the oppression to stop. I want people to stop living and completely ignoring the shit that's happening in our community now. So that's all that you white people need to do today.
Stop talking like this. They would.
Who would stop? So hold on. So you're against police brutality? You know about the discrepancies with sentencing, and you talk about that. When was the last time?
Yeah, we can break down the sentencing stuff.
All right. So what about hiring discrimination? What about that?
What hiring discrimination? We addressed that with affirmative action.
Yeah, affirmative action. That's bullshit. What? Who is the biggest receivers of benefits from affirmative action?
Because that's what we're trying to say, Bima, is that these things that when you make something like this, it gets bastardized. People are talking about the civil rights. Oh, the Civil Rights Act. The reason why people are trying to talk about how the Civil Rights Act is going to get, they want to adjust the Civil Rights Act, is because the Civil Rights Act was about Black Americans, not about gender, not about age, not about disability. It wasn't about this or that or this or this any other civil matter. It was about Black Americans and how they were being disparaged. That's what it was about. So now when people have taken the Civil Rights Act and moved it into other forms of civil, it's fucked up. That's not how this should work. And that's what we're trying to say to you, Bima. Like, this is crazy to me. And I'm telling you, like, I was talking to some guy. I wasn't talking to. I was listening to some guy here talk about a couple of weeks ago. He was like, oh, my nephew just came home from college. I haven't seen my nephew since he was like, 13, 14 years old. My nephew just got home from college. I was talking to him. And, and he didn't even think about this whole racism stuff. And I was talking to him. I wasn't talking to this guy. I was just hearing him talk. And he was like, yeah, I had to explain to my nephew how this country is against Black people and this is it. He's like, what my nephew said? My nephew said that he had never even seen racism in his life. But I had to explain to him all stuff. And I was thinking in my head, I'm like, bro, this dude lived as a Black guy his entire life, went to college, came home from college, never ever experienced racism, and now this old head motherfucker who's like 50 years old is trying to talk him into how his country's racist. When this kid lived his entire life now he's graduated from college, he's 22? Kid's 22 years old, never even seen it. And now all of this older generation is like, whoa, what you need to know there's dude, I'm telling you, Bima, I have a daughter in high school. These kids don't give a fuck about the color of people's skin. The only people that are carrying this racism nonsense bullshit going on is our generation, quite frankly. People that are my age, 40, 50, 60 years old people, they're like, well, do you know about this stuff that happened 50, 60 years ago? It's like, well, yeah, I get it. It's fucked up. And by the way, people, reparations would be the most harmful thing to ever happen to Black Americans. That would be one of the most harmful things that could happen to them. Because you know what's going to happen, Bima? The first thing that's going to happen is the government's going to make you prove that you either had ancestors that were slaves, or were like a descendant of a slave, or were impacted by slavery. So you know what's going to happen then? The government's going to make you prove it. They're not going to take your word for it. They're not going to do anything. They're going to make you prove it. And there's going to be Black Americans that thought they were descendants of slaves that ended up not being, and then other Black Americans that didn't know they were and ended up being. So you know what's going to happen in the Black community? Oh, you're a descendant of slaves? Oh, you're not? You're not? Now there's going to be Black Americans against other Black Americans. That now there's a section of Black Americans that are descendants.
We don't have to. We don't even have to go back that far. We don't have to go back that far. We don't even have to go back that far. We could start. No, Mike, we don't even have to go back that far. We could principally, we can even just work from the 20th century alone. Just the 20th century alone. Just policy for people that are still walking around and alive today that have been affected by the policies that were implemented in just in the 20th century. Do you know how many billions? Some of these economists, billions of dollars were stolen from Black communities through the shit that happened through the housing and all of that other stuff. This was their estimates. Economists are generally pretty conservative. They're not usually liberal, right? They usually, they're mathing. That's what they do. They math, right? Most economists are conservative. They're right leaning. Okay, so just saying, right? This has already been. It's here, and that's my point. So, we want to know why there's a big wealth gap. Listen, I'm not saying that we need to do fucking employment. I'm saying just leave people alone. Let people do whatever they're going to do. Stop the oppression wherever there's oppression. Allow people to live and fucking breathe, right? The police brutality, how is that going to stop? Well, we're going to have to change the old slave patrol system, okay? We're going to have to decriminalize victimless crimes. Okay, we're gonna have to start there, and I mean, but this is my ultimate point, though. If you just sit there and you just look at even between 1950s, we could even do 1960s to 2000, and you look at the interconnectedness of all the bullshit that happened, you can see that this ingrained legacy, this isn't going to be cleared up for. It doesn't matter a person come and say, oh yeah, no, because this is what they talk about, Maigan, is the different types of racism. This is the difference between the interpersonal racism and the structural racism. The structural racism is still in place. You see what I'm saying? Even if your kids say, oh, I never experienced racism, the older wise man is saying, you don't understand. You've put on the white supremacist glasses. You're looking through the lens of the bullshit, so you're not going to be able to see it. But good on you for not judging a person by the character of their by the color of their skin, right? Because obviously we've at least gotten that far in our moral cognitive development.
It's so dangerous. Sorry, Alfonso. Go ahead, buddy. My bad.
I wanted to ask a question because you seem to be maybe laying the failures of a certain demographic on quote unquote systematic racism or quote unquote historical injustice, right? So I wanted to ask, have you read any of W. Du Bois?
A long time ago I did.
Okay, well, W. Du Bois, he's the father of that type of rhetoric that you're espousing, right? And that even W. Du Bois, he even said back in the 1920s, the time that you're referencing, that even if every white person was to give up their prejudice, the Black community would still be in the same condition, right? And I think that sometimes, since a lot of those people that were on the scene 100 years ago, since, for the most part, what we know is what King and the civil rights leaders brought about, that we don't actually know the actual people on the ground that were in the Black community and what they were saying. And that these people never laid every failure of Black people on white society. that it's not a historical fact. If you look at the people, Weldon, James Weldon, who else was at that time? A. Philip Randolph, a lot of them gentlemen at that time, leaders at that time, they never laid every failure on the black community, on white people. So I think that maybe you should go back and study and maybe read a little bit more, because what you're saying is not a historical truth, and that even the things that you talk about, the black community was still on a upward incline. So through the discrimination, through the Jim Crow, through the burning of towns, what the black community did control, the black community was on a upward incline in literacy, and family formation, and community cohesion, and entrepreneurship, and thrift, and all these things. The black community, through those things, we're still going upward. So what you're saying about what you might have now as the state you have, it's not. It has nothing to do with anything. So that's what I wanted to say. I just wanted you, since you don't know W. Du Bois, I won't ask you the question I wanted to ask you, but I think that you should maybe do a little bit more reading of the people that you're espousing that brought that forth. You should read their whole thoughts, the whole body of their work first. And that's all I wanted to say.
Alfonso, I appreciate that, but this is the thing. Let's just say that it's just white America. Let's just look at white America, okay? Not any other type of demographic. Why is it that white Americans, there are plenty of white Americans that have exposed our current system as oppressive? On them, they believe that this system is oppressive. White people say this system is oppressive on me.
What systems currently in 2025? Because I'm places where I see black people doing what they want to do. So what places, according to 2025, what systems are stopping the black community from progressing or owning homes or taking care of a community or doing things for themselves? So creating good outcomes for themselves. What system now are doing it? Can you tell me that? I just want you to tell me that.
It's not one. It's all interconnected. Were you here when I was explaining the dynamic, the domino effect, right? Because you want, when you say like a system, you're asking me to point to a system. I'm saying the entire system is bullshit. Everything is. This system that we have, what we have right now, is bullshit.
Well, no. Remember, okay.
It's not one system. It is the system that we are in currently.
Yeah, but how does it specifically affect black people? I think is what he's asking. Because I'll agree with you, the system's fucked up, but I mean, they got all of us in the same system.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to answer that question. I feel like, how would I point to a system if we were to talk about, mass incarceration with victimless crimes? Like, what system? Should I say the judicial system? The judicial system. That's one. Our entire judicial system is fucked. If we talk about how our food system, I don't know if you want to call it our food apartheid, that's fucked. Our medical system, medical apartheid, it's fucked. I mean, are these good enough? I mean, I don't know.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Now, you said the medical system, right? So, okay, if you now, I don't know where you stay at or where you live, right? But if you have a problem with health, so you have a community or a population that are having issues with maybe heart disease or high blood pressure or a number of ailments, right? I would think that the solution would be either building hospitals or clinics or what's the other one? The urgent cares. Maybe recruiting different type of doctors. So how is the system stopping certain communities from building hospitals or coming up with their own solutions to their own communal issues? Because you pointed to back in 100 years ago when black people were building certain communities, and then this other group of community will come and burn it down. So show now where when you bring up the medical apartheid, or if you bring up where certain people don't have or are lacking in certain health aspects, show now the system or the group of people that are preventing that community from providing a solution or building up their health system for their community. Can you show that to me?
Yeah, it's all connected. It's all under the same laws. Do you think that if I mean, I don't know. You have to understand that these are systems that are embedded in other systems. They're all interconnected. It's not like it's just, and that's the whole thing. Like, you can't just look at it linearly. You have to understand how it's an entire situation, right? It's like, oh yeah, well, we could just come up and let's look at the medical system, and everybody put your eyes on the medical system. Well, hold on. Let's first talk about the over-criminalization and the mass incarceration, because we actually need to have our fathers and our children free from being unfairly targeted and then thrown in jail by the threat of violent force, by a gun, for something that there is no harm caused by another person or person's property. Okay, so which one comes first? So you have a priority. This is my point. You have a constant, you're in a survival mode, you're in a survival state because of all the issues of the systems all bedded within each other. So which one do you do first?
But Bima, you said a lot of stuff there, but could the answer just be that the sisters, they're not there? Like, when you keep saying, you're like, I have a hard time answering the question, I don't know how to answer the question. You keep saying they're all interconnected, and you gotta keep saying all this stuff. Couldn't the answer just be, I don't want to say like you're wrong, but couldn't the answer just be like, it's not actually happening? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, this is the thing that Alan was saying about CRT. Well, hold on, real quick. Alan was saying about kind of CRT. The problem I have with CRT is, like, how dare you look at a young black kid in America and be like, well, sorry, kid, you're black. And, like, why would you look at a young white kid and be like, hey, you're better than that other kid because you're white? It's fucking crazy. Like, to just tell black people, like, well, sorry, you're black. Like, it's so fucking insane to me. Like, it's crazy. And I don't think y'all realize what you're actually saying here. Like, you're actively talking people into feeling like they're oppressed when, like, a guy like Alfonso doesn't live like that. And you would take a guy like Alfonso and be like, wait, Alfonso, like, this shit is, like, you're not allowed to do this kind of stuff. Like, hold on. Or a guy like Christian, a guy like Christian who's going into politics and stuff, you'd be like, well, hold on, Christian, you're not allowed to do that. You're a black guy. You can't participate in the white guy's politics. Like, it's crazy to me. It's detrimental. Don't you see that?
No, because you're not saying that when I talk about this isn't for Black Americans. This is for white Americans. This is for the people that are the dominant force, that are able to, that have the majority, that have the responsibility and the duty to fix this. This isn't on Black Americans, and I'm not trying to. Black Americans know that they could get up and do whatever the fuck that they want to do, but it doesn't. For the people that have been put into the system that are suffering, right? It's rational ignorance. If you're set in a survival mode, right? And for example, you said, I'm talking about the institutions bed into each other. You think you could just get up and say, oh, well, let's just band together and fix medical apartheid? Well, hold on. There's so many other systems that are interconnected with this. First of all, the medical. Hold on. Okay. Medical apartheid. Okay. So the white man created the system of how they're gonna. First of all, how medical care is practiced, right? And they studied white people specifically. So Black Americans, their care, their physical care, their ailments, the things that were specific to them, they have been left out of it for a long time, right? And then on top of that, they're with pain thresholds, with diagnosis, all of these types of things, okay? But so we're talking about the medical school curricula, first of all, that needs to change, okay? I don't remember the name of the law, but it was passed by, Fuck, I don't even remember right now. I would have to go look it up. But it's a heuristic ability. I don't have it right now. But first the medical school curricula, okay? Then you would have to look at the diagnostic standards. Then you're going to have to look, okay, you want to bigger than this, right? How do regular hospitals operate? We're going to have to look at the funding formulas. Then we're going to have to look at for individuals their insurance reimbursement rates and how provider distribution, because where people live, it depends on how they're going to get care and how symptoms are interpreted when they come in and say, oh, look, this is this. Okay, well, you know what? Because it happens to me all the time. Where I was raised, you walk in, don't even try to get pain medication, even if you have a goddamn broken foot or a pencil sticking out of your eye, because you're just coming in here to get pain medication, okay? So where you live is going to determine all these things and how quickly that you get treatment and all of this type of stuff. And so you think like you just pull it out and think that everything is fixed. No, this is going to take a societal fix. We all have to look at this, but we have to first identify it and say, okay, this is the shit that's occurred, and we have to fix it. Just saying that it's not there or it doesn't exist is the worst possible thing that anybody could do. These things do exist. We do have people that are being caged and forced by a threat of a gun for not harming a single person. That's insane. You support that? Something's seriously wrong with you. Okay? I sat in a freaking in a ticket court, and I watched a kid with cerebral palsies, okay, drag his legs on crutches up to the judge, and you could hear everything over the court speaker, everything that the court says, okay? And he says, listen, I told you, 3 strikes, that's it, you're going to jail. He says, Judge, I told you, marijuana is the only thing that helps me. I could study. I brought my dean's list and I brought my GPA. I wanted to show you. I'm doing great. I'm doing excellent in school. Please. This is the only thing where I don't get drowsy and it doesn't affect my studying abilities. He sent that kid to fucking jail. Okay? Fucked up. And you know what? Everybody just listened. Everybody just watched. There's so many things that we have to fix, and sitting back pretending like it's not here. That's just so fucked up.
You don't get to do what you want to do just because or someone thinks that they that they're benefiting off of a particular drug. You don't get to do what you want to do.
For why? Why? Let me ask you. Why?
That's not how the world works. I mean,
well, how does the world work?
There are rules and regulations and laws that you have to abide by.
Okay, here comes white supremacy.
It doesn't matter if you think that a particular drug
Did y'all hear that?
is more
Such a white
successful.
No, I didn't say you're such. I said here comes. Meaning the lens.
It doesn't matter if a person thinks that a particular drug is more successful than another, and they think that it's justifiable for them to use it against the law, and that is just ridiculous.
Okay. So let me ask you. You said that it's not how things work, so that doesn't really answer much. Okay.
It does.
Besides, hold on. But all you're saying, though, Christian.
I'm going to finish. If you break the law and the legislator of the state adds criminal enforcement or civil enforcement to the law, then you will get a judgment against you in court. That is how the system works.
Okay, so this is my question to you. Who did that kid? Who did he harm? What is justice? We're talking about the justice system. What is justice? Can you define that for me?
That comes from God.
Justice is a ministry, which the people that practice inside these justice courts, they're not doing ministry, and particularly the prosecutors because again, the prosecutor has discretion to bring a case and to not bring a case. So that prosecutor that brought that case in front of the judge, it's their fault because they use their discretion in deciding whether to charge that individual or not. So that's a whole nother conversation.
Okay, but what is justice? You said justice is a ministry.
That I brought up earlier about the 80% memberships in the state bars and the ABA, because it's all liberal doctrine, and 80% of them donate to Democrats. So I mean, the whole thing, the whole premise about what happens inside the criminal justice system from the time that you are taken into custody all the way up until the court orders you into post counseling. It's all bull crap, and it's basically the Democrats making, as I said earlier, a system of dependency versus a rehabilitation process that leaves you better than you came in. It's leaving you worse before you even got in. So that is really the problem. But that goes back to the politics of the Democrat Party creating systems of dependency, because they're all screwed up, wanting political positions, getting into the next higher office, gaining money in exchange for prisoners, making deals for private prisons in exchange for what they get politically. That is 100% Democrats, and there shall be no equitability or comparison to charging aliens for violating the law entering the country. They do not have any justification for being here. They have no entitlement. They are not entitled to anything. So I don't ever want to hear anybody comparing aliens to U.S. citizens having their rights violated inside a criminal or civil court.
Okay, that was a good circular argument that didn't address my question, which was how do you define justice? Go ahead, sir.
Directly.
But he didn't answer it and address anything, but go ahead.
Yeah, because Danny is also alluding to it. We're talking about drugs. Talking about who did that person harm. The person that Bima was talking about that is going to jail because he is taking a illegal substance that supposedly is helping him and keeping him on track with his medical condition. At the end of the day, it does not matter. We're talking about justice. Justice is top down. It comes from God, and it gets distilled down from the judicial system all the way down to the criminal courts, right? So when we're talking about justice, we have to understand what God deems as justice, and we have to respect the government and the governing laws of each countries. So, for example, in Indonesia, if smoking weed is illegal and you get the death penalty, you have to respect that governing authority. If you're in the United States and you're not allowed to smoke weed, depending on what state you're in, you also have to respect that governing authority based off local laws, state laws, whatever. So, Bima, what did that person do? You want to cry empathy. You want to say, well, he didn't harm anyone. Danny's saying that in chat. Well, he didn't harm anyone. Well, he broke the law. And at the end of the day, you have to respect the law of whatever country, locality, county that you're in. Okay? So it's not up to you to interpret, well, he wasn't harming anyone. Says who? Says who?
Right. So that's my entire point. Who is to say that anybody else is to say he didn't harm anyone? Objective reality determines who he harmed. Objective reality says you have to be. That's the point, right? You have to be able to be objective, especially I hate to say this, but even in our court system, you have to be able to show evidence. Okay, there is zero evidence that he harmed absolutely zero people. It starts with private property. Do you believe in private property or not? Let me ask you the question. Hold on, just flow with me for a second. Do you believe in private property, yes or no?
course.
Okay. Do you believe you own yourself?
No. God owns me.
Okay, so so now we're already on a different parallel. So if God owns you, okay, God owns you. What about the people on the planet? Do you own you, or do other people own you?
No, God owns them as well.
Okay, but that you're not answering my question. Do people here get to tell you what is good and what is bad and what to believe and what to do from day to day? Or do you believe you as an individual, as an acting agent with the ability to reason and to rationalize? Who owns you?
God owns me. Again,
you're not answering the question, and I think you know why you're not answering the question.
That's like saying to the plant, oh, do you have any existence besides your sunlight and water? No. That's a dumbass question that you're asking me. Do I have any existence?
Well, why would that be a dumbass question? Plants are the oldest alchemists on this planet. They are the most scientific. Plants have literally developed. Hold on. Plants have the ability. Mr. Mo, let me just explain to you to say just that they're so basic to point out light and water. Do you know that plants have the ability to adapt and produce more lectins when they can identify a threat? Do you know that they have the ability to set with sensor awareness to be able to identify threats? Do you know that they can adapt? They can change. They can change their entire chemistry to kill off other living beings. That's my point.
Well, they can't see a fucking spray of Roundup.
Okay, but that's not my point. So let's get back. We're talking about justice, and I wanted to say we're landing in private property. This is where we're going to begin. Do you own yourself, or do other people? I know you're saying God owns you, but once you've been put on the planet, do other people have the authority to tell you what to do, what to believe, or do you have that authority?
Yeah, both.
Mr. Ramon? Do you not want to answer that? I think this is a really important thing to answer.
They have no authority besides myself.
Okay. All right. That's a great starting point. So then who is to determine who is harming you? Do you think other people can determine who harms you, or do you think you have the best ability to decide who harms you or not? Who do you think should be the arbiter of harm that's caused to you?
It depends. Like
No. I'm saying.
Talking about schizophrenic.
No, we're talking about someone in the rational capacity. No, we're talking about someone in the rational capacity, right? Rational capacity.
Sure.
It's
both. They have the ability.
Right, they have the ability, rational capacity, sure. Okay, so you believe that you have okay, perfect.
Yes.
So now we're fucking getting somewhere. So you believe in private property, you believe that you own yourself. So then if you're doing actions in society that is not harming another person that has a name, right, or their property, right, because we understand that our private property is extensions of ourself. So if you're not harming another person or their private property, then how do you justify someone taking a gun to your head and saying, you're going to do what I'm going to tell you to do because a bunch of us determined that you are harming yourself, even though you don't believe you're harming yourself. But everybody else, just by might makes right, a bunch of people got together and said, okay, we're going to determine that this is what it's. So does that make sense to you or no?
It's called taxes.
Well, hold on. Taxes, by definition, are in economics, it's literally referred to as an involuntary levy. It means it's coercion. All right, we're talking about coercion. Can you identify any other place in society where you accept coercion?
Yeah.
Where?
School. Yeah, school.
Oh, but that's not voluntary?
Absolutely not, because your parents can go to jail if you don't go to school as a kid.
Yeah, we're not talking about that. I'm talking about like you, right? Coercion, that's also true, but your parents are going to be until you can take full responsibility for your successes and failures, it's the duty of your parents to be sure that you can enter society and reciprocate contractual agreements with other consenting human beings. That's your only job. That's every one of us that's born into this planet. That's your only single job, is to not harm another person or a person's property. That's your only fucking job. job. And the only way to be able to do that is for you to be able to take full success, 100% successes of your failures and your successes. Okay, so that's a completely different thing. So besides that, right, because your parents can make other decisions, right? They can choose to homeschool you. They could choose to do a bunch of different things. I'm talking about as an adult, as a consenting adult. What other area in society do you believe that, or that you're okay with coercion?
Work.
Okay, so coercion. So you believe that that's okay to be forced to do something that you don't want to do?
Of course, everyone does that. Tell me someone that doesn't do that.
Okay, what's the difference between work and slavery?
Technically, there's no difference. Can anyone explain to me the difference between work and slavery?
Monetary gain.
This is unbelievable.
Working, you can get up and you could work, and you can just be, just have a good business plan and understand that you do something that you love. That's what work is. That's where the mores come in, right? You create and you do, as a productive member of a society, you do something that feeds you. And if your soul isn't being fed, that's on you. You're the one that's getting up to make those decisions. If you want to be homeless, you get to be homeless. You can be homeless if you want.
I'll tell that
right?
to 99% of people that are working for someone that they don't like working for. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question.
And then we get back to the education system.
You don't eat. You don't eat. You don't work. You don't eat. And if you don't eat, you die. That is pretty simple. Everyone is coerced, whether or not they believe it or not. Their wife, their children, they're coerced to actually work to feed their family if they have one. They're coerced to provide for a community if they're like a politician like Christian. They're coerced to believe in some political cause like BMI and be like a black radical. It's all coercion. Like, you guys have all been convinced to be a part of some stupid shit.
Yeah, when it starts to unravel, it starts to hurt, and I understand that, and you're gonna have to see that. But the fact is, so getting back to the work, so work and slavery. So you think work and slavery are the same thing?
No.
What's the difference? Again, you have to explain to me the difference.
Payment.
Okay. So who then? So
What
if
do we do?
Hold on, just wait a second.
You don't
I'm gonna follow him. The difference between work and slavery. Okay, the difference between work and slavery. So you are right now. Okay, you have all the resources that you need, and you're just in a room. Okay, now if you just sit there and you don't get up and take care of yourself and go to the bathroom and find food, someone else is going to have to do that for you, right?
So, guys, how many times have you heard?
Just yes or no. I'm breaking it down to the super basics. I'm breaking it down because we have to sort through the difference between work and slavery.
How were slaves able to buy themselves out of freedom if they weren't getting paid? How were slaves able to buy their freedom?
That was still slavery.
How's it? They're getting paid, but how were they able to buy themselves out of freedom if they were slaves?
You're starting with the preposition. You're starting with the presupposition that they're slaves. The system is fucked. We're talking about free people, and I'm asking you as a free human being. Nobody is telling you to do anything. Okay, slaves didn't have that option. I'm saying to you, right? You're born right now. You're in a room with me. Okay, we're in a room. You can have anything that you want. If you just sit there and you don't do anything, someone's gonna have to do that for you. I'm gonna have to feed you, right? I'm gonna have to go and find food. Is that correct? And I'm gonna.
No, it's not correct. Take it later and die.
Mister, just say everything's
exactly. So slavery. So that's the difference between work and slavery. Work is you maintaining yourself. 100% of your successes and 100% of your failures. That's all that is. Slavery is when you're forced to do it for somebody else. And someone else forces you to do that for their benefit. I can't believe that we're having this.
Brenda, what is your point, though? What is your point?
The else is you. Like that's the entire point that I'm trying to make is that you are a slave. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. You are a slave to someone at the end of the day.
What?
Slaves slaves from antiquity, from the plantation era, they brought their freedoms, right? They were still getting paid. So obviously, making money does not differentiate whether or not you're a slave or not, right? So you can still make money and be a slave, and that's what modern day slavery is. You are a slave. If you work a 9 to 5, you are a slave.
No, you're not.
Right, but
Okay,
if you were, if the system didn't exist, Mr. Ramon, if the system didn't exist, and we just wake up, me and you wake up just on just land somewhere on the planet, okay? Do we have to get up and we got to do things, right? We're gonna have to build a home for ourselves. We're gonna have to find food. We're gonna have to forage. We're gonna have to create systems that we can rely on me and you, to rely on each other for whatever it is that we're gonna work, right? So is that working or is that slavery?
Okay, the difference is I don't have some boss lady bitch over me that's gonna fire me just because my khakis aren't ironed correctly. That's the difference.
Okay.
That's the difference that we have to deal with now. We have to deal with boss lady dumb bitches that ruin entire companies. That's the issue that we're dealing with
Oh
now.
my God! But you can identify that scenario of me and you on land and us doing things, building, and trading and bartering and going here and there that's work, but it's not slavery. Yes.
Bima, if you and I were on an island, it would be like Lord of the Flies. I would eat you day one.
Well,
I would eat you
that doesn't. But see, but you could eat me. That's fine. But that's you plan on just dying by yourself? You're gonna go crazy, right? Why instead? We already know at this far in our humanity that the best thing to do is for me and you to work together. For me to do things and you to do things, and then us exchange for us to have the best life. You build whatever you're gonna build and grow whatever you're gonna grow. I'm gonna build and grow what I'm gonna grow, and then we can, because it's gonna be impossible for you to do everything yourself. You're gonna rely on me. You're not gonna eat me. You're a fool if you think that you're gonna eat me. You're dumb.
Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna be like Christian. I'm gonna be a black politician. I'm gonna start siding with the white people, and I'm gonna be like, hey, look, I'm the Tim Scott of this island. Come on, white people. Like I'm with you
Bima,
guys.
what is your overall point?
My point was can you could differentiate though the difference between work and slavery now? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's good. So now getting back to the scenario. A kid, right? He decides to smoke pot because that works best with his ailment that he wasn't asked to have, and he's doing well. He's a productive member of society. He's in college. He made the dean's list. So who did he harm?
Okay, so all right, let me take a crack at it. Group cooperation, like you said, benefits our species to survive. So group cooperation then came up with laws about not smoking marijuana. Now, we all agree that, or most of us agree, some of the laws are stupid and they're outdated. The kid, in theory, harmed, when he smoked the marijuana and broke the law, he harmed society by proliferation of marijuana in society. So future victims of marijuana, but really, he probably harmed nobody. But that was the basis of the laws that were put in place, was to keep marijuana out of society, because it is a detrimental thing. That was the theory. It was detrimental to society.
Right. So you can.
Bima, what I would say is this to you. Clearly, if the kid got arrested, right? I don't know anything about the case. You're just saying the kid. You say he had cerebral palsy. I don't know how you knew that, but you're basing it off the crutches, and he's dragging his foot. He could have.
Because he said it. He said it himself.
Okay, he said he had cerebral palsy. That's fine. If he got arrested for smoking, that means he clearly wasn't inside his home. He wasn't in his back patio. He wasn't somewhere. If he got arrested for it, and you said that the judge said, well, I told you already 2 times, third strikes, you're out. So this has already happened 2 times before. So now, if the kid's getting arrested for smoking, again, he's out in public doing it. So I guess the question I would ask you, Bima, let's say a guy goes to a bar, and he gets drunk, and he gets in his car and drives. Now, he drives the speed limit. He drives good. but there happens to be a checkpoint. So there's a checkpoint, and the cops like he didn't get pulled over for speeding, he didn't get pulled over for anything. And there's a checkpoint, and the cop's like, well, dude, you've been drinking, bro. And the guy's like, well, yeah, but I've been driving fine. I haven't hurt anybody. Well, dude, you're fucking drinking and driving a car. You could hurt somebody. So if the kid's out in public smoking weed, who knows what he's doing? Who knows what's going on there? But clearly the kid wasn't inside his home smoking the weed. Because if he was inside his home smoking the weed, he wouldn't have got arrested. So for him to stand up there in court and be like, well, it helps me fall asleep and it relieves my pain and blah, blah. Well, then what the fuck are you doing in public for, bro? Why are you out here?
Exactly.
Why are you out here smoking around other people?
And did he have a prescription?
Right.
What's going on here?
No, because this was years ago.
Did the guy
he didn't get arrested for doing pot. He got arrested for possession. And I wonder, a kid with crutches.
Did the guy who was driving drunk that hadn't gotten the accident yet, did he harm anybody?
That's a false equivalency.
Hold on.
It's a false
He's
equivalency.
going to get arrested, and in the court, he's going to be like, well, Judge, I didn't harm anybody. They're going to be like, yeah, bro, but you were drinking.
Yeah, but he was right. But he was causing an immediate harm by the threat. Right, there was a threat there. A kid doing himself. There's no threat. He's not harming anybody. It's false.
What if he was?
Yeah, but do you understand the purpose of the law, though? Do you understand the purpose of the law?
He was not arrested for doing it. He got arrested for possession. For possession. That's what it was. It was possession.
Okay.
Without laws, there's chaos.
Yeah, that doesn't.
Possession.
That's not answering the question. It's crazy.
It is answering the question. That is the answer to your question.
Like this is my issue, right? Let's say you have a community that has dealt with kids with peanut allergies, right? And you're on an island. Would you be that person that takes the jar of peanut butter, knowing that there's a group of people that have dealt with peanut allergies? Kids that you have that could potentially be put at risk. That's the way I see drugs. That's the way I see weed, right? You introduce these toxic substances into communities, like MDMA, fentanyl, weed, into these communities. Sure, that kid might, oh yes, I take it and it just makes me feel like normal. But that other kid, he might have an adverse reaction to it, right? So do you want to be that person that's introducing this chemical into this community that might actually destroy it? Do you want to be like the Europeans that introduce alcohol to the Native Americans? Is that the type of person you want to be?
See, but this is the beauty of understanding the difference between entitlement and then also what truly we have as individual agents to just make our choices, right? We would have to, do you understand the things that have to be answered in order to determine something like what harm is? And I guarantee most people don't even, we could start all the way back to epistemics, okay? How do we know at what anything is, right? We have to identify this first. We have to, what about truth and objectivity? Are there moral
you're
truths?
a liberal. You know nothing about that stuff.
Hold on, that has nothing to do. There are plenty of non-liberals that like philosophy. To start with the understanding of knowledge, okay, and how we know what we know, right? Are you a moral realist? Are you an anti-realist? We're gonna have to determine. We're gonna have to get into meta-ethics. We're gonna have to get into value theory. We're gonna have to get into normative ethics for you to tell me that I'm causing harm. And what it comes down to is there has to be an objective, verifiable way to say that someone's harming somebody.
But the group
it's called the Bible, by the way. It's called
the group determined the law. The majority voted in the law.
That's might makes right. That's might makes right. That's not morality. No, that's might makes right.
That's saying. But what is your point? The laws are there to prevent chaos.
I'm saying that a group of people, we already determined that we own ourselves. So if we own ourselves, and you don't think that you think that other people own you.
Well, I think Mike is right, and the laws, you can't just do whatever the fuck you
Mike
want to do.
first, but Beaver, might makes right is not moral. That's the state of nature.
That leads to Nazism.
There's no morality in might makes right.
Morality is subjective to the time and the group. Yes, it is.
Well, sure, of course it is. Of course it is. Yes, yes. So, well, of course. See, we're not even gonna be able. He's
So
gonna
when we
argue
evolved-
subjectivity.
when we evolved
Mr.
from
Maloney's gonna
whatever
argue
we evolved
objectivity.
from,
This is pointless.
we were raping. We were probably raping each other, and we had no civility. So back then, are you going to tell us that we were immoral? No, back then we were subject to a different morality. It's relative. You see other species like that will go and rape and take the mate.
Says who? Who said that? Who said that?
Nobody said it. It's just what happened.
Again, says who? The oldest code of law we can go back to is what, the Hammurabi laws. And
I'm talking about before that. We evolved. Do you believe in evolution?
No, I don't believe in evolution.
Okay, well then there's no point in discussing. Okay, never mind.
You think we evolved from pond scum? Eventually we became amphibians and reptiles, and eventually to a monkey, to a human? Is that what you believe in?
Yeah, science is pretty solid on it.
Darwinism.
Yes, DNA pretty much solidified the theory of evolution.
Okay, so yeah, we're all. You see, this is the type of ideology that leads you to commit genocide. If you believe that your next door neighbor evolved from a fucking fish, then yeah, you're more likely just to genocide them and kill them. So yeah,
we didn't come directly from
type of ideology that.
We didn't come directly from fish. If that's how you believe evolution works, you just don't understand it.
Evolution isn't real. It was taught in the 1800s by some Freemason. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. So a spaghetti monster then told you what is.
Oh yeah. Get off of Reddit, dude. Spaghetti monster. That's so 2010.
Okay, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, get off of Reddit, atheism, and actually, research some stuff and stop listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson and Richard Dawkins. All right.
So you think you're smarter than Richard Dawkins?
Well, he's definitely a dumbass and a predator.
Yeah, okay.
If you didn't know that.
Yeah, he's stupid.
Mr. Law, are there any laws that you believe are immoral, that go against your own moral code?
Well, there's so many laws I can bring up. If we're just talking about after the French Revolution, obviously, there was satanic.
No, like laws today.
Well, we have to talk about the French Revolution because that's when I believe Satan got released from the pits of hell. The monarchy that was essentially defending Christendom at that time got destroyed. We had the monarchy guillotined by the French Revolutionists. And that's when atheism, the Enlightenment, and Darwinism, all of these satanic ideologies started to come around during that time after the French Revolution. And it's funny how they call it the Enlightenment when the entire period of Christendom, when people were getting saved and morality was being instilled across the entire continent. You didn't have Muslims running around chopping people's heads off. That was called the Dark Ages, right? Oh, but the Enlightenment, when women got liberated and atheists were chopping off Christians' heads off. That's the Enlightenment, apparently. Darwinism, we evolved from freaking pond scum. So everything got flipped upside down. So adultery,
homosexuality, all of that should be banned, obviously, but I don't have a say in it. I have no fight.
Beaver, are there any laws that you find immoral today?
Sure, I could think of some. But why is that, Matt? Why is that relevant? What laws do you find immoral?
How do you determine when you should and shouldn't follow a law that you find immoral personally, Beaver? What's that threshold?
I would probably weigh the pros and cons of the law and what would happen if I didn't follow it. If I had anything to lose, it'd be a bunch of factors. Why don't you give me an example of one that you have a problem with and how you would follow it or not follow it?
All victimless crimes. I have a problem with all victimless crimes.
So you mean direct victimless, or direct crimes that do not have a direct victim?
Right. In order for justice to be served, right, there has to be an identifiable harm, a measured harm. And in order to do that, you're going to be able to have to measure it. You can't just, say, oh, yeah, there's a harm here, in theory. You know what I mean?
Okay, so should you be able to take heroin if you wanted to?
Absolutely, of course. Of course.
Okay, but do you see how, if that was allowed, then that could slowly destroy a community?
What about the guy selling it?
Do you think that people today only not do heroin because it's not legal?
Yeah, I think it could be a lot worse. If it was easily, if you could buy it at Kroger or Publix off the shelf, get some heroin, kids, yeah, it would be a fucking disaster. It would destroy the community. Do you disagree with that?
Yeah.
Mike, what do you think?
Yeah, I think that I don't, like, do you get, the guy selling the heroin's the one who's harming the community, right? I mean, doing the heroin, I get what you're saying, it's a victimless crime, but...
Wait, if I'm selling you heroin, how am I harming you?
Wait, what?
It's the introduction of heroin into the community.
I cook it. I'm cooking heroin, cooking it up, and I'm going to sell it to you.
What, you think selling
How is that harming you?
What? Wait, what?
How is... I'm your dealer,
That's a weird
Mike.
question. I don't know. Like, you're selling me drugs, you're harming me.
Okay, so do you not believe that you're an agent of your own being?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Am I forcing you to buy it from me?
No.
Am I forcing you to do it?
No.
Okay, then who should be the arbiter of what you should decide to do as a human being?
Group cooperation. This is why it's important.
Hold on. No. This is where we're going with this. Who makes that decision?
The group, the laws that were voted.
Fema, you yourself mentioned earlier, you mentioned the crack versus the cocaine epidemic and how drugs being introduced into the black community was harmful to the black community. So if drugs being introduced into the black community was harmful to the black community, then it stands to reason that the guy selling heroin is harming someone. Come on, Fema, stop it.
Yeah, but that was, again, it's not a linear thing, right? It's the entire system. It's easy. It's putting breadcrumbs inside of a cage, right? That was my point. It's already, the ghettos had already been created. All of this was an intentional, psychological warfare. That's my point, was that it was created. It was created by a certain group of people. I won't say who.
Did anyone force the black community to use the crack?
No.
Don't the black community own themselves? Don't they own their own? Aren't they in
Yes,
decisions?
yes, and that's true. And that's
so
absolutely
you get where I'm going with this, right?
That's absolutely true. That's absolutely true.
They
But
own their
again,
lobby.
it wasn't just black people doing drugs, right? It was black people doing drugs and being set up so they could be imprisoned, so the entire structure could be destabilized. That whole thing. I mean, look at what COINTELPRO.
Would you use the word harmed? Were they being harmed?
They were being targeted. They were being harmed. Yeah, of course they were. Of course.
And so the guy selling heroin is harming people.
No. The harm wasn't from person to person. That wasn't the harm, because if that's not the harm, and it never will be a harm. One person selling a drug to another person is not harming anybody, as long as they're not committing crimes. Hold on, as long as the person, if I go and I create and I cook up some, what did you say, Mike? Meth or heroin? I cook up some heroin. I don't know how to do that, but maybe I do. Okay, today. So I cook up some heroin in my home on my private property, and I know that some people like to do it for whatever reason. I go and I sell it to you, and you take it from me, and I go home. Who did we harm? Did we both showed up? We're not harming other people, right? Usually what happens is that the drug stuff gets what is it called, conflated with other crimes, right? And that, what is it called, gang, not mafia, cartel, all this other stuff, because of how it's looked at from the government, and then it's a whole business system. It's just a business mechanism. But the idea of me selling to you, who are we harming?
You're harming him.
I'm not harming him. He's the only one that decides who harms Mike Allen. Mike Allen makes that decision. I make the decision who harms Bima, but Mike Allen makes the decision who harms Mike Allen. And if Mike Allen decided that it harms Mike Allen, then Mike Allen gets to choose not to do it.
All right, let me explain to you.
All
right, let me explain to you how it harms him. He's going to keep chasing that high, and then when he can't get it, he's going to go fucking rob, steal, and hurt others to get that high. It's a poison. It ruins communities. Directly, it won't harm him immediately, no. But it leads to destruction.
Right, and that's what I'm talking about. The conflated, like I said, people will normally conflate an interaction, a voluntary action between two people with crime, right? But that specific instance of me selling to Mike Allen and Mike Allen going home to his private property to do whatever he's going to do with it. I don't know. Maybe he's going to build a cure with it. Who knows? He's going to cure some crazy shit. Who knows?
Okay, but the group decided the best way to mitigate that destruction happening is to ban it from being sold to each other.
Okay, so then everybody in this room on this panel, Beaver, Sid, Beth, Man, AI, Mike, Alfonso, Bima, we are on an island. Okay, and I figure out how to make heroin. I decide to make I learned how to make it. Okay, now Beaver and everybody else, besides Mike Allen decides that no, Bima, you're not gonna make that because it's harmful. We saw Manfinity do it, and Manfinity end up robbing AI. And then AI was pissed, and he went and he harmed Manfinity by stabbing him. Okay. The point is that, and that's your justification. Okay. So now Bima, right? Now I didn't do anything to Manfinity, right? Manfinity decided to go and create a crime. He actually did a crime by violating someone's private property. Okay. He violated AI. AI responded the way he responded. That has nothing to do with me. Now, everybody in the room decides, hey, Bima, you can't do it anymore. But me and Mike Allen, I'm deciding I'm doing it, and Mike Allen's just like, you know what? I live once, YOLO. I heard about it as a crazy experience, or whatever his excuse is.
Let's fucking rage!
Okay, whatever he decides. Tell me why me and Mike can't do a peaceful transaction, right? Because you guys say that it's bad. I thought we decided that we choose our own morality, right? And when our morality...
That's why I said no, we didn't. In the very beginning, you asked, I said no. It's both. You choose it and the group chooses it for stuff like this.
Okay, but then what happens with when you create a law, you and everybody else create a law that isn't harmful. Let's say it is. Let's say it's RSO oil, okay, and this, which is a drug, and you decide to outlaw it. But RSO oil is actually curing mast cell tumors on dogs, and Mike Allen has a dog who he loves very much, and he knows that it's going to cure his dog's mast cell tumor. So now, who are you to take a gun to my head or Mike Allen's head to say, if you do this, we're going to put you in a cage, and if you disagree, we're going to shoot you dead. If you don't comply and you fight back, we will escalate all the way to deadly force. If you don't do what we're going to say. Now explain to me why me and Mike Allen should listen to you guys. Why do you guys have authority over what we've determined is good?
Because the group determined it, and you are not as mightful as the group. You will succumb to the group. They have more force than you. If you want the law changed for the dog to be able to get it, you got to work to change it. Or you can say, I'm going to save my dog, fuck it, and I'm going to bear the consequences.
Okay, but that's not morality. That's might make right.
It's a weird hill to die on, Bima. Like, do me and Beaver believe that the kid should have got arrested for smoking weed? Probably not. But you got to draw the line somewhere, right? Like,
or you have chaos.
Yeah, you got to draw the line somewhere, Bima.
You don't have to die on.
Hold on. I want to figure out where we vest our authority, okay? Beaver, I don't consent to whatever you decided. You, Sig, Beth, AI, Manfinity, Alfonso, okay? Mike Allen, you're with me. Sorry you're an anarchist today, okay? Me and Mike Allen, we reject your system. But we're all together. We're all on an island. I can't go anywhere else. It's not reasonable for me to go anywhere else. I can't go anywhere else. I have to live here. But you guys decide, no, we're going to make these laws, and this is what it's going to be. And if you don't like it, I don't know.
And it's white.
That's your problem. So why do I have to abide by your authority?
Because we outmuscle you by numbers.
So that's all that it comes down to.
Yeah.
The authority comes to who has the greatest power.
Yes.
Okay, so do you understand how that's not moral? That's just might makes right.
It doesn't matter. It is what it is.
Okay, so then if there is no morality in that, then as soon as Mike Allen and I, because we start doing some underground RSO oil stuff, we find a freaking tribe, okay, that was secret. They were like hidden underground, and they love this shit. We partner with them, and me and Mike Allen are like, you know what? Let's go and take them all out. Let's take everybody out because we just want to do that because might makes right. We're allowed to. Can we do that?
Yes, you would do it.
Okay, and this is my point. This isn't moral. You have no moral principles. You have to develop a moral principle, Beaver. This is my whole point. And this is why government is not moral. This is my point. It is not moral. Might makes right is not moral.
Who cares? Like, it doesn't matter.
Wait, how can you say that it doesn't matter? You're basing your premise on what's good for society, but then also saying that there's no morality in it. There's a complete contradiction. You're completely not thought out on this.
It's objected to the time and the group and in the setting. That's what morality is. And it's decided by the group. If it's best for the group to survive and advance, to pass on their DNA, to prevent shit like heroin destroying the group, then they're going to institute these laws or there will be chaos. This is the way it's been since, I don't know, do you think when you see a lion...
Let me ask you this.
When you see a lion eat another creature and tear its head off, do you think, damn, that's not moral? Poor animal?
No, that's might makes right. That's the state of nature. That's exactly. The state of nature. Okay, but they're not beings that have rational capacity to reason. Okay, they don't have reason in the same capacity that we do. They cannot enter and respect contracts. That's what all this is about. So this is my question because it's 6:00. But this is what I have my question to you because I'm curious, honestly. What do you think? I'm only going to go as far as normative ethics. I promise. What do you feel, or no? How do I say this? What makes an action right in your mind? And I'm asking you, are you like a consequentialist where, the best, you could maximize the good of all outcomes? Do you think, because maybe that's what you are. I would think that's what you are. Hold on,
It's all
no,
relative.
hold on.
Bima, let's say you
let me
wait
finish. Because look, hold on, and I'll finish. Because it sounds like normative ethics. It sounds like Beaver. That's what Beaver is, right? Then there's deontology, right, where we have the respect for duties and rights. We have contractualism, right, where we have principles, right? Okay, that are principle, which would be something that is irrespective of time, circumstance, location, is going to be the same for everybody. Okay, so if we can agree on normative ethics, and you're just saying like, oh, force makes right. I'm saying like you're completely unprincipled, Beaver. There's no foundation in the things that you're saying. You're saying that we need to do this for the good of society, but also I can't define what's right, and only might makes right is going to be what's right. It's completely just trash. This is what happens when we just vest our all authority in government. It's literally called rational ignorance. I'm not saying that it's. Hold on. No. Rational ignorance is a real thing, and I'm not saying that I'm trying to criticize you because that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm saying this is the mass. This is the masses. This is what the large majority of everybody on this planet does, okay? And that is rational ignorance. We're going to push off whatever type of work that we don't have to do in whoever's going to do it, because it's not reasonable or rational for us to be able to look and explore absolutely everything. I had a particular instance where I had enough time to be able to research this and to think about it and to start questioning and completely dismantling the systems and understand and build a foundation of moral principles. I can tell you, I have an entire moral principle theory that I can tell you, and there's absolutely any fucking circumstance that you could give me that I could run through my moral principles and answer the question of what should be done, because it's based on moral principles. And the fact of the matter is, it is completely consistent. It works, whether it works for me or against me, it's principled and I believe in it. So that's all that I have to say. I think that you should think about dismantling.
But it wouldn't work. You would die off.
You have to find your moral principles, and once you start doing that, and you look at your moral principles, and you get into normative ethics, and you go back into value theory, and actually you should start with epistemics, because that's fucking where you need to start there, and then just start slowly building, and you'll get into meta ethics, then you'll get into different theories, value theory, normative ethics, and then you can finally get into political theory, which is how the government should be, what type of government we should be, and things like that. But and then we could answer the question, because the other question that we had was justice. We can't even define justice.
It wouldn't work. You would die. The group would die off.
Bima, I want to ask you this question, Bima, real quick. Let's say, because there was this whole conversation started with victimless, like who did the kid hurt, like victimless crimes, whatever. Let's say you wait, and you're 100% positive that everyone had left a certain building. Nobody was in the building. No plant, no animal, no insect, no nothing. Literally, you know for a fact nothing is in the building. And now you go and you burn down the building. Would you say that's okay because you like fire? Or would that be morally wrong because you burnt down the building? But you didn't harm anybody, though.
Yes, I did. It's you harm. Hold on. My principle is private property, right? That is where I draw my objective line. Okay, so it's harming a person or person's private property.
It wasn't private property. It was just a building that was there.
If nobody owned it and it was a building that was there and nobody claimed it and I burnt it down, then nobody would care. Who cares? There is no moral. There's nothing to be processed with that. Like it
was a historical site that was owned by the city.
It's still owned. Okay, well, we're gonna then have to get back to social contract theory. But let's say that it's a group of people instead of complicating things and saying it's government.
No, Bima, it's wrong because society deemed that burning shit down is wrong. It's just wrong.
Because that's just completely subjective. You're not actually saying why it's wrong. You're just saying we think it's wrong, therefore it's wrong. Like there's just
when the majority of people deem something wrong, it's going to be considered wrong. Now the weed issue is weird, right? The majority of people used to consider weed as a problem. Now people are changing their mind to it. But even in states that have recreational weed as legal, you still can't smoke a fucking blunt and drive a car because you're intoxicated while driving, right? So there's still going to be guidelines.
Yeah, but you're not attaching you're not attaching the claim to a standard. You're just arbitrarily saying it's wrong because there's a group of people who deem it wrong. Like wrong. Like when you say something is good or bad, it has to be in relation to something. So like when you're saying it's wrong to what? To whom and for what?
Well, to bring you up to speed.
Yeah, but
Simon, to bring you up to
now
speed.
you're just saying the standard is the group, but
Simon, to bring you up to speed.
Wrong according to why? I've been here for like 20 minutes.
Not. Oh, well, did you hear about the household, the kid who got arrested or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay, so the argument was that who did he harm? Like he was just smoking weed. Like the judge shouldn't have sent him to jail. And Beaver and I are saying, we get it. The weed aspect, yeah, it's a problem, but society has deemed it as a problem. So when the kid gets arrested, yeah, the kid got arrested because it's a problem. The society deems it as a problem.
Yeah, but that's
now Beaver and I are also. It's also relative. It's relative to the times, but
why is it a problem? Is the question?
Well, well, yes, exactly. The crux of the real question is, like, what makes it objectively wrong?
Because society, that's what Beaver and I are saying. The majority of people are determining it's wrong. So the society
it's the same as people who in the state of Texas say that we can't buy alcohol on Sundays and we have to stop at 9.
Oh, dry counties, bro. Fuck.
No, not dry counties. I'm talking about in the state of Texas on Sundays liquor stores are closed. So like we do have dry counties that are like, yeah, you can't buy alcohol in general, but I'm talking about in Houston, Dallas, Austin, any big city, alcohol can't be sold on the Sunday.
Yeah, you gotta buy all your shit on Saturday.
So my logic in this is like, based off what y'all saying, if we basing things off being harmful as to why they're illegal, then half the shit that we eat, alcohol should still be under prohibition. It's not about whether it's harming people or not, because there's very little studies that show that weed is actually like truly like harmful in the sense of like some of the harsher drugs. As a weed smoker, I'll never sit here and say that smoking weed is a good thing for you. Because if you set fire to something, any good that weed has, once you set fire to it, you changing the makeup of it.
Agreed. No, we agree we agree that what's considered harmful or illegal is subjective. But what Beaver and I are arguing is that the majority of the people that are living in that society is what determines what's harmful and.
I don't think it's the majority of society.
I don't think it's the majority. I mean, I don't know if anybody can dispute that. Like, I think like what Bima is saying is like gets to like the crux of the issue. Like, objectively speaking, like what's the prescription of the claim, rather than just like saying like, yeah, the description is society, like whatever society deems is bad, you know, like because then you just fall into like relativism where it's just like that's not interesting whatsoever. Like we can all say like, yeah, like private property is immoral if you're like in the Soviet Union, and therefore like society deemed private property is bad. It's like, yeah, okay, like anybody could like by that standard, it's like, yeah, slavery is good because like people thought that it was good at the time.
Yeah, everyone's gonna
you know, it's just it's not an interesting discussion. Like
I agree.
Like
that's
actually have like
that's what we're saying. We don't understand what we're talking about. Like the kid got arrested because the kid fucking smoked weed and it was against the law where he was. Like period. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but again, like like saying it's just against the law isn't like a substantive discussion. You could like again, like you could be like, yeah, I mean, in the Soviet Union, I got arrested because I had like a horse to myself.
Yeah, dude, you're talking to Bima right now, bro. That's you're talking to Bima. We were saying like that makes it's irrelevant, Bima, because it's just what it is. Like it's irrelevant. So it's no point talking about it. That's what we're saying.
Yeah, I think she's trying to change your minds in terms of like how to think about these things, though. Like the moment that you want to talk about morality, like you can't talk about like, well, the group thinks this, therefore it's right. It's like it doesn't actually make it right. It just this is law because this is what people like want.
Oh yeah, right. I would say
making
we're right.
Like a moral statement.
We were talking about lawful. I wouldn't say that we're right. I don't like.
But right is relative.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
so it does make it right.
But
right
relative to like the actual thing is either right or wrong. But like, you know, it's.
That's what we've been saying the whole time. It's relative. It's all relative.
Man, I just don't think America is the place for us to be making like moral judgments on anything. I don't think our government
should be in the space of anything when it comes to morality. Like it's a pick and choose society. You feel me? Like it is what it is. You can't say you want a free society and then in the same token tell people things that they could do when it comes to their own bodies. Now, when we're talking about harmful things, when we talk, I mean, even if we want to get into like cocaine, heroin, and all that, I don't think nobody really like tripping about that in the sense of realizing that shit is extremely harmful to a person. It's a public health crisis, to be honest with you. So we could understand that certain drugs have to be regulated, but when it comes to marijuana, I'll stand on the idea that if somebody can go and buy some liquor up to when you could buy beer in Texas up to 12, if I can go and buy beer and wine and we know what that alone can do to a person, I should be able to smoke me a blunt. I should be able
agree.
I
agree, and the law needs to change to reflect that. I 100% agree with you.
I mean, I see what Trump's doing with rolling back, you know what I'm saying, making it from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3 or whatever. But, I mean, I don't, and any of y'all talk to me know that I'm the furthest from a Trump supporter, so I'm always skeptical about anything that he does when it's beneficial, I guess. But, no, that's not anybody making it a big issue. I would dare to ask you, man, like, why is it an issue to you? And if you're telling me because it's illegal, again, I'm going to tell you this is American. A lot of things that have once been legal or even currently legal, we could sit and say, man, is that actually right? Is that morally right? Anybody that's against it, can you give me a good explanation other than it's against the law?
Well, I don't believe in an objective morality, so...
First of all, motherfucker, the Santa, the Pinta, and the Maria had hemp fucking rope and sails. You hear me?
Just for the record, it's the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria.
Well, whatever, go fuck yourself.
Wait, I'm just
you know
curious
what I
about
meant.
that statement. Like, so you're saying you don't believe in an objective morality?
What I believe in is that marijuana has been fought against on both sides again, because you got hemp, which is you don't smoke. That's the male plant, right? Which provided fiber. They made clothing, and rope, and things like that. So the hemp side, I like to argue on the hemp side more than the shit we smoke, the female plant, because this shit has had opposition from the beginning in the United States. The first opposition was cotton. The next one was paper, and then it was what do you call it? Fiber plastics. Like, so this shit. But all the time, all the previous before that, it's like when people smoke weed, they start thinking, and they don't want people fucking thinking. They want you getting drunk and going to work. So marijuana and hemp is a very deep conversation. Like, you know, the Constitution of the United States is written on hemp paper.
No, why the fuck would I know that?
I thought y'all were educated.
I know that there's a secret treasure map.
You know, like think about this. Smoking a blunt is illegal, but we can carry a weapon of mass destruction, and I own multiple guns. So let me say that.
That's enough mass.
While drinking whiskey.
Hey, if you look at what a gun is, it's very much a weapon of mass destruction. Now, whether they call it one or not, obviously our president just claimed that fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction. So would it, like, I couldn't say that.
You know why he did that, right?
I know why. I mean, I got my theory on why he did it.
I know why he did it, so he can declare war.
Yeah, that's my theory on it.
Guys, marijuana alters your state of mind.
I smoke weed, bro. Like, I'm loading my bowl right now, bro. I used to smoke blunts. I used to smoke joints. I don't smoke blunts and joints anymore. Now I just smoke a bowl every once in a while because it's more than enough. But I smoke weed. You can't be in an altered state of mind out in public. Like, yeah, you can carry a firearm in public, but you can't just smoke a bunch of weed and go walk around in public, bro. Like, it's fucking weird, bro. Like,
Why?
Like, what do you mean? Why?
Why?
Should you drive a car while you're all high?
I mean, can you?
Well, a car is actually considered like a deadly weapon.
Rob, of course I'd be able to drive it, but does it not slow down your reaction time? Does it not? I'm not
yes,
saying
that's why it would be considered a weapon. So if
dude,
you were
you
to actually
shouldn't be
damage someone,
like you shouldn't be high out in public.
no, but walking around is not the same as like being able to like get into a vehicle and like potentially kill someone.
Oh, really? Maybe what if you're walking around all high and you don't stop at the crosswalk, and then now a car has to swerve and it's another car?
Well, then you're liable for that.
Well, what if you do some dumb shit and walk into some place you shouldn't walk?
Mike,
Bro,
let me hear you. You sound like you don't sound like somebody. You don't sound like somebody who just started smoking. You don't sound like someone who just started smoking,
I've
Mike.
been smoking for a very long time, my friend.
Let me ask you this, man. Around all of the smokers that you've been around, how many of them do things like walk into the middle of the street?
Rob.
Incoherent. I'm just asking, just off your anecdotal experience.
Rob. I'm not saying you or I would do something like that.
No, I'm asking. I didn't ask you. I said, how many smokers do you know have done things like walk off into the middle of the street and put their lives in danger?
So what I'm saying, Rob, you would agree with me. People do dumb shit when they're high.
I do. So what I will agree with you is that marijuana alters your state.
West Palm Beach, we have a thing called Clematis Street in West Palm Beach. If there was a bunch of people out there now again, they're walking around all drunk, so they stop the cars from walking around there, right? And when people are drunk, like you would agree, they do some dumb shit. If people are walking around stoned as fuck, like, and I'm not talking about you or I. I'm talking about people that are stoned as fuck, walking around being all weird, all out in public. You're telling me they would just do some shit where they wouldn't see that it says
have you ever
walk?
I mean, I'm not saying that it couldn't happen, but if you're using this as your argument for why it should remain illegal, I don't think this is like the argument.
I don't think it should remain illegal. But Rob, even in Colorado, it's recreational legal. I've been to Colorado, and you can go into the dispensary and buy whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
But you can't. But Rob, you can't leave the dispensary, go into your car, roll up a joint, and start driving while smoking a joint.
I mean, I guess
no one's saying
agree that would be a bad thing.
I mean,
nobody's saying you can't.
I actually look. Whether I think that's a bad thing or not, I think it's on the person. Like, seriously, I know some people that smoke that I probably don't think they should drive. But I know people who smoke more than me, who smoke all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? And they Uber drive. They this is what I'm saying. It's objective. Do I think that marijuana impairs you like alcohol does? I know for a fact it doesn't. Like, I know this to be a fact. It doesn't impair people like that.
Not at all.
But would I say that anybody should just be driving around and smoking? Probably not. But I can make an argument that the act of smoking and driving is actually what's more dangerous than the high that you're getting from marijuana. Trying to dump the blunt. If you got somebody in the car, you got to pass it. When it gets small and you can't dip the ash the way you want to, like, you think about all that. That anytime I've had an issue driving and smoking, it's because I was doing something like that. It wasn't because I was impaired and I couldn't focus. Nah, man, it's like I'm trying to pass it to somebody and I done swerved. Like, so I'll say that it's probably not smart to smoke and drive for a myriad of reasons.
For logistical reasons, no, Rob.
Yeah.
You are impaired. You shouldn't be doing it. Now, look, I get what you're saying. I have no problem with people that smoke weed inside their house. I have no problem with people doing whatever the fuck they want to do. I get it. But you can't be impaired while driving, because now you're putting other people in harm. Like, this shouldn't even be an argument, right? And the other reason why why weed is criminalized a lot of times is because you don't know what you're getting. When you go to a dispensary, you know what you're getting, right? You know what type of weed you're getting. They all have all kinds of weird shit, right? Blah 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 blah. But you're just buying weed.
Hey, all of that weird stuff is all that weird stuff is a little more harmful if you want to be real.
I'm trying to say that's why you can't just pick and choose.
All that weird stuff, man. People and
I knew fucking Beaver was gonna do that shit.
What he did, he left.
Fucking yeah. Now I feel like I fucking A.
Hey, is this the room? Nah, this the man. This SIG room. They was in the room the other night going crazy. Viking Brad and them. I say the whites going crazy, man. I'm like, I don't ever want to hear the whites say they don't be tripping on each other. Cause this was not a black on white room. It was all white on white, and it was mostly Trump supporters.
No, us whites are gangsters.
And I know some gangster whites. You feel me? But like, look, this is my
Trump's one of them.
I think Trump is what you would call a paper gangster. Now, I will say this that paper gangsters still could hurt people.
Bro, Trump is a gangster, dude. Name someone else who would look at China and be like, yeah, fuck you, China. Now I'm going to race this. Trump fucking walked up in their Forbidden City. First American to ever walk up into China's Forbidden City.
I mean,
Trump walked up into
he did that under the guise as the United States president.
Bro, Trump walked up into North Korea, big dick swinging, didn't give a fuck, bro.
Hey, he did that under the guise of being the president.
You can't put Trump and Big Dick in the same sentence. I gotta cut it.
I'm just saying,
Trump fucking strolled up in North Korea like
Mike, put this in proper perspective. If this is Trump before him being the president, I might give you some. Hey, I feel that. You can flex your way as a citizen, as a civilian, even though you were
in his first term.
He did this what I'm saying, he did this as the president.
Yeah.
This isn't like he's not a normal American. Like, what is he? Not a 40. He's number 47 now. So at that time, you would say that was his 45th term. Where we've had a couple presidents that were 2 terms. So let's say it's been 40 presidents in the United States history. My guy, that's the president of the United States. That's the president, the leader of the so-called free world. Of course, he could walk into China and say certain things, but you also see that with all the shit he did on China, he rolled it back.
Yeah, so did China.
He rolled it back.
Yeah, so did China.
Well,
he did that to get him to come to the table.
Well, what did they coming to the table to do? Like, what did he?
Wait, what are you saying? Are you saying that it was just performative or something? Like, what are you?
I'm saying it was extremely performative.
China had high tariffs on us. Trump went and fucking did some wild shit. Now again, think about this, Rob. If you go into a pawn shop and you're gonna pawn something, and let's say you're gonna sell something at a pawn shop, and you're like, yo, this thing's worth $100. I'm gonna take $100. Are you gonna go in there and ask for $100? No, you're gonna ask for $500. And the guy's gonna be like, well, I'll give you 50. And you're like, no, how about 300? He's like, I'll give you 80. You're like, no, how about 200? He's like, dude, I'll give you $100. You're like, fine, I'll take $100. But you knew you were gonna go in there and you wanted $100 the whole time. But you're not gonna ask for $100.
I just want to say this, Mike.
So
before he
Trump
became
like,
president,
you
do realize
he goes 600% tariffs.
Hey, if you got time, you could look this up yourself. I don't know what you're doing. See what the tariffs on America from China were before he got into office. And I'm not talking about after, like when Biden won in 2020. I'm just saying prior to 2016. See what the tariff rate was against America.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So what I'll give Trump any credence to, what I'll give Trump any credence to, is that free trade doesn't necessarily benefit the United States in the way that they've said it does. You feel me? I had to actually go back and study this for about 2 months. I thought I knew what free trade meant, but once I really read it, got a firm understanding of why it was people that was opposed to NAFTA, why it was people that supported NAFTA, I actually don't think Trump is wrong in saying that some of these trade deals aren't favorable for us.
Fucked, bro.
China isn't necessarily the place. So when you go and you look in, like when he puts I think it's Madagascar that's like a big vanilla exporter. So they have a big tariff on American imports. American imports from Madagascar. All right, but they also don't have anything else. Like they don't have much. They can't really import a lot of things from us because it's a really poor nation. So it's like we could look at that and say, "Oh, Madagascar is fucking us over," or you could read into it and do what I did and accept or admit that you didn't know what was going on and take some time and not like a day or two, like literally sit down, read. There's plenty of information out there, man. Pretty much every economist, even those who support Trump, were against the tariff plan. And now he's telling people, like I just heard this out of his own mouth 2-3 days ago. He's telling people that we've brought in $18 trillion in tariffs this year. Like this is out of his mouth. When the numbers that I saw is closer to like 50 billion. But at the same time, if you think that tariffs are going to replace tax revenue, let's say like that period of October, September, I think they brought in a record number of tariffs, like $30 billion, right? At the same time, American taxpayers brought them in, they probably about $150 billion in that same period.
Bro, are we still talking about weed?
Well, I looked up what we were talking about tariffs, but like, I looked up the information you asked, and the information is in 2016, we didn't really have a tariff from China coming into America, but China was charging us on average between 17 to 35%, depending on the product. Of our stuff going to them. And then in 2018, it says Trump started initiating a 10 to 25% tariff against China's goods coming into America. But that was an initiative in 2018. And then he wanted to come back to the drawing board. And that's why he was doing that negotiating of whoever was saying about the pawn shop, because I agree with that.
Well, what's the difference about tariffs, though? Like, how does it impact
tariffs?
Average American person?
In modern times, look, tariffs are really used as a negotiating tactic. Tariffs in 1880, when it's not a globalized world, it was effective in raising revenue for America. Now it's essentially an extra tax. You could splice it like it's not, but it's a tax.
No, like the way I see it, it's a patriotic tax.
Sounds like y'all trying to sound smart, but you're not.
Does it matter that you have to pay like 10% extra for that PS5? Does it matter you have to pay 10% extra for that Android
You
phone?
don't. I don't know why.
At the end of the day, you're promoting.
You guys are so far. It's like.
You're not promoting American companies.
What's up with
Does it not give you an incentive?
You have a historical. You sound very knowledgeable about a lot of things. So I just want to, pick your brain about your thoughts on the historical aspect of tariffs. You mentioned 1880.
This black bitch that just interrupted.
Can you?
Did you just say what?
Hey, watch your mouth, boy.
Man, if that's how y'all get down,
Hey, she interrupted.
Hey, good sister. It ain't nothing I can do to these people in this room, but I'm not gonna stay in this room while they talk to you like that. It's not gonna. So we can chop it up anywhere you want to, but it ain't nothing I can do to these people. You feel me? I wish I could, but I ain't no way. Nah, ain't.
Address Ellis Island babies. It's okay.
Nah, that's all I'm saying. We ain't gonna even. I don't even play like that. You feel me? Ain't no
She
need
called him an island boy.
No, you didn't even hear what she said.
Yeah,
She didn't say.
It's fine.
Don't worry about it, sister.
Because if he really want to go there, we can wake it up about the heritage Americans versus the Ellis Island babies and flip this title and get all up in white folk business while y'all want to talk about slavery and shit like that. But anyway, I just wanted to ask you, you were talking about tariffs and you mentioned 1880. And I was curious to see, had you ever researched prior to that to look at, since the topic was slavery and morality versus economics, on the economic side, have you ever looked into a deep dive of what that looked like in terms of?
You mean the economics of slavery?
Like, and yes, but also the tariff, the ideology behind tariffs. because you mentioned the year 1880, and so I was like, can we back that up a couple
Well,
of days?
all right. So reason why I mentioned 1880 because there's a period, man, like that's that progressive era. You feel me? Where the tariffs were really bringing in a lot of money for the United States, and Trump referenced that time period a lot. But I think it's important to look at that time period in context and realize that globalization was not a thing. Like it was not a thing. We weren't competing with China like we are. Like we didn't free trade.
1880.
Excuse me.
1880.
I just used that time period. I said the 1880s.
Okay.
Y'all want me to
but I would agree with what she's trying to tell you. What I'm asking is like what she's saying is correct because you need to go back 2 more decades to 1861 and the Morrell tariff, which caused the South to secede because there was no income tax until there was the Civil War. And before that, the U.S. government got all of its money to run itself through tariffs. But the bottom 5 agricultural states at the time, the number 1 export of America was cotton, and the number 1 buyer was England. And they were raising the tariffs, and you already had 5 states paying for like 70% of what the U.S. government was running on, and the Morrell tariff was going to add another 6% to it. And that's when that was the straw that broke the camel's back that started the Civil War. And then when, they seceded and the Civil War started, the first income tax on a person started in 1861.
Thank you, Stereo, because that was, you kind of summed it up in a way more intelligible way for it to be said. And that was kind of where I was going with that because outside of the emotional aspect of talking about slavery, when you get to the business side of it, I love the fact that people can talk about that and take a deep dive into that because it wakes it up a little bit more. About what ended slavery, what point, even if you go back a little bit further, please.
Susie, hold on, we lost you. Susie, we lost you for like 2. We lost you.
You're back. You were switching cell towers. Yeah.
Yeah. Go back like 2 seconds.
They was intelligible and shit.
Hold on, Susie. We lost you for like 10 seconds.
That's okay. I'm in these backwoods of Tennessee talking about the Civil War. I'm all up through here, but
yeah.
Yo.
Go back like 2 sentences.
If anybody can kind of make those connections between like the economic portion, or today's version of tariffs and the the economics of the slave trade in terms of the involvement of the crown versus these newly formed colonies and how that worked, or maybe not newly formed, but this slavery had much of a stronghold, and then you start seeing these different aspects take place between, the crown and the newly formed U.S. government, and basically the power grab, if you will, of trying to control resources and economics on the crown side compared to this side, and trying to thwart that. Ultimately, like I said, think about 1808, the crown ended the importation of African slaves into, but when you start looking, you see that it's not really about the fact that they feel like it's a morality issue. It's really about, like the things that you're talking about right now, economics, tariffs, money, pretty much. And so I was trying to see if you had ever went back that far and made any parallels, like in terms of what we know to be tariffs today, because I feel like it's just different commodities, taking the emotional side out of it and the social side out of it. The economic side, it looks like it was just more so of a power grab, and I was curious to see what the tariffs, or the idea of tariffs as we know them today, may fit in that history. Because I like to so I'm speaking your brain, or anybody's brain.
Yeah, no, that's what I've been saying the whole time. Trump's a fucking gangster.
Look, honey, we know you're using the source you're looking up synonyms and stuff like that. It's okay. Your vocabulary isn't that expansive. It's okay. We understand, but you don't have to try so hard. Okay.
Why are you?
We understand. You're a black man.
I'm just trying to figure out.
What is wrong with you?
Didn't have globalization. Who said that? I want to know who said that because he's 100% wrong.
Who said what?
Why would you say what you just said?
The wannabe Raisin Ramon guy.
What do you say?
Honestly, about me.
Look, I'm a
Globalization was a
misogynist
thing in
and
the
I'm a racist.
1880s. Why would you say it wasn't a thing?
I want to know when did your family immigrate to America, Ramon? 1920s, 30s? Are you a Johnny Come Lately?
Don't
Did
answer
you
that,
just get
Ramon.
here?
Don't answer that, Ramon.
Did you
But I
just
think
get here?
Ramon told us he was a black guy.
And again, I'll ask, when did your family immigrate to the United States? Now I gotta ask you, is it the 1960s, 70s? Because what's funny is this seems like it's
They
always
weren't slaves like
that.
yours.
We gotta let him
That's all I
answer.
gotta
Hold
say.
on.
They weren't slaves.
That just
They
got
weren't
here
slaves
that wants
like
to
yours.
perpetuate the bullshit. Mind you, it's people that have been for a long time, and families have been in this country for a long time, figuring this shit out. If it is
Look,
let
look,
him answer.
your family is not special because
you know,
you were cattle
Rob
slaves,
Hill,
okay?
Virgin of United States.
Every single society has slaves. The Russians were enslaved. Shaka Zulu enslaved different tribes in Africa.
Bro, this is gonna be super unpopular, dude.
Come and perpetuating bullshit. You know,
This is
y'all
gonna be
might not keep
super
getting away
unpopular.
with that because not only is there black people, but white people who've been in this country from the very beginning, they're not with y'all bullshit. Y'all keep trying to perpetuate some bullshit like that and keep on. Because now y'all see both people coming and knock you upside your motherfucking head trying to perpetuate bullshit. Shut your ass up and drink some fucking water.
Stereotype. Mr. Ramon, what's it, Mr. whatever? What do you not like women?
You're asking him the wrong question.
Every woman that's come on
But when you're acting,
I've noticed it, Mr. Ramon.
when you're acting masculine, like
Mr. Ramon, he's done it 4 times. He's done it 4 times tonight. Every time a woman, you did it with Bima, now you did it with Susei, and you gone after all of them. Just ask a question.
He's scared to ask one of y'all on a date. That's what it is. The only people like that are fucking homo.
Married, flattered,
You see, this is what happens. This is what happens when you allow women to talk over you.
Yeah, you just.
Mr. Ramon, what did you say earlier about when women get to?
You never been slapped. You never had a man to tell you to shut the fuck up.
Mr.
Shut the fuck up.
Mr. Ramon.
Just go ahead and
Hold
come
on.
out the closet and let
Mr.
the woman
Ramon,
know that's why you disparage women.
Look, I don't need ratchet
like
pussy,
men,
okay?
and you're
I'm okay
afraid
without
to.
it.
You're afraid to admit that you like men.
Mr. Ramon, what'd you say?
Strangers on the internet.
Susei, earlier, Mr. Ramon, when you first got on here, one of your first things you said, this is like hours and hours and hours ago. You were like, what'd you say about women getting they tear up the businesses because they say some dumb shit or something? What was that?
It's due to affirmative action. You have dumb bitches that essentially get hired for no other qualification other than skin color. And they blow up businesses. They happen to me. It probably happened to
welcome,
you
you
too.
Johnny come lately immigrant. It's so crazy to me that people like you would come here and only been here for 10 minutes and think that you can latch on to your version of some sort of idealized
I'm gonna be back in like 20.
rhetoric.
Y'all have fun.
Be for real.
Okay.
Take your ass to whatever
You think I'm black?
country
I'm not
that you
fucking
came
black.
from.
I'm not black.
Okay, take your ass to whatever
Nobody
shithole
bitch about
country
me
you
not
came
being
from.
moderated. I
You and
gotta
all
step
your
away.
peasant ass immigrant ancestors.
Nobody gets to
okay,
bitch about it.
because you could not get that shit figured out in your own motherfucking country, and you want to come here and think you're gonna fuck up and fuck with real Americans. Be for real. Take your ass back home.
Well, what country are you from?
Y'all don't even fucking do
I
that
guarantee
shit in your
you,
own
my country has
Be
a
for real.
higher GDP.
Yeah,
My country has a
your
higher
country,
GDP.
yeah, go
than
back and
yours.
fix that shit up, okay? Fix that
No,
shit up.
it's doing quite well. It's doing quite
You
well.
want to turn
Please
United
get in
States
there,
into
Joe.
the whole country.
Hold on, Susei, let's hear from the other
Bring
woman.
stupid asses over here. Go
Susei,
ahead and bring that
Susei.
bullshit, shithole bullshit to our country.
Nailed it.
Keep that shit back home.
America. Go ahead, Joe. Joe B.
I was just gonna say to Mr. Dumbass, please return to your country, wherever it is. You're not helping America at all.
You're illegal, mister?
I think he is.
No, I was born
He
in
talks like
the
one.
United States. I was born in the United States.
All right, for real. I have to step away for like 20
Were
minutes.
your parents illegal immigrants when you were born?
I will be back.
Yeah, my parents are illegal immigrants. Yeah.
But for
Oh,
you guys
what do you think about
there will be no moderation for the next 20 minutes. I can't help it. I gotta go. I gotta step away for a second.
What do you think?
I can help moderate. I'm.
Yeah, me too. I'll help.
Well, I don't know.
It's
I don't know you guys.
Masculinity Mansion.
Sig mods me in here.
Oh, well, Joe B is a staple of Clubhouse for them, sure.
Okay.
Yes, 100%.
Say I would. I just added you, Mister. I know you've been here for hours, Mister, but you know.
No, Joe B is definitely trusted by Sig.
All right, word. There you go. Well, okay.
Hey, and I'm Dog, so everybody knows who the hell I am.
I still want to know who said globalization wasn't a thing in the 1880s.
Probably a racist.
Because whoever said that is totally wrong. The conquest of Africa, the crown jewel to the British economy was India. Like, motherfuckers don't know history.
Thanks, Joe.
That shit is crazy.
No, you were 100% correct. I agree with you. I don't think that anybody was saying that it wasn't a thing globally, but I think most of what we were talking about was domestically and how, was it the morality or the economics that caused us to be having our history that we have?
Just imagine us
Y'all
without
know
our,
who was dirty, bro? Ruben, like the older brothers.
imagine us without our history. I'm sorry, Danny.
No, I apologize going into whole Bible studies. But I don't know if y'all remember, like, the Southside tribe got one of their sisters pregnant. And it was like, if you circumcise yourself, we'll let you in. And them motherfuckers circumcised like the whole tribe, and they went and killed them that night. It was the older brothers, like Reuben and it was the older brothers. Like cutthroat gangster shit. Y'all know that's what these assholes trying to do in Palestine, but they're not real Israel.
Wow. He didn't get kicked, he just left, right? Or is he in the bottom?
I thought he was making coffee.
Oh, yeah. But, like, do you really think it was the morality that caused the Civil War, or do you think it was economics, Joby? Because Susei had a lot to say on that, and I think she made a very good point.
Economics, bro.
And I'm in agreement. It is like looking back through history, definitely economics. If you really look at it in black and white, for sure, economics.
I mean, the British abolished it because it was beneficial for global trading. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, about like 1811 or something like that.
1808.
Also, homie, the white dude that was, pushing back a lot, and he was, talking shit about why everybody else got, man, you stupid motherfucker. You have no idea that, black folks in the United States got all their identity, all their history ripped from them, and have constantly had a whoop on their back. And you talking that shit. Oh, why you can't get your shit together? Man, go fuck yourself.
Yeah. Tell me what ethnicity throughout history wasn't enslaved.
Several.
Why is it about every ethnicity in history when it's always when people are talking about a specific place? Why do people bring up that anecdote?
Yeah, it's that what about it?
Okay, it's like
Oh, we were the most recent oppressed people. Someone please pay attention to us and give us reparations. It's like, yeah, every ethnicity got enslaved as well.
Also,
Zulu,
brother, you have to understand
other
what
African
slavery meant.
tribes. Why don't you talk about that?
Brother,
The Middle East slave trade was actually worse than the
that's the cocksuckers that started it all. What are you talking about?
You know, but you
the
guys
Arabs
don't
were
talk
the main
about this.
motherfuckers.
Well, then that's where the morality part comes
The
in.
Arabs were the
Because if
original
that's
slave
the case,
traders.
then why the fuck, if that was the case, where we can talk about the morality aspect, then why the fuck knowing how detrimental it was to different people groups across the world, why would people come as peasants, as the debtor society from wherever they're from, and come and perpetuate the same shit then? Make that math.
So since you just brought up what I was trying to say,
that's the
slavery
case,
back
why
then
not
was
take the
debtor shit.
opportunity now? Why not take the yeah, it was absolutely. I'm gonna argue with you on that one. But why not take that opportunity now instead of trying to, segue into all kinds of world history and talk about a thing that's a thing, right? And I mean, and to me, like even with the title, it's not an either or. It's all encompassing to me because it's both. If you look, depending on how you look at it, but you can't negate the economic aspect of it because at the end of the day, those are the strings that were being pulled based off of. You always got to follow the money. At the end of the day, whatever you're talking about, follow the money. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. What ethnicity was not a slave historically? Which one? Oh wait.
Well, for me personally, I focus on my own history because that's what impacts me directly. So all of those people would have to take the opportunity, like people in the United States are doing, and speak on their history the way a lot of Americans are speaking on their history now. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, individually, but I was asking as a body, which ethnicity did not get enslaved? Everybody did.
Exactly. Okay, well let's re-ask who all did get enslaved then. Name everybody that got enslaved, historically speaking.
I'm not giving the history lesson. I'm asking you.
Well, why would you ask me and I can't ask you? I'm putting it back on you.
Yeah, right.
You're
not answering.
If I tell you that,
so you don't have an answer
that directly affects my history and my particular bloodline here on these lands where I still reside. Why would you want me to give you a global history lesson about slavery of all peoples around the world, but then you have nothing to say?
I have everything
you have no
to
answers.
Say. Yeah,
okay, well, I'm asking you to say it. Go ahead.
Well, shut up. Yeah. Yeah, I am damned listening to this shit. I have a blended family. We all have a blended family. Name one that doesn't. All right, yeah.
I do.
I guarantee you have cross blood. I promise you do.
Okay, well tell me my bloodline then, since you know me so well. What am I mixing with?
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
You're showing it. You're showing it.
What aboutism?
I think it's a fair question to ask. Like, everybody has been oppressed. I mean, we're probably one of the last to go through this, and it seems like we're not getting over the hump, which everybody else did.
Nah, bro, there's modern slaves right now, bro.
Actually, miss, listen, I mean, you doing those over talking, I'm not gonna do it, because I'm gonna just shut up, all right? But what I'm saying is, everybody, okay, cool. Everybody, listen, it's just a fair question. If somebody asks you this, it's kind of fair to just answer the question instead of just like trying to fight with people. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. Because I'm just trying to listen.
If I said that I got hit by a car, am I supposed to give you all the statistics?
All right, you know what, just, all right.
Got hit by a car? Be for real.
All right, miss, you know what, just forget it. I'm good. I don't want to do it.
Why, when
Americans are talking about American history,
I'm not trying to, bro, I can ignore her. I'm not trying to come at her. I'm not trying to come at her. I'm just trying to, I'm a listener, right? And I'm just trying to get like conversation going. But if it's just like, if somebody asks you a question, just answer the shit and then just be okay with
I know, but
it.
she asked Karen that question and Karen ain't
answer.
All right, so I think both of them should be answering the questions, but it's like, yo, when this is
Sir, who
if
are you
it's
calling
Q,
Karen? Who are you
if
calling
this is
Karen?
if this is a Q and Q or Q and A,
Don't chew in the crowd and the dog bark.
Yeah, you're a
Bro,
bark.
you
You're a
people need
dog.
to listen. Have a conversation. It's that simple.
All right, go ahead. Speak your mind then. What you got to say?
I want to hear her answer his question.
I want to hear Karen answer the question that the sister had for her.
Which her are you guys talking about? We all have names.
The black girl.
Oh, got it. Sis Hair?
Yes, I'm here.
I think they're approaching you with a question, but I didn't hear the question.
Can y'all repeat the question?
Yeah, fan, that goes to you. You're supposed to ask her the question. Alright, he's not talking. So pretty much he's asking you which ethnicity throughout history has not been enslaved.
I don't know which ethnicity throughout history has not been enslaved because I'm focusing on my actual history, period.
I could tell you what ethnicity haven't got like no money for their enslavement. Let's talk about that. Since you want to talk about what ethnicity hasn't, every other ethnicity that's been through any type of slavery has been repaid. We haven't.
The Irish have got nothing. Irish has got zip, nada.
Okay, Irish ain't got shit. Who Irish? You Irish?
Hold on, wait a minute, pause. Because this is where I say that getting into the actual, it depends on if you're talking about Irish history or Irish history in the United States. Because the Irish absolutely did, the Irish as well as most of the immigrants that came here from the beginning got handouts. So which Irish?
Hey, they were slaves from 1612 forward. That's wrong.
You see, this is where you're messing up because you're just going about American history. Hold on, Miss. Hold on. Miss. All right, I understand it, but Miss, you have to allow me to talk. Come on, don't do this, right?
Well, don't put words in my mouth.
All right, hello, but you're just talking about American history. We all know that the British people have been enslaving and colonizing a lot of places. Listen, they owned maybe 20% of the world at one point. Irish people had to fight for their own country. Matter of fact, they still have Wales and Scotland. They're not letting them go.
Bro, what's your point, bro?
Exactly. That's what I want to know.
Yo, it doesn't matter whose side I'm on, bro. It's just I'm saying like they've been enslaved.
You the problem.
I'm not trying
people
to.
Like you has got us in slavery. You type of motherfuckers. That's the problem.
I think
you over here speaking for Irish. Are you Irish, motherfucker?
Yeah, I probably am.
You probably
You know that there's black Irish people, right?
You are.
I'm probably am.
Now we was
a goofy fucking sellout.
I never said.
And what we do is we take care of our backyard.
I never said we. I said I probably am.
We take care of our backyard first.
Okay.
Oh yeah. You take care of your backyard with all the murders. Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Now you want to talk about murder?
This dude's bugging out.
Crackers been murdering everybody.
Loco. That boy is drunk at 5, 6 o'clock.
Exactly. An Irish drunk. That's what they is. A fucking drunk. They show they fucking true colors.
Loco, watch your mouth. I'm an Irish woman.
Oh, now you're an Irish woman.
I always had been, dummy.
Okay.
A lot of Americans are mixed with a lot of things. Loco, calm down, little man. Everybody in America is typically mixed with something else because it takes somebody to love somebody that makes us American.
Fuck up. We don't give a fuck what you mix with. Who's the oppressed
Man,
race
get
out
your
here?
African ass out of here.
Wow. You are just a hateful human being.
You just hate him.
I'm giving y'all what y'all gave us. Take it like y'all told us.
Well, if you could give it like you got it, then I can give it back like you fucking antique farm equipment in my fucking barn, bitch.
We can do whatever you want to do, stereo.
Dude,
we can go all the way live.
Man, I just woke
I'll put
up.
it in stereo so you hear it in both ears.
Yo, are you really trying to claim you're arguing virtually on an iPhone to somebody that you're oppressed? Bro, come on, man. Get the fuck out of here. Niggas on a fucking
iPhone talking about you're oppressed.
Every
Bro, you're
time
not
we
oppressed.
speak to these crackers, you got these old Willie lump ass niggas want to defend them.
Yeah, nigga, you sound stupid.
Hey, Loco.
No one wants to act like
You
a
sound
nigga.
fucking retarded. You're trying to claim you're oppressed and you're on a fucking iPhone arguing to a fucking digital screen, bro.
I hear you, sister.
You know what you gotta do, though, and this doesn't matter what somebody's skin tone. You really just have to ask them where they people from, because that'll tell you everything you need to know. And people are gonna always.
I just feel it's a coward move
she
to
got
try
that
to defend
Obama
another
stuff,
race.
bro.
You trying to defend another race that's against your race, and they want to defend you. They want to go against you. That's a shame. That's coward.
Sig, do you think that I'm trying to go against you because of the way I look?
If you walk into a room shouting and screaming like a crazy man like you are now, I can see why people don't like you. They're against you, not the race. You, bro. You're a weirdo. That's what it is.
I wouldn't give a fuck what they against. I'll take their ass out just like I take the crackers out.
You do, because you're the one crying about being oppressed. So you do care. What the fuck, man? Pick one.
So what do you care about?
Pick one.
What do you care about?
What I care about is getting some sleep and some crazy dude screaming about how he's oppressed and he's yelling at somebody on the
Man,
iPhone.
go to sleep. Get off the fucking mic,
crazy,
man.
Fucking crazy, bro.
A fucking coward. All right, I'll be crazy.
Insane. Dude, you're the one crying about being oppressed in 2025.
Coward to the cracker. You a coward to a cracker.
You have $1,000 computer in your fucking hand.
You a coward
yelling at
to the crackers.
It makes zero sense. It makes
You
zero
a
fucking
coward
sense.
to the crackers. Just know that.
Dude, I'm not the one crying about being oppressed on a fucking iPhone, screaming at virtual
you okay
people.
with being oppressed. You're a fucking coward.
Screaming at virtual people that can't do shit about your oppression. What are you gonna?
You don't know what the fuck can happen.
What are you gonna get
That's
accomplished?
where your energy lies at, young man.
You sound like a fucking retard, bro. This is why people don't
Now
like
you're using the R word.
This is R word.
Now
Are
to
we
all
2
the
years
people
old?
who have kids on here that may be under that,
Are we
I
2 years old?
apologize on his dumb ass behalf.
Are we 2 years
Now
old?
you
What's
using
the
the
R
R
word?
word.
What's
So
ridiculous?
that's what we doing. Just like I said, he's a fucking coward.
Bro, you sound like a fucking retard. Shut the fuck up.
So y'all all using R words. So y'all realize that we have kids who's suffering from that.
Bro, you're a fucking retard.
Oh, you're the one that made the crack baby. It's not my fault you made him retarded with your crack use.
Now, see, I hope y'all listen to these people y'all defending.
All right, you can sit in the fucking kitchen, bro. I ain't got time to hear all that shouting and yelling. It's fucking dumb, dude. What a fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
It literally was a great conversation about morality and economics.
Dude, all these fair convict ass niggas want to walk in, yelling and shouting and screaming, and then wonder why people hate them. And then they want to say, oh, you hate our race. No, they hate you, nigga, because you're a fucking retard, bro. That's what it is. Sorry.
No,
it's fucking retard.
He woke you up out of a dead cold sleep? What do you think Joe Sargent was yelling at you?
No, man, it's just fucking dumb, bro. This nigga's just angry, screaming at a damn phone, getting what accomplished. Fucking idiot, man.
He probably just ran out of crayons. He's hungry. He's hangry.
But to the topic, Sig, I think we should be focusing on economics big time, or it's going to come crashing down around us. We're not going to have any fucking morality.
Oh, speaking of economics, Sig, what do you think about Trump's announcement last night that 1,450,000 soldiers are going to get a check for $1,776? It's being sent out now. It'll be there before Christmas for all. It'll be a Christmas bonus for all service members active duty.
Yeah. Manfinity was telling me about that last night, bro. I think that's a good thing, man. I think that's a good thing, man.
I think it's dope. I mean, that makes me wish I was still in.
Yeah,
I think it's dope, but I wish he would highlight I wish he would put more emphasis behind the Veterans Administration, because I work in healthcare, and the way that these veterans have to wait, the bringer they have to go through to get the access to the care that they need is ridiculous. So I get it, shout out to the $1,776, but I want him to slide on over to something that's a little bit more impactful across the board too.
Well, when it comes to the veterans, like he's done quite a good deal. Like when he bought that university over in California, and he's converting the whole thing into a rehabilitation center for homeless veterans. It'll be able to they're expecting to be able to handle 100,000 soldiers or veterans per year through their courses.
Okay, but he's not doing that shit in LA right now. Like it's the thousands of billions.
He already. Yeah. Well, it takes time, my guy.
No, it doesn't take time. Get their asses out there and fucking get them off the street.
Well, that's easier said than done because a lot of veterans don't want to come out of the streets. I mean, I still go out in the woods because I know 4 veterans that stay like probably 45 minutes out in the woods, and I have to carry a big old rucksack with supplies out to them. And dude, like they live in tents, and then like I'll find their old spot, and then I have to go find them.
Why?
Because they don't like people. Like agoraphobia is a real fucking thing. I had a fear of crowds when I got back, so I understand it.
But you need to get the fuck off the street, and so I can walk around and shit, dude. Like, it's just not fucking right.
Bro, you can't say it like that. Come on now. You know it's not that cut and dry.
It's not that cut and dry, but you know what? You kicking tents left and right like that. Damn.
That's just like in your downtown area.
That's everywhere. Lower Canyon, the fucking valley, everywhere, dude. Like, I mean, they just need to get off the streets, give them a home, something.
That's because your governor screwed up the money that they were given, and they've laundered it to who knows fucking where.
Where you live, Stereo?
I live in Georgia.
Well, you live in Georgia. Y'all even got the worst motherfucking shit. Matter of fact, y'all got the worst.
What, Atlanta? Atlanta's not Georgia. That's New York or the South.
No, Atlanta fucking is the worst ever, too, dude. Y'all got homeless people left and right over there.
Yeah, there's plenty of work to go around here right now.
But y'all need to get that shit straight, too, dude. Like, y'all need a motherfucker tighten up, man.
Me? Why do I need to tighten up? I'm retired.
Because you probably one of them that's on the street, ain't you?
My house is paid for.
Well, then
I don't even have a mortgage.
Well, at least you have to deal with fuck. Y'all motherfuckers shit.
Y'all funny, real
Awful people. I swear to God, dude. Worst thing ever.
Well, you got 3.5 million people in Atlanta metro area, and then the rest of the state has 3.5 million people because we have a population of just over 7 million.
We got 1,000 billion people in LA.
And you got a shitty governor that doesn't know how to be fiscally responsible.
Yeah, governor too. So what?
Kip ain't that bad.
I have a question about LA. Bruce, you're out that way, right?
Oh my God, yeah.
About, I bless your heart. That's all I can say because I'm based out of Atlanta too, but.
Atlanta sucks. Atlanta really sucks.
What did you guys take? Oh shit! Hold on.
Say that again.
What did you guys? Can you hear me now? I'm sorry, I'm in the backwoods.
In Atlanta, yeah, of course.
Nigga, I'm driving. I'm driving in Tennessee right now, but I'm based out of
Oh
Atlanta.
yeah, that's even worse. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask. Do you remember? This was probably like 2 years ago, I think. Remember when President Xi Jinping, or however you say his name, from China came?
Yeah.
Xi Jinping.
And Gavin.
No. Let her talk to me.
I'm sorry, I said it wrong. I promise I wasn't being petty. I said it wrong. My bad. Yeah, but him, when he came and Gavin Newsom basically like rolled out the red carpet, he swept up all the homeless people off the street, moved them out the way. You know,
like for a minute.
For like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Just while the Chinese president was there. How did y'all respond in the city? How did y'all respond to that? And what has been the outcome?
Nothing.
If there's a noticeable one.
No, nothing, dude. Like that. I mean, yes. Thank you. I wish there was something big about that. No, it's nothing. Dude, these people ain't shit.
And the only reason why I asked was because the conversation was about tariffs and stuff like that. It was like about China. And in my mind, I was like, oh, he probably set up some kind of deal or some shit out there in LA with the president. Okay,
No, it's been bullshit. You know what? I'm gonna start showing and posting stuff. That's what I'm gonna start doing and letting everybody see this shit because people don't believe you. Like, oh, 30 seconds. I'm like, all right. Like, seriously, man. I mean, I can't support fucking homeless by myself. Just can't do that shit, dude. And I feel bad for them, but at the same time, like I said, I know how that shit is, but nigga, like, god damn, man. There's a lot of these motherfuckers out here, man. This crazy. And
y'all imported homeless because, like in California, if you were homeless, you could register with the state and you get a check for $600 being homeless in a state where it doesn't really get that cold. And if you're homeless and you're on the street, $600 a month is pretty much your food and your drug addiction.
Drug addiction, period. That's all it is. Let's be honest. It's drug addiction. So let's be honest. All the way, 100%. They're on drugs. The whole thing is like get them off the street to a point, or put them in a park or something like that where they can do their drugs or whatever. They're not gonna get off that shit, dude. And this the whole point is like America's like, shut the fuck up. They're not gonna get off that shit. People that got money or rich don't get off that shit. So I mean, like, people just not gonna get off that shit, dude. Fuck.
And you don't think this has anything to do with? Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No. I'm
Bruce, what kind of bulldog you got?
What do you mean?
I can hear something snoring hell loud in your background.
Oh yeah.
I thought I was tripping.
It's a big dog going. I'm like, damn, this fucker's sucking in the world.
Yeah, I got 3 pit bulls.
I breed pit bulls. I knew it was a bulldog.
No, it's pit bulls. 3 pit bulls actually.
I got 2.
Niggas ain't going like he paying bills back there.
Yeah, well, I breed. So.
Me too. Red or blue?
Driving in a car or something.
He's like, your rims are scrubbing your fenders.
No, dog. I got 2 reds and I got wolf mix too. So,
oh wow.
He kind of snoring, but yeah, that's what y'all hear.
Dude, it was making me laugh. I was like thinking about going back to sleep listening to it.
No, that's my female. That's my female.
Both mine are females, yeah.
No, that's my female. She's straight up. She's big too.
She worked a 12-hour shift today.
I'm telling you. She's like, my feet hurt.
I mean, I take care of her though. So.
Oh, I like my dogs more than I like people.
I know she's very well taken care of. They wouldn't sleep good like that if they weren't. So.
No, they cozy and happy.
No, she is. That's her, dude. That's her.
Yeah. Merry Christmas to you guys too, man. Merry Christmas.
Hey, Merry Christmas, everybody.
That is her.
Nice to meet you guys. Was that Sue and Bruce and Danny? Nice to meet you guys. Alfonso. Merry Christmas, guys. Good morning.
I would say you black or white.
I'm American, bro.
He's a crayon eating, window licking motherfucker is what he is.
Yeah. No, I just want to know.
Yeah, I'm black. I'm black.
No.
I'm one hell of a Marine.
All right.
Nah, man. Like, not to go. Dude, I love your dogs. I'm thinking about dogs now. I can't even think about what we were just talking about.
I was just gonna ask y'all, who came up with the room title and what sparked the conversation?
Yeah, we were talking about a whole bunch of shit, but the last thing we left off with was arguing whether slavery was intended for economic purposes or morality purposes. A lot of people that think the driving factor behind it was morality. It just wasn't. It was economic. economics. A lot of people aren't aware that it was economics. So it's just slavery was just a old archaic method of producing labor, and it was just way more expensive. Wasn't cost, not as efficient as wage labor, where you just rent people's time and pay people for their time, and then you get rid of them. You ain't got to clothe them, you ain't got to house them, you ain't got to feed them, you ain't got to watch over them, you got to give them medical care, none of that shit. Just way more. And then too, if the person wasn't adequate enough to work, you can just get rid of them and hire someone else right on the spot that would do a better job completing the work that you needed done. Great Britain, that was during the industrial period. Great Britain was like one of the first countries to realize that enslaving people just wasn't efficient to keep up with the industrial period that was coming in and the type of work that needed to be done. So that's the reason why they outlawed it first, and then America followed shortly after. Well, I wouldn't say like shortly, but America followed after. So we're just kind of discussing that, but there's a lot of people who think it was for morality issues, and it wasn't.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Because I know I host my own rooms on Clubhouse, and my sister used to bring y'all not too loud. But we take these deep dives into history, and for obvious reasons, it can be very polarizing, very emotional, especially if you have a historical tie, like you or your family has a historical tie to some of the, at the end of the day, they are atrocities that happen. But for somebody like me, I'm always like, I can kind of flip the switch and kind of come from an objective standpoint of looking at it, which is hard to have conversations like that. So that's why I was curious, because I was like, man, you really can't even really get that far with these types of conversations on Clubhouse. So I had to know. I would love to take those deep dives and kind of go at it from that angle, because to me it feels like it kind of opens up a broader perspective, especially from someone who has that historically documented in my family. I'm curious, and then too for history's sake, you got to kind of understand the nuts and bolts behind it, because these are things that are cyclical and they happen over and over again. Maybe just a different twist or a different name, or you know what I mean? So I was just curious to see how y'all came about that, and I think that's dope. I hope y'all were able to get a little bit.
Listen to this.
Yeah, Soothe. It's just when you have these conversations, man, you gotta. The nut jobs that were on stage a few minutes ago, just yelling and screaming and angry at the world for whatever reason. Those are the type of people you can't have a conversation with. They get it. They get too wrapped up in it, man. I don't know, but yeah, it's a good topic. I didn't learn about it until a few years ago. I always was under the impression it was for morality reasons, but I was like, oh shit, okay, yeah, this kind of does make sense, And then too, it's like, yeah, you got to figure if it was for morality reasons, we're talking about chattel slavery in the United States. Once the blacks were freed and slavery was ended, you wouldn't have to go through Jim Crow laws and separate but equal and all this other fucking bullshit. All the racist laws that were still in effect that were morally wrong and directed, towards black people. So if it was about morality, it would have been like, yo, slavery's ended and we're gonna, give blacks equal rights, equal access to everything. We're going to outlaw the mistreatment of blacks simply because of skin color. That shit didn't come till 100 years later. So yeah, it's a good conversation.
Can I say something?
Yeah. What's going on, Alfonso? Good morning to you. Merry Christmas.
How you doing? Okay, when people say that separate but equal was, I guess you'd say, immoral or some type of unfair doctrine, and again, it started off rough. It was an arduous process or journey in separate but equal. But I think the separate but equal, that really kind of was the best thing for the development of the people that did want a separate identity, so to speak. So I think that people, if they kind of go back in history and they look and see who the leaders were and what was the dominant mindset is that the people, because I'll just say that as far as the people wanted a separate culture, that was the best thing on the table, so to speak, at that time.
What about nowadays? You think that's best for today? A good prescription for today, Alfonso?
Well, I think that the quote unquote equality thing is a failure. I think that you can't have equal people without equal responsibility. So I do think that the people that who are into the leftist ideology or into some type of colorless society have seen that those things don't work, and they only make people irresponsible and entitled to things that that their culture maybe doesn't produce on its own. I do think that though.
All right, copy. Yeah, I was just looking at your PTR. I saw Booker and Elijah Muhammad and stuff. All right. Yeah, and I agree with you, man. I think, I'm in agreement with that mindset as well. I think this forced integration stuff just kind of backfired because we're all pretty much separate now. Like we still kind of, once we got the freedom to be where we want and how we want to be, if you still look at the grand scheme of things, we still pretty much congregate with people that look like us for the most part. Whites still live with whites, blacks still live with blacks, Asians are in their section of town, the Arabs are in their section of town. And I tend to agree, man. I think separate but equal was a better route to take to keep some form of independence and self-pride. I disagree with separating from the general umbrella of being an American. I think there's a lot of value to that, but I think if we kind of established a foundation of separate but equal, but still holding a line of respect and still linking the chain together, underneath the American flag, then I think that should have been what was pushed. I think we made a huge mistake doing this forced integration and just trying to force a square peg into a round hole. But yeah, I agree with what you said, man.
See, you all white, man. You're a white guy. But,
I'm black, Bruce.
No, it can't be. But the whole
Hey,
thing
he's a green chip family member. Leave him alone.
If you look at my PTR, that's me in a PTR. I'm a black American, Bruce.
Don't believe.
You got the PTR of falling down with Douglas.
So I'm saying if you click on my PTRs and scroll over, there's a picture, clear picture of me. I'm black American.
The thing was, Sig, that I was born in 75. I'm 50 years old. Slavery ended in 65, 110 years before I was born. But when you were talking about the forced separation and integration, I had my papa's buddy, Mr. Tom. He owned a funeral home, and he was a good old man, and he was a very prominent businessman, black man. And he would talk to me about what it was like before, when communities were separate but equal. You would have the black community with lawyers, doctors, dentists, very prolific business people within the black community. Now, when they made it where they were allowed to go anywhere that they wanted, anybody that had money that was affluent, he would tell me that they just left because they were tired of being around people that act all crazy and stuff. They wanted to move to the suburbs and get away from the craziness of that inner city lifestyle that they had going on within their communities. And I think that left what ended up making the hood or the ghetto or whatever you want to call it, because all the people that had money and the ability to do it left. So then you have the decrease of property values, and that area tends up running down because nobody's pumping money into the area. And I think that had a big impact with a lot of the black community, because if you were black and affluent, you were part of society. If you were poor as fuck, you ended up staying in the hood.
To that point, and this is some of the things that we speak about in our rooms. Once you start going back through history, I don't know if you heard me earlier asking that one dumbass, where's your family from while you talking all this shit? Well, that's a concept that goes across the board because even this idea of quote unquote blackness is not a monolithic notion in and of itself. And so, and I'm not gonna try to do that in this room because I don't know if you're trying to do that, Sig, or not, but there's a deeper nuance to that a lot of the rest of y'all don't know because, for a lot of people, it's just a skin color thing. You look at somebody with similar shade tones and kind of categorize them based off of the system we have set up here in the United States. But if you really dig deeper, you now, and you see that now in some of these movements online, there's differences even within so-called blackness. If that makes sense to you, like all black people are not of the same ethnicity in terms of where their foreparents may have originated from, and there's a history of people with dark skin immigrating to these lands and falling up under similar categories as other people with similar shades. And there's a whole deeper, I'm just going to put it like that, there's a whole deeper nuance to that in and of itself as well that I think warrants a very in-depth conversation just to kind of highlight the, those things. Not to say, anything is better or worse about whether slavery was immoral or economic. It's the same notion even in talking about the nuances of quote-unquote blackness. So there's a method to the madness and, a little bit more that goes into, this type of person leaving this area, going to that, things like that. So I just wanted to add that in as well, just in case somebody.
So what do you think? Go ahead, Mikey.
No, go ahead, Six. You're very close.
No, go ahead, brother. You got it.
Well, I was going to tell you, Beaver moderated me because I think Beaver was leaving. He didn't fucking tell me that, but he fucking moderated me. And then he fucking dipped on me. And so, but I was just trying to feel free to unmod me, bro. I've never been a mod here. I think
you're good, man. I appreciate you modding. I was knocked out, man. So,
yeah, Joe had to take care of it. But no, but yeah, I appreciate you holding the room. Yeah, Sooth, I wanted to add that a little bit real quick, Sig. Well, Sig, go ahead, because I'm probably going to be fucking like 3 or 4 minutes.
No, go ahead, because I was just going to ask Sooth the question I can ask after. Go ahead, bro.
All right. So what pisses me off, Sooth, is a couple things. It's a couple things, right? It really grinds my gears here. Is that, for some reason, the country I'm from, apparently, is the only fucking country in the goddamn world who doesn't seem to have an ancient history. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, I don't care what it was that was going on here, but don't just tell me that, like, the history starts in, like, the 1500s. Like, what was going on here in, like, the 700s? Like, what was going on here in the 1100s? What was going on here in fucking the BC times? Like, what the fuck was going on here? Why is it that just the country that I'm from just seems to not have an ancient history? I know we have one. I know we had castles. We just turned them into prisons and insane asylums. I know we had fucking ancient structure. Hell, the mounds in the temple, the pyramids that we got, our pyramids are so old, we got grass on them. That's how old our fucking pyramids are. Don't sit here and tell me that we don't have nothing in this land that I call home. And the one thing that drives me nuts, swear to God, is I don't care who was here. I don't give a shit. I just want to know the truth. I don't care. Because the original people that were here first in this landmass and me, the one thing that we have in common, we both love this fucking land. Because I'm from here. You're not going to take it away from me. And I got 4 generations living, right? Like my grandfather was the first one born here. Then it was my father, now me, now my kids, right? 4 generations living, born here. So, like, what do you want me to do? So, but it does drive me nuts, dude. Like, what was going on here? Let's talk about it. Like, I don't care what it was. Just let's talk about it, Why can't we
How much time you got, baby? How much time do you have?
No, like, I could care less. Have you ever heard Dane Calloway?
I have heard of Dane Calloway.
I kind of stumbled onto his theory. I liked his theory that it was all kind of told to us in reverse. Like, they, quote unquote, dark skinned people, black people, copper colored people, whatever. They left, they were here, left, and then generations and generations and generations later, maybe even hundreds and hundreds of years later, like, left here and, like, think of, like, imagine if, like, dark skinned people left the United States of America in like the 400s, the 500s, the 600s, like the 700s, and then they left, and then were brought back in the 1600s. We're talking like hundreds and hundreds of years later, brought back as slaves, not knowing that, like, holy shit, this was our original land. You know what I mean? Like, that's why you heard like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King talk about held captive in their own land. It was like, holy shit. And if that's the truth, I'm down with that. I just want to know. But you're not going to sit here and tell me that, like, nothing was going on here. Like, get out of here. You know what I mean? I think we have the most ancient of histories.
No, I feel you, and Sig, I promise I'm not trying to take up your room. I will just simply say that that warrants a lot of research, and I wouldn't even say just take Dan Calloway's word for it. This is something that each individual has the opportunity. Well, was that you that said? Somebody said earlier, you have $1,000 computer in your head. All of us do, right? There's so much, honey, that it will take probably all 4 of your generation's lifetimes to uncover it all, plus mine, okay, to uncover it all. But absolutely, that there was a deep history. As a matter of fact, I'm riding through Tennessee right now, and I just left Memphis. I was doing some work in Memphis, and on the way to Memphis, there's this area called it's just outside of Jackson, Tennessee. This area called Pinson Mounds. It's an archaeological site. It's named after a European settler, by the way, so it's not originally called Pinson Mounds, but the sign will say that. But the archaeology digs and things that have taken place there reveal that that place was built, those mounds were built between 1 and 500 BCE, right? I mean, this is like some, right here in Tennessee, like you can go and you can put your feet on it right now. You see what I mean? So absolutely, to your point, there's a history here, and in particular, in my social circles, social audio circles, we highlight going through your family history, like your family tree, and trying to put your ancestors in place in time. Like, okay, we know clearly that they were alive because you wouldn't be here if they weren't, right? Well, in 1800, what were they doing? Okay, well, in 70, how far back can you go? And then from there, what is the history of these lands? Do you have a connection or a tie to it? And even if you don't, what is the history of these lands that you walk amongst? You see what I mean? And there's so much here in the Americas that I feel like, for whatever reason, there's a bunch of them, for whatever reason, it's not really highlighted to citizens of this country to look deep within or learn about. And it's literally beneath our feet everywhere. I mean, one of my friends says, be a tourist in the city that you live in. You will uncover so much, and you really cannot talk about these lands without going into the indigenous aspect of it. And at the end of the day, that's the history that is very deeply covered up. And I'm going to argue, in particular, east of the Mississippi, if I could say that, that's just my own personal opinion. But so much of it has been covered up and bastardized and whitewashed and just all kinds of things that, you're absolutely correct that there's more to it. And people like Dan Calloway, I'm not a follower of his, or, I'm not going to say I align with all of his ideology, but, I will give him credit that it does get you to spark conversation and start taking a deeper look. And I can promise you, it doesn't even take that much digging for all this ancient shit to fall out. Talking about mainland North America. I hope that answered your question. It was long.
Yeah, no, the Dan Calloway thing, I agree. It got a little crazy. It got a little, like, where he was kind of having his own opinion on it. But it got me, I stumbled upon it, and I was like, holy shit. I was like, wow, like, this is crazy. Like, and his basic theory is that it was all told to us in reverse. Like, everything's reverse. Like migration didn't happen east to west. It actually happened west to east. Like, we had, like, this landmass was the original landmass, and everyone went that way and then came back. It was like, it was wild, bro. And I was like, holy shit. Like, this is nuts. And I don't think there's a war fought over it. Like, I think that dark-skinned people, like, this is what I swear to God, like, I think this area of the world was dominated by dark-skinned people, and then, like, light-skinned people came around, and they didn't even fight over it, like, because dark-skinned people owned so much of the world, they, like, sold, they're like, whatever, here. And then they went and started the whole, the Musa dynasty and all this shit they did in Africa with Timbuktu and all that shit back in the day. It's like centuries and centuries and centuries ago. And they owned so much of it, they're like, whatever. And then, like, then it all kind of came back. Like, it all kind of was...
That's not what happened.
Yeah, I was gonna say I would steer away from grand and gross ideologies because at the end of the day, for me, it's just me speaking for me, I need receipts. So much of American history is theoretical and
it makes no sense.
And maybes and it's you know, scientists say, you know what I mean? There's no
it makes no sense.
Concrete. But however, we have a thing called the National Archives. You know, and also there's also records housed in other countries, like, you know, like in Britain, you know, in England and in Spanish archives, you know, things like that, because of the history that's interconnected from exploration and colonization and things. But you literally, at this point, we say, you know what, we're knocking everything off the table. We're knocking all of our understanding off the table, and we're going to look at what's archived. We're going to go back and we're going to look at these letters that were written and sent from here back to England or to Spain. We're going to look at the legislation that was written. We're going to look at we're going to look at the receipts. Because until you do that, everything is going to be a hypothetical, theoretical, somebody else's opinion. And for a lot of black people, and I'm using air quotes with black because that has a history. For a lot of black people, a lot of it is just that, it's theoretical. So now people are starting to look and see what's documented about their families, where you know, what ties they have to whatever area they've been in, and what can be proven. And so in those documents, there's a lot of stuff that's coming out that does not fit the historical narrative that's been told. So I can tell you that much at least.
Well, yeah, like you said, like everything's on the table now. We know that we were lied to about Christopher Columbus. Like, we know that. Like, they were told us Christopher Columbus founded the place. We know he didn't even step foot here. We know that. So now that we know they lied to us about that, they can lie to us about anything. So everything's on the table here. And let me just say this. This is the first thing, and this happened, like, I thought about this shit when I was a kid. It didn't make any sense. Think about this. We founded this place. This is what we're told. We fought for our independence in 1776. We fought for our independence to have our own free place. And then the Louisiana Purchase, which if you guys look up the Louisiana Purchase, for those of you who don't know, I'm sure everybody in here knows about it. It's like the whole fucking middle of the country. It's like the biggest land purchase of all time. It's like literally enormous. It's the whole fucking middle of the country. The Louisiana Purchase was made in 1804, I think it is, or 1805. We bought it from France after fighting the British for the right to the fucking country. So here's the question that I could never get answered. Who the fuck did the French get it from? Like, the French just had it? Like, were they here? Like, what are we talking about?
They took some parts.
But you know what I'm saying? Like, no one talks about, like, where the fuck did the French get it from? Like, everyone wants to blame the colonists. Like, what the fuck? The French were the ones here first. And then the colonists buy the land. And it's like, well, fuck, take it up with the French. We just bought the land. I don't know what the fuck you want us to do.
That's a worthy rabbit hole for you. Oh, man. I encourage
like, we bought it from Napoleon. Like, the Napoleon. Isn't that crazy? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I just looked it up. Alaska was 536,000 acres that we got from Russia, and Louisiana Purchase was 836,000 acres. So much bigger, almost 50% bigger.
I think Alfonso, did you want to chime in? I know Philly's on stage. King, welcome, guys. Merry Christmas.
What's up?
Did you guys want to chime in? Alfonso, I think you came off the mic. You wanted to chime in.
Well, no, I wanted to ask, okay, the people that question certain historical data in regards to, you know, who dwelt in certain places. Okay, do people, do you think that maybe like DNA or archaeology, or I forget what the study of bones is called, like when they find ancient skeletons and you know, or
anthropology?
Yeah, anthropology, or you know, differing ancient, maybe it'd be pottery, utensils that the people used to, ancient foods of the Americans. Do you think that those things are false, or that they don't bear witness to the truth of who inhabited these lands before the Europeans came?
No, I just think there's a lot of it that they won't let us know about. I think there's some. I think the Grand Canyon is like it was a civilization. It was like a whole city. I think those they don't know. Honestly, Alfonso, I think they just made this shit up. I swear to God, I think they just made this shit up. They had no fucking clue. They're like, what the fuck are these things? Like, what the fuck? What is this? What are these buildings? I don't think they built the fucking DC. I don't think they had anything to do with building the fucking the Congress building, the whatever. Have you seen that fucking thing? The fucking Congress building? It's fucking enormous, bro. You can't build no shit like that. I think they found all of it. Swear to God. They just made this shit up.
Wait, what are you talking about? You know that all got burned down in the War of 1812 and they got rebuilt.
The DC?
Yeah. When the Canadians and the British came down in 1812, yeah.
No, they're talking about, that's when it was like, no, they're talking about the original White House.
They burned Washington, D.C. to the floor.
You're talking about the original White House. It was in, what was it called? That was the Stonewall Jackson thing. They did. They burned down the original White House. Remember we lost the portrait of George Washington or whatever? It was the White House that Lincoln lived in, I think. No, I'm sorry. It was the White House that...
There's a 50-year difference in that one.
Yeah, no, about that. They burnt down the Stonewall Jackson's... The White House that we know of today, that's new.
Well, of course it's new. I mean, a lot of added amenities. Are y'all really in here fucking up goddamn American history?
We're trying.
God damn.
We're trying our best, dude. I don't think we built the fucking any of the shit in DC, bro. Any of it.
Look, that's it. Right? Look, the White House that exists today is built off the old framework of the old White House. All right, cool. But what you largely see now is new construction and new amenities, giving, security reasons and shit like that. What you see now, all of that shit is fairly new, contemporary. All of that shit. I mean, from the basement, all of that shit. The ballroom, all of that shit is fucking new. It's just built off. It's just an extension of the old framework of the old White House.
Yeah.
All right. So I looked it up. After the War of 1812, we had to rebuild the White House and the U.S. Capitol. We were rebuilt with newer structures emerging later. The Supreme Court building was done in 1935. The House and the Senate office buildings was done in the 20th century. So 19th and 20th century was where a lot of it was built. So the idea that you think we didn't do it, that's weird.
I call bullshit.
You can't look it up and prove me wrong?
I can look up a bunch of shit, though.
Can you prove me wrong, though, other than you just anecdotally saying that I'm wrong?
That's not fair. That's not fair. You're operating from afar. Look up. I mean, are you saying that... Look, man, it's just my opinion. I'm not saying it's a popular opinion.
But all you're saying is I'm wrong by your opinion with no facts.
Well, yeah, but your facts are just what you're told.
Which are written down in history books and...
Again, what we're told here. Here's what I'm saying.
Have you ever gone and researched stuff in old track books?
If you go to any historic downtown, right? Hey, look, I'm from Little Rock, Arkansas. Even though our historic downtown is a relatively small historic downtown, but if you go to any of these historic cities in America, including I guess you would call DC, you see these buildings that are built and the way they're built, the details that they're built with. Go to some of these old, the capitals of some of these states, and you see their Capitol building. It just looks different. And you go to the U.S. Capitol. I get it. We've seen pictures of it. I don't know if any of you guys have been to it. I've never been to it, but looking at pictures of it.
Oh, I saw the.
They're fucking enormous.
In the Capitol, you go in the main auditorium hall. That's where they're at under green glass.
Like the pillars, the steps. Like the steps don't even make sense. The stone that they use, bro. It's a special type of stone. Like these buildings in these old American cities are these types of stone buildings. The old prisons, the old all these things that we turn them into insane asylums. Also, they're these old ancient buildings, bro. I think they're older than anything, bro. I think they're like Roman. I swear to God, bro. I'm not joking here. I think the Capitol buildings
when you say
Roman
don't make sense, what do you mean by that?
have you like just look at how the Capitol built, all the different like the way it's built. There's
Are you
nothing
talking about
else
architecture?
Yeah, but there's nothing else like you're saying that it was the only building built at that time period.
I
There's
know what
nothing
Mike
else
is-
like it.
I know
Well,
what
hold on,
Mike is
wait,
talking
wait.
about.
Wow.
Like there's no
When
other
you're
building
talking-
in the 1930s that was built like that. Zero.
Never heard of Manhattan, New York. Never heard of New York
Y'all
City.
said the Capitol building was built in the 1930s, right?
No.
No, it was built right after 1812.
Oh, you said. Did you say that this Capitol building? What'd you say?
No, the Supreme Court was 1935,
The Supreme Court. Sorry.
and then
the Supreme Court.
then Congress, building was like just shortly thereafter.
None of those ones that have that type of stone, they just look different, right? They don't look like the White House. They don't look like the Washington
Well,
Monument.
hold on. When you're talking about the architecture and all of that shit, right? And you're looking at the way that they were constructed, you also have to take into consideration the building materials at the time. They were limited by the type of building materials that they had. When we talk about architecture, I mean, a lot of those ideas are not far-fetched. When we look at architecture of today in 2025, bright ideas have been shunned. Bright ideas have been done away with. Everything looks so cardboard, it just looks the same. It looks drab. Just like back in the 70s and 60s, take auto manufacturing. Back in the 60s and 70s, we had a wide array of colors in our cars. Now it's just like the same 9 colors of every fucking car now. Everything looks so cookie cutter and goddamn just inauthentic, unoriginal, all of that shit. Right? We had vibrant colors. We made statements in everything that we fucking built back in the day, but it just seems like something came along and just said, nope, we're going to take away individuality. We're going to take away good ideas, all of this shit, and we're just going to make everything one way and one way only. And a lot of people, and we have been accustomed to that shit for the last 40, 50 years.
You know why that is, Adrian?
Yes.
You know why that is? Why we shift to that more bland, tasteless, like you said, cookie cutter. It's because once global commerce started becoming mainstream, you lose money appealing to one culture. So you kind of had to flatten everything out to be acceptable to all cultures. That way.
Mass production.
Yeah.
Quality, not quantity.
You can appeal
quantity, not quality.
You can appeal to any culture. I was watching a video, man. This guy painted out beautifully. If you go to London, look at the lampposts, look at the architecture. Even went to their sewage processing building from the 1800s, bro. It looked like a fucking cathedral. It looked like some fancy Roman Catholic church, man. People took pride and individualized everything to that specific culture. But yeah, the story that he painted was once we started doing global commerce, obviously you're kind of pigeonholing yourself for only manufacturing products or offering services that only appeal to one culture. So everything kind of had to broaden out, kind of be flattened out, so that way it appeals to everybody. That way you don't limit yourself on revenue.
And like I know what you're talking about with it's called the Tartarian conspiracy, where basically America, half of Russia, and a slight amount of Eastern Europe used to be like the Tartarian Empire. The issue is, even if it were true, we would have to start cutting into those old buildings, which we can't do, not legally.
Yeah, my question is what you're trying to refer to when it comes to this kind of architecture is, like when I was in Italy, that you have like Ionic and Doric, the versions of like how we build these columns and marble columns, and we run these stacks and they're in donuts, but you have like how many of our people that ran the government at the beginning of America were actually Freemasons? So they were the Masonic order that they were really big into like designing things. And you're talking about a technology of architecture that was over 2,000 years old.
Yeah,
so
you
mean it was stolen?
years ago?
You mean it's stolen architecture?
It was built 2,000 years
Well,
ago.
the fact that I'm a better rapper than you doesn't mean I stole rap from black people.
Well, if you're talking about Masonic history, and you know the story of Jubilom and Hiram Abiff, you'll know where the Masons got their knowledge from. So it's not that I'm the better rapper or the better singer. It's where I got it from.
Algebra came from Iraq. What are you talking about?
Also, what you're talking about is 4,700 years ago. Like, you can't use that, dude. You really can't use that.
I can't use the fact that I know that if I have the proper equipment.
Stereo. I'm not talking about you. I'm saying what he's talking about with the whole, what he was referring to. That's over 4,000 years ago. Like, what does that have to do with today?
Look,
he's using Masonic history to justify something when you look at Masonic knowledge
Yes,
where it came
Masonic
from.
history.
So what do you think
referring
you
to
can't
is
use it?
4,000 years ago.
And it's not used today. They're not using the same science.
Are you sure about that?
It doesn't matter. It's
It does
4,000
matter.
years ago.
So you're saying the Masonic
That
order
means
does
you
not
use
survive today? Are you telling me? I'm asking you a question.
Practice today.
Do you just like to talk, or do you want to answer questions and have a conversation?
All right, hold on.
Well, you're not answering any of mine.
I did.
What he's saying is this. Now, we all know the Masonic order, right, that you're talking about, Stereo. Yes, the shit kind of exists today. But I think what Moscow is talking about is, if you know about ancient geometry and sacred geometry, the Masons, they were the ones that understood how to build these things, right? And it was a secret thing. They didn't want to teach everybody because they were the only ones that were getting the commissions, right? They were the only ones that were able to build the arches. They were the only ones that were able to build all the stuff because they understood sacred geometry. So it was a secret. They didn't want anyone else to know it. But then people kind of got loose. And guys, what I'm saying, I don't think it's unique to America. Like the Europeans, these cathedrals, and all these old Gothic cathedrals, I don't think they built them. I think they found them and they turned them into churches. I don't think that those aren't churches. They didn't build those fucking things. I don't think this is just neat. I think this stuff is from thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago, and people found it. They're like, what the fuck is this, bro? Like, when I was in Italy, bro, I was in Italy at Stereo. Remember the Parthenon? Is it the Parthenon or the Pantheon? What's the one with the hole in the top?
The Pantheon is the one in the hole in the top.
With the hole in the top, bro.
But we know the Moorish influence over Italy, right?
Bro, guys, go look up the Pantheon in Italy, bro, in Rome. It's the one with the hole in the top, bro. They turned it into a church. They put a cross on it because then it became a place where they couldn't mess with it, right? So they turned it into a church. But the doors, like, guys, the fucking doors on the front of the place, the handle for the door is like 15 feet in the air. Like, you can't operate the door. There'd be no reason to build this thing. It makes no sense. You can't even operate the door. The handle, like, there's a handle for a door. It's fucking crazy. This stuff was not built by us. We found the shit. We didn't do any of this. I don't believe it.
Well, Mike, that's a good point, because that would come from an ancient civilization. And we know Europe is less than 10,000 years old, so that wouldn't make them ancient.
Well, I mean, it's ancient by our standards, but you're talking like Marcus Agrippa built the Pantheon in 27 BC. Like, we know the history of who made it. We know when it was breaking ground. And when you came out of the Pantheon, you saw the obelisk that came from Egypt right out front, right?
Yeah.
That obelisk is probably like 10 times, well, I wouldn't say 10 times. It's probably twice as old as the Pantheon itself.
Where did the Greeks go to school at?
Greece?
If you think that.
Well, I mean, Ethiopia, depending on what year, Ethiopia had the most universities at one point. When the Library of Alexandria was still going, yeah, there was a lot of knowledge there.
Well, if you look in Greek history, they'll tell you where they sent their scholars and their philosophers to learn.
Stereo, do you know of surrounding the Pantheon? I swear to God, if anybody's listening to me right now, just Google the Pantheon. Are you sure it's the Pantheon, bro? I thought the Pantheon's one.
The Parthenon is a Greek structure.
The Parthenon, okay. So Google the Pantheon in Rome. It's in Rome, right?
Yes, it's in Rome.
It's in Rome. So Google the Pantheon and look at like a picture from the outside.
I can go look at my pictures. I've been there. I know it very well.
I was into it.
Y'all don't even have to go that far.
Hold on. I was going to say this,
Yeah, hold
Adrian,
on,
real quick.
I know.
10 seconds.
Y'all don't even have to go that far. I just want to give you a little factoid. Y'all don't have to go that far to look at the Parthenon. You can literally just go to the University of Vanderbilt in Tennessee.
Yeah,
in
Tennessee's
Nashville.
got one.
Exactly. It's the exact replica of that shit. I've been
Yeah,
there.
that's the Parthenon. That's the one in Greece. I'm talking about the Pantheon in Italy.
Right.
So the Pantheon in Italy, bro, if you guys Google the Pantheon in Italy from the outside looking in, stereo, this is what I'll say to you. Did you see all, like, the shit that we built around the Pantheon? Like, all those fucking, like, little fucking apartments and shit that, like, we built? Just Google a picture of the Pantheon. There's a Pantheon, this ancient structure, and then all surrounding it is a bunch of fucking human-built fucking shit fucking houses.
Let's see.
That's the shit we built.
The Nashville Parthenon was built in 1897 with permanent concrete structure rebuilt in 1920 to 1931. Was famous for the Vanderbilts who built it for their family. Yeah, I mean, like the idea that you think that we don't have the ability to do it, it's just not cost effective anymore. When you can, like you said, cookie cutter and slapstick a whole like subdivision community together, you know, or take that same money and build you one, you know, Pantheon or Parthenon or whatever. You know, it doesn't matter. It's just not cost effective to build shit out of marble when you can do it with 2x4s and concrete blocks.
Right. So, exactly, and that's the point I was making, is that, you know, building material back then, they didn't have an abundance of building material like we have now in 2025. We can just build some shit and throw tie back on that shit, throw some belts on that shit, throw some shingles on that shit, and boom, you got your fucking structure, right?
They don't know what IBS is.
Right. So when we talk about the level of construction and what they use to build these things, I mean, shit, they were limited by the technology of their time. So they did what they could do and did do, you know, with their ideas, with their beliefs or whatever the fuck. Because, I mean, let's be honest, if I was going to build a great cathedral, shit, I don't want everything else around it to look, I don't want it to compete with what I just built. I want that shit to stand the fuck out.
Are you going to build it out of toothpicks or are you going to build it out of marble?
You see all those houses and structures that surround these great cathedrals just look so minuscule and just, you know, unimportant. It's like, duh, it's on purpose because I want this massive structure, this you know, this intellectual goddamn shit that I fucking built. I want that shit to stand the fuck out. You goddamn right. That's why. Y'all are forgetting humans are very egotistical in everything that we touch. Every fucking thing that we touch, we're very egotistical. We want that shit to be seen from the furthest of far and the highest of highs. Because we want to stand the fuck out.
Look, did you ever make it? I don't know who was saying that they went to Rome. Did you ever make it to Florence and go see the church there? It's the largest single dome that's ever been constructed by man with bricks as a freestanding, free-floating by the Medici family. Like, do you think that they found it or did they build it? Because we know that we have the history of them building it, but you're telling me that, oh, they didn't do it. They just found it and slapped a cross on it because the doors are 25 feet tall with a handle 10 feet up in the air.
No, the doors on that church, the doors in Florence aren't that big.
When the Cathedral of Notre Dame was burned to the ground.
Oh, fuck, that was sad.
Does anybody know how they rebuilt it?
Using old techniques?
No.
How?
A video game developer.
Oh, yeah, because he had a blueprint. He had it in a game, and yeah, they scanned it, and they used that to, but they used the modern blueprint from the scans to be able to have a blueprint to redo it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. I read that article.
Yeah, they just rebuilt what the fuck they had scanned already.
Well, I mean, they didn't have the originals, so you gotta use what you got.
Right. And look at the intricacies of Notre Dame Cathedral on the inside. Holy fuck, that shit looks
next to impossible to. What the fuck? Like, just looking at the intricacies, the details, the level of fucking detail that they put into that shit in the original construction is mind blowing.
Y'all talk about the details. I'm thinking about everything that was burnt up, like documents, records, and all of that. Like, that whole thing was such a tragic loss.
Right, and there's records in construction. There's record keeping that's literally built into construction. You know what I'm saying? When you look at the monuments, when you look at the engravings, the carvings, and all of that shit, that's living history right there. Recorded history.
And honestly, that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm not one of those ones that get excited about, stuff like that happening. Even if I'm not saying specifically about Notre Dame, but like in general, just because of the history that's housed there, regardless of how you feel about it, is actual history. And sometimes some of the things that's documented in these buildings is irreplaceable, and a lot of things die or they're permanently erased once something like that happens. So I'm hoping that a lot of these historic buildings around the world amp up more protections to kind of, make sure that nothing like this happens to, their buildings and stuff. Like, it's crazy.
In history, they say after the reconquering of Spain, that there were a lot of churches and cathedrals that were constructed, or there were castles that were used by the Moors that were, after that reconstruction or after what they did, were turned into churches and cathedrals also. So when you look at the structure and the architecture and certain things, it was a blend of two cultures that created that, what they would call a beautiful specimen.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, sir.
Like, guys, I want you to, if you have, refresh the page and go and look. Now, I switch my PTR to just the dough, but click on it because I added 3 pictures. Look at the last 3 pictures I added to my profile, whatever. These are all of our U.S. Capitol, right? So now the top dome part, just like you guys mentioned, the detail. I mean, look at all the different pillars, all the detail. Every single section is exactly the same. Now look at how big the fucking thing is. And then the third picture is kind of another one of how big it is. Now, are you ready for this? This is the official story. And Stereo, you keep wanting to, go back to the official story and shit, right? This is the official story. You ready for this? The Capitol. You ready? You ready for this? They started building it in 1793, and they finished in 1800. So they built that fucking thing you're looking at in 7 years. That's what we're told. That thing you're looking at right now was from start to finish 7 years. Are you like, seriously? Are you kidding me right now?
Who built it? Who built it?
Americans.
Nobody from the modern day United States of America.
Well, let me ask you a question. When you're hold on a second, Miss Suits, please. Like, okay, now when you look at the White House now, and like they're adding the new ballroom, do you think it's going to structurally look the same as the rest of the building?
What?
The White House, where they're building the ballroom.
Yeah.
Do you think that where they knocked it down on that wing and they're building up the ballroom, do you think it's going to be aesthetically the same as the rest of the building?
I don't know what that's to do with anything. I bet it's going to take more than.
Because you're saying that we can't do it. We don't do it. We found it. We put something on it. Like,
I'm saying that thing didn't take 7 years to build.
Dude, it hasn't even been a year and the ballroom's like kicking. It'll be done soon.
Well, 7 means completion, and we know the architects and the architecture of Washington, as well as the Capitol building, was done by European Freemasons. So if you know that history, you'll understand why.
Yes, sir. That was what I was saying about 20 minutes ago. I was talking about how our founding fathers were the Masons, and they're using 2,000-year-old, architectural and building techniques that we already knew forever.
Yeah, it was proven. Civil War in 1776, we decided to build that giant ass building in 1793, and we get it done in 7 years.
Well, we had to collect some tariffs in order to be able to build it, because there was no income tax back then. Yeah, but you got to realize the rest of Washington, D.C. wasn't all those opulent buildings. They were like, 2-story, what you would consider like a Victorian style with maybe a small front porch. Or if you had good money, you had a wraparound porch. Like, the rest of the city didn't look like all the other buildings. We made it opulent because it was a definition or a symbol of who we were as America. We are fortified and we were strong just as much as the Romans with their Senate and all their, or the Italians, or like, how do you not get this? That we know how to do this stuff.
Well, I was.
No, I'm not.
I was just looking. What are you saying? We glance. It said that the dome part was added in the mid 1800s, 1850s to 1860s. So it looks like it was a long span. The Capitol building you see now wasn't. That entire thing wasn't constructed in 7 years in the 1700s. Just the base of it was.
Wow. So what was there before the dome was there?
Just the flat rectangular part.
Fuck, we added a dome.
Ashes, because they burned the White House and the Capitol to the floor. They had to go back and rebuild it.
In the 1860s, we added a dome to it. Then we fought the Civil War.
Yeah, I'm looking here. It says that the first cornerstone laying was by George Washington in 1793, and then the first wing was ready by 1800. So after being burned by the British in 1814, it was rebuilt and expanded with the brand new dome completed in 1868, giving the appearance we know today.
I just don't think why do you think that we don't have the intelligence or the technology to be able to do that?
I never said that.
Then why are you dismissing my point? Was because you've not brought any facts other than like you're lying to me.
Yeah, I just don't believe it. I don't. Dude, look, man. Call me skeptical. Call me whatever you want. Like, I don't think the Egyptians built the pyramids. I don't think they had anything to do with the pyramids. I don't think they had no fucking clue what that was. If you, like I said, go ahead and go to Google again. If you Google the Great Pyramids of Egypt, you'll see these 3 little tiny pyramids in front of the 3 big ones. There's 3 big.
I know Giza. I don't need you to tell me about
the pyramids. There's these 3 little tiny pyramids. I think those 3 little tiny pyramids. That was the Egyptians. They were like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck did they build this? When Napoleon found the Sphinx was buried in sand up to his nose. They had to dig out the Sphinx, which means that when Napoleon found the Sphinx, half the pyramid was fucking buried in sand. I think the pyramids used to be underwater. There's no pharaohs buried in the pyramids. There's no kings buried in the pyramids. They're all buried in the Valley of the Kings. The Library of Alexandria wasn't anywhere near the fucking the Pyramid of Giza. Giza's right next to a fucking highway now. And I think the Library of Alexandria was never burned down. It was moved to the Vatican. Do you know the Vatican archive is 52 miles long? Think about that.
Before I showed up, I got permission to go into the catacombs.
No shit.
Why do you think they shot the dome?
It takes 2 years to approval.
How the fuck? 2 years? Damn.
It takes 2 weeks.
Why do you think they damaged all the statues when Napoleon got there, shot their noses and their lips and their ears off of them?
Why not, right?
Because it showed them to look like they were Olmecs, like with the wide nose and the flat bridge.
Why the sun?
Because, like, white supremacy or white privilege.
Why not?
I mean, think about it. I'm not being a dick there. I'm saying, seriously, like, think about it. Like, why the fuck?
No, that's crazy.
No,
Mario,
like,
can you tell us about your experience going into the catacomb? You said you went to the Vatican?
Yes, and I didn't know that I couldn't wear shorts, so I had to go run across from the street, and I had to buy a pair of pants on the side of the road from somebody.
Was this like a tourist kind of thing, or like I know you say you have a?
Well, if you're gonna go to the Vatican, you can get a tour of the catacombs, but you have to apply for it. And back in 2004, it took 2 weeks. I don't know. It might take longer now. The world has changed in 21 years.
I'm sure. I just want to be nosy, just on my little conspiracy theories.
I saw a bunch of like I would call them tombs, but they didn't have like a covering, and you would have like a casket sitting on this shelf. And we went through this one area, and then we ended up in this place that looked like a big underground library. And like when you said like the Library of Alexandria got moved to the Vatican, I wasn't disagreeing, because I saw some shit that would never be in the Book of Congress or the Library of Congress.
Italy is not far from you.
What you see?
Italy's right there.
I gotta know.
But it was a very low security tour. It was like the amount of like what you could have gone and done. I could have probably stayed down there from as much as I could tell about it. I could have explored for like a month and only seen like 50% of it.
Yeah. Bro, it's 52 miles.
You know, we have our own version of that, or something similar here. I think it's in like Kansas City. There's like an underground. But I'm gonna see if I can find the link for that, because we have our own little catacomb sorts with the library and shit in there. But I'm kind of archive and documented history about our different families and stuff. And you need like a special permission to get there.
Doesn't the Smithsonian got a bunch of like fucking? They got a huge ass fucking. They got like 3 big ass fucking warehouses that are full of shit they don't even display.
Didn't Trump shut that down, or the funding to it?
No.
It was one of those museums he did, didn't he?
It was the one that was like, you know, a Black History museum that was specifically designed to like make people hate straight white men, because like, you know. But yeah, well, it wasn't the fact that they were being biased when they were making the displays, and they weren't just selling like one truth. They were selling, or like the truth. They were telling a narrative of the truth in this, and like, yeah, it got shut down.
About history.
Well, I mean, if you think history is subjective, then you and I would never be able to understand an irrational conversation and how to talk to one another.
Well, I didn't say it was subjective, but there's a truth that was told all the way through high school and middle school and elementary school. And if they're telling the other half of the truth, then that brings it all together, right?
No, not when you're speaking in absolutes on a narrative. It shows a specific bias. It's not history. It's an anecdotal version of it.
Can you give an example if you don't mind?
From my understanding, I think that what Trump was doing, from my understanding, I could be wrong here, but he's not like getting rid of the teaching of it. He was like taking away what are they called, displays, like taking away certain displays and big ass pictures and shit that was like a black dude with his back whipped, or images of like really bad violence. Like he was kind of like, he wasn't getting rid of the history. It's kind of the same thing they said. They're like, oh, he's trying to erase the black people from the military, and he's getting rid of their pages on the internet. It's like, if you search up the black airmen of the military, you don't find their page anymore. But what Trump really did...
Wait. Do not start talking about the Tuskegee Airmen like you know them. I've met 2 of them.
It wasn't the Tuskegee people. But what he was doing...
World War I or World War II?
Good Christ, Stereo. Can you just fucking hear me out for a second? What Trump was doing is that, yes, there used to be websites, when you look at the military, you can look up like black people that served in the military, or this black regiment, or this all black this, all black that. Trump got rid of those websites, and people were like, oh, he's erasing black people from the military. But what Trump really did, Trump said, they're the military. If you go look up people in the military, the black people should be in the same section as the white people. They should have their own
them
section.
all together, bro.
Right.
But the issue with that is the same reason why he also condemned the tearing down of Confederate statues and all of that. It's still an erasure, because the fact is that's what it was. There were actual color regiments, and I feel like in that regard that was, he fucked that shit up, because it's counterproductive to the same reason why he kept some of the Confederate statues. American history is American history, and the fact remains that these troops were definitely separated, segregated, if you will, and also a lot of the history that surrounded them is washed under, because some of these I'm saying it wrong. Please forgive me, y'all are military or ex-military. in my ignorance, but these different companies or platoons or they have a specific and distinct history of warfare and combat that is specific to them as well. So it's just that's what I would call like a whitewashing. If you just said, oh, they were soldiers, because back then that wasn't the case. They were the colored troops.
I know this is gonna sound kind of crazy, but you got to hear the whole thing out here. At certain points in history, it would be better to have the black soldiers be all together at once, because you don't want to have a situation where there's a racist white piece of shit who doesn't want to fight for the guy next to him because he happens to be black. So at some point in time, they're gonna, you know what I'm trying to say here? You don't want.
I mean, I kind of
you don't want to integrate them at certain point.
Like but it's history. It's not like that now, so that would make sense now. But historically speaking, that literally was the case. And not only that, you got, again, how my friend says, you got to look up all these waters and look at all these wars, waterways and wars. And if you look at it, honestly, these battles would not have been won without these people.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. They need to be recognized. I get it, but at the end of the day, I'm on the side of, like, if you go to look up a military member, and I go to look up the guy, and I'm looking up a black guy, and I'm trying to look him up in the military on the website or whatever, and I can't find him, like, oh shit, I gotta go to the black website. Like, no, like, if I'm going to look up a military member, he should be with all the other military members.
Well, that wasn't the case, because if we had to do that, then he wasn't being recognized with the other military people.
That's what I'm saying. There used to be like separate, like there was a Jackie Robinson thing, and it was like.
But then you just say that it should be. You just said that the army should be segregated to where the black should be able to get in the white.
I was saying that.
But do you not think in history it was done the same way?
At the time, I'm saying looking them up. I'm saying like in the Civil War, like if black guys were recently freed, you wouldn't want to go let the one black guy fight with a bunch of white guys. The white guys are like, what the fuck? So all the black guys are fighting together. Now they're fighting hard and they're fighting for each other. You wouldn't want a situation where you put a black soldier next to a bunch of racist white guys, and the white guy doesn't want to save his life. So at certain points in history, I'm not talking about recent wars. I'm talking about back in the day. But now, when we go to look up people that served in the military, they should all be together. They all served for the same purpose. They all should be together.
That's how history gets erased, honestly.
Abraham Lincoln had that same concern at the end of slavery, that free black men would look at European white males and see that, or remember what happened in the past and not feel a certain way, and vice versa. And Abraham Lincoln had that concern, and that I think in Congress they had put money aside to offer freedmen to go back to Africa or set land aside for them to live on, because of that same exact reason that you're speaking about today.
Yeah, they offered to go back to Africa. They're like, fuck that.
Bro, hold on, because that's what, now, if you don't mind, I'm not trying to push back or anything, but if I could add a little bit of historical context, you're speaking about eventually what becomes the
Liberia.
Yeah, Liberia. That was, so the time frame was a little bit off, but so you're talking, this is before Emancipation Proclamation. So he was specifically talking about, the American Colonization Society was speaking about the free colored people that were already inhabiting the lands, but slavery was still in existence. And that was around 1816, 1817 or so. And when you get into like the morality versus economics conversation, this is a very good example, because really what they were trying to do was replace the free colored class and the hypothesizing of the enslaved class by replacing them with a free white working class of laborers back then. So it wasn't even about, are they going to be better? This was their rationalization to try to rid these lands of what I would argue is people who originated in the lands in the first place and were enslaved in their own lands. But
yes,
they were trying to be replaced by a free white working class, so they wanted to set them up in Liberia. And if you start to look through some of the archives, you'll see that by and large, even these free black societies at the time were not with that shit. They convinced some people to do it, but everybody was not by and large with that, if that makes sense. And you can see the archives of them pushing back on trying to.
No. What I was speaking about, not to send them back to Africa, but they had lands put aside. It was during the with like the Freedmen's Bureau, the Freedmen and Abandoned Lands, when they was trying to put people into the swamps and different things like that. So it was abandoned land that they said that they were trying to put or allow for free blacks to go. And again, that's when they came around with the reparations for the white slave owners for the land as well. But I do understand what you're saying, beloved, because they.
What time frame? Just what time frame are we talking? Because I'm a little confused. You talking about emancipation, 1860s, or just so I'm following you. What you talking about?
It was during that time.
Oh, okay, that's probably then. Why?
Yeah,
I'm about 50 years prior. I'm in like the 18th, so my bad. So
well, no, beloved.
You're in there because it's you're talking about like, 1865, 40 acres of mule under General Sherman, but then the president knocked
that
it
was
down.
a field measure because that wasn't put in the. It was the war measure because he gave.
Yes, sir.
That's why people are still looking for that 40 acres in the mule today, but it wasn't put in the law. So it was just something given during wartime measures. So it wasn't like a real thing for black people.
Yeah, I don't mind looking at our American history through the lens of the fact that we were really messed up throughout history. But why are we continually bringing the shit where it was all really messed up and all the things that we've done through current history? Because we're just a blip in time. We only get to like affect things now, and are we affecting them to bitch about the past, or are we trying to build for a better future? And
that's a good point, because you have to look back where you went wrong. You have to look back where you went wrong, because in this system, black people were taken, they were denationalized. They were made chattel slavery property. Their nationality was taken away from one. They were moved from black, Negro, colored, African American, land taken away from them. Different things has happened. 13th, 14th Amendment citizens, second-class citizens, slavery still today, misnumbered titles, systematic oppression. If you don't look back in history at what happened and what it did, and if we're still in the same situation today with the slavery by another name, how do you take accountability and make sure it don't happen again, like the sister was saying?
Well, there's a difference, Moscow, of keeping the past in your rear view to not fuck up again, and then using it as an excuse to hate other people and try to get free shit. There's a difference. And I think people are sick of using it as an excuse to hate other people and try to get free shit out of them. That's what people aren't going for.
I think that's a good point. But I got one more thing, and I'll leave it at this. That's a good point where you was talking about. That was a good. Yeah, I appreciate that, man. Hey, Sid, that's a good point that you made. But when you're dealing with the United States and the property that they make with the people looking for free shit, you know that parents are called custodial parents. They're not called real parents. So if you're temporary parents, that means you're in ownership, that someone is in ownership of you. So if the United States own you, you're not looking for free shit. If they taken away from you and taking the ability for you to gain these things on your own, that's not looking for free shit. And when you're talking about people that's looking for free shit, there's one side that's looking for more free shit than the other side, if they had the ability to do these things for themselves. You get what I'm saying? So I don't think that's a good way to look at it, but I appreciate the bill. Go ahead.
Real quick.
Can I get in there too after whoever's next?
Yeah. I just got a real quick question for Moscow based on what he said. So, Moscow, are you saying that the people now don't have the ability to build?
Well, there's a thing that people are dealing with called systematic oppression also. On these applications, they ask for your race if it didn't matter. So if they were asking for your race or your identity like that, it should matter in a stance, as well as dealing with law also. So you got things that are stopping certain families and putting people in certain situations that's stopping them from thriving. A lot of people are dealing with generational wealth. Some of that was cut off at the wayside or at the knee before it began, or it was done away with once they had it.
but nothing happened to them, no reparations or anything. And not saying as a nation of people, but as individuals that was damaged by the system as well as individuals in history.
So my question to that would be then, because I hear this all the time, we have more resources at our disposal than our great-great-grandparents had. And would you agree with me that America was more racist back then than it is now?
I think they were more openly with it then, because now it's in a different skies. They're using it differently now.
Yeah, but I mean, you actually had people lynching you. You actually had people in your face. You could not gain access here. You couldn't use this library. You couldn't go to this school. You couldn't use this bank. You couldn't own property here. You couldn't, like, there were actual laws preventing minorities back then that physically were barriers, physically held it back. Like, it was just hands down. Are you saying it's harder today with the contemporary minorities to have an opportunity to succeed than it was back then? I'm just trying to make, because I hear this all the time. I'm just trying to make sense of it, because it's like we have more money now than our great-great-grandparents did when they started out. If you adjust for inflation, like we have had more wealth now. We've had more money flowing through our communities and through our fingertips now than the generations before us. I mean, these motherfuckers were dirt fucking poor with no education, didn't know how to read, didn't know how to write.
Hey, you're right, Sid.
Yeah.
I think now that black people are now coming back to the community to reinvest or to bring or to help black community. I think they're going to intertwine with those that they started doing business practices with, instead of coming back to teach the community, meaning I don't want to live like those people down there, instead of going back to help them and teach them. I think it's an individual thing versus a community that you're speaking about. But I still do think there are discrepancies and different things that stop certain people from coming up. Look at now, the president removing immigrants, and he called it a Christian nation, but the Bible says to be kind and good to the immigrants and the sojourners. So,
well, it's not. Yeah, I mean, that's not true. He's not removing immigrants. He's removing illegal immigrants, and what he's doing on a macro scale is how everybody lives on a micro scale. So, like, you wouldn't allow me to just walk into your house, Moscow, and lay on your couch and pick my feet up and eat your food and soak up your air conditioning, use your Wi-Fi, and not contribute to your household at all. Like, you wouldn't take me in as a stranger and just put the bill for my existence. Like, you wouldn't allow that. You would kick me the fuck out.
Well, you know, the Bible says to be kind to the sojourners. This is a Christian nation. That's what it says to do. But at the same time, I can't be an illegal immigrant trying to get rid of other illegal immigrants.
Well, no, that's not true, because we have a program of status and citizenship here that's been established for a long time. So, you know, sorry that, you know, certain lands got dominated, certain people got, you know, kicked out of their land. Like, it's happened to every single race, every single culture. It's happened to everybody, man. Like, even Africans and blacks aren't exempt. We've done the same fucking thing. We actually do it to each other now in our own land. It's called gang turf wars. We dominate other areas and we kick other motherfuckers out. We kill them, or we brutally hurt them to gain dominance over that territory. So nobody's exempt from that. But at some point, I get it, be kind, but the Bible doesn't say be an idiot too and let a bunch of outsiders overrun your resources and destroy what you built. Like, there's got to be some common sense. So, you know, we can allow people in here, but there's got to be a common sense way to do it to where they're not being a burden. And again, on a micro scale, we don't let people freeload and just take people in and we foot the bill for complete strangers.
But see, it was done in the history in the beginning of America. Remember the people where they came from and came to this land, they took on water to get to America. And then they started saying me, my. They went everywhere and done it. So you can't say...
Who was they? You talking about white people?
Oh, Europeans.
Dude,
the British. They went everywhere. See, if you're talking about Africans, they did it with each other on their own land. That's like family fighting. They didn't go outside their family to fight other people.
So wait. So you're saying...
Before y'all get too far, can I please
Yeah, go ahead, sis. I apologize.
Just give me a second, too. I just want to cook with my.
No problem. I just want to say
Oh yeah, no, you're good. I got you. So you're telling me that there's a brutally slaughtering and dominating other cultures to take over their land and resources. There's a difference if you travel abroad versus if you just stay in your own turf and do it. You're telling me there's a difference. There's a more.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they were family. They were of the same nation of people. Like you're gonna have those problems in house, but when somebody comes from another house and try to take over your house, that's a different story.
Okay, so let me ask you this real quick, and then I'll let you go, Sue. Why is there so much emphasis put on white Europeans when the Portuguese and the Arabs had way more of an impact on black Africans, adverse impact on black Africans than the whites did? Why are we putting more emphasis on the Portuguese and the Arabs?
Well, we're not, and we know that the Arabs are a mixed nation of people. So there are some blacks inside the Arab nation. It's a mixture of nomads. We're not letting the Portuguese off the hook either with their history either, because they admit theirs too. It's not any personal thing that I'm saying, but you got to bring to light what people are trying to throw a veil over. And if it's being whitewashed or veiled, you won't even know who you are. You're told to know your history. And what happened, if it's been whitewashed, a certain part of us is erased. In school, we're taught that black history starts in America, and it don't. So that's all I was bringing up, brother. There wasn't any contention, but we do have to make sense. But go ahead, I apologize.
I would like to interject.
Yeah,
the sister's
yes,
time.
I think Sue was.
no problem. I'll try to keep it quick so we can hear it.
No, you're good. Yeah.
I just wanted to go. It's a couple of things. I think it was Stereo was saying something about how Trump is doing things because there's this. I guess he's insinuating that there's an uptick of white hate amongst black people or something of that notion. And I really wanted to push back on that because that's a bald-headed lie. Otherwise, we would be seeing these gross injustices against white people from black people, and that's just really not a thing. I'm not discounting any isolated incidences where two individuals may have an interaction, but I really wanted to push back on that because there is this propaganda movement trying to start some sort of wave behind white oppression as if there's a thing, as if it's a thing. So I want to push back on that. And then two, to push back on something that you said, Sig, actually, you were speaking about black people's ancestors and them not being able to read and write. They have a pot and piss in and a winner to throw it out of. And I just really want to push back on that because that's also not factual. And that's not all. That's why I say black is not a monolith. And that's why people, need to look into their own family history because you'll find a lot of black people that say they don't even have a history of enslavement in their ancestry as well. There were some other points I can't remember because we kind of went to a side thing, but I just wanted to push back on that and, really just highlight that there's not a grand notion of blackness and poverty in American history. People that came here were in that scenario. Most of them starving time. Right, digging up their ancestors to be able to eat and survive. So I wanted to just kind of point that out and show that from the very inception of the United States of America. I think you spoke to that, brother Moscow. I think he spoke to that and said that the people coming here and absolutely these handouts and things that people always associate with blackness, because even to this day, that's not even a accurate description of what's happening in the so-called black community. That was literally the history that was taking place with people immigrating to these lands. You can look at legislation from early on of how these people would come here and be promised X amount of acres, so much so that there were, advertisements, let's say in England, promoting people to come to the quote-unquote New World. You'll be given this, you'll be given that. And we have the legislation on the books to show exactly how these people were given hundreds and hundreds of acres of land by immigrating over here and bringing their family members over here as well. So I just wanted, there was the part that y'all spoke about with that. I wanted to say, hold up, swole up.
The majority of people were impoverished. I didn't say every single black person was impoverished, but the overwhelming
the way you
majority.
said it kind of alluded to that, and I just wanted to say that's not historically accurate.
Yeah, it didn't suit. Not one. See, and this is where we kind of gotta grow up and be a little bit more intellectually honest. Is that when someone says something, they're speaking in general. Unless they say all, then that's when they mean all. We gotta stop assuming because someone makes a general statement that they're saying all. It's just not true.
Well, the general statements are what's perpetuating certain things. Like
overwhelming black population in the United States back then too was impoverished.
Hold on real quick, because you're which I do agree with you on. When people come in, you're challenging them on this victim mindset, so I'll ride with you on that. But then at the same token, you can't make those types of general statements which perpetuates and validates this notion of victimhood in the so-called black community.
We're the only ones still crying and whining about shit that happened 150 years ago.
Well, if something happened to you and there was no redress, of course it's going to be keeping.
Nothing's happened to me. There's no slaves. There's no slave owners or slaves. Yeah, there's no slave owners alive.
I say if something happened in the past and there's no redress at all for said injustices, of course it's going to be talked about until it's addressed. Now, does that mean that people may be impoverished today or downtrodden and oppressed today? Not necessarily, but that still doesn't mean that thing isn't a thing. It doesn't.
Yeah, but it's not something that happened 150 years ago is not a thing today. When hold on, Sue. That's a lie. You're saying it hasn't been redressed. Sue, is there one law in the books right now preventing black people from any other opportunities that any other races have in this country?
That you're arguing semantics. I never said that there was a law book on the law in the book.
You said it hasn't been. You said it hasn't been redressed.
I said that it has not been redressed to individuals that have specific harms, whether it's them and their families. That's what I said. Just because they change a law doesn't mean it addressed the actual infraction that took place. That's all I'm simply saying.
So these people that have proof to that they were directly impacted, let them take that.
Hold on, and I agree with you. They should directly. That's my argument about reparations. I'm not against reparations, but I think it needs to be directly related to the people that were harmed with the proof of the harm. But
let them take that up with the government.
What I'm saying to you is that by that same notion, then we as Americans who have no historical connection to the Holocaust should not have been paying Jews, should not still be paying Israel, and should not be talking about
I agree 100%.
whatsoever. You know what I mean? So if that's the case, mind you, there's redress, is historical. You got to, even now, if you say something in the United States of America about them, you're more than likely going to have to go to some sort of education class, some sort, you know what I mean? Like there's consequences behind that. But when it comes to so-called black people, it's supposed to be, well, that happened 100 or how many years ago. No, it literally has not been addressed, which is why the conversation is not going to go anywhere. Which it still does not mean that you have to have a victim mindset, but you can still call a thing and address it.
Ma'am, we have the 15th Amendment. We have the Civil Rights Act of 1965. These things have been addressed. There's not one opportunity a black person doesn't have in this country that no other race has. It just doesn't exist.
Then why are black people still fighting for the civil rights?
I'll answer that question.
Wow.
In the Q2, we gonna get that talking. The reason why.
Two different conversations. You're arguing opportunities, and I'm talking about just the historical issues.
Okay, nobody right now.
And the redress, not opportunities.
This is why nobody takes our race seriously, because we have dumb talking points like this. No other race is doing this. We're the only race that's sitting there like the 2-year-olds in the sandbox whining and crying and whining. This is why we don't get taken seriously. So again, the people who...
What in the world, Sid? Now that's crazy. Why the fuck you even give a fuck about
because I grew up...
Take you serious.
I grew up...
You just said it
no. You said blacks aren't a monolith.
But you worried about whether or not...
You said blacks aren't a monolith. You said blacks aren't a monolith. This is my non-monolith talking point right here. And this is what I see the problem with our race. I grew up around niggas my whole life in Detroit. All I seen was niggas squander a bunch of money away, deny opportunities that were blaring them right in the fucking face, and they turn them fucking down because of this stupid fucking mindset. And they're the same ones complaining about how they're oppressed, and because of slavery, and because of Jim Crow, and because of redlining, and all this shit, they don't have opportunities today. When I've literally seen opportunities staring them dead in the face, and because they had this mindset, they fucking denied those, they closed those doors themselves. So, and I see this all the fucking time with our people. And this is what...
So because them 5 niggas that you know that squandered their opportunity, that's something that can happen to anybody regardless of race. now that's the jacket all so-called black people got to put on.
I didn't say all.
Come
I didn't
on,
say all. But the only group in this country that's crying about reparations and shit that has nothing to do with them, that they weren't directly affected by. We're the only ones whining and crying and boo-hooing about that shit, dude. And there's so many opportunities that we have. Again, we have more black millionaires now than we've ever had at any point in history.
Yeah, so we ain't had none. What do you mean?
But does that stop the thing from being the thing, though, bro? That's all I'm asking. Does that still stop the thing from being the thing?
Again, nobody's enslaved right now. Nobody's saying you can't go here, you can't do this, you can't buy that. Nobody's saying that.
Are you a second class or a third class citizen?
I'm just an American citizen, and I seize every opportunity that I can, regardless of what happened 150 years ago. I don't look at that shit.
So why do they put black down instead of asking you, are you American or non-American? Why do they ask you your race?
Because it's called DEI. So the reason why they ask you is so these companies know how many black people they're pulling in so they can meet certain quotas.
But it don't matter.
It doesn't matter. That's why I'm all for getting rid of DEI.
What about after they meet their quota? What about the other black people that need a job?
Okay, those black people need to qualify themselves. I am totally against DEI. And
how about get our own businesses? Are we able to do that and create for our own?
So here's the thing: we are able to do that, and we've had several examples of us being able to do that. But what's happening now in current times, it has nothing to do with slavery, Jim Crow, redlining the white man. What it has to do is internal stupidity. Okay, the majority.
Are you still fighting for civil rights and human rights?
No, I got civil. No, we've got enough civil rights.
So why do we have the Civil Rights Act? Why do we have a Civil Rights Act? What does an act mean?
Because it was needed at the time.
No. If you listen to Malcolm X will explain it to you. I just did a room on this 6 months ago, literally playing Malcolm X's clips. Malcolm X called it out. You niggas got bamboozled. Lyndon Baines Johnson needed your votes, and he offered you that. If you read the 15th Amendment, read the Constitution, look at the Supreme Court rulings. The Civil Rights Act was a farce. We didn't need it. All we had to do was enforce the Constitution and the Supreme Court rulings, and we would have been fine. But what they did was they understood how stupid and emotional Negroes are, and they needed your fucking votes because they were losing power. So they hold on. They dangled that civil rights carrot in front of you guys, and you guys ran after that motherfucker, and you're still running after it.
They're still dangling it. But remember when they said we, the people of the United States, black people weren't even considered human. When did we get those human, and why are they doing a Civil Rights Act for black people instead of for white people?
Go listen to Malcolm X and read what Malcolm X told you. What he said
about I'm a Malcolm X fanatic, but I'm asking you because you don't sound like Malcolm X. You're pumping Malcolm X's.
Moscow. Did you listen to the interview when Malcolm X was asked, "What are your thoughts on the Civil Rights Act?" Do you know what Malcolm X said? Quote as a response to that, he said, "I'm not happy at all." He said, "It doesn't make a difference if that Civil Rights Act passes or not. It doesn't make a difference. We need to enforce the Constitution." He's like, we already have the Constitution. We already have the Supreme Court rulings. We just need to enforce those. But he's like, he said the same exact thing. It was a fucking carrot that was dangled in front of black people's faces. And if you look at this too, look this up. Look who benefits most from the Civil Rights Act. And this is what Charlie Kirk was trying to bring up and explain to black people. But we're so goddamn stupid and emotional, we weren't actually listening to the message. If you look at the Civil Rights Act, look at the picture when it was signed. Who's standing next to LBJ when it was signed? A bunch of black people. Martin Luther King and a bunch of black people. Who benefits most? Who's benefited most from that Civil Rights Act? It's white women, it's handicapped people, it's gay people, it's everybody else. And if you look at the list who benefits the most, it's black people all the way at the fucking bottom, bro. Come on, man.
Absolutely. So when you speak about the 3/5 clause, do you think that still sticks today?
Dude, are you going back to Dred Scott for real?
We're dealing with history and law, all of it. Why not? If that's what we're dealing with, we're speaking about what deals with people today. Yeah. If in history we, the people of the United States, didn't pertain to black people, when did we become a part of the Constitution and how?
Sir, black people aren't counted as 3/5 anymore.
What changed, brother?
The laws and society and how we view things and how we view people.
No, what I'm asking is, it's not how you view it. When we said about the 3/5 law, that means 5/5 make you a whole. There was 2 taken away from black people. When were they getting back? That makes us whole like
sir,
it depends.
when you go to vote and when you're counted in the census, you're counted as a full human. Your vote counts as a full vote.
Or is it still like it was back in the like a percentage? Because there's but the only thing I wanted to know is hold on, brother, hold on 1 second. What was given back to black people that made us that what was taken away that gave us the 3/5 and what gave it and what was given back that makes us the whole again?
The fact that when you're counted as an American citizen, you're counted as one whole human. When you go to vote, your vote counts as one entire vote. That tells you right there.
I think Moscow is misunderstanding the 3/5 rule. What happened was the legislature didn't want to have a sudden influx of voters. So instead of saying every freed slave gets one vote, they didn't want all of those people to all of a sudden appear in these locations and then vote a certain way. So what they did, they didn't say that you're 3/5 of a human. What they said was, in order to balance that sudden influx of freed slaves who were now eligible to vote, we're going to count only 3 out of 5 freed slaves as voters. So
yeah, they were trying to protect America. Why do you interrupt me every time I talk, Moscow?
It wasn't that.
You just interrupted the guy. He wasn't even finished. So I was trying to deal with him that was dealing with me before you came in with a different thing, stereo. But go ahead, brother.
It wasn't that they were 3/5 of a human. It was that they were looking for ways to not suddenly flood the market with new voters.
Yeah, and that doesn't exist now. It doesn't exist in the state.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have Ilhan Omar.
Ilhan Omar has a nationality. But when you look at the 3/5 clause, what it was, in order to be a full man, you had to have a mind, body, a soul, nationality, and a divine creed, which was your religion. All those things, 2 of those things was taken away from the so-called black man when he was denationalized. And again, we're still going by the title of black. What was given back? And they're still making gerrymandering things, using these things to say that certain all certain laws and different things to bring black people together. When did they switch that in history as well as in law?
Hey, hold on.
That was not 3/5 of 3 out of 5 black people. Why would they even use that number to use that? They were counting that to tally up 3/5 of a person, so they had to add them up to make one person to count that vote.
No, it's 3/5 of a vote.
All right, but the thing that y'all are not recognizing about this, is the 3/5 rule started in 1787. Black people didn't get the right to vote until 1965. So you're talking about the 3/5 rule didn't really apply to voting because you had to be a landowner at the beginning, even if you were white, in order to be able to vote. So if you were a landowner and you were white and you were a man, you could vote for the country. Now the 3/5 rule also became like really important because like when a man that owned a slave in like Missouri would go to like Ohio with his slave to do some business. Well, Ohio was a free state. And like the slave was asking people, why am I not allowed? If I'm a black man in the state of Ohio, why should I not be free? Well, you became 3/5 of a human being and you were owned as property.
That's not all the way true. Black men gained the right to vote in 1870, y'all. We gotta stop goddamn fucking up our history.
Yeah, this is what's exactly.
These are straight lies, bro.
Well, when you look at it, Abraham Lincoln said anything.
When you guys look at history, you need to have the receipts. So much gets thrown around. Just pull it. We can Google it. We got the phone right here.
Say that's a good point. When you look at it, Abraham Lincoln said in 1865, anything pertaining to chattel slavery is illegal. That's also meaning the slave titles that was used. He also said it's up to you to correct your status. Correcting your status is a thing today, and there's a reason why they do that. If black people have not corrected their status from what was used in 1865 as chattel slavery, they're still actually going against law and still being under that law that was used then. You have the right to correct your status. Only the so-called black people had to correct their status because their nationality was taken away from them, which still affects them today. If you do not have a nationality, you do not get national rights or indigenous rights or any kind of rights, not even human rights. So that's what's still
Black
dealing with
Americans
today.
have Moscow. Black Americans have a nationality. They're called Americans, and they're afforded every single right as every other race or ethnicity of other Americans. What are you talking about?
Look it up, brother.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, blacks in this country today, Black American citizens have a nationality. They're called Americans, and they have the same rights as everybody else. Moscow. Like we're in 2025. We're not playing by a different set of rules as all the other ethnicities. We're playing by the same fucking rules. The reason why we can't seem to get ahead is it's our fault. We mismanage shit. All right. Most of the blacks that are failing today and crying that they don't have opportunities, it's not because of racism. It's because their dumbass parents failed the fuck out of them and didn't set them up for success. That's the main culprit. That's the problem.
What if they didn't know better? Is their fault too?
Yes. You need to know. Look, I didn't know better either.
But you know this information was taken from them.
Okay, but it's your job as a grown ass adult. You expect to sit there and someone just spoon feed you shit on a silver platter?
Well, you know, basic education don't give us this information that we was promised in 1865 when they did Reconstruction. We was only given basic education. It wasn't that private education and different things like that the Europeans get today. And their private school and their charter school.
Okay, so everything that you're spouting off today and everything that you learned all that in your first through 12th grade education, or did you learn that afterwards and you had to seek it on your own?
We had to seek it on our own when I was a child. But if you're teaching, but this is the thing. If you're born an eagle and all your life you're taught that you're a chicken, what are you gonna do when you hit of age? You're gonna still act like a chicken until that eagle comes along and teach you. I had to learn in my own private capacity of those who knew this knowledge of me to remind me of this knowledge of me. I wasn't getting it from people that was put in a position to oppress me and make me a worker versus an entrepreneur. So I had to go to my own to get this information, and they gave me the olive branch to go dig and told me where to dig. Somebody did the same thing with you as well.
Right, but here's the thing though.
A lot of those people are locked up now and called militants, or they killed them.
But here's the thing, you still prove my point, Moscow, is the fact that, again, everybody's in the same boat. We're all limited on the education that the government gives us. It's on you to go out and make yourself smarter and wiser and learn this shit. It's nobody's job to sit here and spoon. The only person's job it is your parents. That's the only person that has custodianship of you and is responsible for you as a child. If they fail to give you the tools that you need to be successful in life, you can't blame anybody else. You just can't.
Absolutely, brother. Hey, go ahead, Alfonso. Peace, brother.
Yeah, Monso, like you're talking about like I'm sorry.
Let Alfonso cook real quick. Yeah, I know he was waiting. Go ahead, Alfonso. You got it.
I wanted to ask. Okay, and again, you know, I a lot of that talking points come from Du Bois, and the black liberal leftist people. But my thing is that people are kind of maybe putting things out there that even your progressives, they didn't believe these things. Even Du Bois himself, he didn't believe these things that people are trying to, put out now. So I want to ask you, do you think that black people have any agency over themselves as individuals in their pursuit for a better reality in America? Do you think they have any agency? Do you have any agency, or is all our failures or all anybody's failures laid at the hand of others? That's what I want to ask.
Black people do have agency. I just don't think they realize it yet. And again, unless you can prove to me someone's lynched you, someone's enslaved you, someone has taken away your God-given rights, your American-given rights, your liberties, your pursuit of happiness, then it's on you if you fuck up and fumble. Everybody's got the same opportunities to be successful. Okay, everybody has the opportunity. Some of us have to work a little bit harder than others because of the decisions our parents made, right? But for the most part, the vast majority of us are starting off. Even the white people, man. If you spend time around white people, like this is a notion I don't get. Like, we try to separate ourselves and make it seem like we're on this grand struggle that nobody else has to go through. Go live around white folks. They're going through the same fucking shit. Them poor white kids going through the same fucking exact shit. They got the same struggles that we do. Actually, some of them have even worse struggles than some of the black people that I was raised around and grew up with. So this notion that we're trying to separate ourselves and make it seem like our situation is more dire and more worse than everybody else. It's a lie, and this is a lie you guys have been told. It's the same lie Lyndon Baines Johnson told you by convincing you guys you needed the Civil Rights Act. It's the same fucking lie you guys have been told. We've had so many successful black people. We got more millionaires, more black millionaires now than we've ever had at any point in history. And if you look at during the most racist time in America, look at the black colleges and universities. Look at how many were founded before 1965 compared to how many were founded after. Do you understand? The overwhelming majority of black colleges and universities were founded before 1965, during the most racist period in this country. They were able to do it. If you look at the first woman millionaire, Madam C.J. Walker, she was able to do it. And she started her own fucking bank, right, to be able to take care of her own funds and manage her own money, her own funds. All right. So again, you look at Black Wall Street. We had 3 decades of black excellence. You look at the politicians. We had black senators. We had black lawyers, black doctors. Right. We had all this shit going on in the most racist period. So these people were facing the most racist periods in the history of this country, but yet they were still able to persevere. What excuse do we have now? We look pitiful sitting here whining and crying. Like I said, we got $1,000 supercomputer in the palm of our hands. Those folks back then couldn't afford $1,000 supercomputer if it existed. But we have that opportunity now. What excuse do we have when they didn't make excuses and they rose up above the conditions?
I have a question. See, where do you see the breakdown happening between then and now, and what do you feel like is the cover? I understand that you said there's just excuses, but is there anything that you feel like you can pinpoint, or any couple of things or something like that you can pinpoint that seems to be the transition from the, pull yourself up by the bootstraps to now where you think that everybody's whining, crying, and begging?
Yeah, the breakdown was when the black community fell for all the movements. The fucking white woman feminist movement. The fucking the Jews used us. We've been used by every single group, and they've attached themselves to the trauma that blacks have experienced in this country, and we've attached ourselves to their movements that had nothing to do with us. They used us, tried to use our trauma to correlate it with their bullshit that they were going through, and once they got what they want, they kicked us to the fucking curb. So one of the defining moments was the white woman's feminist movement, which our black women fucking got convinced, this is your movement too, black woman. That wasn't our fucking issue, man. That was their fucking issue. But our community fell for it, and that caused the breakup of our home, which allowed this drug overpour. And look, I'm not saying the government isn't complicit in some of the things, detriments of the black community. I'm not trying to absolve the government of that. But what I'm saying is, I know blacks are smarter than this. I'm not buying this line that blacks are just some wonky donkey dumbass group of people that just get, oh dude, fuck that. We're smarter than this, bro. We've got the history to fucking prove it in the most worst conditions. So I think we got bamboozled. Everybody's saying, oh, we want to help blacks. Really, they were using us to help their own fucking causes and kicked us to the curb. And that's what broke up our communities. And now you started, because look, I encourage you to do this. Look through your grandmother's photo album and your great-grandmother's photo album. Nothing but black excellence in those photo albums. These people were educated. They prioritized going to school. Look at them. The women had on skirts and pantyhose. They were well manicured, well kempt. Those black people, that's the Negro generation. I'm very proud of that Negro class of blacks. That Negro generation is nothing like this generation of blacks today. They didn't whine and cry and make excuses and complain and ask for free handouts. They said, fuck it. We want to be independent. We can build this shit on our own. We don't need nobody else. I think we need to adopt the same mindset.
Just saying.
Well, just
what Sig is saying.
I get his gist.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I get because I was asking him a question, and I get his gist, and I think that brings a little bit clarity behind your rhetoric. No problem. I just wanted to let him know that it makes a little bit more sense behind some of your rhetoric. And I'm with you when you're right, Sig. Some of the stuff, of course, I'm gonna push back. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, that's no
I'm with
problem.
you when you're right. I appreciate being able to do that. Iron sharpens iron. But I agree with you in the sense of that, looking at what they went through and looking at the state of stuff today. You know, I just, one day we're going to have a come to Jesus moment about the fact that these atrocities that you acknowledge are a thing still need redress and addressing and accountability on that part. So that's all.
But you understand that backwards trend of thinking. You're begging your oppressor, who you claim is your oppressor, who fucked up your community. You're begging them for band-aids to the wounds that they caused. You don't realize how fuck you. You oppressed me. You caused these wounds. I don't need shit from you. I don't need a fucking thing. Like, do you realize how backwards that is? That's literally Stockholm syndrome. That's the abusive woman depending on her the abused woman going back and depending on her abusive husband to take care of her. That's literally what we're doing.
And that makes sense because I always often argue that so-called, and I call it so-called for a reason, but so-called Black America is in a narcissistic relationship, honestly, with the world, in my opinion. But in that scenario with the abused woman, you know, she still should be able to adjudicate the harms that were done to her on behalf of her abuser, if she can, you know, if she can prove it. And
right, but she doesn't go to her abuser. She doesn't go to her abuser to get that because he's never going to give it to her. You see what I'm saying?
Right. No, yeah, I feel you. That's what I'm saying. I'm with you when you're right.
Hey, see, what if the abuser say, okay, I admit to what I done wrong, and we separate. This here is for you, and so you can settle in and do this right there, and I'll stay over here. What is that possible?
You're still a slave. Anytime you accept something from someone and it's under the premise that it's free or it's given to you, you're still their slave. You're still
you're a slave if you're dependent on them. When this is mine actually set aside for me, that means I have natural resources to do for myself. You know, it's a nation within a nation. You know, there's an opportunity to separate without any of that, meaning you can create your own nation while you're here on the United States, like the natives do, the indigenous thing, meaning if you can self-sustain yourself, you can, what they call it, not necessarily expatriate, but you can set yourself aside and create your own finances, have your own zip code, not even dependent on them, but you can do business with people in the United States. You can be foreign while you're here. There's a opportunity to do that.
But Moscow, listen to what you just said. Until that person actually hands you what you're asking for, you're still waiting around, waiting on them.
I was gonna go there.
Yeah, so either way, it's still a form of dependence. Why would you ever want to be? You know what? If someone were to separate me, I say, fuck you. I don't want to have shit to do with you. I'll build it on my own. So that way, when I build on my own, you can never take it away. But if you give me something, you always have grounds to come back and say, motherfucker, you owe me something, no matter what the circumstances are.
Well, it wouldn't be a giving. It would be an agreement. It would be an agreement.
I need to jump in this.
So you're gonna sign a contract and make an agreement for the group of people you say have caused so much detriment and harm to you. That sounds really smart. Really
can I jump in?
If I may, well, I was in before you. I was in before you. But to say what I was agreeing with what he was just talking about.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
So
y'all got my thing. Let him go.
Man. Let me say something real quick.
Every time.
It ain't been every time, because I ain't been speaking. So what are you talking about, bro? Quit bitching. The fuck? Look at it like this, y'all. Well, first of all, I've been hearing a lot of shit since I've been on mute. I want to answer the question of the young lady. How did black people get goddamn into this trick box to where we always crying for some shit? Well, it was fucking intersectionality, right? Intersectionality will always be the coffin nails to black people politically in this fucking country. Every fucking advancement that was given to black people, it came at the cost of intersectionality. That's how we got here, right? When we talk about the feminist movement, intersectionality, black women, guess what, ladies? Black men was never in a position to goddamn oppress your ass in this fucking country, so what the fuck did you need liberating from? We, black men, never oppressed our black women. If anything, hell, we was right beside your ass. Black women have always worked, right? Black men never kept black women out of the workforce. We never did. We never had the ability to do so. We never kept you from being educated. We never did that. We had HBCUs that accepted black female students. So they were being educated. So what the fuck did black women needed liberating from? The marriage rates was high and shit, right?
Danny Glover,
let me finish. It was white women that came along and convinced black women that they were fucking oppressed in this country, when really that was the white woman's fight. She was just fighting with her white man, but she didn't have the numbers to do so, so she needed goddamn dumb gullible black women to get on her fucking side and say, hey ladies, this is your fight too, right? When black women finally woke up to the bamboozlement, what happened, y'all? They created the womanist movement. The womanist movement is a black woman-led movement that finally woke up to white women's grift when white women gave black women their asses to kiss once white women gained some motion in their movement. And so black women said, oh, fuck no, I'm out of here. And they started their own shit. If you compare the womanist movement to the feminist movement, there are stark differences, okay? This shit about the Civil Rights Act. It is literally why we're in the goddamn trick bag that we're in now with this immigrant population that is coming over here practicing this flat blackness shit. Trying to fly under the guise of being black when we know damn well they not like us. It is because black Americans laid the groundwork that did the footwork for them to even have the ability to come over here. And when they come over here, they still practice delineation. Once they get their resources in place and all of that bullshit handouts that the government is offering them, that is rightfully black Americans' resources and their inheritance and their birthright, they goddamn delineate like a motherfucker. BLM. Anytime that black people have a movement, other marginalized and oppressed groups always want to attach themselves to black people. It's like black people are the car, and they hop in the goddamn car, and once they get to their destination, they say, you know what? I don't fucking need this shit no more. I'm at my destination. You better figure it out on your own, right? LGBT is the most racist goddamn group of people out here in fucking America. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news on this shit. Because when you look at the hierarchical structure of the LGBT movement, it is still racist white men at the top of that goddamn structure. Black gays get treated vastly different than white gays in America. We know this to be true. Why is that? When black gays get mistreated, do you see white gays running to their goddamn aid? No, you don't. When Brittany Griner was in that trick bag over there in Russia, you didn't see white gays coming to goddamn her rescue. So yeah, y'all didn't see the white LGBT community come out and support Brittany Griner. You saw black gays do that. You saw black lesbians do that shit. It was the black LGBT community that led the charge of trying to goddamn free Brittany Griner. White people said, oh fucking well, she shouldn't have been over there doing that bullshit. But I thought she was supposed to be a community of one, right? All colors, right? Why didn't you advocate for your own? Because it's still at the hierarchical structure, it's still racist white motherfuckers in that shit. Black people have always been tricked when it comes to yes, it is. It is. Black people have
wait. We had a U.S. Marine that has been held way longer than Brittany Griner ever did for
man, we're not talking about the hostages, man. I'm not talking about Paul Whelan. I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about.
We traded.
Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about black issues, bro, and you're trying to bring up
bitch that fucking had weed in the country she shouldn't have.
Traded an arms dealer for a
y'all see what's happening here? I'm talking about goddamn black people being tricked by intersectionality, and he wants to bring up fucking Paul Whelan. The fuck is happening here?
Bro, you're talking about
man, you know what?
Marine veteran.
Get the fuck out of my face, man. Y'all got it, cuz.
Versus a drug smuggling basketball player.
No, bro, we know exactly what you mean. This is the point.
And you see how you keep categorizing her. You as a white man, you see how you keep categorizing Brittany Griner as a drug smuggler.
Bro, she took weed into Russia. What the fuck?
Into Russia. And you had already played basketball, and she had already played basketball in Russia for a couple seasons. If you were flying into Russia, and you had already been there for a couple seasons, we're talking about Russia. Would you put an illegal substance into your luggage when you're flying into Russia? I mean, I don't think you'd do that.
Y'all see how we easily got derailed when I was literally addressing the sister's question about how black people got tricked, and I was making a point about intersectionality.
Bro, he brought up Brittany
Y'all see
Griner.
that?
I didn't.
Y'all see that?
I just came back. But Adrian, if you did smuggle THC oil into Russia, would you expect
That's
the
not
United
the
States
point.
to get you out?
That is not the point.
Adrian, keep with what you were saying. Like the rest of us understand.
You're right. I don't know what I'm doing here. My bad.
Go ahead.
My bad. You're right. My bad.
Y'all see how I'm talking about black issues and all these white people keep jumping in the fucking mix and
Hey,
with their
I'm
own
only
talking
white
points?
from the waist up.
Y'all see that? This is fucking amazing. I should be a politician because I see how goddamn stupid the American.
Yeah, you sound like you'd be very divisive. You'd probably be really good in the Democratic Party.
Man, shut up, Doc. Please don't address me, bro.
Adrian,
Don't
do you
ever
not
fucking do
believe
that.
that black issues cause an effect to white issues?
Intersectionality, bro. The words not mean anything to y'all.
I'm so sorry. You don't believe that affects white people?
Adrian, you might have to explain what.
Okay, all right, cool. I can answer that question. You're literally talking to a motherfucker that came out of the Ferguson movie, right? Frontline Ferguson, Mike Brown, right? Here, right? When all of those white fragile liberals came out supporting Black Lives Matter, you know what the one question that I asked them that till this day, 11 years later, not a single white person can answer this fucking question. What does my black liberation do for you? You're out here, goddamn, on this front line. You're screaming Black Lives Matter. You're saying the chants, wearing the t-shirts, and got the slogans, all of that shit. But what the fuck does my black liberation do for you, white person, white liberal?
The way you talk, you sound like Kamala Harris trying to be like, I love Venn diagrams.
Y'all see this? Y'all see this?
No, Adrian, you make a good point. Actually, do you remember what Malcolm X said? The most dangerous person in the world is the white.
And who was the main demographic that's out here trying to push intersectionality? White liberals.
Do you remember
Holy
that one
fucking shit. Am I speaking Chinese here?
Do you remember the one video during the Black Lives Matter parade or marches or whatever, the protests, whatever? And the one old head black dude, he's like, look, man, we appreciate all of our white allies, but we all quit breaking shit. We all stop fucking breaking shit, yo. Like, just fucking walk around. Like, calm the fuck down.
And so I had a good friend that was killed because he was trying to tell black people, do not mix in with these new motherfuckers that's coming in with this intersectionality speech talking about the heads of Black Lives Matter. I actually sat in a room with Patrice Concolors, Opal Tometi, Alicia Garza. All of these motherfuckers are intersectionality, that shit with the LGBT community and the black community. And these were the biggest fucking grifters. They didn't do shit for the black community, but they made millions. They made fucking millions. Since Black Lives Matter's inception, how has the black community improved? It hasn't. They ain't built a school. They haven't built a playground. They haven't built a car. No sustainable housing, no parenting programs, none of this shit for the black community. But they made off with fucking millions because they peddled the intersectionality grip and black people fell for it. Do you know why a lot of black people stopped going to the BLM rallies? It's because over time they started seeing a filtering of white people, of white faces. It started being more white faces than goddamn black people out there. It stopped being red, black, and green and the black and white shit to the rainbow shit. That's why black people stopped supporting that shit. It's because of the intersectionality, because with intersectionality, you bring everybody to the fucking table and they bring their own agendas. This is why we need to gatekeep some shit for the black community, right? When we say, yo, quit inviting everybody to the cookout. You know why that's a bad idea? Inviting everybody to the cookout? This is how you get your food poisoned, and this is how you get your recipes stolen. Quit inviting everybody to the fucking table because everybody don't have the same agenda as you. They bring their own shit. And when they bring their own shit, the original message, which was mass incarceration, police brutality, and all of that shit that affected the black community gets drowned out. It is intersectionality that will always be the coffin nails to the black community.
But then, Adrian, wouldn't you say, I mean, there's this double-edged sword there, buddy. I mean, I guess I get what you're saying. And look, I think you're a good dude, bro. You know, we're just sitting here talking just, you know, for the shits and gigs for the international audience, right? It's a worldwide show here. But double-edged sword here, like if there was white people and we had a cookout and we were like, nah, black people aren't allowed at our cookout, we'd be called racist. But then if we allow black
That's
people
not.
to cook
Yeah,
out,
that's not the point.
God.
That's not the point. What he's saying, he's not saying you have to keep everybody out. What he says is you have to be cognizant of who you invite and what they're fucking.
That's fair.
That's what he's saying. You have to be aware. It's the same message. That's what I'm saying. People need to really do a deep dive into Malcolm X and his message, because Malcolm X even changed his stance on this. Again, and this goes the same. Even what's the saying? All skin folk ain't kinfolk. You got people that look like you that will come to your cookout and try to destroy what your original intention is in your cookout. And these are your Al Sharptons. These are your Jesse Jacksons. These are your the ladies that Adrian named from BLM. These are the motherfuckers who will call everybody else a coon, yet they're robbing the black community blind. They're using the black community to enrich themselves. And we fall for it every fucking time.
No.
So, yeah, go ahead. What's going on, Rudolph?
Well, here's the thing, and there's a reason why maybe like Adrian's point is kind of falling on deaf ears, is because it maybe just not to the black people, but to the white people of the room, is because this really does just sound like the exact opposite end of just not willing to take any form of accountability. You go, well, it's the white liberals who are pushing these agenda. Well, the Black Lives Matter, not movement, but organization, was founded by 3 black women. Like, and you say that like this is being pushed by white people. I didn't give any money to BLM. Maybe white people gave the money, but they gave all that money to 3 black women. What did the 3 black women do with billions of dollars?
That's what he said. That was his point, Rudolph. That's the point that he made.
But you're like white liberals, and really, if we really want to go back to the 1960s, 1960s was pushed for by Jews. So it's not white liberals. It's actually just Jewish.
I'm sorry, but those 3 black women that made off with those millions, all of them had in common the LGBT community, because they came in pushing LGBT causes.
But the LGBT
no, they're Marxists.
Only exist.
They were Marxists.
Exactly. All you're saying is that the core foundation of this all is the 1940s movement of Jewish Marxism. That's all you're saying. And instead of saying white liberals, I would say that, hey, we have a Marxist problem that has infected our country since the 1940s. But other than that, I don't really you're like, the white liberals, it's like, nah, like, yeah, sure, like, white people are involved in all sorts of movements just like black people, but the idea that, like, this is the reason why you can't, it's like, I think it just lacks the willing of being like, hey, my community have swallowed this pill of Marxism, and white women have swallowed a lot of pills of feminism, and I get it, like, we have our own problems, but, like, to then go, and the reason is because white people are pushing on us, it's like, it's the same idea of how, oh, white people gave us crack cocaine, and that's the reason why our hood's like this. Like, no, like,
no, that's not. No,
white liberals are the worst.
Yeah, you totally missed his message. That's not. He's not blaming it. The way this conversation ruled was because Sue asked us when was the turning point, right? When was the pinnacle of when the black community started turning left? And so what we were doing was listing the fact that we as black people, we fall for everything. We take the bait every single time. And there's been several groups. It's been the Jews, it's been the LGBTQ, it's been the white liberal feminist movement, it's been the Democratic Party. We have been used and abused because we keep biting onto bait that isn't meant for us. So the conversation was about accountability, that certain types of black people we refuse to sit here and look at black people as this podunk fucking, whining, crying, begging, sorrowful, helpless race of people that can't get themselves out of this fucking current situation without the help of other people. So that the conversation revolved 100% around accountability. You might have just came in a little bit late.
Yeah, my bad, Adrian, for not understanding that one example. My fault there.
Yeah, this is about talking to black people to say, hey, all the whining and crying and blaming white men and blaming slavery, like that's not the source of our problems. The sources of our problems is because we're so focused on that shit, people throw that shit out to us as bait, and we fucking bite it every time because we're not focused in the right place. And that's why we keep on getting bamboozled. So it's about 100% accountability, that we need to take accountability for our actions and get our mind focused on the right place and stop falling for the fucking bullshit from all these other groups that try to use black folks for their causes. Like Adrian said, they'll hop in our car, use us for a ride, but as soon as we get to their destination, they're like, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. Scram, I used you for what I needed you for.
They always use black movements to propel themselves to destinations, whereas they would not have gone or been able to go by themselves. This is why you always hear Why do you think you always hear the LGBT community compare their struggle to the black struggle? Why? Why, y'all? Why? Because they use the goddamn language of the left or Marxist, the intersectionality, the marginalization, the oppressed, all of that shit to try to compare themselves. I'm sorry, but I was born with an immutable characteristic, which is my black skin. I can't do anything about that. But guess what? Your ass in the goddamn LGBT community, you can hop in and out of goddamn different circles depending on how the fuck you feel on that particular day. Black people can't do that. But they always try to goddamn cross-section, intersect with black people's struggle to make black people feel, hey, maybe you should goddamn embrace us because we're alike. Black people are too forgiving and too open to other motherfuckers, and this is how we always get fucked in the end. Always. And get left for fucking dead when everyone else get their tangents. That's always
That's
been the
literally
fucking
the
case.
American story, bro. From the very inception of this country, people being playing nice, okay, you know, and then you get judged just like that.
Do you feel that that's really going on today, girl?
You talking to Sis?
Sue, yeah, he's asking Sue there.
I mean, I'm serious. Like, do you all think that? Do you think that I have any power over you at all?
Address me properly. That's all. You can just refer to me by my name, please.
I said miss. I was being southern and hospitable. I apologize if you took
No,
offense.
you said girl, baby.
Pretty sure you said girl.
And see, I'm mad you don't have these replays on, bro. This conversation, I am so
Girl,
mad 'cause I
miss,
would love to come back.
my lady.
Combo.
Are you just gonna pick apart the words and like
sure
make me a
am.
victim?
Be respectful, mother.
I am a boy.
You're not gonna take kindly to that.
I'm a boy.
Just accept.
In all
Okay, well then I'll
fairness,
call you
yeah.
boy if that's what you want, but just call me by my name. That's all.
In all
Never
fairness,
mind.
you talked to her and called her Sid before. The girl thing was kind of strange. Like, you call her bra.
Yeah, just call her name, Peckerwood.
Yeah, it's kind of strange.
Y'all just find a way to be a victim any chance you get, don't you?
You guys are dealing with Doc, man. You can't take
Y'all
nothing.
don't let him
Right.
gaslight y'all. Don't let him gaslight
It
y'all.
was a little weird to use the word girl, but the question still stands. Do you believe that Stereo has any power over you?
Nah,
Stereo ain't got no power over nothing but that damn phone in his hand, period.
Exactly.
And this 12 ounces of Miller Lite. Yeah. If I drink, I'm not drinking yet.
And that red rocket.
One time today I will.
Did you say Miller Lite?
He doesn't like the GH. He doesn't like the GH. Because Miller Lite spelled Litee.
No, but we've been running around and around about the history. But when it comes down to what we have now in America in 2025, do you feel that they're like, other than the weird politics we've got going on with Ilhan Omar and like, you know, Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, whatever, regardless of the politics of it, do you think that we in this room, any one of us has a more of a right to be an American more than any other person trying to be an American?
Hell yes.
In what way to say her?
Yeah, make sure you enunciate my shit, motherfucker. No, in what way? Because there is a hierarchy to this. You know, there's literally an original people group that still exists on these lands today. I'm not going to say this country because this country was created on top of people that were already existing and thriving with their own governments and ways of life and everything they had going on. Society.
Again, 2025, not then, now.
So today, as a descendant of some of those people, yes, the fuck I do feel like there's a hierarchy to this thing. There's no way that somebody like Ilhan Omar or any of these Johnny-come-latelys, maybe even like you and your ancestors, should be able to be over here trying to tell me any motherfucking thing.
And you know what I have a problem with the Ilhan Omar?
That does not mean you cannot come because in these lands, people have always been welcoming of others, you know, to their detriment, like Adrian said, right? But we're gonna call a thing, bro. Come on now. There's no way you can think that shit is cool.
And to the Ilhan Omar point about the Somalians and how they've been grifting and scamming and shit, do you think any of all of that money, any of that money went towards the black community? No, it didn't. It went towards the Somali community to benefit the Somali community. But when they get targeted politically, now all of a sudden they want to goddamn claim the flag of blackness, right? Now when they're facing deportation, they want to goddamn fearmonger black people and say, well, when they're done with us, what do you think they're going to do to you, black people? They're going to come for you. No, the fuck they're not. No, this is your fucking issue that you got to deal with. Right? Hold on.
Try to get all black people.
No. Stop. My point is, everybody want to goddamn fly up under the banner of fucking black, but when they do some shit that benefits themselves, black people get left the fuck out. That has been my whole entire point, and this is why black people always get caught up in the trick bag, because black people, why the fuck are you out here goddamn trying to advocate for Somalis not to be deported when they never benefited you in their scamming of billions of dollars? Intersectionality. You get what I'm saying here? Stop doing that shit, black people.
And what they say they scamming on, or how they scamming?
By EBT fraud, welfare fraud.
Food programs, all types of shit. They have a whole. It's the whole entire Minnesota state governance that set up to benefit them, bro.
Doing that. You think they're the only ones doing that?
That's a weird argument, but the autism one's a crazy one. The autism shit's nuts. Like, there's a program in Minnesota where kids that were they said were autistic were getting these grants or whatever. And in 2021, it was $3 million. This program is getting $3 million in 2021. $3 million. By 2024, early 2024, that program was getting $300 million in 3 years. They went from $3 million to $300 million. And what they were doing is that the Somalian immigrants, they were saying that their kids had autism. And so they get this program, and then bam, all this money would go to them. And they were shut. I mean, we're talking like $2 or $3 billion.
Man, you know the school system do that today. They get a kid and they call them, deem them bad, or they put them on medication, and then they get grant money for it in the school system and do stuff like that.
Yeah, it's wrong too. It makes it
but you know what? Right. Who's to say that they don't? Because there's Somalian doctors that do that and say that the children may need it, and they're taking care of their community with the money. The Haitians do it with their community, with their money that they get, as well as the money that they don't get for the government. White people do it for them. Shit, black people are the only one that don't do it for us. That's what they call that is nation building. They call that nation building. When you do for your nation of people first, Malcolm X said that wasn't racism. When somebody do for theirs first and they do for the next, that's
no. But they're taking United States tax dollars and sending it to Somalia.
But they're playing by the same rules. Europeans do it too, but they spend theirs in luxury things.
You know they sent more money to Al-Shabaab than Somalia did?
You don't do that.
Yeah, we do.
No, hell you don't.
Yeah, but Moscow, you're missing the point. It's not, well, they doing it too, and they know the point is what Adrian said, everybody benefits. And they don't share with the black community. But when they're in some deep doo and need to be pulled out, that's when they call on the black community. And we come running every single time. Kamala Harris, prime example. This bitch has never claimed to be black at any point in her life until she ran for president and needed you niggas. Right?
The bomb.
So here's, and again, we fell for it. And again, this is a woman who's now claiming to be black. And she wants to, what's that?
Did Obama claim he was black?
Yeah, Obama did the same fucking thing. Obama.
None of them, you know.
And see, that lady said she washed her greens in the motherfucking bathtub. That should have told everybody right there and there.
Do you know that none of the politicians or the lawmen call themselves black unless they get around us? But up there, they're not on paper.
Right. I mean, well, even the non-black ones. Look at AOC. When she gets around black people, look at her accent change. We's tied and we's and this and we's and that. I'm like, are you fucking serious?
Dude, when she came to Atlanta, she was crazy.
Yeah, I'm like, are you? I'm like, are black folks? Are we still falling for this dumb shit? Are you serious? We sat up here and watched Kamala Harris blow $2 billion in 3 months, y'all. $2 billion. Okay. How much of that money did Kamala Harris give to the black community?
Man, she's
give to black
community. That don't make the stallion though. My mama don't know nothing about no Megan Thee Stallion.
Thank you. You know who she gave money to? She gave money to Oprah. She gave money to
Beyonce.
Roland Martin. She gave money to The Rock. She gave money to fucking Beyonce. She gave money to fucking Meg Thee Stallion. All these motherfuckers that already have millions of dollars, she gave that money to. Al Sharpton. But how many struggling black communities got a dime from that $2 billion she blew?
That's why they didn't like her.
Thank you. So I do have some hope for the black American community, because I think we're starting to wake up and realize we're being used, and what we got to start doing is having an independent mindset. So this whole thing about pull yourself up by the bootstraps as a negative thing, I'm telling you, it's we got to wake up. It's not a negative thing. Independence is key. Independence is success. And when you talk about building generational wealth, first of all, most generational wealth don't last that long. All right. And we got to get out. We got to really educate ourselves. We're thinking generational wealth lasts 10, 12, 15 goddamn generations. It don't. It lasts like a couple generations at most. And the spoiled kids underneath that umbrella end up squandering their way or doing some dumb shit with it. But here's the thing. We have a more simpler way of building generational wealth for the black community. And when I talk like this, I'm not talking to separate ourselves from the chain, the American chain. What I want us to do, because I love this country. I love this country. I love white people. I love Hispanic people, Americans. I love Asian Americans. I love Americans, period. This is the best country on earth.
It's the fucking shit.
Right. So when I talk like this, I'm talking about this because right now we are the weakest link in the chain. And a country is only as strong as its weakest link. Instead of focusing our energy on whining and crying and begging who we call our oppressor to give us a fair shake, like I said, how silly does that sound? The simplest thing we can do, instead of investing our money, and this is going to sound cliche as fuck, you're probably going to think I'm a coon for saying this, but again, I've been around black people my entire life. I witnessed what black people spend their money on. Right, I have family members. I go back to Detroit, my old neighborhood. We spend our money on bullshit, depreciating stuff. Right? Jordans, cosmetic industry for our women, where we're renting instead of owning homes, and then taking that equity and rolling it into an LLC or an corporation to start a business. That way we don't have to pay taxes on that fucking loan, and we can get ahead, play the game like everybody else is playing the game. What we can do is, instead of buying the depreciating items, put that money into life insurance. And then when we die, our kids got $250,000, $500,000 fucking dollars right there, ready to go, cash money, ready for them to get started. And
have you talked back to anybody in the community, brother? Have you went back into
every time I say this, I get called a coon. But it's like, this is the easiest way we can get ahead.
It just might be, you gotta think about your, like you said, you've been around black people your whole life. So, I'm gonna be honest with you, the way that it comes off, I don't think people would be receptive to, even though you got gold and jewels in terms of information to share, you're gonna be hard pressed to find somebody that's gonna be willing to listen to you if your approach is gonna be that, well, y'all gotta stop crying, whining, and begging. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I think a lot of people don't look at it as that. They look at it as something happened to my ancestors that there's never been any redress for it. And you gotta think about, like, just take your stuff out and look at the picture here. There's a lot of people saying that, the same things that you're saying that don't look like them, and saying that they should just, quote unquote, get over it, or that was so long ago, or XYZ. Mind you, they're seeing all these news reports about all these other groups having some sort of redress, or even just the acknowledgement that, yeah, we fucked up. You know what I mean? So I think that if you can find a way to meet them where they're at and say, hey, have you got, and I'm not trying to taunt police or anything, but just some insight, maybe consider that, then I think you probably will get a lot further than you realize. Because there is, to your credit, there is an active shift and change that I've also noticed within and I'm using air quotes for the room, black community, because it's not one big old black blanket. There is a shift and change in mindset that is occurring, and I think part of it is deeply rooted in the fact that people are starting to realize the very things that you said, like, damn, we keep getting judged every time it's, you know what I mean? So a way to appeal, and I'm in a cultural sense, if I could talk to you without saying, everything all out in the open, you got to find a way to appeal to your people. And I think you know exactly how to do that without ostracizing their viewpoints and where, where they're
but here's the thing.
I'm like you said that, it just seemed like you separated yourself from us. And, the way that you like you would come in there in a suit and say, man, y'all need to dress like this and this like that. But the points that you hit, no, man, that could bring the community up so differently if you came in meeting us eye to eye instead of talking down.
But here's the thing, though, and this is the thing, though. I've tried talking nice. We don't speak in the language of nice. If you look at our culture and how we speak to each other and how we convey messages, you know, I hear this coming from black people, and I hear what you're saying, Sue. And there's no no offense taken, and I totally understand where you're coming from. But this is a
just so you know, I didn't mean nice. I hope you picked up what I put down with how to talk to you. You know how it goes culturally speaking, and you got to find that in from a cultural standpoint. It's not gonna work just, you know. And I'm talking about what you're saying is facts, bro. I'm with you when you right, Steve. Please know that. I'm gonna be with you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but here.
May I get the cue next, please, Sig?
Right, but here, hold on one second. Hear me out on this. And I hear what you're saying, Sue. But every time I look around and I turn on black culture and we're calling each other niggas and I'm gonna bloody you up and I'm gonna have you on a t-shirt and I'm fucking my bitch and dogging my bitch, I'm gonna fuck your bitch, and like we talk to each other and convey messages to each other in such a harsh way. And we listen to this shit every day. It pounds in our head every fucking day. But then when a black man comes with a stern tone and says, look, black people, I refuse to look at you as this dumb, illiterate group of nobodies who are helpless and can't help themselves. I refuse to look at you like that, because every time I look at my grandmother's photo album, I get reminded of black excellence, black American excellence every fucking time. It falls on deaf ears. It falls on deaf ears. So we can sit up here and call each other niggas and bitches and hoes and threaten to kill each other, or we're stepping on shoes and because you looked at me wrong, or I'm gonna fuck your bitch and take your girl and Mr. Steal your girl and all this other bullshit. We dog each other out in every other sector every day. I'm sorry, I'm not buying this, you know, oh, we gotta, you know, look at the rhetoric and this and that. I'm sorry, Sue. I hear what you're saying, but I can't buy that.
Well, if you want something different, babes, you gotta do something different. That's all I say. I'm not even arguing with you on what you said, but just, if it seems to be a recurring thing, maybe just consider the approach. That's all.
Yeah, no. I totally get you, but here's my thing. If you need me to, as a grown ass adult, baby you and patty cake your butthole, just to get you to hear a message that is gonna give you an advantage and open up doors of opportunity, things I've done myself. I've lived a life. I grew up fucking poor, grew up in fucking Detroit. Like, literally, I go back to the hood. I don't know if you're familiar with Detroit. Finkel in Wyoming, 7-Eleven. I go back and visit family shit. The same niggas
What
I grew
up,
up with.
Dad?
What up, though? The same niggas I grew up with. Every time I go back, damn, man, you always got a nice truck, man. Damn, man, you got a beautiful home, beautiful family. What? Because I didn't sit around like you niggas whining and crying and thinking somebody owed me shit. I just said, fuck this. I'm going to get out there and fucking make it. So if I can do it, you can do it, too.
Hey, see,
it's the fucking mindset, man.
Hey, see, have you forgot how they felt? Have you forgot how you felt when you was in that position and the way that you felt like maybe there was no way out? Have you ever wanted to extend a hand back to him and talk to him the way that you felt like you wanted to be talked to? Because sometimes everybody don't receive it like that with that stern talk.
Facts don't care about your feelings.
But it's not taxing. When you're dealing with people, it's the principle of why you're dealing with them. Because some people deal with people and give this information for their ego to cater to them. Some people use it to uplift them, and if you're uplifting them, then you have to take into consideration how you deal with them. Because you get more more with honey than you will with shit. You know what I'm saying?
Moscow, I don't want to overstep my boundaries here, but ironically, I feel like you're kind of proving 6 point here. And I'm just going to go ahead and say this shit here because, you know, I'm 40. I'm talking like I'm in the 90s. What Sig is basically saying, I mean, I don't speak for Sig, obviously, but Sig's, in other words, what you guys are liking is Sig's like, well, quit whining, make good decisions, do your shit, and you can succeed. And, like, quit saying that you're always a victim, so to speak. I know you're not saying that, Sig, but quit saying that. And y'all's response is, well, you're right, but maybe if you talk to us better, we'll get it. And that's exactly what he's saying. It's like, he can't even tell you something without having to say it the right way. Like, it's crazy.
Hey, look, Mike, with all due respect, Mike, with all due respect, you don't have a say.
Hold on, Moscow, since I was the one that said that, I just want to reiterate, y'all didn't hear me say that he has to talk to people nice. I never said that. And this is, all white people or wherever you're from, this ain't for y'all. So this has nothing to do with y'all, so relax. But to the rest of y'all, y'all know when we're dealing with each other, and I'm literally not trying to say it out loud for a reason. There is a specific way that you know how to deal with your people. I never said nice at all. But there's a difference with how you approach people from a cultural standpoint, and I really hope you pick up what I'm putting down, Sig. I'm not telling you to put flowers on it and put sugar on it at all, because we do talk shit. So what I'm saying is understand how you interact with people and how it goes on a social standpoint, and adjust and pivot from there, because it's definitely giving shiny suit. I'm up here, you niggas. That's all I'm saying is because you can still get your point across, and I hope you continue to do that. But there's a cultural way that we deal with each other that you're gonna have to tap into that won't necessarily align coming from everybody and their mama, how they deal with their people kind of standpoint. We different. We just fucking different. That's all at the end of the day. But I do think that you can be successful in doing that if you just consider, the people who you deal with. Okay. Doesn't mean it have to be nice. Think about who you're dealing with.
Can I jump in for a second, please, ma'am?
Yeah,
Holy cannoli. Dude, what?
After stereo, yeah, man. I think Brian's looking up that stereo.
Well, I mean, I've been trying to get in for 20 minutes about
just say what you got to say, bro.
about what Moscow was saying earlier, because he was literally talking about until he gets reparations, he will not be able to be independent away from his own
shit like that.
Are you telling me that once you get reparations, you'll be independent from the people that give you the reparations?
No, you don't have to get reparations from them to be independent. And it started with the people first.
But that was the statement you made. See, y'all move the goalposts 100 times without me being able to put it in 2 sentences.
That's how you took your theory. Don't misunderstand.
You're asking for reparations from whom?
I ain't asking for shit.
Bro,
I ain't asking for shit.
You double talking.
No, you.
Hey, I gotta say something real quick that I've been noticing. I gotta say this shit, man. I wouldn't be me if I didn't.
Adrian, after you will let Bam go. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's crazy how I see more white people so adamant and jump into a conversation about black issues. This shit is crazy. We understand, we understand what the ills of our community is, and we also understand what the cure is to our damn community and shit, right? And when we call out this shit that we see that black people are doing in our community, it just astounds me and blows my mind how I see more white people that are just so eager to jump into the conversation.
You're just black people, you're not Americans, huh?
Look, you see what I mean? I hate when you start drinking. I do.
I haven't even started yet.
Yes, you
I'm
have.
thinking about it.
Yeah, but anyway. Hold on. This black woman asked the black man, how did black people get trick bagged? And when the black people was telling her how they got trick bagged, white people kept trying to jump in the conversation and say, but it's not that. It's this. It's this. She didn't ask y'all. She asked another brother of her community how the fuck we get fucked up, and y'all literally tried to goddamn white-splain it. Yo, this is how it. Oh my fucking God! I'm just over here just observing the conversation, and I really do need y'all to get out the way. Some conversations don't need to include y'all, right? Sometimes.
What is white-splaining?
All right, look. Sometimes it's better. There's more value in listening than it is to get your goddamn point across, even in a conversation that does not involve you. You will learn a lot.
Your black fragility is showing.
I know it, right? Since black fragility, let's speak about that. Since Sig said what he said, right? And black people say, well, maybe it's the tone and the delivery. Black people, I have a question. When the fuck did we ever get into respectability politics? Everything about our culture has always been direct and in your face and raunchy, unfiltered, right? Unadulterated. Back to when our grannies used to tell us the unadulterated fucking truth, even if it hurt our feelings, but it's the truth. And we know that Granny said that shit in love. She didn't say that shit out of maliciousness. Granddaddy didn't say that shit out of maliciousness, right? They said it out of love because you needed to hear that shit. They was preparing your ass for the fucking world, for the brutal fucking truth of telling you exactly who the fuck you are and what the fuck the issue is. Black people, when the fuck did we start catering to goddamn sensitivities and shit and letting that shit tone police our fucking tone and our message to our people? When did that start? When did that start? I seriously want to know, because black people, we have always spoke to each other in a certain way that got the message across. You may not like how they said it, but you got the goddamn message. This respectability politics shit needs to stop, because it's only going to goddamn breed people with paper skin and glass bones, motherfuckers who need a safe space because they don't want to hear the brutal truth. This shit needs to stop, black people.
I know Bam wanted to go. Bam, welcome to the stage. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. Welcome.
Hey, welcome. Sig, it is 48 minutes after the hour on the West Coast, 6 a.m. Sig, I want to build with you for a couple of minutes, if you would allow me to. First of all, I appreciate you, brother. First of all, I am extremely transparent. If you click my IG, you can see who I am. It's really easy to do. There's no fake stuff on my IG. And if you get to know me, if you know me, you know the works that I'm doing in the city of Los Angeles, specifically working to eradicate houselessness, which is directly related to economics, and people of African descent are very adversely affected. So, in conclusion, Sid, are you still in Detroit?
I'm in the Detroit metropolitan area, yes, sir.
Okay, cool. Is there a reason why there's no data where I can kind of get a little deeper dive into who you are on your...
For one, I have a family that I need to protect, and this internet is very dangerous. I've seen some people get hurt, get their careers destroyed, their livelihoods destroyed. So I do keep some level of anonymity, but I do, as far as people that I actually have met on this app, known for years, they know who I am. They've been to my home. They've broken bread with me. They've met my family, wife, kids, all that stuff. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Just know that he's a veteran like myself, and he's somebody that I would live, eat, shit, breathe, and die for, because he is a true American in my eyes.
Thank you, Stereo. I appreciate that. So what I'm going to do, Sig, I'm going to put my mobile direct in chat. I would love for you to reach out to me, and I'm going to close with this, because I heard you talk about the number of millionaires. I've been listening for over an hour, probably about 2 hours or so. But I want to close with this. I'm a data guy. So about 3 months ago, I asked a chatbot a very interesting question about Black people. The question was, based on the global population of Black people, melanated, African descent, whatever term you want to use, how many Black billionaires should there be in the world?
Wait, what term did you use when you asked the chatbot?
Yeah, I did it very generically on purpose, and it came back with the same data. I did it a few different ways, but the data came back. Okay. All right, so let me give you the answer. It was very, very eloquent. And by the way, that link I put in the chat, you can read exactly what the response was. But I'm going to paraphrase it real quickly. Then I want Sid's response, and I'm done. So it said, based on global population of Black, African American, whatever term you want to use, melanated, said that according to Forbes, there are around 3,028 billionaires in the world of all race, creeds, and color. Blacks, African American, African descent represent somewhere between 14 and 18% of the population globally. So let's use 15% as our number. So based on 3,028 billionaires, all race, creeds, and color, at 15% of Blacks, quote unquote, African descent, there should be 454 Black billionaires in the world. Unfortunately, there are only 23. Sig, help me to your opinion as why there are so few black billionaires worldwide. I'm done speaking now.
Ooh, so take this with a grain of salt. This is strictly my opinion because I've never heard that question before, and I've never dug that deep to even to wander in that area. So this is going to be strictly my opinion. Take it with a grain of salt. Nothing that I'm going to say is 100% fact because I haven't researched that. But interesting question though. I think I would say the reason why is because now you're talking worldwide because I mean you got to factor in a couple things, Bam. Cultures are different. Are we talking American billionaires worldwide? Are we talking from the African regions? Are we talking from the European, blacks from the European regions, the Arab regions? Like what are we talking about when we're setting this demographic of how many black billionaires there should be?
Global, the whole entire world. I'm done.
Okay. I can give my opinion as to some reasons why. There's a lot of crabs in the barrel mentality. I see what goes on. If we're talking Africa, there's a shit ton of corruption where there's a lot of African leadership literally shitting on African, citizens of African countries. So you have your own African leadership dominating and not giving an opportunity to those African citizens. I would say in that region. In the United States, I would say the reason why is because of broken families. We don't have enough unified families, nuclear families, where there's like we had back, in the 1800s and the early 1900s. We don't have a father leading the home, where there's a mother who's in the nurturing, caring role, and together they are unified in raising their children and educating their children and prioritizing things that actually matter in life. I think we could have been on that path to more black billionaires if we kept the same ethos we had, I'd say 1920s, 1930s, 1940s, when black families were together at the highest rates, when we were opening and founding black colleges and universities and prioritizing financial literacy and education, right, and overall livelihood. I would say, in my opinion, those are the top two reasons. If we fix those things and we prioritize financial literacy, kind of like the example I gave, if we got life insurance and then we educated our kids about financial literacy as hey, when I die, this is what you're going to get. This is the wisest way to spend it, and this is how you navigate the system and use it to your benefit. I think we would see more black billionaires. But at this point, I think it's our lack of education, our lack of drive to educate ourselves because we're focused on a bunch of other stuff that has no relevance and depreciates our values as black Americans. I think that's the number one cause. But I mean, I could be wrong. Like I said, it's 100% my opinion.
See, again, based on your data, based on my data, and again, there's very little that I can get regarding you, regarding me. It's easy. If you'd like, please text me. Let's talk offline. One of my business partners grew up in Detroit. He wants to do a lot of work that we're doing here in LA, in Detroit. So if you have interest, reach out. I appreciate you.
Well, hey, do me a favor, Bam. I'd like to ask a favor of you. If you could just DM me your number, send me a private message with your number. I'd be more than happy to reach out with you because I'm looking at your profiles. Looks like you're a stand-up guy. You do some great community work. Secondly, I would like to know what your reasons are, what you think the reasons are we don't have that 454 black billionaires.
I'll give a quick answer to that. I'm in agreement with you on the insurance piece, as we actually have an insurance partner. Our whole entire family of 300 people nucleus are all getting insurance policies. It's a process, but that's in process, so I totally agree with you on that. And then holistically, from a global perspective, if you look at the top 10 billionaires according to Forbes in the world, and let's start with Elon, and then let's go, ironically, Larry Ellison, which most people don't even know who Larry is. And then let's throw, I'm sorry. Okay. Let's throw Bernard Arnault and his family, who owns luxury products such as Hennessy, Louis Vuitton, which black people splurge on a lot of their family's stuff. The top four are all very collectively involved in quote unquote the digital realm. And that is the thing, unfortunately, so few of us are collectively participating in the digital realm. And so that's like my bottom line response is we're not collectively participating in the digital realm. And I'll close with this. Our company is BAM.eco. We are actually an investor in that extension of .eco. And the inventor of the domain name service is a black man by the name of Emmett McHenry. He invented .com as we know it. And he couldn't get our brothers and sisters to back him. There's a book about that. It's called, what's it called? Oh, When African Americans Control the Internet and What Next? I'll put the link in the chat. Things I talk about, I always do receipts so that people can actually read some of this stuff. That's like, really? Yeah, so there's the book, When African Americans Control the Internet and What Happens Now. So we controlled it from a commerce perspective early, and then others, Elon Musk and some of the others, Mark Zuckerberg, they took over, but we were in control, and then we lost it because of not working together in a way to understand what's next. But there you have it. I'm done speaking. DM is on its way. Bam.
Oh, ma'am, can I ask you a question before you go, please? Before you go, brother, appreciate you for your wisdom too. I will check that book out because I think to me, this in terms of like a historical standpoint, it's almost like reminds me of a lot of things that took place earlier on with the changes on this side of the world. But I wanted to ask you a question. Out of the 454, that number regarding Black billionaires, would it make a difference on what type of Black, or are you saying that just in general we need 454? Are you saying like in terms of United States and American-born so-called Black people? Is that, I just wanted to clarify if you were coming from that standpoint, or was it like a global Black ideology behind billionaires?
Yes, the statement was, and by the way, I put the link in the chat so you can actually read the question as well as the response. But the question was, yeah, but I'll restate it very quickly for the audience. The question that I asked the chatbot was based on global Black, African American, African descent, all people that would refer to themselves as quote unquote Black, melanated, whatever phrase you want to use. I did it a lot of different ways on purpose. And the answer was based on the total number of billionaires worldwide, all race, creed, and color, 3,028, based on Black, quote unquote, African descent, melanated people, approximately 15% of the global population, 15% of 3,028 equals 454. However, there's only 23. I'm done speaking. Bam.
Okay, I'm gonna look into that. That's interesting. You said 15% of the global population. I'm gonna look because I think I might be misunderstanding some of your statements. But thank you for sharing, and I'll check those links out. Thanks.
I wanted to ask this. First, I want to say, Sig, you're good people, Sig. You're a good dude, man. And to you and Stereo, man, thank you guys for your service. But you're a stand-up dude, Sig. Bam, did you happen to, because I guess you're saying melanated people would be underrepresented in their percentages of the planet. So if they're 13, I think you said 15. I agree. Let's just use 15. 15% of the planet's population, they were way underrepresented with only 23. Did you happen to, I don't know if you know the answer to this. This is a genuine question. Did you happen to look up what other ethnic group covers up, like, were white people overrepresented? Like, were Asians the one that made up the difference? Like, do you know what I'm trying to say here? Like, if they weren't 15%, they were only 6%, who covered the rest of the percent? Does that make sense?
Question, and it wasn't my objective in the question that I asked. There are very, very many ways to dissect this data.
Right, no, of course, yeah, right.
Yeah, so my objective was very simplistic based on some of the works that I do. based on global population as per the link I put in that puzzle link. But again, I was not trying to slice it, dice it, all different races, colors, all of that. But I do understand your question.
Yeah, I'd be curious to know that. I wonder if like Asians are overrepresented or whatever. It's interesting.
Yeah, I was just doing a little bit of digging on ChatGPT, and it's I asked, I said, where are the most black billionaires concentrated globally? United States is the #1 spot. We have the most black billionaires globally. Nigeria is the second, and that's kind of, reading that information. It's like that big ass continent of Africa with all those African countries, yet the United States, who pales in comparison, has the overwhelming majority of black billionaires. And, my question is, with more melanated people on the continent of Africa, why isn't that the case over there? You would think as big as Africa is, as many countries as they have over there, that would be where the concentration is. But the place that black Americans, not all, but where a lot of black Americans run the narrative that there's no opportunity in America, you're being oppressed, you're held down, white supremacy, racism, slavery, redlining, Jim Crow, that the highest concentration of black billionaires is here. And ChatGPT says many of them built their wealth in technology, finance, entertainment, and sports sectors. So Oprah Winfrey, Jay-Z, Michael Jordan, David Stewart, Robert F. Smith. Reading that just kind of really seals the deal that you have more opportunity here than you do in the place where we're more concentrated in numbers. It's an interesting topic, man. I'm glad you brought it up because that's something I never even thought of looking into. And thank you for sharing that.
Sig, can I ask I'm sorry, Sig, he's not still up here. I was going to ask, remember earlier in the conversation where you guys were talking about how, I think it was Adrian, some of the communities will, only when they're in positions of trouble or needing some assistance, they will align under the black banner, but outside of that, they're very much disaggregated and delineated into their actual cultures from the countries they originate from. Do you think that would, like, let's say that Africa did end up getting the proportion of black, so-called black billionaires to fit the numbers, would that even really have any bearing or make a difference on the so-called black community in America, given that understanding?
Oh wait, repeat that last part. Suit, I'm sorry, my iPad was cutting out.
I think she was saying that.
Number of black billionaires in Africa rises to meet the standards. What kind of impact do you believe it would have on the black community? I think that's what she was asking.
Yes, I'm sorry, I was ordering coffee, y'all. My bad, but that's right. That's what I was asking.
You're saying what kind of impact would it have if there were more black billionaires on the African continent versus the North American continent?
Yeah, because I'm assuming, and again, that's why I said I have to read what he put there, because it's clear out of my ignorance with the information that he's researched and everything. But I took it to understand that would have some sort of positive impact on the black community. And again, in my mind, I see the quote unquote black community as more in America, from American terms, just based off historical stuff. But what kind of difference would that make? Because it was just, if he was insinuating that if there was a proportionate amount of black billionaires, that would make some sort of, I'm assuming positive impact on blackness just in general. So I was asking, given the context that was laid out before about the ideology behind blackness, and thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. And the fact that some of these communities are only black for when it benefits them. Thank you, ma'am. Would that have any bearing if Africa got all of their billionaires to fit the quota that he's purporting there? I hope I said that right. Sorry, I'm trying to multitask. Thank you. Merry Christmas. I hope I said that right, y'all. I can't multitask for shit. You get where I'm coming from?
Queen, can I say something quickly?
Yeah, go ahead, Dan. I'm trying to. Yeah, I'm not really tracking, but yeah, go ahead, Dan. If you want to take a stab.
Yeah, well, what I want to address is regards to the economic disparity. Let's talk now, America, and then let's go back all the way down to Los Angeles. Most of you know that the unhoused capital of the United States of America is right here in my hometown, Los Angeles. By the way, we use the term unhoused versus homeless on purpose. ABC TV is doing a story on us to talk about why we say unhoused, and we're hoping that this story that ABC does locally goes nationally. I'm going to be real quick, because as you know, in the clubhouse, you got to be quick. We recommend unhoused equals unknown. So when you see someone living on the street and you call them homeless, you don't know if their issue is mental or money. So in conclusion, blacks represent, now I'm talking Los Angeles and I'm talking blacks. Blacks represent approximately 8% of the population here in Los Angeles, okay? There's a city, a little town in Los Angeles, downtown, called Skid Row that some of you may have heard of. Skid Row has somewhere between 7,000 and 10,000 people living in it on the streets or in the SROs. SROs are single occupancy residences. This bottom line is blacks represent over 70% of the people living on Skid Row. 8% of the population, 70% of Skid Row. Why did I bring this up? Based on your question, Smooth Sayer, okay. The reason I brought that up is, of that 70%, we've got to see, we got to determine what percentage is mental, what percentage is money. And we've broken this down here in LA. It's around 90% mental, 10% money. So that 10% that are living on our streets here in LA, that's thousands and thousands of people, we address the money issue expeditiously. We get those off the street in apartments, homes, or SROs, and now we're using money to affect change in our community. So the black billionaires and most of the billionaires in America is sports and entertainment. We get them to really affect change in regards to the unhoused, specifically those that are dealing with money issues. We will begin to solve a lot of our issues around the country. I'm going to land my plane there. I'm going to put a link in the chat regarding our works that we're doing here in Los Angeles to eradicate houselessness. I'm done speaking. Bam.
Thank you for clarifying that, Bam. And that really goes to what they were saying about you being a stand-up guy. The fact that you are doing that, excuse my smacking out. The fact that you are doing that, I just don't give that credence to any of these entertainers whatsoever, because they've had decades to be able to do exactly what you're saying. So I don't even argue with your notion of that concept. But when it comes to them, what you've always seen is what we'll always get into people like you and Sig and others that have information that can help put people in a different position, come and do it, because them niggas don't care about them niggas do not care. If they care, the numbers would not be growing exponentially the way that they are and disproportionately affecting that particular community, if that makes sense. So I just want to put some 93 premium gas behind you and your company and your partners and stuff like that y'all, do your big one, honey. Because we ain't gonna get it with these celebrities. Sorry.
Yeah, I got actually, Bam, since you're in that realm in LA, I do have a couple questions for you, because I've done a little bit of research with California, especially in the LA area, and the houselessness. And I read your thing in the chat. I think that's pretty smart. The differentiation between homelessness and houselessness. There have been several reports coming out that are investigating where all this money's been going. Millions and millions and millions of dollars have been allocated to solving the homeless, houseless problem in your area. And they're saying ever since this money was dumped to try to solve that problem, the problem has actually got you're in that industry. What is your opinion as far as the government funding that's come in to help alleviate that problem. What have you seen on the ground? Have you witnessed any corruption? Have you seen the funds being allocated but never showing up? Are you saying out in the field that you guys aren't getting enough money to resolve the problem? Are your politicians not doing enough? Like, what's been your take from what you've seen?
Long question. Let me give you the short answer. Okay. A small number of business people are making millions and millions on the problem. Because of that, that small number of people do not want the problems to go away. That's A. And then B, many of our nonprofits run their businesses on making people believe that they're helping the downtrodden, and they also do not want the problems to go away, because once the problems go away, so too does their income. So it's a very difficult situation, Sig. However, the squandering, oh my goodness, the federal government is like, enough is enough. The systems are going to be disrupted, and we are not a nonprofit. We do not profit off the issues that our brothers and sisters and people are dealing with on the streets. Everything we do for them is no charge. I'm done speaking. Bam.
See, thank you, Bam. See, Sue, this is what I'm talking about. I think this is one of the big problems that we have in the Black community, and why we have so many problems, because we fall prey to these politicians that promise us a bunch of shit, and really they're taking that money and pocketing it themselves and not passing it down. This is one of the, like, I'm not saying Blacks got to vote for Trump. I'm not saying you got to go that far, but we got to stop voting for Democrats. We got to start pulling our votes away, because exactly what Bam said is what I've been hearing. And is that we have a bunch of politicians that are enriching themselves while claiming to want to help certain communities in this country, and those communities don't see a fucking dime. But people like BAM, organizations like BAM, again, this goes back to what I was saying, Sue, about the independence. You have people like BAM, organizations like BAM that aren't taking government money, that aren't falling prey to the bullshit bureaucracy and the politics. And in an independent fashion, they're able to put boots on the ground and help those in their community. And this exactly what Bam's doing and what he reported to. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Like, we as Black people, I think our biggest ailment isn't the white man, it's the fucking blue politicians. And we gotta wake the fuck up, man. We're smarter than this. We are way smarter than this as Black Americans. We gotta fucking wake up, man. Nathan, what's going on, bro? Merry Christmas, welcome to the stage. I know you've been trying to get in.
Yeah, man. Oh, man. You're that last bit that you just said. You're totally right. It's hard, Sig. Trying to wake up, our community. I used to be a Democrat. Woke up to the games of it and became independent. But I get roasted, man. It's hard. Like, I get called all kind of names, every name in the book, trying to wake up people to the Democrat Party, and it's been, it's devastating. I don't know Bam, but I appreciate his work, because there's so many nonprofit organizations and that just take the money and you don't see. I'm results based. When I own my own business, if I perform, I want to see results. I don't have any really excuses why these results shouldn't happen, but we see the results for the couple of decades now, and it's looking bad. The report card came in, they got an F on it. That's just the reality of it, and it doesn't make any sense to me that the Democrats in California, Democrat governor, Democrat mayors, and left-leaning ideology, that these issues that they're having exist. and I think they have the wrong priorities in place. I think they're enriching themselves, and at the cost of us in the community. They need to be. I don't think they have a great economic business plan for the black community, except for to me, Sig, it's a disgrace. When we talk about economics for the black community in this past election and the other election, I'm just hearing, okay, we're gonna legalize weed.
Right, Nathan, right. That was on Kamala Harris's website. Yep.
Yeah. Just Sig and Nathan, just y'all could come together and start a weed business. What? Marijuana business? Like that's
right,
it?
Point in our community for drugs. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Y'all could just smoke all the weed and start a business doing that. That is such a disgrace. It's such disrespect. And to me, I find them racist. To me, these certain type of comments that Joe Biden said, if if you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. They're gonna put y'all back in slaves. Their selective outrage is crazy to me. They talk about Trump.
I'm sorry. I'm with you. Go ahead. You cooking. Go ahead.
Yeah. So all these things, and they say, well, Nathan, you support racist Trump if you believe in these policies. But I'm like, what policies are you talking about? Securing even said earlier this week, right? And I stated this in ChatGPT in an unbiased way. I said, okay, if we stop mass immigration to this country, asylum seekers and all this type of stuff, and minimize it and secure the border, what group of people in America, ethnic groups, would benefit from this most? Guess what it said? Black Americans. So this party, it lies. It's disgusting. I remember when I moved to Mexico, started living in Mexico, United States, right when Biden became president. And I was at the border. I crossed the border about 50 times now. And it was the most shocking thing I ever seen in my life. Words can't even describe it. But one thing that stood out, Sig, why are the Democrats lying? Even if you're a Democrat, you have to ask yourself, why are they lying to you? Why all these lies and manipulation? It's because they don't have your best interests at heart. And I'm looking at that, bro.
100%, bro. And again, and what's going on, Monica? Good morning. Merry Christmas. Yeah, I mean, and this is the thing, Nathan. Republicans are full of shit too, right? All politics are full of shit. We have to be honest. There's a lot of bullshit in the Republican Party, but I think we have more to gain with Republican and conservative policies than we do with liberal Democratic policies, right? And I saw someone in the chat. They said, let's see. They said, where is that? Oh, you abandoned. Wait. Which one was it? Let's go there. Oh, they said, what if black folks? Okay, Danny said, what if black folks take over the Democratic Party? Detroit, Baltimore, D.C., Shreveport is all black Democratic politicians. The blacks own these parties and these major cities, Danny, and the education systems are abysmal. The financial literacy rate is abysmal. The nuclear family rates are abysmal, right? So we've had blacks that have owned these Democratic parties in these major cities, Danny, and they still run these cities into the ground. I'll give you one prime example. Everybody knows Kwame Kilpatrick, right? Fucking mayor of Detroit, raped the fuck out of that city. Left nothing but ruins with that city, and fucked over so many blue collar, hard working black American taxpayers, right? While he shoveled millions into his fucking pockets. So we've had Coleman Young was the mayor before Kwame Kilpatrick, right? He did the same fucking thing. He brought some good shit to Detroit, but overall his corruptness didn't allow the city of Detroit to grow to its full potential. And it's sad what we see now is that once that leadership left and we got some other colors that came into the city, Detroit's fucking thriving and booming right now, right? We haven't seen Detroit thriving like this in fucking decades. So yeah, we have taken over, and this is what I'm saying. Like, we kind of got to get out of this mindset of just because it's black, we think it's in our best interest because clearly we see it's not. All kinfolk ain't fucking skinfolk, and we got to start uniting not just on race, but on cultural identity and love for the country. Because you have a lot of, I'm telling you, man, you got a lot of black people that love this country. And again, our great grandparents and grandparents, they loved this country. They were proud to be Americans. They assimilated. They wanted to work. The majority of blacks that are in the North migrated up because of the Industrial Revolution from the South to gain an opportunity for employment. They live very great middle class lives, right? So I think we need to get back in that same mindset. We need to stop looking at other Americans as our enemies and out to get us, because it's just not true. I have learned, I'm sure Nathan can attest to this. I'm sure Bam can attest to this. I'm sure Sue, you can attest to this. I've learned a lot of great shit from white Americans. White Americans have taken time out of their schedules to teach me some really valuable shit. And if I had the mindset, oh, because you white and you oppressor and your people enslaved my people, I would have lost out on some fucking great opportunities in life. Lost out on some amazing opportunities on life. So I think overall, we got to change our mindset. Stop looking at the white man as evil. There's really good, solid white Americans who don't give a fuck about our skin color. They just look at us as brothers and sisters because we're under the same flag. We got to start identifying those people, because we got a lot of people that look like us, that hold up that black fist, but they're literally digging our fucking graves for us. You know, so oh man, we got to seriously wake up, man. We more brothers like Nathan, more brothers like you, Bam, like Isaac. Isaac's a good one too. You know, we got to start giving black men a voice. Stop calling them coon just because they step on the scene with a difference of opinion. Like, we really got to knock that shit out, man. Because the real coons are the Kwame Kilpatrick. The real coons are the goddamn what's her face from Texas, who's just making black people look horrible. The loud mouth.
Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett, yes. Horrible representation of black women, right? When you look at people like there's a black congressman, I forgot her name. She just got indicted. She got caught funneling millions of dollars of COVID money to all her friends and family. She's being indicted right now. Over $5 million. She scammed off of the United States government. You think she gave a dime of that to the black community? No, all that went in her and her family's pockets, her friends' pockets. But she's sitting there talking to black people. You need to vote for me because we black. Well, bitch, you just siphoned $5 million off the fucking government. You didn't get a dime of it to any black people. Any of those people that got you into your office where you're making $100,000+ a year salary, where you're getting great fucking Blue Cross Blue Shield fucking top platinum fucking benefits, where you get vacations fucking paid for, you get travel expenses fucking paid for on a taxpayer dime. You didn't give not one dime of that $5 million to any of those people that voted you into that position where you're living in the lap of luxury while the people you fucking represent are living in fucking squalor and struggling every goddamn day. We got to start waking the fuck up, man. We got to start waking the fuck up, man. What's going on, Monica? Good morning. What's up, Isaac? Good morning, man. Merry Christmas, everybody.
How many times and how many years have I been on this app telling all black men that black shit got to go? It's over. It's done. We are American. All that black stuff was in the past. That's the 90s and 2000s. Today, America is demanding black men to step up and help carry the country. It's demanding it. It's no longer asking, it's demanding it. So I, as an American, am looking at how the country is. And my only thing is, why am I going to listen to a bunch of people that say, oh, nah, we don't need the help? Help, why not? Can you stand on your own? Is your little neighborhood able to survive the global market? No, it's not. It's not. Because all this could crash, and there's a lot of countries that'll crash with it. I guarantee you one thing. China's going to be sailing the ocean again. I guarantee you. It might take them 75 years, but they're going to be back at it. Russia is not collapsing. There's too many resources. All these other countries, the world will still exist. America is the protection from that. All of it. All of the planet. we have to deal with it. And America is the best thing we got. So me personally, I look at it like this. Am I going to appeal to a bunch of feelings that are realistically outdated and don't really have a place in the world? Or am I going to appeal towards the active protection that the country I live in gives me? As Black men, we need to start asking ourselves a question. Are we going to be who the people we grew up with want us to be? Or are we going to be that other part, American, for what we need to be? Because here's the problem. The country is collapsing because it doesn't have men in office. We need to step up and see what we can do.
By man, do you mean like a certain type of man or like actual men?
Actual men.
Yeah, stand up men who aren't going to kowtow and back down from the bullshit. So we need more men with spines in this country. Like, this is a reason why this shit's falling apart, man. We got too many spineless men just letting this shit fucking go because they're too scared to speak the truth. They're too scared of the consequence. Like, I think this is one of the problems too we have in the Black community. There's a lot of Black people that voted for Donald Trump, but you would never know it. They voted conservative, so you would never know it. Why? Because they can't. Because the minute you speak against the grain, and I agree with 100% of what you said about we're not a monolith. I agree with that. But the majority of Black people think we do. Because the minute any type of Blacks, like Nathan, for example, who owns his own business, Nathan is a shining fucking example of Black excellence and what we can be and what we should be. Yet if he steps into the neighborhood to try to pass some of this knowledge off, he's going to be ridiculed and called a coon. And you talk like you a white boy. What the fuck? You hate your black skin. You hate your this is the bullshit that's keeping us down, Sue. It's just pure ignorance, sheer fucking ignorance, man. And there's a wealth of fucking information out there to get Black Americans in a better situation. We got to stop killing ourselves, man. We prime example, Sue. I'm gonna tell you, when we talk about the issue of Black on Black crime, we need to stop dismissing that. It's a valid fucking point. We can't. One weekend on Father's Day in Chicago, we got 70 shoots.
We lost you. Go back to senses.
Yeah, you cut off just a couple seconds.
70 of our own fucking people. We got to stop promoting this king. And this is why, I got to tell you, man, props to Charleston White for calling out this fucking gang culture and there's murder rap culture. Yeah, because all we do is praise the King Bonds and the Chief Keefs and the Lil Durks, and all these niggas rap about is killing each other, man. Killing each other and impregnating our fucking women and leaving them out in the fucking streets to fend for themselves. Not marrying these women, not taking care of these women. It's fuck hoes, get money. Yeah, and you're impregnating 5 or 6 of these women, Black women, and you leave them out in the fucking coon. I'm sorry, man. I don't give a fuck what you say to me. That's a fucking coon. You leave Black women and Black kids out there to fend for themselves, and you don't take your responsibility as a man to take care of them. That's a fucking coon, man. That's who we need to start chastising this shit. Brothers like Nathan, like Isaac, like Bam and shit. We need to stop giving them shit. That's the first thing we need to start doing. We need to start correcting that fucking mindset. Pumping drugs there, yeah, you're right, Nathan. And using drugs, yep, the whole weed thing. Like I said, look at Kamala here. I guarantee you the majority of Black people that voted for Kamala didn't even click on her website to read what her policies are. And Nathan's absolutely right. One of her policies was to fucking legalize weed, bro. What the fuck? That's a slap in the fucking face coming from a fucking Indian woman.
Well, you don't know what the slap in the face was for me when she said, and people took the clip out of context, which I hate. When she said, I'm not going to do anything specific for Black people, the other part of that clip she said, if I'm going to do something that's going to benefit, she said she wouldn't do it just for Black people, it would have to benefit everybody.
There you go.
Goes to the other point that was brought up about the fact that there aren't any specific policies geared towards the and I keep saying so-called, I can't wait till we can have that convo, but geared towards the so-called Black community. And all she had to do was say, I listen to Tupac, I wash my greens in the tub, which I immediately.
Smoking weed in college.
Right. Smoke weed in college. All the things that these politicians use to pander to the so-called black community, to me, that should be a wake-up call in and of itself. You're not gonna electric slide your way into getting my motherfucking. Oh, excuse me, it made me mad. You're not gonna electric slide your way into getting a vote for me. You're not gonna put on the dashiki stole and put a kneel down on your arthritic ass knees and think that I'm gonna stand with you in some sort of solidarity. You're not doing that. And until people start looking at it for what it is and start getting sensationalized by like feel good politics and feel good speech, because that's another thing, you know, you talking about earlier speaking to the community, niggas like to feel good. Tell it to me good, you know what I mean? You know, that seems to be a thing that for whatever reason just really binds up the so-called black community when it comes to politics, and then everybody's sitting here looking stupid in the face years down the line after these policies benefit everybody except for them. So again, I'm gonna tell you, Sig, and everybody else on stage, I'm with you when you're right, honey. And y'all been right on the money with that one.
So here's the fucked up part. During the last presidential election, there was a change. That change was out of the entire black population, I think only 23% actually voted this time. The other times it was always close to 46%. Always close to 46, and it was always Democrat. There was a change because I've never seen that before. Out of all the presidential elections, most of the time black people vote Democrat, and it's not all, but it's usually more than 20. 23, well, no, less than 23% of black people voted this last election. And out of that 23%, the vast entirety were women. Most men didn't vote. So there was a change. And I do think there was a wake up. It's just, it was silent. So no one noticed.
What do you think impacted them to stay? I have my ideas and I would like to introduce one to you, but what do you think was, what do you think it was that kind of, like, what kind of things would you pinpoint as things that caused the percentage to go down like that?
Well, I know one thing that caused it, and black men are no longer beholden towards the community anymore. There's not a lot of them in these places. Like, if you go to the hood, you're going to see a lot of women. You're probably going to see some children, too. You ain't going to see a lot of black men. I don't care where you go now. I was just...
You think so?
No, it's not. I think so. I was in Virginia last Christmas, and I saw it. It was insane to see. And I was in the hood. Virginia, Southern Virginia is very black. Everyone knows this. I saw almost no black men, literally. Maybe one, two, couple here, couple there. I mostly saw women. The only time I saw a black man is when he was with a wife or a kid. But single black man, not too many of them left in the hood.
I see what you. Okay.
Not too many. Most men don't have families, so that was kind of what I noticed. And the reason I bring that up, it was about 2 years ago. It was O'Shea Duke Jackson. That was kind of it was one of his videos, and he was basically alluding to the vast amount of black men are no longer in these kind of hooded or derelict areas. The vast amount of black men are in higher income cities like New York, LA, Dallas. They're in the high income, high employment areas in large amounts. Like, we're talking at least over 40 to 50% of black men are in these areas mainly, and more are coming. So when I heard that, I was like, oh, that's an interesting stat.
They're taking all the white women.
Yeah, probably. But yeah, that was funny. But I'm like, that's an interesting stat. And I just paid it no mind. I go back to my home state and I see it. It was one thing to hear it. It was another thing to see it. And then I was like, okay, I really got to do my own research. So I'm asking younger men, black dude, young black boys, they play video games. And like, yo, is there any like men around you guys or any age group, like teenager or anything? I'm like, oh no, there's like maybe a rapper or or a trapper or anything, but nah, there's not anyone that has a regular job around them that is like black man or anything like that. I'm like, really? Where did they go? I said, I don't know, bro. Only time I meet guys like that is when I come online. And, yeah, y'all be online, but I ain't never seen none of y'all like where I'm from. And that's almost, I would say, 90% of the time, no matter where in the country. Oklahoma, almost no one square doing anything like that. You go to these hoods in LA, same thing. You go to Atlanta, same thing. You go to Louisiana, Florida.
Bro, you can't say Atlanta. Come on, bro. Now, come on now.
I was shocked
I
at
live in Atlanta. Come on now.
not having a large amount of black men in the hoods anymore. I'm like, Atlanta.
Bro, I'm gonna chalk it up to experience, and I'm not gonna take away from that. But I just
No, go ahead.
wholeheartedly disagree because I live in Atlanta, so I wholeheartedly disagree.
Oh,
but
I'm not saying
to your point, I think that
I live in Atlanta too.
I think but to your point, I do think that there are, I'm not trying to take away because obviously, if
I'm not saying
your experience matters, but
I'm saying in the hoods there are
In the real hood.
And that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
There aren't a large amount of single, non-married, non-family, or non-children having black men. That's what I'm saying, and that's where I think.
Okay, I get you.
When it came to the voting, that's where I think the split was, because before, when Trump got first elected, there was a lot of black men still around. So it kind of makes sense that the voting still went with who these people were around. But now, you're going to be hard pressed. That's where I think the split happened.
And I think going forward.
Go ahead, Nathan.
Yeah, I think going forward, it's going to be a bigger swing from black men to other parties. Because if you're a black man, maybe a young man, right? You're looking for opportunities. You're not looking for, no offense, single mothers. You're not looking for Section 8. You're not looking for these type of programs. So that young man's probably thinking like, hey, I'm trying to start a career. He has a lot of options, right? And I think he's more business oriented, more family nucleus oriented, starting a family and things like that. Some men. So I really don't think that a heterosexual young black man sees a lot of value in the Democrat Party going forward. I think that if you really look at the policies, help me explain it. What would benefit him? Like, name two policies that would benefit him. And then you look at the other party, say Republican Party, you look at some of the benefits that might benefit him. I think he will kind of swing more to the right. I think that the cultural norms has prevented a lot of black men from swinging in the other direction. They feel like, hey, my mom, my wife, my sisters and stuff is telling me like this, and if we get tongue lashed, and if we don't go along with the norms, and I think that the Democrats this recent election kind of amplified that and said, hey, if you have somebody that disagree and might be voting for Trump, don't even invite that person to Thanksgiving dinner. Don't invite that person to the get-togethers and stuff like that.
That was crazy. That was a crazy time.
Yeah, so they was giving pushing that type of thing to just, and we see it here actually on Clubhouse too. The amount of foul hatred slurs that comes from a black man who don't swing that way, but the Kamala Democrat way. I think I've seen more hatred versus like a just outright racist person. The stuff they say is just beyond comprehension. It's wow. I can't believe it. It's crazy.
And here's the part of why I brought up the population of black men that I think don't have they don't have the whole black family, black culture thing anymore. Notice who voted. Mainly fathers and people who are married to black women. Who didn't vote? You did not see the single black man vote. not by a lot. That's where I think the Democrats messed up. They thought they were still dealing with the black America during Obama's era, without knowing over the past 10 years, that's gone. You mostly have married men and single women that are around each other. But the black man, that's where I think the split happened. Black men got into the rest of America by a large amount. So our voting styles changed because our environments changed. Now we're started. I mean, I can't really use myself, but now we have a lot more black men who know how America works, know the consequences of what certain policies would cause. Why would they go against their own interests?
Isaac, are you aware of a and please don't take these words verbatim, but like a sort of an online movement of sorts, like a political movement of sorts of people in the so-called black community, kind of commenting on exactly the type of rhetoric that you're speaking on, and kind of encouraging people to switch parties. Like for one of the ones I'm thinking of is Chicago Clips Radio.
I know what you're talking about. I just don't remember all the groups that are doing it.
It's so many. You don't worry. You ain't got to remember. It's a whole heap of them. But
good.
And the one I'm thinking of in particular is out of Chicago Flips Red. And I don't know that this young lady is like the leader per se, but I see her a lot on social media at the different hearings and committee meetings and things like that, and calling out, especially the Chicago mayor. She's calling out, basically she's like a female SIG of sorts in terms of her rhetoric behind the politics. So I wasn't sure if you were familiar with that.
You must not be on Black YouTube right now, because Black YouTube is having a war.
Well, let me tell you where Black YouTube, but also Black Twitter, because that's primarily where, between Clubhouse and Twitter, and this is my little bag over here, being in these types of rooms, but I wasn't sure if you had heard of, like, in particular, Chicago Clips Red, and then what was the second part?
I know of what you're talking about. There has been, and this was a little bit before the whole election thing, like 2 years before the last presidential election. There was a lot of black people that are basically saying, ever since this new administration came in, and here's the crazy part, a lot of these were former Democrats. There was a lot of them that were coming and becoming either Republican or independent or even sometimes libertarian, who were saying, hey, ever since this administration came in, things have gotten worse. And they were citing policies, they were citing local changes because of certain policies, they were citing specific signed like things from
legislation and stuff.
Signed legislation. It was kind of crazy because I'm like, whoa, where's all this coming from? And the more I looked at it, I'm like, oh, people are finally waking up. Mm-hmm. So I just didn't pay any attention to it. Now it seems that black internet is in a state of political civil war. Because on one side, you have the traditional Democrats, always vote blue. And then the other side, you have people that are either independent or completely switched to the Republican side. And they're just slamming. They're just slamming these people with policies, legislations, certain acts that were signed in. And they're going past the Biden administration. They're getting into the Clinton era. And I'm like, I am staying out of this.
Ironically, that's actually how I ended up switching, because I like a lot of people. I was like a generational Democrat. My parents voted that way, so I'm, you know what I mean. Even as a family, everybody say, "All right, this is the ballot. Like, where are we at with this?" But it's usually all on a Democratic ticket, and I think when Biden became president, that's kind of when I shifted and became more. First, I went Republican because I just thought I needed to do an immediate hard flip based off of exactly the type of stuff that you were speaking on. But then I was like, they had raggedy too, so I went independent. But I think in terms of, and this is the last thing I'm gonna say, I'm gonna hush. When you were talking about the percentage of people that got out and actually voted. I wonder, and I'm curious to see what you think as well, how much of that was impacted by those, like the YouTube movements and the Twitter, the online rhetoric that was, for example, I remember specifically Tariq Nasheed telling people to, vote for the couch, stay home, they all raggedy, don't vote for nobody. We're sitting out until we have these demands met, which, I was critical of because it's like, you sit out, you might as well just allow people to, I'm not leaving. You might as well allow people to just have their bidding because you're not showing up for your political duty or work. So what do you think about that? Do you think that had any impact as well on the decrease in voter turnout?
I think it had an impact on one specific group of black people, the poorer side of it. Because this is something I do know. The consumers of a lot of this black stuff are mostly in the lower income. That's usually the ones that actually watch it, follow it, believe in it, stick to it, and then people that are around them also do it. The moment you start getting into suburbs, everything like that, these people, they know about Umar and Tariq Nasheed, but they're not paying attention. What I think did cause this sort of, divide. We've all known that still the majority of black people, maybe they might not vote, but the majority of black people have conservative values. That's the majority, even in the Democratic side. What I think happened is that Trump's kind of flow or energy this time around started to kind of